Chapter 1: The Arrival of the Apocalypse. In March 2112, after the traditional spring festival, the Wasoff Waxion and beset Bethianal Spectaclio Flanc Trafic Jams the Sewer Retha Diligent Individualis returning to Thirework Place Sifter celebrating the holiday with their families Thilanov Karsanched forward. Sometime Estaken gan Hordum of via Mira 10 meters, some passengers stephead autos Moki and in gay gine light-hearted banter. Suddenly, Thesky darkened, and a light train began a full people paid little heed. As the Ather forecast I prior had warned of a tropical storm bringing grain globally, and rainfall during the spring festival was hardly usual however. They failed tonatus a thatharan will unusually. Mommy, why is the rain at cidered? A little girl o fab out 5 years 6, see a Tedna Mercedes, inquired o fur mother thum England seed outside and replied, Don't beasily, rain can't the vehicular. But Heron is scullered. Thedger linsisted earnestly perhaps you're just seeing things? Why no take ye a nap? When ye wake up, Thera in one Thavian a color, Themo Thursade. Dismissing the girls, Concernassi covered her with her down jacket tanned, closed her istorist. Time passed, Antherin continued unabated, while the darkness deepened unbeknownst to Theeple. A grey Thor was about to unfold suddenly, a piercing scream shatared Thestelnasof tonight, intermingling with terrifying howl sand cries, creating a sinister symphony. Ayun couple way straphead in their carteman, Hisfispale, suddenly lunged at his wife, sinking it into her neck and tearing away a large hung coffles thum and emitted a orific scream just before her life was extinguished. Several figures shuried past theirvical, oblivious to it. Their movement strangely awkward ast hame de thire way deeper in the traffic jammed the highway to indeed in touter pandemonium, with the sound soft collisions, screams, and cries merging into cacophony of chaos. Mommy, am scared, the little girl whimpered, awakened by the terrifying sounds the woman, overwhelmed by fear. Frantic collider Ned the steering wheel, desperately ziking a skipper in 1-1. Don't be fraid mommy is sheer, Shareshered her daughter. Suddenly, a hand reached through the car window, grasping Gathlet little caught off guard. They Gerald Credu tin panisiwa scratched Themither, filled with dread, pressed the button towards the back window, trapping the assailant shand, and then crashed in Tothave. Hickles behind them, pushing the Mosidi until they finally see a Shethan pivotet the car. Relentless lyco lighting with the Ve. Hickles blocking their path the cacophony of crash seemed to attract the horror lurking nearby, drawing them a closer like shark sensing blood. Themotherglin said back at their daughter, how is no policing host in a surge of panic? She fumbled for her phone a tackle her wristband. Butafter dozenats, the liner remained dead peering gather devis, Sherry Elizethad no signal she tried dial emergency services, but the silence was deafening. Unbeknownst to her, their drain was falling across the globe, enveloping regions in a crimson mist in many areas. Humans are undergoing horrific transformations into monstrous beings. Attack in Jeverith engine site city scrumbled, infrastructure lane ruins, and thworld ways in gulf fed and chaos societal orderand morally hot as integrated, giving way to rampant tax of rape, robbery, murder. And Darson there were in a long arena rules, govern in existence. Seeing her phone was futile, Fuman resolved to escape on her own when she looked up, despair washed over her the terrifying creature shats around at them, thou they're noticing with a heavy heart. She cast a loving glance at her daughter Ancelent light hot. Nwan, mommy will no longer be by or side to you grow your future eyes. Matter of fate, mama lovesiuth the little girl. Either from led la sortherisant collision, appeared dazed Nwan, Themother softly shook her wake, saying, Nwan, mommy has to steep out 4 moments stay in Thikarandanka. Okay? Mommy will be back soon. The girl, still groggy, nodded slightly Themothersigeddon relief. Gazing deplieth her daughter Nwan, you miss serve of mommy's leaving no. With that, she opened at the car door, locked it from the outside, and drandish per it lion toth the distance minutus later. A blood-curdling screampier sat there. By September 2112, the earth laravage dith had been over 6 months since the outbreak oft hepacalyptic virus, following the spring festival for an initial wave soffer and despaired of the present moment of resistance and hunting, humanity had plummeted from a verdant billion to a mere 500 million. A staggering reduction of over 95%. Throughout this struggle for survival and evolution, humanity faced a defeates the apocalyptic virus severed the biological kind animals transformed into comprehensible monstrosities, from cats to Ringashai asamansis torrets thesis of dogs, along with minion dead beings, nor fered to a zombie sat termed hat describe the failed products of evolution, according to the federal government. Under the looming threat of extinction and death, humanity had no choice but to strike back consequently, All surviving nations Suniteto form a coalition known as Federation, which comprise certain major strongholds Shuaxia Bo Stetwo, strongholds the second Dragong, Odd stronghold and the fifth Mad God stronghold the Marakash. Wiley for Kakontain Thesavin Thamon stronghold and the ninth Teton stronghold the Russian Shad Thief Hunder God stronghold, and the last, the 10th Amaterasu stronghold, was situate Don Theasland off Fusang. Thesa stronghold swere regarded Bethain most powerful figure soft he time war god Smithoff first stronghold, dragon god Longshanov second, demon god Garciov third, chaos god Dodanoff fourth, mad god Luokangoff fifth, god off space Gaasov sixth, wind god Demonov seventh, thunder god Ivanovov eighth, titan god Bobuluov ninth, and Amaterasu god Tanakadakuov 10th. The Federational so supporteth the extermination oft he's mutate denimal sand thun dead, as their bodies contained crystals, thought could promote humane evolution, termed evolutionary crystals these crystals are recategorized into variety, as levels initial, lower, intermediate, advanced, top tier, royal, imperial, and divine, easily distinguishable be their colors white for initial, green for lower, blue for intermediate, yellow for advanced, red for top tier, purple for royal, black for imperial, and rainbow for divine the level soft mutated beast san zombie esperalelid the crystal hierarchy. As the rain fell in a steady drizzle, black driplets occasionally illuminated by flashesso lightning, I am includ in a Udi jumpsuit stewed cautiously, a gleaming tankniff in hand, fassing gamutated big cat. The youngman, named Lu Dong, hailed from Thessouthandway Savador and heen listy dating teen and served in the north, completing his 20 having learned various survival skills during a service. Ludong Adberla managed to stay alive since the outbreak of Tivarus, nearly adkity ago, through sheer determination, had become a lower revolutionary and registered as about a hunter within the Federation. The big cattle were Dachis Thate, larger than a Siberian to Priorto the apocalypse Ludong had been in the jungle for 2 days, his sentient and alert, for the jungler presented in this new world blood dreeped steadily from 3 or 4 wound and hishest, will lev big cat bariza malarinjurious in its shin leg, though Ludong's swinswars perficial compared to the deep gash they expose at the catspaw. Asther in pateret against Ludong Shadan glistened on big cat's fur, time crawled be, neither moving suddenly, a flash of lightning split Thesky, prompting both man and beast to spring into action Ludongan big catcher Jeditini another, claws and blady clay Shinjan afir see confrontation their forms intertwined, appearing to linger in themament, as siftamite self had frozen. Ludong knelt on the ground, and the big cat stood motionless after Aminut. A pained Groan escaped Ludong slips as she turned, shoulder mangled and bloody. Willeth big cat collapsed with a sounding thud, blood gushing from its neck. Damn it, finally dead. Almost cost Mim a life. Ludong grimaced, then retrieved a damilitary grady bandage from his pocket. Devoid o' fanny markings, it threw open the packet and sprinkled the powder into Ludong winced, damn, the Federation's medicinal sar painful effective I dre the rusamai oun concoctions. With that, he grispedis tank knife and approachep the lefellis big cat. Fourth a final steep of fab out to hunter stosk remained unfulfilled the employer crystal froman initial tfutated. Skillful using gestank nefito viscera teeth big cat the shide esquide impressivite could be fashioned in totwo set sawflower grade battley attire, fetching at least around 2,000 Federation coins, chlorgephiline, if to kinto the military, could be exchanged for as substantial supply of desired materials sand ammunition with abatoff polishing. Thesiclaw could be transformed in tau epenry this, hey moost, would serve an additional sorcio fin come yet. Recalling the tistask remain done finished, Ludong Grezum dissearched through flesh and blood off te great beast, ultimately discovering gay hexagonal crystal, ablindof woody and green, nestled within th big cat skull at last. Had found it had tucked a lower grady divine, crystallinto his pocket, hoistides tank nefianto his back, and dragged thelophilis big cat behind him after a brief organization, hesat afterwards second fortress. Chapter 2 The Mad God Fortress. After half a day, Ludong beheld the gate soft Mad God Fortress with ease, tank knifus lung goverish shoulder and big cat in tow, ha slowly approached hampasingen tron synthawaki off the apocalypse, human citiste test constructa towering walsto finned off the salt soft hewn dead in mutated beasts thul stood 1.5 meter shy, stretching 2 kilometers in length, with a thickness off 2 meters numerous gun port shad beaning, corporate and Tatha fortifications, themist prominent being Garo wo feminist black cannon barrel say top watchtower. These weapons, developed through research on divine crystals, were a part of a post-apocalyptic a shade of be various governments to safeguard vital scientists and industrialites, Known as Spark Plan, this plan accelerated the evolution of human civilization, leading to the emergence of evolved humans and energy weaponry. Among other advancements, the fortress defenses resembled an iron-clad bastion, with fully armed soldiers stationed atop. Thul's Mustaft his soldiers had survived from before the apocalypse. While others were elected from among the human survivors, however, the majority were ordinary individuals, with very few being evolved beings. A candidate for the military must meet stringent physical requirements, akin to those of special forces from the pre-apocalyptic era. Consequently, every owner strive to enhance their physical prowess, not necessarily aspiring to become evolved beings, but at least aiming to secure a place within the military. Food was scarce in the apocalypse, and resources within the fortress were exceedingly difficult. Without supplies controlled by the military, the ruling authorities merged military and governmental powers, establishing federal government. The Mad God Fortress housed over 1 million survivors from Uchofwasha, surrounded by numerous smaller settlements. The larger settlements boasted populations in the thousands, while it has smaller ones, numbered in the hundreds or thousands. Country-lover Fadandwi weaponry within this settlement lay firmly in the hands of local authorities. Naturally, some Malirian claves lacked sufficient weapons and food, and in this age of scarcity, every individual fought desperately for their survival, battling mutated beasts and undead, scavenging for supplies in this apocalyptic world. Theon Lyriluis the survival oft hittest. As Ludong approached the gates, Hinata said 12 large bunkers flanking the entrance, with throw-off black gun barrels visible from the firing ports, exuding gun atmosphere of impending violence. Soldiers is toed guard on either side of the gate, beside a peculiar machine-eater Ned with 3 colored lights, red, yellow, and green, reminiscent of the traffic lights. From the pre-apocalyptic world, every individual entering the fortress was required to queue and pass through to strange device, which illuminated the passage. The green light signified normal human thiolau indicate the potential infection, necessitating isolation and observation, while a third light denote undead. Ludong observed the line of people waiting to enter, most of whom were bounty hunters like himself, with few evolved beings, among them predominantly ordinary individuals wielding firearms. Many were empty-handed, with only a handful of powerful bounty hunters scurrying their kills others for survivors' fame. From other settlements, the line moved steadily, and soon it was Ludong's turn. Headed down Big Cat, and several individuals emerged from the bunker, swiftly approaching him, leading them way Semidaligadman Cladine's standard federal military attire. He sepaled a satyr Ned with a single stripey and 2 stars. "You've struck it lucky, haven't you? Captured quite the beast," the mid-leagued man remarked, his face beaming with delight. Ludong shrugged and replied, "In ear lilest my life you were the luck in that?" The man, named Malong, was a military officer from the pre-apocalyptic era, responsible for the defense of this Gatton, the screening of personnel. Ludong frequently traversed Thyssen trading just with them, thus developing Galavella familiarity. "What do I intend to do with this beast?" Malong inquired, gesturing towards Big Cat. "Same as before. I went 30%, along with the hide-in clause there is should be exchanged for munition," Ludong declared afterward. Several soldiers guard Big Cat into the Mad God Fortress. Ludong watched the soldiers transport Big Cat without much reaction, instead turning to converse with Malong. "That was Sparrowless initial light-hearted, weighs a lower-grade mutated beast, that I cold easily handle, but how old have guessed it weighs in theme it's evolving? Fortunately, if it fully stabilized otherwise, I wouldn't they've made it back." Malong gazed into the distance. "Sought the forest, consider yourself fortunate. Just look at thou man a people eventually out each day, and ho furiter not to mention completing their missions, just stepping outside a zogumble with the hour life." Ludong sighed, observing the throng soft pp and thing crouching wilderness indeed. "Each time I venture out, a gamble with fate, and returning alive is truly rarity. Recently, thine flux of survivors in Tatha Fortress surged, and the supply for sources is becoming increasingly strained. That's with so many venturing out to hunt, seeking provisions to survive for themselves and their families. Yet, every own no warduous tudis, yet they must gout. If they don't fight for their survival, they might as well await starvation. The impoverished districts are in incapacity, with a portion of the population dying of hunger each day. In a few days, newcomers might have it to substance outside the fortress," Malong lamented. "Is the Retrolino thing Federation Kando? Hasn't the research department developed new crops suitable for large-scale cultivation?" Ludong gasped. "None the plants the previous line introduced yielded minimal produce, barely enough to prevent the fortress inhabitants from starving," Malong replied. Now under Somanurera Skinjavrithing Tovenchuri out, which has resulted in count, less individuals permanent, Lilist enthuistiland their familius receive scantade from federation, and starvation has become yell to commonplace. Ludong spoke with the Avihavi heart. There's little that can be done, the mad god cares not for the fortress governancy or military affairs, soul if focused on how to grow, stronger all matters sarda legateto subordinates, were preoccupied with the for power and indulging themselves, showing little regard for the Plytoftosi in the slums Malon concluded, offering Ludong a cigarette enlightened Geneva himself. Amidst the swirling smoke, that woman fell silent, observing the slowly moving Linof individuals, pondering just how mana might survive until themed wood theer futurez mirth of theathers, struggling gonlist on the path to survival? Ludong reflected on his arduous journey over the past 6 months, having faced countless brushes with death yet, by some strokio fluck, had survived and managed to live. Before long, one a cigarette had burned down Tosh Ludong flicked the spent butte aside, exchanged pleasantries with Malong, and made his way into the fortress along the way. Mina greeted him, mistoffed him from the impoverished districts, as Ludong frequently shared food supplies with him after approximately 20 minutes, return at this dwelling. Ludong's accommodation had been assigned to him the by Camilo Ergre devolved being, as there were relative lifuvolve identities, evolved individual constitute the vital component of the fortress strength Ludong had awakened ein-based repeatability. In the Federation, evolved beings were rare, but Thetan strongest torial evolved beings each possessed unique abilities, yet a very own could awaken only own power, with very even Gaskandary ability, and of fewer managing to awaken 3 or than the national treasure giant panda from before the apocalypse wind ability, having concealed disp psychic ability during registration. There's an old saying, tree that stands at the forest twill befell be the wine, thus, Ludong chose to keep his psychic ability hidden, only registering ease wind-based repeatability. After tending to his wounds, which Hadel rediscovered over, he plead fresh bandages grimacing, Ludong muttered, those demed scientists who at least include a mean aesthetic doth I enjoy watching me suffer through the pain until cold sweat breaks out. With that, Hele back in his exhaustion from 2 days off sleeplessness on battling big cat washinjaverm like he tied within moments, he fell asleep. A force later. Akna Cathador stirred Ludong. Hussa to alertly and asked, Hois it? A familiar voice called from the other side. It's me. Donga. Up and recognizing therapy, Ludong relaxed. It's you, Howsy? Just a moment. Hastily, Ludong go tau tof bidando pined thedordo findara busty main in federal military attire, holding twapi soft processed hide, a pair of claws, and nearly 50-pound soft meat Howsy, original line named Wu Hao, Haiti aren't thinnic name Haoza for miscomrades, and a thad stuck. Previous liager vivor from the impoverished district, Haozi had received Ludong's assistance in the past, Ho had taught him physical training gone frequent lie shared sketches, thus forging a brotherly bond between him Therathad and Setakinkrio Ludong on any occasion. Ludong sustains of injurious while hunting, encountering a predator among the living dead Henero lieth with his life, returning to Thefertriske Tesgestas, Theratwazanjadi, upon seeing Ludong. Thera thuried lie transported him to the makeshift hospital within the fortress Ludong's injurious were agraveth the predator stungwi had pierce edicious, and dis bada was riddled with wounds. The physician remarked the thada not being brought in promptly, Hued havja come to excessive blood loss consequently, Ludong felt immense gratitude towards Therat for saving his life. Upon seeing Ludong merge, Therat said, Brother Dong, the captainess gid meta bring these atoyo, saying Thiara the item sire quested head. Other supplies will need to reportedo the military for exchange can be delivered. Ludong nodded in acknowledgement, saying, all right, no problem please come in. Hestepide cited Tolo the Raten tree, closing the door behind High Mons was inside. After entering, the Ratadal rearranged the items, Ludong slid off about and pound soft me a tangif to Didither for his family, pochepted it graciously, uttering a simple thank you, Brother Dong, before preparing to report back to the captain. On Setharat departed, Ludong secured the Duran Locadite, dividing the meat into severe allergic portions, hesit aside twa pieces to be cooked, while at heather shasalta dandung in a breeze is spotted dry haything the red the seasonings and this post apocalyptic world, the available seasonings, would a basic, yethi meat from mutated beasts possess an exquisite flavor even without elaborate spices after adding the seasonings. Ludong begin to prepare for physical training gondheningus abilities, Employing the rigorous method so fast special force a soldier tower covering muscle line his body he removed a certain glanced down at his wounds, which had largely healed, thought they were still too tender for strenuous activity on a force exerted would cause them to reopen with asigo resignation. Lu Dong thought, it seems today I can and Lyra still wait until tomorrow when Thwansari fully healed to continue. Annalie Hanley the mission with the association thin. As savory Yaramov meat gradually filled the air, and Lu Dong chose not to dwell in his worry so long or after savoring, tidying up, he fell asleep in his clothes. Chapter 3. Market encounter the following morning. After rising from bed, Lu Dong casually consumed some of the leftover meat broth from the previous day. He took with him the hexagonal crystal and slung his Tang Dao over his back. Preparing to head to the Bounty Hunter Guild's task hall to submit his completed quest, he also intended to bring along the 2 pelts to the trading market to see if anyone was interested in purchasing them. If there were buyers, he could handle the sale, and he also had a pair of rare cat claws to sell. It was high time to update his weapons and gear. Having multiple means of survival would provide him with an additional chance to live. Otherwise, he would inevitably face a downfall one day. With this thought in mind, Lu Dong gathered all his belongings and stepped out of his room. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the task hall, which was teeming with people, and bounty hunters armed with weapons were scattered everywhere. At the entrance stood 2 guards, both of whom were evolved beings, a testament to the formidable nature of the Bounty Hunter Guild. No one dared to cause a disturbance inside the task hall. Should a ruckus arise, the guards would promptly intervene, and if their warnings were ignored, the consequences would be dire. Lu Dong stepped into the task hall, and while many glanced at him briefly, they soon returned to their own affairs. He made his way directly to the task submission counter, where a strikingly beautiful woman was diligently recording something at the operations desk without looking up. I am here to submit my task, Lu Dong announced. The woman lifted her gaze to him and replied, please present your hunter's medal and task items. Lu Dong placed his silver-white medal and the hexagonal crystal on the counter. The woman finally looked up, examining the medal and the task item. Task level, 2 stars. Task objective, primary mutated beast crystal. Task duration, 3 days. Task reward, 100,000 federal coins. Federal points, 100 points. Completion assessment, SSS. Greetings. Lu Dong. Your task has been completed. The federal coins and points have been credited to your account. You currently possess 1,050,000 federal coins and 3,000 points, enabling you to apply for promotion to Silver 3-star Hunter. Would you like to proceed with the promotion? The woman smiled as she spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Dong realized that becoming a Silver 3-star Hunter would preclude him from accepting lower-level tasks, and the intermediate tasks were rather daunting. Perhaps I'll consider it later, he replied with a smile. He then retrieved his medal and decided to stroll around the task hall to see if any task suited him. In the center of the task hall, there was a wall adorned with 9 screens from the pre-apocalyptic era, continuously scrolling through lists of tasks of various star ratings. Lu Dong approached the second display, which showcased the 2-star tasks. After examining it for a while, he concluded that none of the tasks were suitable for him, and he exited the task hall, heading towards the trading market. Within the fortress, the common currency was federal coins, and aside from the hunter's medals that allowed individuals to check their deposits, there were also paper banknotes. Most transactions were conducted by bounty hunters, alongside a portion of speculative merchants. The trading market operated on a cash basis since not everyone possessed the means to store federal coins in medals or cards, prompting the establishment of dedicated currency exchange points within the market. Lu Dong, holding the large cat pelt and claws, casually set up a small stall in a suitable spot and began to rest his eyes. After a while, someone approached him and inquired, "Brother, how much are you selling that pelt and those claws for?" The question came from a primary evolved being, standing at 1.7 meters tall, clad in a set of leather clothing, with 2 silver pistols hanging from his waist and a silver medal featuring 1 star pinned to his left chest. The pelt is 2,000 federal coins, and the claws are 3,000 federal coins. I won't sell them separately. Bundled together, they are 5,000 federal coins. If you want them, take them, Lu Dong replied to the evolved being. 5,000 federal coins is too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? In this damned apocalypse, can't we show some understanding and help each other? The young man countered. 500 federal coins, how about that? He suggested. That won't do. This is the pelt and claws of a bloodthirsty wind cat. which can withstand the piercing or tearing attacks of lower-tier mutated beasts. I nearly got killed during the hunt. Without 5,000, it's off the table, Lu Dong responded, unmoved. Bloodthirsty windcat? Are you sure? It's still a lower-tier one, I can't believe it, the young man exclaimed. Believe it or not, I just submitted the task at the Bounty Hunter Guild. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire at the guild, Lu Dong insisted. Could it really be true? This guy seems somewhat impressive. He might be a strong hunter. Perhaps I should buy it. After all, my sister has been yearning for her own armor and weapon, the young man mused to himself. All right, I'll take the pelt and claws. Here as 5,000 federal coins, he said reluctantly, handing Lu Dong the cash. Lu Dong accepted the money, stowing it in his pocket and preparing to pack the items for the young man. Brother, you're not deceiving me, are you? I'm buying this to make armor. If it's just basic pelt, it could be deadly, the young man said, eyeing Lu Dong suspiciously. If you don't want it, I can return your money and sell it to someone else, Lu Dong replied, holding out the 5,000 federal coins. The young man quickly smiled awkwardly, saying, Forget it. I believe you. By the way, my name is Wu Ming, a primary evolved being from the North District, Silver 1-star hunter. And you? Nameless? That's a peculiar name. How can one be nameless yet have a name? Lu Dong responded, looking bewildered. Wu Ming, with the character Wu for mouth and Ming for sun and moon. Not that kind of nameless, the young man explained hurriedly. Oh, Wu Ming, your name has a phonetic resemblance. I didn't realize, and my apologies. Lu Dong scratched his head as he spoke. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet, Wu Ming continued. Lu Dong, a lower-tier evolved being from the South District, Silver 2-star hunter. Lu Dong introduced himself simply. Oh, Brother Lu Dong, do you hunt alone? Did you take down that bloodthirsty wind cat by yourself? Wu Ming asked further. Yes, I did. Initially, I thought it was a primary mutated beast, but it happened to be on the verge of evolving. Fortunately, it hadn't stabilized its rank, which gave me the chance to kill it. It was indeed perilous, Lu Dong replied. Have you considered finding a team to go hunting together? After all, strength in numbers is a valid strategy, Wu Ming suggested. While a team offers greater strength, it also increases the risk of exposure, and the danger level rises significantly. Therefore, I prefer to hunt solo, Lu Dong stated, turning to exit the market. Wu Ming grew anxious. Understanding that Lu Dong was formidable, yet he felt his own inadequacies. He often found it challenging to locate reliable teammates, causing him to be overly cautious during hunts, fearing that a single misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of a mutated beast. With a sister to protect, he longed for a strong ally to join him in hunting, not seeking any gain, merely hoping to return safely each time. With this in mind, Wu Ming caught up with Lu Dong. Brother Lu Dong, how about we team up for a bounty task? I'm at least an experienced hand. If we help each other, we can reduce the danger a bit. What do you think? Lu Dong pondered for a moment. Wu Ming seemed capable, and with Lu Dong being a close combat fighter, having Wu Ming as range support could be advantageous. However, he was uncertain about Wu Ming's reliability. He decided it was worth a trial. If Wu Ming was genuinely seeking to develop as a teammate, it could be a beneficial partnership. If he had ulterior motives, Lu Dong felt he could handle it and provide an unforgettable lesson. What ability did you awaken? Can you share? Lu Dong asked, looking back at Wu Ming. I awakened the Eagle Eye ability, allowing me to see things in the jungle that others cannot, such as hidden predators. I can predict the movements of prey, their positioning, and strike preemptively, Wu Ming replied earnestly. What about your escape skills? Lu Dong chuckled. Not too bad. At least I won't hinder you, Wu Ming shyly responded, realizing that fleeing was not a particularly honorable action. Lu Dong seemed to sense Wu Ming's discomfort and smiled, saying, Escaping is not inherently a bad thing. In this apocalypse, survival is paramount. It is not a matter of morality, but rather human instinct. When faced with an insurmountable threat or an unknown fear, the instinct is to flee. There is nothing to forgive, however. I hope that when we team up, even in the face of slim hope, we fight for our comrades. If it becomes truly impossible, I also wish for my allies to escape. After all, every extra life counts. Do you understand what I mean? Wu Ming straightened his expression, replying earnestly, Rest assured, I am not one to fear death. I simply have my concerns I cannot afford to lose. Concerns? Do you have family here? Lu Dong inquired curiously. Yes, I have a younger sister, 16 years old. Unfortunately, she is not an evolved being and has a frail constitution. I cannot take her hunting, so I must leave her at home, Wu Ming explained. All right, take me to your home. Perhaps I can find a way to help her become an evolved being, Lu Dong suggested with a smile. Really? Do you have genetic serum? Wu Ming asked, his eyes lighting up. Not at all. Genetic serum is not easily obtained. The military controls it tightly, producing one bottle only as another is consumed. Mass production is not yet feasible. Lu Dong clarified that I suspected as much, but that's all right. I already have 1,500 points. Once I accumulate 5,000 points, I can exchange for a primary evolution genetic serum. Then my sister can join me in hunting? Wu Ming declared with hope. Wu Ming spoke with a sense of dejection. Do you believe that forcibly awakening through a primary gene serum is preferable, or is natural awakening better? Lu Dong turned to glance at Wu Ming and inquired. Of course, natural awakening is far superior. Natural awakening is generally devoid of such agony. The gene serum awakening entails unimaginable suffering. If one endures the pain, awakening occurs. If not, Wu Ming's expression darkened as he continued. Then would you still wish for the gene serum to awaken your sister? Are you willing to subject her to that torment? Lu Dong replied, but she has not undergone natural awakening. Isn't there only one choice left? Or should she remain an ordinary person for life? Wu Ming further questioned. There are still alternatives, Lu Dong said mysteriously. What alternatives? Wu Ming pressed on. Are you suggesting that you possess other means to awaken abilities and become an evolved being? Gripping Lu Dong's arm tightly, he demanded. There are indeed methods, but let's discuss them later, Lu Dong teased, and with that, he strode out of the marketplace. Wu Ming gazed at Lu Dong's retreating figure, silently contemplating that if he could truly enable his sister to awaken as an evolved being, he would willingly trade his life for it. With this thought, Wu Ming hurriedly followed Lu Dong as they made their way towards the evolved being's dormitory in the northern district. Chapter 4. Master of Equipment Crafting. Before long, the two arrived at Wu Ming's home. He knocked on the door, and a clear, youthful voice rang out from within. Who is it? My brother isn't home. Wu Ming chuckled ruefully and called back, It's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the girl quickly emerged to open the door. Grabbing Wu Ming's hand, she playfully shook it, exclaiming, Your brother, why did you take so long to come back? Didn't you know I was bored out of my mind at home? Wu Ming, amused yet exasperated, gently pried his sister's hand away and introduced her to Lu Dong. This is my sister, Wu Xian. Turning to Wu Xian, he added, This is Lu Dong. He is a remarkably powerful evolved being. Wu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Then Donggu must have countless thrilling adventure stories. Her gaze was fixed eagerly on Lu Dong. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Dong chuckled and replied, I don't have any exciting adventure tales, but I do have a few near-death experiences. He spoke seriously. Really? I long to experience life outside the fortress. I must become an evolved being too. Then I can join my brother in exploring the world beyond the fortress. Wu Xian exclaimed with enthusiasm. No. Both Lu Dong and Wu Ming interjected in unison. You are not yet an evolved being. Without awakened abilities, I cannot allow you to venture out, Wu Ming added firmly. Then when can I awaken my abilities? I'm always lonely at home, especially since you're always out hunting, Wu Xian said with a hint of grievance. Wu Ming felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His sister lacked the ability to survive in this apocalyptic world. Each time he went hunting, there were meager returns, barely enough to sustain them both. The risks were too great. What if he never returned one day? What would happen to his sister in this cannibalistic world? With this in mind, Wu Ming turned to Lu Dong. Donggu, didn't you say there was a way to help my sister awaken her abilities? Wu Ming asked. There is a method, but I'm unsure if you can accept it, Lu Dong replied, his expression serious. What method? Wu Ming pressed. Let her come with us to hunt, Lu Dong suggested, pointing at Wu Xian. No way. She lacks the ability to protect herself. I cannot let her take such risks. Wu Ming shook his head adamantly. Come with me, Lu Dong said, striding outside. Wu Ming glanced at Wu Xian before resolutely following. As he stepped outside, he saw Lu Dong with his back turned. Donggu, that plan won't work. I can't agree to it, Wu Ming stated as he approached Lu Dong. You've already jumped to conclusions without hearing me out. It seems you're overly protective of your sister, which is a significant reason why she cannot awaken her abilities, Lu Dong said, frowning. I understand, but I cannot bear to let her face danger. She is my only family, Wu Ming replied, memories flooding back of how, 6 months prior, his parents had perished while protecting him and his sister. His father had held off the horde of undead to ensure they could escape, ultimately being torn apart by them. Their mother, in the chaos of fleeing, had suffered a fatal injury from a mutated beast. It was during that turmoil that his own abilities had awakened. He could still hear his mother's last words echoing in his ears. Xiao Ming, take care of your sister. She is your only family now. With that, she had passed away, leaving him in anguish as he fled with his sister, ultimately reaching the fortress of Crazy God. Wu Ming shook his head vigorously, as if trying to cast away the painful memories, wiping a tear from his eye as he looked at Lu Dong. I understand your feelings. Let it go. Lu Dong said softly. Donggu, what about your family? Wu Ming inquired. Having dried his tears, I don't know. Ever since the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, I have not seen my family again, nor do I know if they are alive or dead. I once returned to search for them, but found no clues, Lu Dong said, his eyes reddening. All right, let us not dwell on this, Wu Ming. If you wish to hunt with me, that can be arranged. However, we need to agree on a division of spoils. Let us split it 50-50, shall we? Lu Dong proposed to Wu Ming. Donggu, you agreed. But 50-50 is too much. Let us do 60-40 instead, Wu Ming replied. Suit yourself, however. I want to be going out for the next couple of days. I need to recuperate. I plan to head to the black market tomorrow to replace my gear. What about you? Lu Dong asked. Well, I won't be going out either. I need to process the wind cat fur I bought from you and turn it into armor for our next mission. Wu Ming replied. Do you know someone who can craft armor? Lu Dong asked curiously. Yes, a former neighbor. His name is Wu Ding, and we have a good relationship. We call him Uncle Ding. He used to be a tailor. And I heard that after the apocalypse began, he awakened his abilities while on the run. His abilities are quite peculiar. It seems he can only craft equipment, and the quality is quite good. Wu Ming explained. Lu Dong's eyes lit up. What level of armor can he make? Can he produce intermediate or advanced gear? He should be able to. I recall him saying that as long as he has the materials, he can craft up to level 6 armor, Wu Ming replied. Lu Dong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rummaged through his bag. Finally, he exclaimed, can he use this to craft armor? Lu Dong held up a dark shell, about 30 centimeters long and 15 centimeters wide, which exuded a faint fragrance. Wu Ming examined it closely and asked, Donggu, what kind of shell is this? I don't think I've seen anything like it before. I am not quite sure either. When I found it, it looked just like this. It seems like it could be a segment from a centipede, but there can't possibly be a centipede this large. Can there? Lu Dong replied, equally perplexed. Where did you find it? Could there really be such a massive centipede? That would be something formidable, Wu Ming said incredulously. I don't know. I was fleeing with the crowd when this thing fell from the sky and nearly hit me in the face. Out of curiosity, I stuffed it into my backpack and brought it back, Lu Dong recounted. Unbeknownst to him, this was indeed a centipede shell, specifically the first segment from the head of a centipede. At that moment, Lu Dong had been fleeing and had not noticed a monumental battle occurring 2 kilometers away, where the crazy god was engaged in combat with a 10-meter-long, half-meter-wide centipede. This shell had been ripped off by the crazy god while he was grasping the centipede's head. And due to the force exerted, it flew towards the fleeing crowd, landing right in front of Lu Dong. We're just speculating here. Why not ask Uncle Ding if he knows? Wu Ming suggested. His eyes brightening, Lu Dong thought for a moment and agreed. That's true. Guessing is futile. Let us just ask him. We can also ask him to help process this into armor. All right, let us go ask. Lu Dong responded. The two walked for about 10 minutes until they reached the entrance of a shop. The sign above was worn and faded, reading Ding's equipment. The shop was approximately 6 meters wide. And an elderly man in his 50s or 60s sat at the entrance, carefully examining a piece of armor, oblivious to the two approaching. Uncle Ding, we've got business, Wu Ming joked. Uncle Ding turned to look at Wu Ming and laughed. Scolding, you little rascal. What good stuff have you brought for me to process today? I'll tell you, if it's not good, don't expect me to make anything for you. Wu Ming chuckled. This time, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. If not, I want you dare come back. Uncle Ding put down the armor he was examining. Oh, it seems you've really gotten something good this time. Hurry, show me. Wu Ming opened his backpack and pulled out the bloodthirsty wind cat fur and claws Lu Dong had sold him, saying, Look, this is the fur and claws of the bloodthirsty wind cat. An inferior mutated beast. Isn't it impressive? Uncle Ding held the fur, rubbing it with his rough hands, and chuckled. Not bad, not bad. This is indeed the fur of a bloodthirsty wind cat. It seems to be from one that has just advanced. The claws are also rare and can be used to craft weapons. Lu Dong's eyes sparkled with interest. This old man had keen insight. He wondered if Uncle Ding knew the origin of the shell. By the way, Uncle Ding, let me introduce my friend. This is Lu Dong. He is also a bounty hunter. However, he is far more formidable than I am. This wind cat was slain by him. Uncle Ding looked at Lu Dong with a face full of approval and remarked, Young man, you are quite impressive. While this wind cat has not fully stabilized its rank, it is certainly not an easy opponent. Indeed, it was quite a challenge. I nearly fell into its clutches, Lu Dong replied, not wishing to elaborate further. Noticing Lu Dong's reluctance to speak, the old man turned to Wu Ming and said, You can leave those 2 pieces of fur and claws with me. Come back in a few days to collect them. We can discuss the production costs then. After finishing his statement, Uncle Ding picked up the protective gear he had just been examining and prepared to continue his research. Wu Ming then added, Uncle Ding, we have a piece of protective gear material we'd like you to appraise. I wonder if you recognize it? Uncle Ding shot Wu Ming a glare and replied, You little rascal, is there any material in this world that I don't know? Are you questioning my expertise? He then playfully tapped Wu Ming on the head. Wu Ming sheepishly rubbed his head and exchanged glances with Lu Dong, who promptly retrieved the shell from his backpack and handed it to Uncle Ding. Uncle Ding's expression shifted to one of surprise as he quickly wrapped the shell. He then ushered both of them into the shop, closed the door, and locked it, turning back with a serious demeanor. He demanded, Where did you acquire this material? You must be honest with me. We found it. What's wrong with that? Wu Ming replied, looking at Uncle Ding. Uncle Ding's face darkened as he asked, Are you certain? Wu Ming hesitated, glancing at Lu Dong, who was also met with Uncle Ding's scrutinizing gaze. With a resigned expression, Lu Dong explained, This shell was indeed found, and it was during our escape. He recounted the entire sequence of events to Uncle Ding. Are you saying you picked it up 5 months ago while fleeing from the Kwangshan fortress in the Tuguang gathering area? Uncle Ding inquired. Yes, at that time. It fell right on top of me. So I stuffed it into my backpack, Lu Dong replied. That makes sense. This must be the shell of that monster, Uncle Ding exclaimed. What monster? I was unaware of this, Wu Ming asked, his curiosity piqued. Uncle Ding then recounted a past incident. During their escape from the Tuguang area, the Kwangshan fortress dispatched half of its ability-enhanced fighters to assist the surviving refugees, personally led by Kwangshan himself. Along their journey, they slew countless mutated beasts attempting to break into the crowd, the most notorious of which was a massive centipede that had claimed many evolutionary lives. It was impervious to blades and bullets, ultimately requiring Kwangshan to intervene personally, and it was only after a frenzy that it was finally defeated. Both men were left in shock after hearing the tale. That's so, Uncle Ding. How do you know about this? Wu Ming asked, snapping back to reality. Because all the equipment makers at the fortress were summoned to create protective gear and weapons from the centipede's shell. Uncle Ding explained. Lu Dong hurriedly inquired. Then, Uncle Ding, do you have a way to craft it into protective gear? There is a way, though it will be quite costly, Uncle Ding replied. How much? Lu Dong and Wu Ming asked in unison. 100,000 federal coins, and I will fashion it into protective gear for you, Uncle Ding said with a smile. No problem. When can I pick it up? Lu Dong asked. In 3 days. We will exchange payment for the goods then? Uncle Ding replied. After concluding their discussion with Uncle Ding, Lu Dong and Wu Ming took their leave from the shop. Chapter 5. Unexpected task. 3 days later, Lu Dong and Wu Ming arrived at Ding's equipment shop together. The shop's door was closed, and Uncle Ding was not at the entrance. They knocked on the door, and Uncle Ding opened it, instructing, Come in, and be sure to close the door behind you. Once inside, they complied and stepped into the inner room, where various types of protective gear were displayed, all meticulously crafted and aesthetically pleasing. Uncle Ding pointed to 2 boxes at the back and said, "Your protective gear and weapons are in there. Given the special nature of Lu Dong's materials, I made it into an inner armor that won't be easily discernible from the outside." The 2 hurriedly opened the boxes to find 2 protective jackets, one in military green and the other in black, resembling ancient battle armor. Wu Ming held the green one while Lu Dong took the black, both displaying expressions of delight. Wu Ming opened another box to reveal a pair of gauntlets, each adorned with 5 glimmering claws. The 2 exited Ding's equipment shop, clutching their new gear, and made their way to the mission hall. "I'll see if there are any suitable tasks. If so, I'll take a few," Wu Ming said excitedly. Lu Dong nodded in agreement as they approached the 2-star mission display screen, scrutinizing the task details. Task rating: no level task objective, mutated fruits or grains. Task duration: indefinite. Task reward: 10 million federal coins. Federal points: 100,000. Lu Dong and Wu Ming were left dumbfounded. What kind of task was this? How could it lack a level? Moreover, the rewards and points seemed outrageous. They were well aware of the difficulty in accumulating 100,000 federal points. Together, their total points were still less than 10,000. The disparity was staggering. Bewildered, they glanced at the other display screens, where almost every first task was the same, indicating a special mission. Lu Dong quickly deduced the likely reasons and recalled what Ma Long had said. The fortress's supplies were dwindling. This suggested an impending famine. The government needed new species to research new crop varieties. With this realization, the 2 exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the need to stockpile food. Rather than accepting this special task, they continued browsing for other missions and ultimately selected 2 simpler ones, primarily involving hunting low-level mutated beasts in the wasteland. The following morning, Lu Dong equipped his gear, donned the inner armor crafted just the day before, and retained his hooded outer garment. He arrived at the fortress entrance to wait for Wu Ming, who soon joined him, similarly adorned in his newly made armor, paired with stylish leather pants and 2 silver pistols at his waist. The 2 exchanged glances but said little as they set off toward the wasteland, their first target being the bloodthirsty wind cat, which ruled the territory they were approaching. The September morning was crisp, and the post-apocalyptic dawn was chilling. As they journeyed, they encountered a few zombies wandering the wasteland and swiftly dispatched them. The jungle was no different. They quickly applied the essential corpse repellent to mask their scent. After a few hours of travel, they arrived at the location where the bloodthirsty windcats were known to dwell. They proceeded with caution, aware that this area was home to both the windcats and other lower-level mutated beasts. "We should first locate a water source. We are close to where I last encountered the bloodthirsty windcat, and I remember the route," Lu Dong remarked, surveying the surroundings. "All right, let's head to the water source and observe from there." Wu Ming concurred. Upon reaching the water source, they found a small lake, approximately 3 acres in size, surrounded by dense trees and tall weeds. They didn't underestimate the seemingly modest lake, in a world ravaged by a virus. Even aquatic creatures had mutated, with fish developing sharp teeth and frogs transforming into toxic beings. Many unknown creatures lurked within, and carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Some areas of grass appeared to have been worn down by animals, revealing several accessible paths. The 2 cautiously selected a vantage point where they could observe the drinking spot and settled in to wait. They remained patient until dusk, yet no animals approached for a drink. Just as the sun began to set, the forest erupted with the roars of beasts, as if the entire jungle had come alive, each roar proclaiming dominion over the territory. The wave of fear washed over Wu Ming. But Lu Dong maintained a calm demeanor, having experienced such situations before. He scanned the area with careful vigilance. Soon, the terrifying roars drew near, and Wu Ming's face began to show signs of panic. "Brother Dong, do you think they'll all come charging this way?" Lu Dong reassured him. "No, they are merely here for water, as long as we don't make any noise to startle them. They won't notice us. Let us hope that that's the case. Damn, this cursed apocalypse. If it weren't for this hellish world, I would at least have a stable home instead of fighting for survival like this." Wu Ming lamented. "Shoo, keep quiet. They are almost here," Lu Dong said, swiftly silencing him. Before long, a multitude of mutated beasts appeared around the water source. There were wolves the size of tigers moving in packs, rabbit-sized creatures flashing their fangs, and wild boars as large as elephants. Suddenly, the water's surface erupted as a colossal mutated crocodile lunged at a wild boar drinking at the edge of the lake. The boar struggled desperately, blood spraying everywhere, but ultimately succumbed to the crocodile's might and was dragged beneath the water, staining the lake crimson. The remaining wild boars fled to a safe distance, howling in rage and sorrow at the water's edge. The surrounding mutated beasts instinctively kept their distance, and the lake gradually returned to calmness. Had they not witnessed the brutal scene, no one would have suspected that this tranquil lake had just been the stage for a bloody hunt. Wu Ming, drenched in cold sweat, watched in horror, while Lu Dong kept his eyes peeled for their task target amidst the throng of mutated beasts. The number of mutated beasts continues to rise. The air around is filled with the howls of wolves and the roars of beasts. Gradually, most of the mutated creatures begin to retreat slowly, their cries fading into the distance. Wu Ming cannot help but exhale in relief. While Lu Dong scans the surroundings, intent on locating the bloodthirsty wind cat. The wind whistles as it rustles the leaves and grasses. Wu Ming, who had been feeling somewhat drowsy, is suddenly startled. Lu Dong places one hand on Wu Ming and, with the other cupped to his mouth, whispers urgently, "Shoo, it's coming." Wu Ming immediately jolts to attention, glancing towards the direction indicated by Lu Dong's finger. There, he spots a cat larger than an adult Siberian tiger. Moving gracefully towards the lake's edge, the wind cat is cautious, surveying its surroundings before it slowly approaches the water, gingerly dipping a paw into the lake. It quickly leaps back as the surface of the water breaks apart, revealing a massive maw that snaps shut in an instant. However, this time, it fails to catch its prey, as the giant crocodile retreats slowly into the depths, leaving only its dorsal fin and head visible above the water. Despite its unwillingness, it is powerless to capture the wind cat, ultimately drifting towards the center of the lake, sinking beneath the surface. Seeing that the crocodile has departed, the wind cat strolls to the water's edge, washing its face with its paw and taking a drink. "Dong Gu, when do we strike?" Wu Ming asks eagerly. The wind cat suddenly turns its gaze towards their hiding place, its fur bristling, and emits a chilling meow that reverberates through the air. Despite Wu Ming's efforts to speak quietly, he inadvertently disturbs the drinking wind cat. Lu Dong, feeling helpless, pulls Wu Ming out from their concealment and stands directly opposite the wind cat. "I intended to track it back to its lair. But your blunder has thwarted our plan," Lu Dong says with a hint of exasperation. Wu Ming realizes his mistake and, with an embarrassed expression, replies, "I didn't know it had such keen hearing." Before Wu Ming can finish, the wind cat suddenly turns and bolts, swiftly disappearing into the thicket. Lu Dong grabs Wu Ming and they pursue it. After running approximately 2 kilometers, they come to a halt. As the wind cat has vanished, Lu Dong scans the area with a worried expression, while Wu Ming, panting heavily, exclaims, "What the heck? How did it get away? Wasn't it said that the bloodthirsty wind cat would never let humans escape?" "I am not sure. Something feels off," Lu Dong replies cautiously. "What is so strange about it?" "It simply ran away," Wu Ming retorts dismissively. "Don't you sense how eerily quiet it is here?" Lu Dong counters. "Now that you mention it, it does feel unusual. Why is it so silent? What could cause this?" Wu Ming finally notices the unsettling absence of even the chirping of insects and birds. Upon hearing Wu Ming's words, Lu Dong's expression shifts dramatically as he quickly commands, "We must return the way we came," and swiftly, without delay, he dashes towards the edge of the jungle, prompting Wu Ming to follow suit. Alas, they are but a moment too late. A thunderous roar echoes through the air, causing the nearby mutated beasts to cower and tremble on the ground. The 2 men's faces pale in terror as they accelerate their escape. But the owner of the roar seems determined to pursue them relentlessly. The ground trembles beneath their feet, and the surrounding trees sway dangerously. Lu Dong and Wu Ming muster every ounce of strength to sprint towards the jungle's exit. But they can feel the monstrous presence drawing nearer. In the midst of their frantic flight, Lu Dong glances back, and a chill runs down his spine as he sees a colossal gorilla, towering over 10 meters tall, in hot pursuit. "Faster! We must go faster! Damn it, if it catches us, we're done for!" Lu Dong mutters incessantly. Wu Ming can do nothing but run for his life, lacking even the courage to look back. Donggu, what kind of monster is chasing us? He gasps to its a giant silverback gorilla. Damn it, what bad luck, Lu Dong replies. They cover a distance of about 5 kilometers before the gorilla finally catches up. A massive hand swings towards Lu Dong's back. He instinctively counters with a blade, only to be met with such overwhelming force that he is flung backward, crashing into 2 trees before tumbling down. His tang knife flies from his grip, embedding itself in a nearby trunk. Lu Dong tastes blood in his throat as he coughs violently. Seeing Lu Dong sent flying, Wu Ming draws 2 silver pistols and begins firing frantically at the gorilla. The bullets rain down upon the beast, but to his Lu Dong briefly recounted the events to Wu Xian, who suddenly felt her mind go blank and collapsed backward. Fortunately, Lu Dong was quick-witted and swiftly caught her. Disregarding the traditional decorum of gender interaction, he hoisted Wu Xian onto his back and rushed toward the hospital. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Kuang arrived at the gorilla's lair and let out a fierce roar, prompting the colossal creature to thunderously approach and stand before him. Hand over that wind cat, and I shall not trouble you, Luo Kuang declared to the gorilla. Though the gorilla comprehended Luo Kuang's intent, it was unwilling to submit, relentlessly pounding its chest with its fists. Haha, are you implying that you wish to engage me in battle? Luo Kuang laughed heartily. However, the gorilla charged at him, swinging its massive hand downward. Had Lu Dong been present, he would have undoubtedly been turned into pulp, yet Luo Kuang remained unfazed, striking out with a punch toward the giant paw. The collision of fists produced a resounding boom. Followed by a mournful wail, Luo Kuang stood firm, while the gorilla staggered back several steps, shaking its injured hand and howling in agony as it cradled its mangled paw. Luo Kuang made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely at the gorilla. Eventually, the gorilla ceased its lamentations, glaring at Luo Kuang with a look of resentment, letting out a reluctant howl of despair. Shortly after, a wind cat, roughly the size of an adult South China tiger, trembled into view before Luo Kuang. Whether it was the oppressive aura of the gorilla or the overwhelming strength exuded by Luo Kuang, the creature had been quaking since its appearance, crawling submissively at Luo Kuang's feet. Intrigued, Luo Kuang inquired, "Can you understand human speech?" The wind cat eagerly nodded its head in affirmation. Luo Kuang's spirits soared. He recognized the potential within this wind cat, as many lower-tier mutated beasts could develop intelligence, yet few could comprehend human language. He continued, "Are you willing to accompany me into the human world?" The wind cat understood that refusal would lead to its demise. Even the Beast King would be unable to save it. "Meow," it replied softly, gradually ceasing its trembling as it approached Luo Kuang. Nuzzling affectionately against his pant leg, "Ha ha ha, clever little creature. You shall accompany me from now on," Luo Kuang exclaimed joyfully. His gaze turned to the gorilla, which shivered and took several steps back. "Remember, this is both your first and last warning. I know you sent this wind cat to lure humans here. Should I discover any similar incidents in the future, I shall see to your end. Take heed," Luo Kuang admonished the gorilla before departing with the wind cat toward the fortress. The gorilla glared venomously at Luo Kuang's retreating figure, letting out an anguished roar filled with resentment, helplessness, and humiliation. After a while, the gates of Kuangshan Fortress came into view, and Luo Kuang, along with the wind cat, approached the entrance. The guards at the gate, spotting the wind cat, shouted, "Mutated beast incoming, prepare for battle." The gate was instantly abuzz with activity. A combat squad dashed past the line of people waiting to enter, shouting for everyone to hold their ground and remain calm. As the combat squad advanced through the crowd and beheld the mutated beast, they were taken aback to see a person alongside it. The entire team was stunned. This was not the expected scenario. Why was the mutated beast not attacking the individual beside it? Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to recognize that it was none other than the formidable Lord Luo Kuang of the fortress. Luo Kuang also noticed the combat squad and, drawing closer, remarked, "Well done. You even know how to protect your fellow compatriots. The defenses at the gate are commendable. At least there is no chaos." After speaking, He ignored the bewildered combat squad and strode directly toward the gate, with the winged cat closely following him. The members of the combat squad rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "Captain, what is happening? Has that bloodthirsty winged cat lost its senses and decided to follow Lord Luo Kuang?" One team member asked his leader. "I have no idea. Perhaps Lord Luo Kuang has tamed it," the captain replied. "Indeed, Lord Luo Kuang is truly the deity of the fortress. He can even tame a bloodthirsty wind cat," another team member added. The other members nodded in agreement. "All right, let's regroup. Since it's not a mutated beast attack, we should head back." "I wonder which fool shouted without verifying the situation," the captain said, visibly annoyed. "Let us hope I don't find him. Otherwise, I'll surely give him a proper scolding," another team member remarked. "He was just doing his duty." "Let us not be too harsh," the vice captain scolded. The group returned to the gate, and the flow of people resumed their normal order upon seeing Luo Kuang. Upon returning to his quarters, Luo Kuang ordered his subordinates to wash and feed the wind cat. He then summoned another subordinate, instructing, "Check the mission hall for any tasks requiring bloodthirsty wind cat divine crystals. Also, investigate those two young individuals. One wields a tang sword, and I suspect he has awakened some unique ability, while the other carries two silver pistols and may possess the eagle eye ability. Inform me once you have details. Notify all committee members and military officers for a meeting tomorrow. And invite a representative from the Research Institute." With that, he strode directly to his room. The next day, in the conference hall of Kwangshan Fortress, all federal committee members and military representatives anxiously awaited, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Everyone knew the instigator of this meeting, and no one dared to act recklessly. Even those who considered themselves powerful committee members refrained from making a scene. For they were all awaiting the fortress's one true deity, the invincible god. Time passed slowly, and with the sound of footsteps approaching, every individual straightened their posture, adjusting their appearance. They awaited the arrival of the footsteps' owner in silence. The door of the conference room swung open, and Luo Kuang entered, taking his seat at the head of the table. He surveyed the assembly of committee members and military officers, who were now drenched in cold sweat. "The agenda for today is rather straightforward. I have discovered intelligent mutated beasts in the wilderness jungles, and more alarmingly, they can comprehend human language. Furthermore, they are capable of setting traps for humans to fall into," Luo Kuang stated before falling silent. The attendees began to murmur amongst themselves. "How is that possible? I can believe they possess intelligence and can understand human speech, but setting traps? Exactly. They are beasts. How could they possibly accomplish such feats? Indeed, this is the first I have heard of such a thing." The room erupted into chaos until Luo Kuang slammed his hand on the table, silencing everyone instantly. All eyes turned to him. "I know you will be skeptical, which is why I have brought something unique to show you. Bring it in," he commanded toward the door. As the door opened, a guard entered, leading a wind cat. The committee members gasped in surprise, nearly causing a commotion. However, under Luo Kuang's piercing gaze, they quickly quieted down. The wind cat gracefully approached Luo Kuang, prostrating itself at his feet and rubbing its head against him. All the committee members and military officers were left astounded. Why was this wind cat displaying no signs of aggression? "Go retrieve the items from outside," Luo Kuang instructed the wind cat, which promptly stood and scurried outside, returning with a prepared bundle in its mouth and laying it at Luo Kuang's feet. The committee members stared in disbelief, and it wasn't until they heard Luo Kuang's cough that they regained their composure. The representative from the Research Institute gazed at the wind cat with gleaming eyes, as if he wished to immediately take it back for dissection and study. "Now, do you comprehend that mutated beasts have gained intelligence? However, with their newfound cleverness, humanity faces impending peril," Luo Kuang solemnly addressed all present. Before anyone could voice their opinions, Luo Kuang continued, "Previously, this wind cat lured our evolutionists deep into the jungle, where danger lurks. I trust one need not elaborate further. Does this mean the mutated beasts are beginning to gather in numbers?" Dr. Song from the Research Institute inquired. "Not yet, but I sense it will happen soon," Luo Kuang replied. The assembly fell into silence, deliberating without arriving at any viable solutions, and the meeting concluded in a lukewarm manner. Chapter 7. Wu Xian awakens. Lu Dong carried Wu Xian into the hospital. where the doctor had just completed surgery on Wu Ming. Wu Ming lay pale and motionless on the bed, his abdomen wrapped like a mummy. Liu Dong placed Wu Xian on a nearby recliner and sighed quietly. Wu Ming had sustained grave injuries while drawing the gorilla's attention to save Wu Xian, and now his sister had fainted. I cannot leave now. I must wait, he thought, disheartened. After a while, Wu Xian slowly regained consciousness and, upon seeing her brother lying on the hospital bed, burst into tears, fearful of waking him. He became like this to save me. I will not retaliate, no matter the punishment, Liu Dong thought, feeling a mix of emotions. Brother will be fine. He will definitely be fine, Wu Xian said, wiping her tears as she turned to Liu Dong. Yes, he will be fine. Liu Dong agreed. Liu Dong Gij. I feel so dizzy. I want to rest a bit. Wu Xian said, clutching her head. Dizzy? But you just woke up. Let me call the doctor to take a look. Liu Dong responded. Liu Dong finished speaking and turned to find a doctor. Shortly after, he returned with a middle-aged physician. Where is the patient? Let me take a look, the doctor inquired. Liu Dong pointed at Wu Xian and said, She is the one. She just fainted out of sorrow because her brother was injured, and now she has just regained consciousness but is complaining of dizziness. Doctor, could you please check if there are any other issues? The middle-aged doctor examined Wu Xian's eyes and pulse, then took her for an X-ray. After a lengthy examination, a nurse hurriedly approached, calling out, Who is the family member of Wu Xian? Please step outside for a moment. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong rushed out and grasped the nurse's hand, asking anxiously, How is Wu Xian? What has happened? Are you Wu Xian's family? The nurse asked. Yes, I am. Is there something wrong with her? Liu Dong replied. There isn't a problem per se, but what? Is there something you cannot say? Liu Dong pressed eagerly. She has awakened her ability, specifically a wood-type ability. Our hospital's treatment evolutionist conducted the assessment, the nurse explained. She has awakened? Are you serious? Liu Dong asked, his face alight with excitement. Yes, she has awakened. She is now a rare ability evolutionist, the nurse said with a smile. With this awakening, Wu Ming can finally rest easy, Liu Dong murmured to himself. Sir, the nurse nudged the dazed Liu Dong. What ability did you say she awakened? Liu Dong asked. It has been preliminarily determined to be a wood-type healing ability, but she is currently undergoing further testing, conducted by the renowned treatment master, Wang Mian, the nurse said, her face filled with admiration. Wang Mian? How could he be here? Isn't he the one who specializes in treating evolutionists? Liu Dong questioned in confusion. Yes, it is indeed that Wang Mian. I heard he wants to take Wu Xian as his disciple. The nurse replied enviously. Really? Where are they now? Liu Dong inquired. I was so focused on talking to you that I forgot to mention. Master Wang Mian asked me to call you over. Let's hurry. The nurse said nervously. I can't leave just yet. My brother is here, Liu Dong insisted. Your brother will not disappear if you step away for a moment. What's there to be afraid of? The nurse countered. No need. She will return once the examination is over, Liu Dong said, walking towards Wu Ming's bedside. The nurse, feeling helpless, headed back to the examination center. She needed to inform the higher-ups that Wu Xian's brother refused to come. But after taking just a few steps, she halted in her tracks. A number of significant figures were approaching, led by none other than Master Wang Mian himself, followed by Wu Xian and several evolutionists. These individuals exuded a formidable presence, an iron-blooded aura radiating outward. To ordinary people, it might not feel overwhelming, but for evolutionists, it was a clear indication that they were seasoned warriors who navigated the edges of death. Master Wang Mian strode purposefully towards Wu Ming's bedside, and Liu Dong instinctively jumped up, his years of dealing with mutated beasts making him acutely aware of the threat. This group was too powerful, so powerful that it filled Liu Dong with despair. However, upon seeing Wu Xian among them, he positioned himself in front of her, gripping his tang knife tightly and gazing sternly at the approaching figures. Who are you, and what do you want? He asked in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on everyone. The group was momentarily taken aback, confused by his boldness. Yet, Master Wang Mian quickly responded with a smile. Young man, we mean no harm. Please do not be alarmed. I am Wang Mian. And these are merely my bodyguards. Wang Mian bodyguards. Oh, so it is indeed Master Wang Mian. What the nurse mentioned earlier was true, Liu Dong thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. Young man, I commend you for maintaining your composure in the presence of those far stronger than yourself. It is rare to find someone willing to confront powerful evolutionists for the sake of a friend. Wang Mian remarked, I am merely doing what a friend ought to do. Many could do the same. If not better, Lu Dong humbly replied. Haha, it is not often one encounters such modesty, especially in these apocalyptic times. Wang Mian laughed heartily. You came to see my friend, but it seems we have not yet earned the privilege of inviting a master like you. Lu Dong said, narrowing his eyes, I am here for Wu Xian. You are aware she has awakened a wood-type ability, correct? Wang Mian stated. Yes, I was just informed of that. Lu Dong responded, I wish to take her as my disciple. What do you think? Wang Mian asked. Lu Dong glanced at Wu Xian and replied, that depends on her own wishes. I cannot compel her, nor will I allow anyone else to do so. Two powerful evolutionists stepped forward, their imposing demeanor pressing down on Lu Dong. He felt as if two great mountains were bearing down upon him, yet he clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Please, temper your presence. We wouldn't want to appear foolish. Wang Mian said calmly. At his words, the two men eased their intensity, and Lu Dong immediately felt the pressure lift. Stumbling back and sitting down, Wu Xian rushed to his side, supporting him as she exclaimed, Do not go too far. Lu Dong Guo is also my brother. Why are you bullying him? I will not learn from you if you continue like this. Wang Mian shot a fierce glare at the two evolutionists and awkwardly replied, We are not bullying your brother. We are simply discussing the benefits of you studying with me. He then cast a glance at Lu Dong. Lu Dong nodded to Wang Mian and reassured Wu Xian. It's all right, Wu Xian. They are indeed discussing the matter of your studies, but you must make your own decision. Wu Xian looked at Wu Ming and then back at Lu Dong, saying, But my brother's injury is still not healed. I cannot leave him. I need to care for him. Wang Mian saw an opportunity and quickly interjected, I can heal your brother's injury instantly. It all depends on whether you wish to learn these healing methods. Once you master them, you can help him yourself. Really? If you can heal my brother, I will go study with you. Wu Xian exclaimed joyfully. Haha, very well. I will treat your brother right away, Wang Mian said. Moving towards Wu Ming's bedside, Wang Mian carefully unwrapped the bandages from Wu Ming's wounds, placing his palm near the injury. Gradually, green energy began to flow into the wound, healing it at an observable rate. The healed wound bore no scar, appearing as if it had never been injured. After a while, Wang Mian, perspiring profusely, withdrew his hand and stood back. Your brother's wounds are healed. He will awaken shortly, he announced. Really? That's wonderful, Wu Xian cheered. Lu Dong, astonished by Wang Mian's abilities, recognized the true strength of wood-type healing powers. The title of master was certainly well-deserved. Wang Mian turned to Lu Dong, asking, Young man, would you like some treatment as well? Do you know where your injuries lie? Lu Dong was utterly shocked. Wang Mian could discern his internal injuries. After a moment of surprise, he replied, Then I shall trouble you, master. Wang Mian placed a hand on Lu Dong's back, allowing green energy to flow into his body, swiftly healing his internal organs. In an instant, Lu Dong felt himself restored to peak condition, even stronger than before. He bowed to Master Wang Mian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your healing. Now, will you come study with me? You too can achieve this level of healing. Wang Mian gestured towards Wu Xian. Can I really become as powerful as you? Wu Xian's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes, as long as you diligently learn from me, it is entirely possible for you to reach my level or even surpass it, Wang Mian assured her. All right, once my brother wakes up, I will tell him and then go study with you. Wu Xian said, her face brimming with excitement. Good. We shall depart once your brother awakens. Wang Mian replied without impatience. Thank you, master, for agreeing to teach my sister. Wu Ming expressed his gratitude to Wang Mian. No need for thanks. It is all part of contributing to humanity's survival, Wang Mian replied. Before long, Wu Ming awoke, and Lu Dong and Wu Xian recounted the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Wu Ming sighed. That was truly perilous. I nearly lost my life in the jungle. Thankfully, the appearance of the mad god saved me. Otherwise, I might not have returned. Fortunately, my sister has awakened her ability, no longer a weakling. He felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of his sister leaving with Master Wang Mian. They would not be able to see each other as frequently as before. Go learn well from the master. When you complete your studies, we can hunt together again, Wu Ming encouraged Wu Xian. Yes, yes, brother. When I return after my studies, we will hunt together, Wu Xian replied earnestly. Xian heir, it is time to leave, came Wang Mian's voice from the doorway. All right, teacher, I will be right there, Wu Xian responded. Thank you, master, for willing to teach my sister, Wu Ming said to Wang Mian. There is no need for thanks. It is merely a contribution to humanity's survival. Wang Mian, Wu Xian, Wang Mian, Wu Ming, 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 and Wu Ming quietly crept forward, doing their utmost to evade the surrounding mutated beasts. Meanwhile, 3 groups of individuals were swiftly making their way deeper into the jungle. One was the Mad God Squad, another comprised the Lin family's bio-warriors, and the last consisted of scattered bounty hunters. All were advancing into the depths of the forest, where the chilling cries of beasts and humans intermittently echoed. The scent of blood gradually permeated the air. The screams from the jungle caught the attention of a king-level mutated beast, which let out a terrifying roar. Soon, a symphony of beastly howls intertwined, resembling a haunting orchestration. Instantly, all the mutated beasts in the jungle abandoned their stealthy assault on humans and collectively surged deeper into the thicket. Lu Dong and Wu Ming dared not move, remaining as still as statues. Chapter 9. The mutated divine fruit, what is that? Could it possibly be the object guarded by so many mutated beasts? Wu Ming stammered in astonishment, pointing towards a vividly colored plant in the distance. Following Wu Ming's gesture, Lu Dong was equally taken aback. About 100 meters away, on a rock, stood a plant approximately half a meter tall, adorned with 5 or 6 bright red fruits, each the size of an EGGIT. Must be this plant. Given the surrounding mutated beasts, Lu Dong remarked, it appears quite delectable. Why not we pluck a few to take back? Wu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dio, you have the confidence to gather them amidst so many king-level mutated beasts? Lu Dong chuckled at Wu Ming. Indeed, it would be quite perilous to act with so many monsters around. Wu Ming conceded awkwardly, we should retreat. This venture is beyond our capabilities. That how we simply leave. Wu Ming expressed a hint of reluctance. What else can we do? Do you wish to challenge the king-level mutated beasts? Lu Dong replied. At that moment, all the mutated beasts simultaneously turned their gaze towards the left direction where the 2 were positioned, letting out a threatening roar. The 2, ready to withdraw, looked bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Shortly thereafter, rustling sounds emerged from the jungle, finally dispelling their confusion. A group of individuals appeared in their line of sight, led by the mad god Luo Kuang, followed by a dozen others. Before Luo Kuang could speak, another group approached, this one led by a stoic individual, whose expressionless comrade seemed rather unsettling. Lu Dong exchanged glances with Wu Ming, and they halted their retreat, eagerly observing the approaching factions. Indeed, it is an evolutionary treasure. Ha ha! It is improper for one to hoard it all for oneself. Lin Tianan chuckled. Insolence. How dare you disrespect the mad god? A figure beside Luo Kuang stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura towards Lin Tianan. Humph! When did it become your turn to interrupt my conversation with the mad god? Lin Tianan retorted without hesitation. With a swift motion, the young man beside Luo Kuang drew his weapon, aiming a strike at Lin Tianan's back. Just then, Luo Kuang intervened, seizing the young man's weapon and smilingly declared, I have no intention of monopolizing this evolutionary treasure. It is not yet in my possession. If you have the ability, go seize it from them. Luo Kuang gestured towards the multitude of mutated beasts nearby, for they are the rightful owners of the evolutionary treasure. If you desire it, you must request it from them, ha ha, as long as the mad god does not hinder me. I shall proceed. Lin Tianan replied with a grin. Very well, be my guest, Luo Kuang responded. Then I would like to thank the mad god, he added, gesturing towards the horde of mutated beasts, prompting his followers to draw their weapons and charge forward. The mutated beasts were enraged, and thousands of them surged towards Lin Tianan and his group. Luo Kuang, accompanied by the Mad God Squad, swiftly retreated 200 meters, clearing the battleground. Although the bio-warriors under Lin Tianan possessed king-level combat capabilities, they were ultimately outnumbered. A brutal massacre ensued, filling the jungle with the howls of mutated beasts and the cries of the fallen. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of Lin Tianan. Countless lower-tier mutated beasts were slain, but eventually, the king-level beasts could no longer contain themselves. 4 king-level mutated beasts joined the fray. Although the bio-warriors felt no pain and would not retreat, they were still no match for the king-level beasts. One massive gorilla seized a bio-warrior and, with a fierce pull, tore him apart, showering its face in blood, rendering it even more terrifying. A giant crocodile lunged at another bio-warrior, decapitating him in one swift bite. Leaving a headless corpse gushing blood on the ground, a colossal wolf slashed at another bio-warrior's neck, who collapsed, clutching his throat as he writhed in agony. A gigantic bear swatted at the nearest bio-warrior, crushing his head into his chest cavity. The scene was horrifyingly bloody, and Lin Tianan's expression grew increasingly grim. These 12 bio-warriors were precious resources painstakingly accumulated by the Research Institute. Losing 4 in an instant would make returning a challenge. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Tianan's eyes turned red with fury. The battle raged on, the bloodshed relentless. Finally, the gorilla, caught off guard, was struck in the leg by a bio-wa as the exhilaration faded. Wu Ming turned to Lu Dong and inquired, "Surely there can't be any, right? Did you not see how many people there were? So many mutated beasts were vying for this fruit, weren't they? I suspect it is a treasure that can facilitate human evolution." Lu Dong, drooling, responded, "Just because mutated beasts can consume it, doesn't imply we can as well. Who knows what changes might occur if we ingest it?" Faced with the gravity of the situation, Wu Ming found himself wavering. "Indeed, so what should we do?" Lu Dong furrowed his brow and suggested, "Perhaps we should set it aside for now and wait until we ascertain what this thing truly is." Wu Ming concurred. "Yes, that sounds wise, but we must ensure that the knowledge of this fruit remains with us. Otherwise, we could end up in dire straits," Lu Dong solemnly asserted. "Rest assured, even in death, I shall remain silent." Wu Ming then mused, "I wonder how the battle in the jungle is faring." "Let that be," Lu Dong replied. "We have already made our decision. The outcome of the battle is inconsequential to us." Wu Ming remarked, "I shall venture out to gather some information." Upon finishing his words, he stepped outside, while Lu Dong carefully concealed the fruit within his hidden compartment. Half an hour later, Wu Ming returned. Brimming with excitement, "Dong Gu, we have struck it rich." The rumors outside claim this item is an evolution treasure, purportedly originating from the domain of the Mad God. An evolution treasure? What purpose does it serve? Lu Dong questioned, puzzled. The Mad God is indeed present, yet it seems there has been no activity from him. Wu Ming replied, "I am not certain, but I know this fruit is indeed a treasure. It is said that consuming it will elevate one's rank without any side effects." Lu Dong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he queried, "Does that mean we could ascend 3 ranks? Wu Ming nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a drum. "Let us give it a try," Lu Dong declared, producing the fruit, and they each took one. Lu Dong opened his mouth and bit into the crimson fruit. A refreshing stream surged down his throat and into his abdomen. He quickly finished the fruit and let out a satisfied belch. Chapter 10. Mental enhancement. After consuming the fruit, a wave of heat erupted from within Lu Dong, surging toward his mind in an instant. A formidable mental force swept through the entire stronghold like autumn winds scattering leaves. The entire stronghold materialized in Lu Dong's consciousness, leaving him momentarily bewildered and unresponsive. Wu Ming, noticing Lu Dong's stupor after eating the fruit, anxiously called out, "Dong Gu, Dong Gu. What is wrong with you?" Startled, Lu Dong snapped back to reality, retracting the overwhelming mental force that had enveloped the stronghold. The stronghold, however, erupted in chaos. All top-tier evolved beings sensed a powerful mental force sweeping across the stronghold, with stronger individuals feeling particularly alarmed in the Lin family hall. Lin Tiannan was reporting to Lin Jintian about the developments deep within the jungle when a sudden sense of dread enveloped the entire hall. Lin Jintian rose abruptly, a formidable aura emanating from him. Yet, the mental force was fleeting, dissipating in an instant without a trace. Lin Jintian resumed his seat and addressed the assembly. It appears Tiannan's failure is to be expected. I wonder what incited the mutated beasts to revolt. There must be some hidden truth behind it. There may be concealed strong individuals within the stronghold, perhaps even more powerful than the 10 gods. 2 matters require our immediate attention. First, we must uncover the cause of the mutated beast's upheaval. The evolution treasure must be secured. Second, we need to locate this mysterious powerful entity within the stronghold and recruit them if possible. Lin Jintian articulated. Shall we send a reconnaissance team into the jungle to investigate the cause of the mutated beast's turmoil? Lin Tiannan expressed his reluctance to accept defeat, eager to obtain the evolution treasure. Very well, the Godslayer team has been disbanded. We shall activate the Godslayer team instead. Let them ascertain the reason behind the mutated beast revolt and retrieve the evolution treasure, Lin Jintian ordered. No, the Godslayer team is our last resort. If we deploy them now and they fail, what then? Zhaowen interjected. Then what shall we do? Do we simply abandon the evolution treasure? We lost the Godslayer team, and you want to give up just like that? Lin Tiannan retorted, unwilling to relent. We can send others to gather intelligence to AS for the evolution treasure. The reconnaissance team can retrieve it amidst the chaos. Zhaowen suggested cunningly. How can we get others to investigate? They are not fools, Lin Tiannan scoffed. We could issue a mission. We can post a bounty at the Bounty Hunter Guild for the cause of the mutated beast revolt. Zhaowen replied with a smile. Excellent idea. With a generous reward, those bounty hunters will undoubtedly investigate. Once they do, we can create some chaos, and the evolution treasure will be firmly within our grasp. Lin Jintian laughed heartily. Very well. I shall proceed to post the mission immediately. As Lin Tiannan exited the hall, he made his way to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Meanwhile, at Luo Kuang's residence, he was equally astonished by the mental force that swept through the stronghold. To think there exists such a powerful individual within the stronghold, this is unprecedented. Yet, there is something familiar about it. Could it be someone I know? But none of the people I know possess such strength. This mental power has surpassed the royal level. It is truly terrifying, Luo Kuang muttered to himself. As for Lu Dong, the individual at the center of it all, he remained blissfully unaware that his actions had instilled fear in the powerful beings throughout the stronghold. Dong Gu, after consuming the fruit, did you not feel any changes? Did you not directly ascend a rank? Wu Ming inquired anxiously. No rank ascension? Is this fruit merely delicious? Lu Dong replied dejectedly. Impossible. A fruit that so many strong beings and mutated beasts are competing for cannot simply be delectable. I refuse to believe it, Wu Ming insisted. Then why not try another one? I haven't ascended either, Lu Dong replied helplessly. All right, I will give it a try, Wu Ming said, biting into the fruit and quickly finishing it. The delightful sensation nearly made him moan in pleasure. Suddenly, his aura began to surge, instantly breaking through to the intermediate level, and continued to rise, powerful forces washing over him. Advanced, top tier, until it finally halted at the king level. An immense aura erupted from Wu Ming, sending Lu Dong flying against the wall before he crumpled to the ground. Lu Dong stared dazedly at Wu Ming. Wu Ming felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him, powerful enough that his former self could have effortlessly crushed countless foes. Turning to share his elation with Lu Dong, he noticed that Lu Dong was slowly getting up from the corner. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he hurried to assist him, asking, Dong Gu, who did this to you? I shall deal with them. Yet, I see no intruder here. Wu Ming scratched his head in confusion. Damn it, you're the one who caused me this suffering. Lu Dong silently berated himself. No one else did. It was merely the shockwave from your sudden breakthrough. Lu Dong replied slowly. Huh? Is it really that powerful? Wu Ming queried incredulously. Indeed. You should now possess the strength of a king-level evolved being, right? Lu Dong said sourly. I am unsure. I simply feel immensely powerful now, Lu Dong replied. Wu Ming beamed. I cannot fathom why the fruit worked wonders for you but seemed ineffective for me. Lu Dong lamented. Dong Gu, there are 4 fruits remaining. Let us each take two, Wu Ming eagerly suggested. Liu Dong understood Wu Ming's intent to bring the fruits to his sister for her to sample. Very well, 2 for each of us, but let us ensure this remains a secret. Otherwise, we may not survive, Liu Dong cautioned solemnly. Understood. I shall keep my word, Wu Ming affirmed before taking his 2 fruits and departing. As he watched Wu Ming's figure fade into the distance, Liu Dong fell into deep contemplation. Why could Wu Ming ascend multiple ranks while he felt no change? No. What was that sensation earlier? The entirety of the stronghold and its happenings had materialized in his mind. There must be some underlying issue. But what could it be? Liu Dong sensed his wind-based abilities and found no apparent change. Perhaps he should test his mental abilities. Just then, Liu Dong's jaw dropped in astonishment. In the center of his mind, a multicolored hexagonal crystal was slowly rotating, emanating waves of formidable mental pressure. Liu Dong rejoiced, thinking, could this be a mental crystal? I have struck gold. If abilities are difficult to enhance, then mental abilities are even harder to strengthen. Since awakening his mental abilities, Liu Dong had always deemed them to be rather useless due to their difficulty in enhancement. But now, things were different. His mental power had crystallized, signifying a terrifying level of strength. Unfortunately, he lacked the means to wield this mental power. There were very few individuals in the world with mental abilities. Thus, it still seemed rather useless. Unless he could find a way to utilize his mental power, I wonder if I could hypnotize others like the hypnotists before the apocalypse. Should I venture out to test it? Liu Dong pondered. Yes, I must try.it could very well become a means of survival. He resolved. However, whom should he test it on? This was quite the conundrum. Liu Dong lamented his lack of a test subject. Meanwhile, Wu Ming had arrived at Master Wang Mian's residence. At the entrance, 2 evolved beings stood guard. As he approached, they intercepted him, demanding, "What brings you here?" 2 guards inquired. "I am here to seek Master Wang Mian." "Could you kindly inform him?" Wu Ming responded. "What business do you have with Master Wang Mian? Surely, you do not wish for him to assist in healing another. You should abandon that hope. Master Wang Mian is unavailable." "So be off with you." One of the guards interjected. "I am searching for my sister, who is currently studying under Master Wang Mian." Wu Ming retorted. "Your sister? Who might she be?" The guard replied. "My sister's name is Wu Xian, and I am Wu Ming. You may inquire within." Wu Ming scoffed. "You merely claim to know her? You assert you are her brother? If you are her brother, then I am her father. Ha ha, do not provoke my ire. Depart at once." Just as the guard finished speaking, he was sent flying, crashing against the door and collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The assailant was none other than Wu Ming. The other guard, realizing the audacity of causing a disturbance at Master Wang Mian's residence, drew his long knife, threatening, "You seek death." However, before the strike could land, a powerful aura erupted from Wu Ming, sending the guard hurtling away. The other guard, already gravely injured, found himself pinned to the ground by this overwhelming force. The potent pressure radiated forth, instantly alerting the elite-level evolutionists within. A dozen top-tier evolutionists, including 2 at the king level, appeared. The leading king-level evolutionist addressed the guards. He attempted to force his way into Master Wang Mian's abode. "We obstructed him, and he injured us." One guard, with a glint of cunning in his eye, turned to the king-level evolutionist and inquired, "Is this true, my lord?" Wu Ming replied calmly, "I merely sought my sister, but they barred my entry and insulted my father. Hence, I retaliated." The king-level evolutionist probed further. "What is your sister's name?" "Her name is Wu Xian, and she is a disciple of Master Wang Mian," Wu Ming responded. The king-level evolutionist continued. "Ah, you are Wu Xian's brother?" Wu Ming confirmed. "Indeed, Master Wang Mian accepted my sister as a disciple just days ago." At this point, the king-level evolutionist began to believe Wu Ming's words and instructed his subordinates, "Go fetch Wu Xian." Shortly thereafter, Wu Xian emerged with a group, led by Master Wang Mian himself. "Brother, what brings you here?" "I am learning how to control my abilities and healing under my teacher," Wu Xian exclaimed joyfully, sharing her experiences during her time with Master Wang Mian. Meanwhile, Master Wang Mian sensed something amiss. What was the source of that powerful aura? He inquired of the nearby king-level evolutionist, who recounted the entire incident without embellishment. while the two guards trembled in fear. "You two need not return here again. I shall not provide you with any treatment henceforth. Not even the healers of the entire fortress will assist you," Master Wang Mian remarked indifferently. While Master Wang Mian was admonishing the guards, Wu Ming discreetly slipped a red fruit to Wu Xian, whispering its purpose and urging her to keep its existence a secret. After their conversation, Wu Ming took his leave, bidding farewell to Master Wang Mian. Chapter 11. Zombie Disturbance. Lu Dong hesitated to employ his psychic powers on the inhabitants of the fortress, but he contemplated testing them on the zombies outside. Having made up his mind, he approached Wu Ming to discuss their venture. Soon, the two were equipped and set forth. This time, they did not accept any missions, as their primary aim was training. Undertaking a mission would hinder their progress. Before long, they entered the wasteland, where a few scattered zombies roamed. The duo's presence drew the attention of the nearby zombies, who, like sharks sensing blood, began to converge towards them, growling incessantly. The two calmly applied a concoction of corpse repellent and cautiously approached the nearest zombies. "Let's give it a try and see if it aligns with my hypothesis," Lu Dong mused. He signaled to Wu Ming, who brandished his silver pistol. Standing guard beside him, Lu Dong slowly closed his eyes, delving into his mind to attempt to control the psychic crystal within. Upon contact, a formidable psychic force erupted from Lu Dong, exuding an oppressive pressure that immediately pinned Wu Ming to the ground, while all living creatures within a 10-kilometer radius were similarly subdued. Weaker beings trembled in fear, while stronger ones struggled against the overwhelming force. Wu Ming felt the brunt of it. Despite being a king-level evolutionist, he found himself immobilized. The sheer terror of Lu Dong's psychic power was evident, as the nearby zombies were obliterated, their bones shattered into a gruesome mess. Although Lu Dong sensed something unusual, he was utterly bewildered when he opened his eyes, realizing the extent of his psychic prowess. How formidable this would be in combat! Elation coursed through him as he contemplated the ease it would bring to hunting. Yet, he noted the considerable drain this power exerted. He was still unfamiliar with its nuances. Unbeknownst to them, 10 kilometers away, a zombie resembling a little girl tilted her head in curiosity, fixating on their direction. A terrifying roar erupted from her mouth, summoning a horde of mutated zombies that assembled before her, a mix of intermediate, advanced, top-tier, and king-level zombies, akin to an army awaiting inspection. The little girl let out another chilling roar, prompting the mutated zombies to respond in kind, their cries echoing across the wasteland like a nightmarish arena. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased, and 4 king-level mutated zombies surged toward Lu Dong and Wu Ming, while the other mutated zombies dispersed. These 4 king-level zombies differed from others, boasting large heads and a tongue-like stinger. Their abilities revolved around consumption, earning them the moniker Devourers. Meanwhile, the little girl zombie stood still, as 10 kilometers was merely a 10-minute journey for a mutated king-level zombie. While Lu Dong and Wu Ming remained enthralled by the potency of their psychic powers. Without warning, a sharp tongue shot forth from a distance. Lu Dong reacted swiftly, attempting to evade, but the difference between mental acknowledgement and physical response was stark. He narrowly missed a critical injury, yet the stinger still pierced him. The sound of flesh being punctured echoed as Lu Dong was impaled. Though Wu Ming reacted as well, he was unable to save Lu Dong, as 2 such creatures were tangling with him. Witnessing Lu Dong's predicament ignited a rage within him, and he unleashed a flurry of gunfire, his movements both graceful and exaggerated. The remaining 3 mutated zombies encircled Wu Ming, attacking relentlessly, while the one that had pierced Lu Dong used its stinger to pull him closer. Due to excessive blood loss, Lu Dong lacked the strength to resist, being dragged toward the king-level mutated zombie. Overwhelmed with despair, Lu Dong suddenly recalled that while his body could not fight back, his psychic power could not. A surge of formidable psychic energy erupted from him, bearing down on the king-level mutated zombie. However, the king-level mutated zombie, equally endowed with strong psychic abilities, resisted Lu Dong's onslaught. Sweat poured down Lu Dong's brow as blood trickled from his mouth. Gradually, his psychic force began to overwhelm the king-level mutated zombie, pushing its own psychic energy inward. Typically, Lu Dong would cease applying pressure once his opponent succumbed, But this was a matter of life and death. He gritted his teeth, intensifying his psychic force as it pressed deeper into the mutated zombie's mind. The king-level mutated zombie's psychic energy was gradually usurped, and Lu Dong's power surged into its consciousness. In that fleeting moment, Lu Dong felt he could control the king-level mutated zombie, a sensation that elated him. Rendering the pain from his wound insignificant, he discovered that this king-level mutated zombie had been dispatched by the Royal Zombie King with a singular aim: to consume his psychic energy. This devourer possessed the ability to absorb others' powers for its own use. The prospect of acquiring such an ability thrilled Lu Dong. What would it be like to wield 3 or even 4 powers? It was an enticing thought. He resolved to find a way to obtain it. However, how could he procure this devouring ability? Lu Dong pondered, considering whether to enlist the aid of the scientific institute within the fortress to strip it of its power. Yet, he dismissed the idea. Those researchers were like ravenous wolves, likely to go mad at the sight of rare abilities. He needed another approach. What other options remained? Lu Dong's eyes brightened with a sudden realization. Indeed, he could consume the divine crystal of the creature. Although the risk was considerable, what if he succeeded? There had been precedents in the past. At the onset of the apocalyptic virus, aside from the naturally awakened evolved beings, others had also resorted to consuming divine crystals. However, this method was fraught with danger. Some who ingested the crystals did achieve evolution, only to transform into zombies or hybrids of human and beast. Others experienced no reaction at all. Only a scant few successfully awakened their powers and became evolved beings. As Lu Dong pondered this, he found himself devoid of better options. While the intense pain incessantly assaulted his nerves, a wave of dizziness washed over him, a constant reminder of his excessive blood loss. It was only then that he recalled he was still impaled by the creature's tongue. With determination, Lu Dong controlled the devourer and slowly extracted the tongue from his body, gritting his teeth against the agony. He nearly lost his grip on control, yet having faced countless life and death moments, he managed to endure the pain. With a swift motion, the tongue was finally withdrawn, and a spurt of dark blood erupted from his wound. Lu Dong commanded the royal-level mutated zombie to approach him. He drew his tang knife and thrust it into the zombie's skull, twisting fiercely. The royal-level mutated zombie convulsed before collapsing to the ground. The fall of the devourer attracted the attention of the other 3 royal-level mutated zombies entangled with Wu Ming. With mournful wails, they turned and fled along the path they had come. Half kneeling on the ground, Lu Dong propped himself up with the tip of his tang knife. Wu Ming, seeing the royal-level mutated zombies retreat, chose not to pursue them but hurried to Lu Dong's side. "How are you? Is your injury severe?" he asked, filled with guilt. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy from blood loss," Lu Dong replied weakly. "Let me bandage your wound," Wu Ming said, quickly retrieving a first aid kit to tend to Lu Dong's injury. "All right, go ahead. I can endure it," Lu Dong encouraged. "Bear with it." Wu Ming pressed the medicinal powder onto Lu Dong's wound. The excruciating pain sent shockwaves through Lu Dong's entire being, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, but soon enough, Wu Ming had finished bandaging him. "Let's go. I'll carry you back to the stronghold," Wu Ming said. "Wait, help me extract the divine crystal from this zombie first." Lu Dong mustered his strength to say. "All right," Wu Ming replied, turning to plunge Lu Dong's tang knife into the devourer's head. Moments later, he unearthed a black hexagonal crystal, shimmering with hints of iridescence. Wu Ming handed the crystal to Lu Dong, who tucked it into his pocket. With Wu Ming carrying him, they swiftly made their way toward the stronghold. Before long, they arrived at Lu Dong's dwelling, where Wu Ming gently laid him on the bed. "You should head back now. I'm fine. We can discuss things tomorrow," Lu Dong said. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. "Take care of your injuries for the next couple of days. I'll come by tomorrow morning." With that, he turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Once Wu Ming had departed, Lu Dong retrieved the divine crystal he had just acquired. Gazing intently at the black crystal with its iridescent glow, he found himself captivated by its beauty. Should he consume it or not? Lu Dong hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself, deciding that he must consume it. Death or survival. It was an opportunity he could not forfeit. With that thought, Lu Dong produced the red fruit he had saved. He placed the Devourer's crystal into his mouth, followed by the red fruit. 2 Terrifying energies surged through his body. A silent roar escaped Lu Dong's lips as he found himself unable to speak or move. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his flesh from within. Dark impurities began to seep from his body, transforming Lu Dong into a figure seemingly submerged in ink. Approximately 3 hours later, the agonizing pain gradually subsided. Lu Dong's once fuzzy consciousness began to relax, ultimately leading him into a deep slumber. The following day, Lu Dong opened his eyes to sunlight streaming through the window, warming his face. He sprang up, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. It seemed he hadn't transformed into a zombie after all. A sigh of relief escaped him. Little did he know that his impulsive action the previous day had saved his life. A crystal within the human body demands a vast amount of energy to neutralize. Without it, the individual would succumb to zombification. Fortunately, the mutated divine fruit contained abundant energy. The absence of mutation indicated success. Now, he needed to ascertain whether he had acquired any abilities. Chapter 12. Chaotic Crystal. Lu Dong's mind slowly descended into his consciousness, and the visions within astounded him. His wind-type ability crystal was gone, as was his mental energy crystal. Only a multicolored crystal remained, slowly rotating and occasionally emanating waves of pressure. What the hell? All my abilities are gone. What is this thing? Lu Dong murmured in confusion. No time for panic. I must see if I can still utilize my powers. He cautiously reached out to touch the multicolored crystal. In an instant, elation surged through him. Indeed, he had obtained the Devourer's powers. This meant that he could directly consume any divine crystal he desired in the future. What a windfall! With such a formidable ability, as long as he exercised caution, he could undoubtedly become a super strong individual. Overwhelmed with ambition, Lu Dong envisioned himself as a powerful force, capable of surpassing even the 10 gods. Yet, he quickly felt disheartened, realizing he had not yet achieved that strength. Don't lose hope. All I need is time. As long as I remain alive, no one can thwart my rise. With this thought, Lu Dong clenched his fists tightly. In this damned apocalypse, I will uncover the truth behind it all. Ever since the outbreak of the virus, Lu Dong had been desperate to understand why the world had descended into chaos. Initially, he suspected the 10 gods were to blame, but soon he discerned that the situation was far more complex. Thus, he continued his pursuit of the truth. Now armed with this crystal, he could endlessly consume divine crystals to grow stronger, allowing him to navigate this cursed world with greater ease. Sitting alone on his bed, Lu Dong chuckled to himself, oblivious to how his expression resembled that of a grinning fool, his white teeth contrasting against his darkened appearance. What is that foul smell? Ugh, it seems to be emanating from me. A glance in the mirror revealed his body caked in dark grime, the source of the odor. With urgency, Lu Dong dashed to the bathroom and scrubbed himself vigorously for nearly half an hour. When he finally emerged, he felt refreshed. The mirror reflected a handsome young man with well-defined features and a chiseled face. Why do I look a bit like a pretty boy? Lu Dong mused, feeling a surge of narcissism. The red fruit had not only enhanced Lu Dong's physical prowess, but also bolstered his mental strength, ultimately saving his life at a critical moment. He carefully concealed the remaining fruit, contemplating whether he should purchase the other one from Wu Ming. Just as he pondered, he heard a knock at the door. Hastening to open it, he found Wu Ming standing there. Donggu, are you feeling better? Wu Ming inquired apologetically. I'm fine now. See, I'm lively as ever, Lu Dong replied, bouncing a bit for emphasis. This left Wu Ming bewildered. Wu Ming reached out to inspect Lu Dong's wound. It's gone. How can that be? You were just injured yesterday. How could you be so lively today? Is there some kind of potion that heals overnight? Wu Ming questioned, furrowing his brow. Hey, back off. I don't have that kind of hobby, Lu Dong said, casting a curious glance at Wu Ming, who appeared increasingly awkward. I just find it strange how quickly your wound healed. There isn't even a scar. Donggu, do you have something special you haven't shared with me? There's nothing special. It was just the medicinal powder you used yesterday. Lu Dong waved his hand dismissively. Really? There's nothing at all? Wu Ming pressed, still unconvinced. Truly, perhaps it's just my unique constitution, Lu Dong replied vaguely. Wu Ming remained skeptical but chose to bury his doubts when he saw Lu Dong's reluctance to elaborate. By the way, I heard many discussing an incredibly powerful individual appearing at the stronghold. His mental force could sweep across the entire fortress in an instant, Wu Ming said, awe evident in his tone. An instant sweep across the entire stronghold. When did this happen? Lu Dong's demeanor shifted. Becoming cautious, I heard it occurred yesterday, but that powerful individual didn't reveal himself. It seemed to coincide with the time we were consuming the fruit. Wu Ming continued, unaware of the connection he was making. Wu Ming had no inkling that the mental force that swept through the stronghold was indeed Lu Dong's own, as he had experienced a vivid mental landscape encompassing everyone and everything in the fortress. However, Lu Dong had no intention of revealing this to Wu Ming. I envy those powerful beings. They can do as they please without any concerns. Lu Dong feigned admiration. Heh, now I can consider myself a strong individual too. From now on, I'll look out for you. Wu Ming chuckled as he said, TCH, just you? Lu Dong shook his head with a smile. What's wrong with me? I am, after all, a king-level evolver. Wu Ming replied with a displeased expression. Yes, my esteemed Wu is also a king-level evolver. Lu Dong remarked with an odd look. Well, that's more like it, Wu Ming said joyfully upon hearing Lu Dong's acknowledgement. By the way, where's your red fruit? Lu Dong inquired curiously. I gave one to Xiner. I still have another, Wu Ming continued. You gave one to Xiner? Did she level up? Lu Dong asked with a furrowed brow. I don't know. I haven't checked on her yet. Why don't we go see her together? Wu Ming suggested. All right, let's visit her and also pay a visit to Master Wang Mian, Lu Dong replied. The two arrived at Master Wang Mian's residence, where the guard who had previously been at the door had been dismissed. 2 new guards were stationed, and they did not trouble the two that after announcing their arrival, they entered Wang Mian's abode. Master, 2 individuals have arrived, claiming to be Wu Xian's brother, the guard reported to Wang Mian. Let them go to the living room. I will be there shortly, Wang Mian instructed the guard. Xiner, your brother is here. Come eat them with me, Wang Mian said with a smile to Wu Xian. Really? Let's hurry, she exclaimed, stopping her training and her abilities. You little ingrate, abandoning your teacher the moment your brother arrives. Wang Mian said with a hearty laugh. Not at all, teacher. It's just that I haven't seen my brother in a long time. I missed him a bit, so I got a little excited, Wu Xian replied, sticking out her tongue. Let's go. I've arranged for them to be taken to the living room, Wang Mian said as he headed in that direction. Before long, Wang Mian brought Wu Xian to the living room, where she immediately rushed towards Wu Ming. Bro, haven't you been hunting outside lately? Wu Xian asked affectionately, tugging at Wu Ming's arm. No. I came to see you before heading out. How's your progress? Wu Ming replied with a smile. What? You only see your real brother and not your faux brother? Lu Dong teased. Of course not. Brother Lu Dong is the worst, always making fun of me. I'm ignoring you now, Wu Xian said, raising her chin defiantly. She even disregards her teacher. What hope is there for you? Wang Mian added. How annoying, teacher. Why are you joining in? Wu Xian said, feeling a bit shy. The 3 of them burst into laughter. You all are just teasing me, Wu Xian pouted, pulling on Wu Ming's arm. All right, no more teasing, Lu Dong said, exchanging a knowing glance with Wu Ming. Master, I have a question I would like to ask you. Is there a more private place? Lu Dong inquired. Wang Mian studied Lu Dong's eyes, pondering what he might want to ask. Yes, follow me, he replied, leading Lu Dong into a secret chamber within the living room. Wu Ming then quietly asked Xiner, did you eat that fruit? Yes, I did. After eating it, I leveled up several times. Teacher even praised me as a genius, Wu Xian declared, proudly puffing out her still-developing chest like a triumphant rooster. So, what tier are you at now? Wu Ming continued questioning. Top-tier evolver, impressive, right? Wu Xian beamed. Oh, did your teacher not ask where you got the fruit? Wu Ming asked nervously. I didn't mention that I ate the fruit. Teacher doesn't know about it, Wu Xian replied. So, your teacher didn't suspect anything? Wu Ming pressed on. No. Oh brother, why are you so annoying? Wu Xian said, slightly displeased. All right, I won't ask anymore. Wu Ming finally relaxed. If anyone were to discover that the fruit had come from him, it would not take long for them to uncover that he and Lu Dong had ventured deep into the jungle and stealthily taken the fruits. At that point, they would find themselves without a foothold in the entire fortress and face the grim prospect of being hunted. "Master, I wish to ask if you have heard of the black crystal with 7 colors?" Lu Dong inquired. "A black crystal with 7 colors? Where did you hear that?" Wang Mian stood up to ask. "Yes, I once heard about it, but that was a long time ago." Lu Dong's expression shifted. "Where is that person?" Wang Mian continued. "I don't know. They were lost long ago," he replied. "I met them while fleeing together." Lu Dong said, maintaining his composure. "Originally, this was classified information, but since you asked, I will share it with you," Wang Mian said slowly, taking a seat. 2 months after the virus outbreak, someone extracted the crystal you mentioned from the brain of a mutated zombie. It was later referred to as the Chaos Crystal. At that time, genetic engineering was not as advanced as it is now. Many people naturally awakened their abilities, while those who did not were filled with despair, leading some to consider consuming crystals to obtain evolutionary powers. Many failed, but there were also successful cases. The person who extracted that crystal ended up consuming it themselves and successfully evolved into what you referred to. However, within half a month, news spread that they had killed an evolver and devoured their powers. Consequently, they became the target of everyone's pursuit. The one who spread that news was their partner. In reality, they did not kill anyone, but rather hunted outside zombies and mutated beasts. They were too trusting of others, which led to their betrayal. Just as they were about to be killed, they broke through the crowd and charged straight at the one who betrayed them. With a single strike, they killed that person. However, they were exhausted afterward and were slain by the dragon god who arrived in response to the commotion. Many evolvers perished in that battle, and the crystal was taken away by the dragon god. Having finished speaking, Master Wang Mian fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 13. The Siege of Zombies. As Lu Dong and Wu Ming were engaging in pleasantries with Wang Mian, a terrifying wail echoed from outside the fortress. The inhabitants of the fortress had grown accustomed to the ghostly howls outside and paid them no mind. It was precisely this negligence that plunged the fortress into crisis. The Kwangshen fortress had 4 gates, each guarded by fully armed soldiers. 3 sides faced the wilderness, while only the north gate was separated from a 30-meter-wide river by a 10-kilometer expanse of barren land. Zombies were advancing toward the Kwangshan fortress from the other 3 sides, and such large-scale movements would typically be detected. Unfortunately, this time, powerful zombie kings led the charge, driving ordinary zombies forward. "How are these zombies moving toward the fortress?" One person wondered aloud. "I don't know. They must be lost." Another laughed heartily. "So many zombies are heading toward the fortress. This can't be a coincidence, right?" "Oh, it seems to be true." Suddenly, the first speaker looked down in confusion as a tongue-like spear pierced through their chest from behind, spewing blood as they fell to the ground in disbelief. The second person met a similar fate, collapsing without even a scream. If the two had managed to turn back, they would have seen several predators swiftly approaching from behind, the tongue-like spear having launched from the mouth of one of them. Such scenes unfolded on all 3 sides of the fortress, with zombies from the east and west gates splitting off to move toward the north gate. A dense horde of zombies advanced toward the fortress, and the survivors they encountered along the way were ambushed and killed by high-level mutated zombies. In the distance, powerful mutated zombies such as predators and iron corpses could be vaguely seen trailing behind the horde. Even more terrifying were the massive figures of the berserkers. Berserkers were enormous in size, evolving through a simple process of continuously devouring low-level zombies to grow. They possessed thick blood, high defense, immense strength, and rapid recovery. Their sheer size posed a threat to any living being. However, berserkers typically concealed themselves within ruined cities. "Quickly, we must deliver this news to the fortress. Otherwise, humanity will face extinction," pleaded a middle-aged man, who lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, while a dozen individuals fought against several mutated zombies around him. "Captain, we won't leave if we go. We go together," a young man replied while fending off an attack from a mutated zombie. "Get back to the fortress now. Take this message to Lord Kwangshan and prepare the fortress," the middle-aged man insisted. The young man gritted his teeth and did not respond, striking at his opponent. An iron corpse. Just at that moment, a figure appeared in the path of the iron corpse's attack. With a swift claw, it pierced through the middle-aged man's body, allowing the young man to evade disaster. The young man stared dumbfounded at his captain, who was now spitting blood. "Captain!" he shouted, slashing at the Iron Corpse's arm. Whether it was the captain's imminent death that ignited the young man's fury or the Iron Corpse's weakness being struck, the Iron Corpse's arm was severed. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man supported his dying captain. "Hurry and lead the brothers out. We must relay the message back. We cannot let our sacrifice be in vain." The captain grasped the young man's collar tightly, then with a final glance, his grip slackened. Devastated, the young man slowly lowered the middle-aged captain, kneeling before him. "Captain, rest assured, I will complete the mission," he vowed, wiping away his tears as he shouted to those still fighting around him. "Retreat, fight, and fall back." They began to move toward the fortress, determined not to let the captain's death be in vain and to ensure the message reached the stronghold. After declaring his intent, he charged towards the fortress, and the others, abandoning their own foes, fervently advanced in the same direction, cleaving through the zombies that obstructed their path. Have the scouts located the Zombie King? Have they identified the cause of the undead's unusual movements? Luo Kuang inquired of his subordinate, "My lord, the scout team has not reported back in over a day. I have dispatched another team to assess the situation, but we have yet to receive any updates." The subordinate replied, "We must ascertain the whereabouts of the Zombie King swiftly. Eliminating him sooner will mitigate our losses," Luo Kuang asserted. "Understood. I will arrange for personnel to investigate promptly," the subordinate responded. Unbeknownst to Luo Kuang, there were not just one, but 8 Zombie Kings outside the fortress, driving the zombies towards it from all 4 directions. "Why is that man covered in blood?" a guard at the east gate queried. Puzzled, "Urgent report. Quickly inform Lord Kwangshan. The zombies are surrounding the city." The bloodied individual rushed to the guard, exclaiming, "Surrounded by zombies? Brother, have you lost your mind in the wasteland?" The guard chuckled, "I'm not joking. You must report this immediately. I am a member of the Kwangshan Team's scout unit, and most of my squad perished at the hands of mutated zombies. I am the only one who returned to deliver this message. And I have comrades still grappling with those zombies. I must return to save them," the young man insisted anxiously. "Where do you see zombies? There is no siege. Stop fooling around and get in line." The guard scoffed. "You will endanger the lives of most in the fortress. Here, take a look at my token. Now step aside, I need to report to Lord Kwangshan," the young man declared fiercely. "You think that token is genuine? I could just as easily claim you killed the scouts and stole it. Guards, seize him," the guard ordered, disregarding the token. Clack! The surrounding soldiers aimed their weapons at the young man, and his expression shifted dramatically. Had he not been so depleted from battling zombies, these guns would pose no threat to him. Alas, he was utterly spent. "What is the situation?" An officer in military attire emerged, inquiring. "Sir, this lunatic claims the zombies are surrounding the city and displayed a black token. I ordered his capture for questioning," the guard explained. "Black token? Where is it?" The officer pressed I in his possession. The guard pointed at the young man. "Young man, let me see that token," the officer requested politely. "Certainly, but you must report this to Lord Kwangshan first." The young man replied urgently, "Fine. Have someone notify Lord Kwangshan immediately." The officer instructed his subordinate, who tossed the token to him. Upon catching it and inspecting it, the officer's expression changed dramatically. "Sound the alarm. All soldiers to battle readiness. Immediately notify the command center to prepare the entire army for combat." The officer commanded swiftly, and the soldiers executed his orders with alacrity. "How many zombies are we facing? From which direction are they advancing?" the officer queried the young man. "Infinite. At least 10 million, converging from all directions towards the fortress, and we have identified 8 zombie kings, along with approximately 2,000 mutated zombies in each direction," the young man reported, terror evident in his voice. The officer gasped in shock, furiously drew his sidearm, and shot the guard dead with a single shot. The guard, unaware of why his officer had killed him, was discarded as a failure of duty, nearly causing a catastrophe. "Brother, you should rest inside the fortress. I must attend a meeting at the command center," the officer stated. "But my comrades are still in the wasteland. I need to rescue them," the young man pleaded desperately. "Your brothers are still out there? I'll notify the evolution unit," the officer said, stepping into the fortress. Shortly after, a team of 50 emerged, led by the officer. The east gate requires guards. I can only spare you 50 men. Take them with you to save your brothers, the officer instructed. Thank you, the young man exclaimed, turning to lead the 50 evolutionists swiftly towards the wasteland. The officer watched them depart before heading towards the command center, the Kwangshan Fortress Command Center. A tumult of voices filled the air as every officer awaited news anxiously. With a creak, the doors swung open, and Luo Kuang strode in confidently, taking his seat at the head of the table. I have just received word from the east gate. The zombies have surrounded the fortress and are slowly advancing. Forming a horde, Luo Kuang reported. Lord Kwangshan, how many zombies are involved in this horde, and how many are advanced mutated zombies? One officer inquired. Preliminary estimates indicate no less than 10 million, with at least 10,000 advanced mutated zombies and 8 zombie kings. Luo Kuang replied. Upon hearing these figures, the faces of all present paled, some already contemplating escape. Silence. While these numbers may seem daunting, I have already sent a distress signal to the Federation. The Dragon God will come to our aid. Luo Kuang stated. How many strong allies has the Dragon God brought? An officer asked. The Dragon God has sent a team composed of royal-level evolutionists. However, this crisis is too great for a single squad to handle. We must devise our own solutions. Otherwise, the fortress will face utter destruction, Luo Kuang continued. Our military's evolutionists are insufficient to withstand this onslaught, a military leader remarked. There is no way forward unless we eliminate all the zombie kings. Luo Kuang said gravely. Shall we form a squad of advanced evolutionists to eradicate the zombie kings? A committee member proposed. While it is feasible, I doubt anyone would willingly undertake such a perilous task unless they seek certain death. An advanced evolutionist commented. Enough. Announced to the entire fortress that this is a war for survival. Everyone must unconditionally join the battle, Luo Kuang commanded. Additionally, all evolutionists must report to the military for preparations for the forthcoming battle. Those who disobey orders will face immediate execution, another military leader declared. All committee members, officers, and evolutionists unanimously agreed. Chapter 14. Urgent news from the city gates. An hour later, soldier patrols within the fortress were plastering notices everywhere. And the populace was made aware that the zombies had encircled the fortress and were advancing. Liu Dong and Wu Ming also received the news and felt somewhat bewildered. How could the situation change so drastically from yesterday to today? Low-level zombies were not terrifying, but their sheer numbers were. The most common among the undead were low-level zombies, followed by mutated zombies, and then the royal-level mutated zombies. The two swiftly made their way to the military reporting station, where they registered their names, abilities, ranks, and more. The soldiers informed them to return and prepare their combat supplies. They proceeded to the supply depot to collect their gear before heading to the northern battlements. From the ramparts, they gazed northward, where they could faintly make out the mass of zombies slowly advancing towards the fortress, with the silhouettes of advanced mutated zombies visible in the distance. Damn, I've never seen so many of these creatures mobilized together. Previously, they appeared sporadic and non-threatening, but seeing thousands of them now is truly nerve-wracking, Wu Ming remarked to Lu Dong. This horde's report states there are 8 zombie kings, which feels off to me. Zombie kings cannot coexist peacefully. I suspect there is something else at play, Lu Dong replied, furrowing his brow. Are you suggesting there could be a stronger zombie directing the 8 zombie kings? Wu Ming asked. Astonished. It's possible, but that seems unlikely. Zombies cannot evolve faster than humans. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility you mentioned. If there truly is a royal-level zombie commanding them, that would be terrifying, Lu Dong said with a grim expression. Are you implying there could be a zombie emperor? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Lu Dong's ear. Turning around, he saw Luo Kuang standing beside him, gazing intently towards the distant north. Indeed, Lord Kwangshan, I believe it is a possibility. As previous hordes never exceeded 1 million, and there were at most 2 zombie kings, Lu Dong replied respectfully. Lord Kwangshan? Wu Ming stared at Luo Kuang, bewildered. Haha, young man, if I hadn't saved you last time, you would have perished deep in the jungle, Luo Kuang laughed. Is he really Lord Kwangshan? Wu Ming whispered to Lu Dong, tugging at his sleeve. Yes, it was Lord Kwangshan who saved us last time. Otherwise, we would have died long ago, Lu Dong responded. Saving you was a mere trifle. No need to dwell on it. We should focus on how to confront this crisis, Luo Kuang said, turning his gaze back to the horizon. Lord Guangshan, I think we should send someone near the zombie kings to investigate. Perhaps we can locate that royal-level zombie, Lu Dong suggested. Are you certain there is a royal-level zombie? Luo Kuang scrutinized Lu Dong. I cannot say for certain, but there is at least an 80% chance of its existence. Otherwise, this scale of horde cannot be driven by just 1 or 2 zombie kings. Just like the current 8 zombie kings orchestrating this siege with the low-level zombies. And yet they seem to coexist without conflict. This is inherently abnormal. Indeed, your words resonate with great wisdom. We are preparing to dispatch an elite strike team composed entirely of advanced evolved beings to eliminate the Corpse King. Are you interested? Luo Kuang continued. I lack the strength to usurp the position of the advanced evolved. Lu Dong replied, maintaining his humility. Very well. You may continue to hold your posts while I scout other battlements. Luo Kuang said, casting a lingering glance at Lu Dong before turning away. Goodness, Donggu, the god of madness is extraordinarily powerful. Did you feel his strength just now? Wu Ming exclaimed, his face alight with admiration as he addressed Lu Dong. Yes, he is indeed formidable, Lu Dong replied nonchalantly. He is but a step away from reaching the royal tier. I wonder if he can withstand the impending tide of corpses. Perhaps I should provide him with a red fruit. Who knows, it might just enable him to break through to the royal level. Lu Dong pondered silently. Approximately 200 kilometers to the north, a group of individuals was swiftly advancing towards the God of Madness fortress. Each one possessing formidable strength. Along their path, every obstructive mutated zombie or beast was ruthlessly eradicated. They surged forward like a relentless tide towards the fortress, led by a middle-aged man around 30 years of age. Lord Dragon God, there are too many mutated beasts along this route. I fear that by the time we reach the God of Madness fortress, our strength will be nearly depleted, remarked a royal-level evolved beside him. Let everyone rest in place and consume their recovery potions. We shall continue in half an hour, he instructed. Understood. I shall make the arrangements, replied the royal-level evolved with a nod. In an instant, the entire team halted. Silence enveloping them as they quietly consumed the distributed recovery potions, awaiting the signal. Suddenly, a figure raced towards the group, addressing Long Tian. My lord, ahead lies a dense forest, teeming with mutated beast hordes. Passing through may pose significant challenges. How far are we from the God of Madness fortress? Long Tian inquired, his brow furrowed. Approximately 200 kilometers, came the reply. ATR speed of 80 kilometers per hour. It will take us nearly 3 hours to march. If we take a detour, it will take even longer. We cannot afford to delay. If it exceeds 3 hours, the fortress will surely fall. Relay the order to depart immediately. We will cut directly through the forest at maximum speed. Long Tian commanded. Yes, I shall notify the others at once, the individual said before hastening to inform the squad to set off once more, swiftly plunging into the forest. Simultaneously, the tide of corpses outside the God of Madness fortress had advanced to within 2 kilometers. The battle on the verge of erupting. The city walls were lined with evolved beings and soldiers, all on high alert. The command to fire. The energy cannons from the battlements unleashed their fury upon the horde. Shells raining down amidst the mass of corpses, resulting in devastating explosions that wreaked havoc on the lower-tier zombies. The battlefield was strewn with dismembered bodies. Yet, for the tide of corpses, such losses were inconsequential. The horde continued its slow advance, the cannons bombarding relentlessly, reducing the number of zombies, but the ranks remained unbroken, an endless stream of zombies pushing forward. The sight was a suffocating sea of flesh. As the zombies continued to replenish their ranks, the tide crept ever closer to within a kilometer of the fortress. The cannon fire never ceased, the zombie horde pressing on. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. At this juncture, the bunkers at the fortress gates opened fire, the staccato of heavy machine guns filling the air, shredding the advancing zombie ranks in a metallic storm. Occasionally, the crack of sniper rifles echoed from the walls. Picking off the mid-level mutated zombies that charged towards the fortress, a terrifying roar erupted from the back of the horde, and suddenly, towering zombies surged over the mass of corpses, racing towards the fortress. Heavens! Those are the berserkers. Damn it, target the berserkers with the heavy artillery. The commander atop the battlements panicked, realizing that if the berserkers reached the walls, they could dismantle them with ease. All heavy artillery abandoned the ordinary zombies, each cannon now focusing their aim upon the berserkers. Boom, boom, boom. Shells exploded upon the berserkers, but the damage inflicted remained minimal. Damn it. Ranged evolved beings, unleash your skills upon the berserkers. We cannot allow them to approach the walls. The commander bellowed. One by one, the ranged evolved beings unleashed their powers, fireballs, wind blades, and ice shards soaring towards the berserkers. This time, the berserkers were forced to retreat 2 steps in the operational command center of the fortress. A soldier reported, "Sir, a large number of berserkers have appeared to the east, and the tower commander has sent a distress signal. Understood. Relay the order for the God of Madness squad to immediately reinforce the east gate." "We must not allow the berserkers to breach the gate," Luo Kuang commanded. "Yes, I shall lead the God of Madness squad to depart at once," he stated before striding out of the command center. "Where is the dragon god? If he doesn't arrive soon, I won't be able to hold out much longer," Luo Kuang thought, rubbing his temples. The battle raged on, despite the heavy losses inflicted upon the zombies. They continued to advance steadily. My lord, once we cross this river, the God of Madness fortress will be in sight, a scout informed Long Tian. "Cross swiftly. I can already see the tide of corpses on the opposite bank." Long Tian gestured. "Everyone, prepare the newly developed water hoverboards for crossing," he instructed. "Wait, retreat." Long Tian's expression turned grave. Everyone swiftly withdrew, gazing at Long Tian with confusion. "We need to test the strength of whatever lurks in the water." Long Tian declared, "I shall do it." A royal-level water type evolved stepped forward, summoning his strongest skill, Water Dragon Break. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool formed in the water, swirling violently. Moments later, a serpent-like head, approximately half a meter wide, burst forth, its gaping maw aimed at the royal-level water evolved. With a thud, a figure appeared before the serpent's head, delivering a powerful punch to its jaw, causing it to recoil into the river with a splash that sent water soaring several meters high. "That's a Burmese python, isn't it?" Someone in the team remarked. "It appears so, but this python has surpassed its limits and evolved, measuring over 15 meters in length," another added. "That could pose a significant problem. It's lying in wait beneath the water, ready to ambush us as we cross. Draw it out. We must eliminate it swiftly and proceed to reinforce the fortress. Prepare yourselves. I will lure it up for a quick resolution." Long Tian said, his brow furrowing. The entire team readied themselves as Long Tian's body began to transform, scales sprouting densely across his form, his hands morphing into claws, boasting formidable defensive capabilities and razor-sharp edges. After completing his transformation, Long Tian dove into the river. After approximately 30 seconds, the water erupted. Long Tian swiftly broke the surface, only to have the serpent's head follow closely behind. The python, one eye bloodied, lunged furiously at Long Tian, prompting all the evolved beings to spring into action. In an instant, various powers filled the air, bombarding the serpent with their might. The python shuddered violently, quickly retreating back into the depths of the river. The group lamented their missed opportunity. Soon, a serpent's head re-emerged, filled with malice, fixating its gaze upon them. Long Tian stood firm, locking eyes with the serpent until, with a reluctant descent, it sank back into the water, swimming away into the distance. Long Tian silently observed its retreat until it vanished from his mental perception. "Let us proceed. It has moved far away. Speed towards the God of Madness fortress," Long Tian declared. Taking the lead as they began to cross the river. Chapter 15. The Corpse King emerges. The dragon god and his companions traverse the vast river, swiftly advancing towards the fortress. Along the way, any zombies they encountered fell at their hands, slicing through the horde like a sharpened blade. Just then, a terrifying figure obstructed their path. The berserker, "Be cautious. The Corpse King is surely nearby," Long Tian warned gravely. With a fearsome roar, the berserker charged towards them. "Prepare for battle. Remain vigilant for any surprise attacks from the Corpse King," cautioned a senior evolved being. The sound of the berserker's thunderous footsteps was akin to an earthquake. A senior evolved wielding a blue ice battle blade swung at the berserker's head. The clash echoed with a metallic ring. Damn it! How can the iron arm protect the berserker? The evolved exclaimed, his expression darkening. Everyone, pay attention. The situation has changed. The zombies are coordinating their attacks, shouted the evolved wielding the blue blade, retreating as blood flowed from his hands. Earth and plant-based abilities ensnare the other mutated zombies. Ensnaring and eliminating them, be wary of the Corpse King, Long Tion admonished sternly. Suddenly, tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the iron arm as a predator collided with the newly risen earthen wall. The evolved beings swiftly dispatched the trapped mutated zombies. Ordinary zombies posed little threat, and the mutated ones suffered heavy losses. Just then, a zombie of similar height to the ordinary ones emerged before them. A royal-level mutated zombie. It must be the Corpse King. Declared a team leader. Brothers, we must eliminate it. Do not let it escape, he urged, charging towards the mutated Corpse King, flames coalescing in his hands. I charged within a mere dozen meters of the Corpse King. I unleashed a fiery assault upon it. The flames erupted violently from the hands of the Evolver, igniting fiercely and, under the influence of the Evolver's mental strength, coalescing into a dragon of fire that hurled itself at the mutated Corpse King. A resounding explosion reverberated across the battlefield, engulfing the Corpse King in a tempest of raging flames. At that moment, a shadow surged forth from the inferno, appearing right before the Evolver's eyes. A sickening sound echoed as a blade pierced flesh. And the Evolver coughed up blood, staring blankly at the Corpse King now within arm's reach. When did the Corpse King become so formidable? This was the final thought that crossed the Evolver's mind before his body collapsed to the ground in convulsions. The captain, a young Evolver with reddened eyes, shouted, drawing everyone's attention to him one by one. The group abandoned their opponents and rushed towards the Corpse King. A middle-aged man, in a state of frenzy, began to swell, growing larger until he towered at 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like the Hulk, albeit without a change in color. This middle-aged man was also a high-level Evolver, possessing the ability to go berserk. His powers, though akin to those of the Frenzy God, were not quite as advanced. The giant charged at the Corpse King, delivering a powerful punch to its face. The impact caused the Corpse King to stagger back 2 steps. Yet it appeared to sustain little damage, merely retreating repeatedly. Good. The crowd roared in unison, though one individual felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Long Shin. Tyrannosaurus, return? Long Tion exclaimed, his expression shifting as he called out to the giant. The giant had already sensed something amiss. The mutated zombies around him did not retaliate despite his ferocious onslaught against the Corpse King. Alas, he failed to recognize this as a potential trap. High-level Evolvers possess a keen intuition, acutely sensitive to murderous intent, and as he pummeled the Corpse King, he felt an overwhelming aura of malice manifest behind him, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Disregarding the Corpse King before him, he swiftly turned and raised his fists above his head. The giant spun around just in time to block the claws that lunged at him from behind. Upon focusing, he saw the Tyrannosaurus's eyes widen in disbelief as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Indeed, there were now 2 Corpse Kings emerging from the horde. How could this be? Wasn't it a given that a horde could only have 1 Corpse King? Terror gripped the Tyrannosaurus. He pushed upward with his fists and immediately fled towards his comrades. However, the Corpse Kings had no intention of allowing him to escape. In a flash, the 2 Corpse Kings advanced, flanking the Tyrannosaurus and launching a frenzied assault. The crowd stood in shock at the sight of 2 Corpse Kings, as if unable to fathom this reality. Yet, one individual was not frozen in disbelief. He dashed towards the Corpse King that had appeared behind the Tyrannosaurus, delivering a powerful punch to the back of its head. The Corpse King sensed the impending threat behind it, but was unwilling to relinquish its prize. Preparing to withstand the blow, however, it underestimated the danger that loomed. A torrent of violent force surged into the back of the Corpse King's head, sending it hurtling away, while the Tyrannosaurus was already battered and bruised. One Corpse King was sent flying, while the other cautiously fixated on Long Tion. Indeed, the figure that had dashed out was Long Tion himself. surprised to see two corpse kings in the horde. He quickly regained his composure and rushed to rescue the Tyrannosaurus. "Are you all right?" Long Tian inquired, supporting the Tyrannosaurus. "I'm fine, my lord. We should retreat. With two corpse kings appearing, we have no idea what transpired." The Tyrannosaurus replied weakly. "Very well, let's make our way to the fortress and ascertain the situation here," Long Tian said, furrowing his brow. "Everyone, focus. Form a triangular formation centered around me. Advance towards the fortress," Long Tian commanded, his voice booming. The group swiftly arranged themselves into a triangular formation, slicing through the horde like a sharp dagger as they moved towards the fortress. "Look, what is that? An evolver team?" A soldier atop the battlements suddenly shouted. Instantly, all eyes turned to the direction he pointed, including Lu Dong and Wu Ming. Goodness, they fought their way out of the horde. Should we go assist them? Everyone prepare to attack the zombies pursuing them. Soldiers at the gate, get ready to open the gates to welcome the evolvers from the Longshan fortress, commanded a middle-aged officer. The surrounding soldiers sprang into action, with those atop the walls targeting the zombies that chased after their comrades, while those below prepared to open the gates for Long Tian and his group. "Everyone, hold on a little longer. The gate is just ahead. Let us break through," Long Tian encouraged his companions. "What in the world is chasing them?" Wu Ming exclaimed, bewildered. "Those are mutated zombies, but what are those massive ones?" Lu Dong queried, equally perplexed. "Those are mutated zombies, predators, iron corpses, and berserkers. Did they disturb a hornet's nest?" he added, his confusion palpable. "Everyone, concentrate fire on the mutated zombie horde behind us. Do not let them catch up," the officer urged. "I'll take care of that predator," Wu Ming declared, shouldering an anti-material sniper rifle and aiming at the rapidly advancing predator zombie. "Eagle Eye, lock on," he muttered to himself. A 12.7mm armor-piercing round whistled as it shot towards the predator amidst the horde. The bullet struck the predator's head, obliterating it and causing the body to continue its forward momentum before collapsing. "Yes, a hit," Wu Ming rejoiced, pumping his fist in triumph. "Impressive. When did your shooting skills improve to the point of hitting a fast-moving target?" Lu Dong teased, also wielding a sniper rifle. "Heh, my powers evolved when I reached the king level. I acquired a new skill, target lock," Wu Ming replied with a grin. "Enough boasting. Help those people escape from danger." Lu Dong chuckled. Wu Ming nodded and readied his aim again. A berserker was rapidly closing the distance. Preparing to strike the fleeing group with its fists, a bullet struck the berserker's head, halting it momentarily before it resumed its pursuit. "What the hell? This creature is tough," Wu Ming gaped, watching the berserker rejoin the chase. "I won't be deterred. This time, I'll make you taste my explosive rounds." Wu Ming smirked as he loaded an explosive round into his rifle. With a sharp crack, the bullet, trailing a long flame, struck the berserker's head. The impact felt akin to a regular bullet hitting a watermelon. The berserker staggered forward a couple of steps before its headless corpse crashed to the ground. Instantly, the surrounding mutated zombies halted, their eyes fixated on the battlements, neither daring to advance nor retreat. A terrifying roar reverberated, sending a shiver through the horde of mutated zombies, and soon iron corpses emerged, forming a barrier in front, followed by countless mutated zombies. Everyone atop the battlements witnessed this nightmarish scene, a collective sense of disbelief washing over them. "Damn it, the Corpse King is using iron corpses as a shield," Wu Ming cursed furiously. "This is bad. They intend to breach the fortress by following the Longshan squad." Lu Dong's expression darkened. "Damn it, prepare the energy cannons and aim at the iron corpses." "Fire at will," the officer commanded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "But what about the Longshan squad? Can they withstand the bombardment?" One of the energy gunners voiced his concern. "In these dire times, we have no choice." "We can only hope they survive," the officer replied, his face etched with pain. Boom. One after another, cannon barrels unleashed shells towards the mutated zombie horde. "Damn it, accelerate. Quickly," Long Tian urged, his expression grave. "What the hell? Why are the fortress cannons firing at us?" An evolver shouted. "The horde is following us in a defensive formation. It would be foolish not to fire." Long Tian retorted as he sprinted towards the fortress. Damn it, they want to break in after us. Another evolver exclaimed. Ignore the horde behind us. We must increase our speed and not let them succeed. Long Tian insisted. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. The group rapidly approached the fortress gates. Quick, open the gates to receive them. The officer shouted to the soldiers below. With a series of clanks, the gates opened 5 meters, and a throng of armed soldiers surged forth, creating a passageway. Hurry! Into the fortress, assist them in closing the gates. Long Tian called out before turning back to support those lagging behind. The Long Shan squad entered the fortress in an orderly fashion, while the mutated zombie horde went berserk, charging towards the fortress gates. Chapter 16. The terrifying Long Shan. Long Tian returned to the rear of the squad, where several predators surged past the iron corpses, launching an assault on the team. A figure, covered in scales and with claws for hands, intercepted the predators, dispatching each mutated zombie with ease. Without hesitation, Long Tian plunged into the horde of mutated zombies. Aside from the iron corpses surrounding him, the other mutated zombies kept their distance. Damn it. These zombies have become cunning. They no longer fall easily like before. This won't do. If this continues, I'll eventually be worn down here. I must end this swiftly, Long Tian thought as he charged towards the surrounding iron corpses. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. The silhouette of Long Tian could only be seen faintly, a mere afterimage caused by his astonishing speed that rendered visual perception incapable of capturing his form. It was imperative to undergo a second transformation to escape the horde of corpses. Once the team entered the fortress, the transformation would take place. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to return. Long Tian silently contemplated. The Dragon God squad swiftly dashed into the stronghold, assisting the soldiers in sealing the city gates, where initial-level zombies were rampant. However, the gunfire from the battlements had never ceased. After witnessing the entire Dragon God squad enter the fortress, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from Long Tian's lips, resonating through the heavens. His form expanded dramatically once again, the colors of his scales shifting until they transformed into a resplendent gold, reaching a height of approximately 2.5 meters before halting. With his transformation complete, the surrounding mutated zombies began to stir restlessly, neither daring to advance nor retreat. The howling of the Corpse King pierced the air. The mutated zombies commenced their movements anew. As 3 predators lunged forward with their tongue-like stingers aimed directly at Long Tian, who remained motionless. Clang, clang, clang. A shower of sparks erupted as the stingers met his scales. The 3 predators appeared puzzled. Realizing that their once effective strikes were now futile, they unleashed another barrage of stingers, prompting Long Tian to narrow his eyes. With rapid reflexes, he seized the 3 stingers in his hands. The predators desperately attempted to retract their attacks. As if the stingers were glued to Long Tian's grasp, with a forceful pull, he yanked them towards him, and in response, the predators hurtled through the air towards Long Tian. Awaiting them were his golden fists. In a mere second, he unleashed 3 punches, obliterating the heads of the 3 predators, rendering them utterly lifeless. Discarding the defeated foes, Long Tian turned his gaze towards the iron zombies. With a swift rush, he plunged into the throng of iron corpses, delivering a powerful punch to the nearest one. The iron zombie instinctively raised its metallic arm, only to be met with Long Tian's fist, which pierced through and struck its head, shattering it to pieces. Slowly withdrawing his fist, he surveyed the surrounding iron zombies, who felt an overwhelming sense of danger and retreated several steps. He had initially intended to confront the Corpse King, but alas, his energy was dwindling. He needed to return to the fortress promptly, resolute. Long Tian dashed towards the stronghold. Observers atop the battlements witnessed Long Tian's entire charge into the horde, their mouths agape in astonishment as they watched him swiftly advance towards the fortress. Quickly, lower the ropes and assist him, an officer urged. Soldiers hastily tossed ropes over the fortress wall, which Long Tian spotted as he accelerated towards the stronghold. Who was that person? So formidable. I've never heard of a warrior capable of transforming into golden scales. Wu Ming scratched his head in confusion. I don't know, but his aura is similar to that of the Mad God. Perhaps even more powerful, Lu Dong remarked gravely. More powerful than the Mad God? Could he possibly be the Dragon God Long Tian of the Dragon God Fortress? Wu Ming surmised suddenly. It's possible. Those who just entered for assistance must be members of the Dragon God Squad. Lu Dong added. Everyone, clear the zombies at the city gates swiftly. Do not allow them to approach the walls. The officer commanded upon witnessing Long Tian's rapid ascent. Liu Dong and Wu Ming, understanding the gravity of the situation, fell silent and focused on their task of defending against the encroaching zombie tide. The relentless waves of undead surged forth, an unending tide of foes. The fortress shone brightly, with every individual engaged in this desperate defense against the siege. The warriors fought valiantly, while ordinary citizens transported supplies to various gates. At that moment, the Mad God Fortress exemplified humanity's unity in the face of external threats. A golden figure flashed as it scaled the battlements, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Members of the Dragon God Squad quickly surrounded him. Sir, are you all right? An advanced evolver inquired. I'm fine, merely fatigued. I need to rest for a moment. You all should assist in the battlement's defense. Long Tian weakly replied. Yes, I will arrange that immediately, the evolver responded. The Dragon God Squad members swiftly dispersed atop the battlements, aiding the warriors of the Mad God Fortress in repelling the zombie onslaught. The battle raged on for 12 grueling hours, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. The area outside the fortress was littered with the corpses of initial-level zombies, while the battlements were strewn with damaged firearms. As dawn began to break, a glimmer of light emerged on the horizon. The howling of the zombie tide gradually subsided, retreating slowly. Damn it, they finally withdrew. If they hadn't, my arms would have been rendered useless. A soldier grumbled, shaking his numbed arms as the horde began to recede. A collective sigh of relief washed over the defenders, who leaned against the battlement railings, silently recuperating. Everyone understood that the retreat was merely temporary, not a complete cessation of the threat. All evolvers, report to the command center immediately. The Mad God has important matters to discuss with you. A messenger rushed to announce atop the battlements. What now? Is there yet another problem? Wu Ming complained. It shouldn't be. Let us go see, Lu Dong suggested, and the two quickly gathered their gear, following the crowd towards the command center. In no time, they arrived at the bustling command center, where they quietly found seats. The atmosphere was hushed, undisturbed by the throngs present, as everyone awaited further instructions. Soon, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached the command center, numbering around 100 individuals. Leading the way were Luo Kuang and Long Tian, followed by members of the Mad God Squad and the Dragon God Squad. As the assembly reached the podium, Luo Kuang addressed the crowd. I know you are all weary, but I regret to inform you that this is a critical moment. Regardless of your exhaustion, you must fight for your fellow countrymen, even if it means shedding your last drop of blood. This is a matter of life and death. The current zombie tide far exceeds any we have faced before, boasting 8 corpse kings in total, positioned in the 4 cardinal directions. This has never happened before, and I cannot fathom what could cause 8 corpse kings to coexist harmoniously. Such an occurrence is extraordinary. Luo Kuang continued, we have reached a decision that requires your collective effort. While the tide recedes, we must swiftly eliminate the corpse kings. Otherwise, we shall all perish. His gaze swept over the crowd, filled with gravity. Mad God, what sort of decision are we discussing? One voice piped up. Indeed. I have no objections to any arrangement as long as it resolves this crisis. Another added. Yes, please, proceed. The crowd urged, rising in unison. It seems you all agree with our plan. Then I shall outline it, Luo Kuang began, fixing his gaze on the assembly. We will establish 4 assault teams, each comprising 100 members, tasked with eliminating the 8 corpse kings. He paused for emphasis. Each team will designate a captain, composed of 49 strong fighters, and everyone must obey the captain's commands. I will lead one team. Long Tian will lead another, while Zhao Wen and Lin Jintian will each command a team. In total, we will have 4 teams, and the members may choose their respective captains. Those below the advanced level may leave the assembly. Those with special abilities remain. After outlining the plan, Luo Kuang stood beside Long Tian, while Zhao Wen and Lin Jintian stepped forward as well. Should we stay? This seems quite perilous, Wu Ming asked Lu Dong. I believe I want to remain, for it is through relentless battle that the strong emerge. Lu Dong replied thoughtfully, very well, I will join you. Considering you are my brother, Wu Ming responded. Which captain shall we choose? Lin Zhentian? No, he seems untrustworthy. Zhao Wan? He's merely Lin Zhentian's lackey. Long Tian? He appears formidable. Let us join his team? Wu Ming suggested to Lu Dong. Whatever you prefer, Lu Dong replied. The two then proceeded towards Long Tian's squad. All right, the teams are assembled. The rest will assist in defending the fortress. Dismissed, Luo Kuang declared, waving his hand. Now, let's assign our respective mission objectives. I will lead the team to eliminate the Corpse King outside the East Gate. Long Tian will tackle the North Gate, Lin Zhentian the South Gate, and Zhao Wan the West Gate. We must act swiftly. Understood, the other three affirmed. Then we shall set off at noon. Daylight will be advantageous for us. Await my signal. All right, let us make the necessary arrangements right away, they concluded, each leading their teams away. Lu Dong and Wu Ming followed Long Tian back to the North Gate battlements, finding a spot to sit and quietly await their departure time at 18 noon. A signal flare illuminated the sky above the fortress. The gates, north, south, east, and west, swung open simultaneously as four ghostly squads of evolvers surged forth into the wilderness. Forming into units of 10, they swiftly searched for the locations of the Corpse Kings, prepared to launch signal flares upon discovery. Do not act recklessly. Wait for support, Long Tian instructed the assembled units. The teams quickly dispersed into the wilderness, with Lu Dong and Wu Ming placed in the same squad. 10 squads rapidly vanished into the expansive desolation. In the small team to which Lu Dong belongs, the captain is a member of the Mad God Squad, while the other members comprise the high-level evolvers of the fortress. The team swiftly advances towards the river, where a multitude of low-level zombies can be seen aimlessly wandering along the bank. Damn it, how is it that not a single mutated zombie can be found? This is exceedingly strange, muttered the captain of Lu Dong's squad. Perhaps the Corpse King is aware of our impending ambush and is hiding, suggested one team member. I sense something amiss. There are only low-level zombies here, not a single high-level mutated zombie in sight. Don't you find that peculiar? Lu Dong interjected. What are your thoughts? The captain inquired, gazing at Lu Dong. I have a feeling that the Corpse Kings are gathered together. I'm talking about 8 of them in one place. Lu Dong asserted. Impossible. Even 2 Corpse Kings together would be highly unusual. Are you suggesting they have a leader? The captain, realizing the implication, responded, indeed. I have suspected the presence of a Corpse Emperor from the outset. Lu Dong countered, that cannot be. If there were a Corpse Emperor, our fortress would have been obliterated long ago. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, the captain replied. Let us continue our search. We must locate the Corpse King, commanded the captain, leading Lu Dong and the others onward. Chapter 17. The strange little girl. The desolate expanse was enveloped in silence, disturbed only by the occasional growl of a low-level zombie. Lu Dong and his companions swiftly traversed the area, searching for the missing Corpse Kings. At this rate, we will never find the Corpse King. Damn it. Have these Corpse Kings become too cunning? Lamented the team leader. I don't know. Such bizarre circumstances have never occurred before. Even the mutated zombies have vanished, which is quite unsettling, remarked another member. I believe we must quickly locate a place that can conceal numerous mutated zombies. Otherwise, we will absolutely fail to find the Corpse King, Lu Dong suggested. Are you implying locations such as valleys, depressions, or caves? The captain asked Lu Dong. Yes, I believe it must be in a place capable of hiding a large number of zombies. It could either be a valley, a cave, or deep within the jungle, Lu Dong replied. Bring me the map. The captain instructed. One of the members presented the topographical map of the fortress surroundings to the captain. This area is primarily flatland, so it should be impossible to conceal anything. To the south lies a forest, while between the east and north gates is a mountainous jungle. Is it possible that the Corpse King is hidden within the northeastern dense woods? The captain pondered. It is indeed possible, and the likelihood is substantial. The northeastern mountainous jungle is complex in terrain and features high mountains. I suspect it lies in that direction, Lu Dong asserted confidently. How can you be so certain it is in the northeast? Why not the forest near the south gate? The captain queried, perplexed. I trust my intuition. Do you believe it? Lu Dong replied, locking eyes with the captain. I have faith in your intuition, so let us head northeast to search, the captain declared, his gaze resolute. Northeast direction, be mindful of ambushing mutated zombies and beast hordes. Try not to draw their attention. He instructed as he gestured for departure. The group swiftly moved towards the northeast. Silently, as they approached the mountainous jungle, the captain raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. From now on, pair up into teams of 2 and disperse for search. Report any findings immediately, he commanded. The team quickly scattered into the thicket, with Lu Dong naturally pairing with Wu Ming. The two advanced rapidly deeper into the jungle, where an eerie quiet prevailed. They encountered no zombies or mutated beasts until they came upon a small pond and spotted a little girl standing by the water's edge. How could there be a little girl here? Wu Ming was the first to notice. I don't know. It seems rather bizarre, Lu Dong replied. Suddenly, the little girl turned her head to look in the direction where Lu Dong and Wu Ming were hiding, causing both to jump in surprise. She hasn't discovered us, has she? Wu Ming exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Heh, how unfortunate, Lu Dong chuckled helplessly. She really has found us. Wu Ming questioned in disbelief. Indeed, let us go. We should approach her, Lu Dong said resignedly. The two slowly stepped out from their hiding spot and approached the little girl, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, her features delicate and exquisite. What are you doing here, little sister? Wu Ming asked with a smile. The little girl remained silent. Could she be mute? Wu Ming speculated. Lu Dong's gaze was intense as he focused on the little girl, who, in turn, curiously stared back at him, the two locked in mutual scrutiny. Let us go. It seems she cannot speak, Lu Dong remarked to Wu Ming. What a pity. She's so lovely yet unable to talk. Wu Ming lamented. With that, the two continued their search for the corpse king in the jungle, but the little girl persisted in trailing behind them. Why is she following us? Wu Ming inquired of Lu Dong. I don't know. Let her follow us. It shouldn't pose any threat, Lu Dong replied. But this could expose our position, Wu Ming fretted. It won't. Didn't you see how she can conceal herself? Although her skills may not be very refined. Lu Dong reassured Wu Ming. Very well. They continued onward in silence, advancing deeper into the jungle. As they moved swiftly, neither Lu Dong nor Wu Ming realized that the little girl was diligently observing and mimicking their movements. With each swift stride, the little girl kept pace. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the sky ahead. The two looked up toward the valley from which the flare originated and hastened toward the source of the signal. A series of terrifying howls echoed, 8 in succession. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Damn it, who was the fool that alerted the corpse king? They thought as they sped towards the site of the disturbance, drawing their weapons as they neared the location of the conflict. The battleground consisted of around 50 individuals engaged in combat with 8 corpse kings, surrounded by countless mutated zombies providing support. Lu Dong swiftly unsheathed his tang knife, while Wu Ming brandished his dual pistols, and the two immediately joined the fray. As the mutated zombies spotted Lu Dong and Wu Ming charging forward. For high-level mutated zombies surged toward them. With a swift motion, 2 tongue-like appendages shot toward the pair. Lu Dong deftly slashed upward with his tang knife, redirecting the attack skyward. Wu Ming unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the 4 mutated zombies, bullets striking their heads with precision, resulting in their immediate demise. Quickly, go assist them in fending off the corpse kings, Lu Dong urged Wu Ming. The zombies, witnessing Wu Ming's clean eliminations, drew the attention of 2 corpse kings, who broke away from the battle and charged toward the duo point. One of the corpse kings swung its claws down at Lu Dong. Clang! Lu Dong raised his tang knife to block the strike, but the other claw aimed for his chest, forcing him to retreat. The other corpse king sought to engage Wu Ming, but Wu Ming was not about to engage in close combat. Instead, he fired relentlessly at the corpse king, keeping it at bay even from a distance. A scream pierced the air as casualties finally emerged on the human evolver side. One evolutionist fell victim to a claw strike that sliced from his neck to his abdomen, leaving a long gash. Damn it, defend yourselves and await reinforcements. Do not engage recklessly, commanded a high-level evolutionist. Another evolutionist was soon pierced in the abdomen by a claw strike from a corpse king. This cannot continue. If it does, we will face total annihilation, Lu Dong thought helplessly. I must resort to my psychic abilities. Otherwise, everyone here will perish. He contemplated silently. A surge of immense psychic energy emanated from Lu Dong, overwhelming all mutated zombies and evolvers below the high-level rank, pinning them to the ground. Only the high-level evolvers and the Corpse Kings struggled against the oppressive force. As the pressure intensified, even the high-level evolvers and Corpse Kings began to falter. Suddenly, a powerful psychic force intruded upon the battlefield, neutralizing a significant portion of Lu Dong's energy. Taken by surprise, Lu Dong found himself seated on the ground, his face pale as he sought the origin of the opposing psychic force. Yet, no matter how hard he searched, he could not pinpoint its location. Resigned, Lu Dong continued to amplify his psychic output, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Unbeknownst to anyone, the little girl watched curiously, seemingly fascinated by Lu Dong's psychic power. As she too began to enhance her own psychic energy output, Lu Dong's expression grew increasingly grim, while the others found themselves in dire straits, with most of the mutated zombies and lower-level evolvers shrieking in agony. The sound of bones cracking reverberated throughout the arena as Lu Dong struggled to maintain his mental fortitude. He dared not cease the flow of his psychic energy, fearing that if he retracted it, another surge of mental force might result in the demise of those around him. Just as Lu Dong felt on the brink of collapse, that formidable psychic energy receded like a tide, silently withdrawing without anyone discerning its origin. All the evolvers sank to the ground, panting heavily, while the mutated zombies wailed in agony. Suddenly, the 8 Corpse Kings let out a howl towards the sky and bolted deeper into the jungle, with the other mutated zombies following closely in their retreat. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they silently began to recuperate their strength. Before long, an increasing number of evolvers arrived at the battlefield, swelling their ranks. What transpired? Long Tian inquired of the crowd. We located the Corpse King's position, but the signal flare we launched was detected by it, leading to an ambush. Lu Dong replied, in that dire moment, a powerful psychic force suddenly overwhelmed both us and the zombies, pinning us to the ground. Then, an even stronger psychic force emerged, counteracting the previous one, and just as everyone was about to succumb, that force vanished. The mutated horde then retreated into the dense forest. One senior evolver remarked, "Are you saying that 2 powerful psychic forces suppressed both your group and the zombies, and then they engaged in a struggle before mysteriously dissipating?" Long Tian furrowed his brow and asked, "Indeed, my lord, the surrounding witnesses can attest to this," the senior evolver confirmed. Others echoed their agreement, while Wu Ming cast a curious glance at Lu Dong. "That force was yours, wasn't it?" Wu Ming whispered. "Yes, but there was also a stronger force," Lu Dong weakly responded. "How strange. Who could have wielded such power, surpassing your own?" Wu Ming continued, "I do not know. I suspect there may be a formidable psychic adept concealed within our ranks." Lu Dong mused, surveying the crowd. "Since the Corpse Kings have fled and you all are too fatigued, prepare to retreat to the fortress. I shall await the others from the other directions," Long Tian instructed the group. Subsequently, the crowd supported one another as they made their way out of the dense forest, oblivious to the small, slender figure trailing behind them. Chapter 18. Encounter with Lin Tian, and the group hastily exited the jungle, moving towards the fortress. The entire wasteland was eerily silent, an unsettling calm enveloping the area. "Why is she still following us?" Wu Ming gestured towards Lu Dong. "I don't know. Let's investigate," Lu Dong replied. The two informed the leading evolvers and broke away from the group to approach the little girl. "Little sister, where are your family? Will you not speak?" Wu Ming asked the girl, but she remained silent, her gaze fixated on Lu Dong. Noticing her unwavering attention on Lu Dong, Wu Ming pondered aloud, "You don't suppose this could be your daughter, do you? Are you out of your mind?" "I've never been married. Where would I have a daughter from?" Lu Dong replied. "True, but why does she keep staring at you without saying a word?" Wu Ming continued, "Forget it. Let us leave her some food. We should catch up with the group," Lu Dong suggested. "Here, take this and go home. It's unsafe outside," Wu Ming said as he retrieved some rations from his backpack and offered them to the girl. Yet, she remained motionless, her eyes locked onto Lu Dong, unblinking. Wu Ming glanced at Lu Dong, his expression revealing his frustration. Let us place it in front of her and be on our way, Lu Dong stated. Turning to sprint towards the fortress. Wu Ming quickly set the rations down before the girl and hurried after Lu Dong. Are you sure she's not your daughter? Or perhaps a relative's daughter? Wu Ming inquired, quickening his pace to catch up with Lu Dong. I truly have no idea who she is, Lu Dong replied, exasperated. All right, Wu Ming said, glancing back only to see the little girl still trailing them. We arrived at the fortress. Hurry and enter the city, Lu Dong urged. Suddenly, a group of people approached from a distance, led by Lin Juntian, accompanied by over 100 followers, swiftly advancing towards Lu Dong and Wu Ming. Where did you come from? Have you located the Corpse King? Lin Tianan questioned. From the depths of the northeastern jungle, the Corpse King has retreated even deeper, Lu Dong replied casually. Take us there, Lin Tianan's tone was brusque. We re-injured and need to return to the fortress for treatment, Lu Dong replied, feeling irked by Lin Tianan's condescending demeanor and choosing to ignore him. Do you believe I will allow you to remain in the fortress? Lin Tianan's expression darkened, his tone chilling. I do not believe you. Do you think the fortress is your family's property? Wu Ming retorted. Do you know who I am? Lin Tianan's voice was icy. We neither know nor care. We are exhausted. Step aside, Lu Dong said, pushing past Lin Tianan towards the fortress. Lin Tianan's expression soured. He had not anticipated that even a mere evolver would dare to disregard the Lin family's authority. You will come to regret this. I will ensure you find yourselves in a situation where survival is impossible, Lin Tianan silently vowed, watching Lu Dong and Wu Ming's retreating figures, seething with resentment. Remember their faces, return and investigate their backgrounds, he instructed his subordinates. Yes, young master, we will look into it immediately, a senior evolver replied. Let us proceed into the jungle. Perhaps we can still locate the Corpse King and acquire some divine crystals. Lin Tianan commanded, waving his hand as he led his followers into the dense forest. Young master, there's a little girl ahead. It appears she's following those two, an evolver reported to Lin Tianan. Oh, really? Lead me to her, Lin Tianan said, his expression brightening slightly. The little girl remained oblivious to Lin Tianan and his entourage, solely focused on following Lu Dong and Wu Ming. Hey, little beggar, what are you doing? Lin Tianan blocked her path. The girl said nothing, merely sidestepping Lin Tianan to continue her pursuit of Lu Dong. How dare you ignore me? Capture her, Lin Tianan bellowed, his face darkening. The surrounding evolvers swiftly encircled the little girl, who looked bewildered by their presence, seemingly unaffected by the encroaching threat. She stepped forward towards Lu Dong without hesitation. Let's see where you think you're going. Lin Tianan lunged towards the girl, just as the group was caught off guard. Lin Tianan was unexpectedly flung aside by the little girl. Curse that little wretch! Kill her at once! Hurry! Lin Tianan exclaimed, dusting himself off in humiliation. He felt utterly defeated. Never had he been so disregarded since the apocalypse began. No evolver, officer, or anyone within the fortress had dared to overlook him before. This was simply intolerable for Lin Tianan, especially being tossed aside by a mere child, leaving him bruised and battered. He was on the verge of losing his composure. With a swift motion, an evolver brandished a whip-like weapon towards the little girl, demonstrating the loss of humanity prevalent in this brutal world where the weak were preyed upon. Just as the whip was poised to strike the girl again, a gunshot rang out from a distance, and two figures swiftly approached. What sort of men bully a little girl? Wu Ming taunted as he arrived. Damn it, do you want to die? Lin Tianan's expression contorted in rage. We wish to avoid trouble. That girl is my sister. I intend to take her away, Lu Dong declared, drawing his Tang Dao towards Lin Tianan. Lin Tianan's expression darkened further, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Only able to glare at Lu Dong with eyes that seemed to blaze with fury, he recognized that he could not act against Lu Dong and his companions while the threat of the zombie tide still loomed. If there are no further matters, may we leave? Lu Dong, well aware of the power struggles within the fortress, spoke with confidence. You will regret this. I will ensure you do, Lin Tianan hissed through clenched teeth. Lu Dong and Wu Ming ignored him and continued towards the fortress with the little girl in tow. Lin Tianan glared at their retreating figures, his heart filled with dark promises. Once the zombie tide crisis had passed, He would ensure these three would wish they had never been born. Is he truly planning to deal with us once the crisis is over? Wu Ming asked Lu Dong. Let him be. It would be best if he kept his distance. Otherwise, even if he is from the Lin family, I will make him pay dearly, Lu Dong replied, his expression devoid of emotion. I'm just worried he might resort to underhanded tactics against us. A direct confrontation is easy to counter, but a hidden strike is hard to defend against. Wu Ming expressed his concern. Let it be. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. Overthinking is pointless. Lu Dong shook his head. What should we do with this little girl? Wu Ming pointed at the girl now beside Lu Dong. This is my biggest headache. What do you suggest? Lu Dong furrowed his brow. Perhaps we should let her accompany us. She seems quite dependent on you, Wu Ming suggested with a smile. That appears to be our only option, but entering the fortress might be troublesome since she lacks identification. Lu Dong replied, resigned. Identification is simple. Just claim she is your missing sister. Wu Ming proposed that it would have been better if we had found it sooner. And you just used that excuse, right? Haha, Wu Ming chuckled. No, I only said that to help her out, Lu Dong replied, his expression peculiar. But she can't speak, and we don't even know her background or identity. If we don't say she's your sister, she won't be allowed into the fortress. Wu Ming continued. All right, I'll look for Malong and have him assist her in obtaining an identity. Otherwise, it will be rather troublesome, Lu Dong said helplessly. Let's go. He then took the little girl's hand, which felt icy cold. Initially, Lu Dong thought it was because she had stayed outside the fortress too long, but even after walking for a while, her hand remained cold, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that she naturally has a colder body temperature? Lu Dong glanced down at the little girl, who was gazing up at him. In an instant, he was disarmed. The child's innocent and adorable demeanor was beyond what he had imagined. Moreover, her eyes resembled those of an ordinary human. Forget it. The immediate priority is to help her secure an identity. I shall not dwell on other matters for now. The trio gradually approached the fortress entrance, where they spotted Malong walking towards them. Why are you two back? Did you take care of the corpse king? Malong inquired, perplexed. No, but the dragon god and others went after it. We returned early as we sustained some injuries, Lu Dong explained. Then who is this little girl? Malong asked, eyeing Wu Ming with curiosity. This is his sister. I have no involvement in this matter. Wu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Malong's gaze shifted to Lu Dong, his expression questioning. This is my sister, a relative's child from before the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus. I have no idea how she has survived until now. I just found her in the northeast forest. Lu Dong shrugged, addressing Malong. Oh. So she is a survivor who has yet to enter the fortress? Malong queried, looking at Lu Dong. Yes, she just arrived, and I was hoping you could help her get an identity. Lu Dong replied, since she is your sister, there is no problem, rest assured. I will assist her with the identity paperwork. By the way, what is her name? How old is she? Malong asked. Her name is Lu Xiao. Sharing my surname. She is about 5 years old, Lu Dong replied in cooperation. All right, you two head back first. I will test her and then take her home, Malong said, waving his hand. Good, I will return now. Once you have sorted it out, take her to my house, Lu Dong replied courteously. After exchanging these words, the group gradually dispersed. However, no one noticed that the little girl was tightly clutching Lu Dong's leg, clinging to him like a koala, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Malong stood by, shaking his head with a wry smile. This little girl was somewhat difficult to manage. Seeing this, Lu Dong could only comply and follow along for the testing. Before long, they arrived at the talent testing location, where Lu Dong personally helped the little girl fill out the form. After the identity test was completed, they took the little girl to the Ability Detection Center. In no time, the three arrived at the Crazy God Fortress, entering the fortress's Ability Testing Center, where the little girl began her evaluation. The little girl placed her hand on the testing device, and faint flames gradually flickered to life, growing larger and smaller intermittently. Soon, a myriad of colorful lights began to appear. Observing this scene, Lu Dong quickly took the little girl to register her abilities. Chapter 19. The Tragic Lin Tianen. After the little girl registered her abilities, Lu Dong led her back to his residence, with Wu Ming choosing to stay. The little girl remained silent, and the three sat there quietly. Eventually, it was Wu Ming who could no longer hold back and spoke first. We have provoked the Lin family. and things are rather troublesome. What should we do? Wu Ming asked, frowning. I don't know. Worst case. We can leave the crazy god fortress. We could even go to the dragon god fortress, Lu Dong replied calmly. That's true, but my sister is still with Master Wang Mian. I worry the Lin family might target her. Wu Ming expressed his concerns. Forget it. We will take it one step at a time. If there is truly no solution, we will leave. We should ask your sister if she wishes to leave with us. Lu Dong continued. What about this little one? Wu Ming pointed at the little girl. I am also troubled. Let us just take her along. Otherwise, where would you have her go? Lu Dong said, exasperated. Well, I suppose that is the only option. I will first look for my sister and ask if she wants to come with us, Wu Ming said as he stood up. All right, I will take a rest. My mental energy has been drained today. Lu Dong replied wearily. Okay, I will take my leave now, Wu Ming said before heading towards Master Wang Mian's residence. I am going to sleep now. Do whatever you need to do, just don't go outside. Otherwise, you will be in grave danger. Do you understand? Lu Dong said sternly to the little girl. She did not respond, merely gazing silently at him. Lu Dong felt as if he were speaking to a wall. So he ignored her and fell asleep. Sometime later, a loud knocking echoed at Lu Dong's door, and the little girl glared at the door with fierce eyes. A powerful mental force gradually emanated from her, enveloping the two individuals outside in an instant. These two were high-level evolved beings sent by Lin Juntian, both possessing formidable abilities, and they had come to bring Lu Dong back. Damn it, what if that brat doesn't come out? A burly middle-aged man said to his companion. Damn it, should we just rush in? If we capture that brat, the young master will surely reward us handsomely. The other evolved being suggested. No, the crazy god fortress has regulations. It is against the law for non-enforcement teams to break in. Otherwise, it would be considered an invasion, and the city guards would eliminate us, the burly man replied. What are you afraid of? The Lin family is almost on par with the crazy god fortress. Even the crazy god would have to show some deference to the Lin family, right? The other evolved being countered. Shoo, don't be reckless. Speaking so carelessly here could lead to your demise. The burly man glared at his companion. Suddenly, a surge of powerful mental energy invaded their minds. The two high-level evolved beings were completely defenseless against the onslaught, their brains overtaken in an instant. No one in the fortress noticed this immense mental force. Not even Luo Kuang or Long Tian, who felt no signs of abnormality. The mental force compelled the two to rush towards Lin Tianan's residence, their gazes filled with madness, brutality, and cruelty. Passers-by sensed their overwhelming negative emotions and hastily avoided them, staring in shock. Upon arriving at Lin Tianan's residence, they directly asked the guards where the young master was, claiming they had important matters to report. The young master is inside, but he is not in a good mood. The guard replied. All right, understood, one of them said, striding inside, while the other seized the guard by the neck and lifted him up. The guard flailed desperately, fear evident in his eyes as he stared at the high-level evolved being choking him. The evolved being's gaze had long since lost all humanity. With a snap, he exerted force, and the guard's struggles ceased. The guard's eyes gradually lost their sparkle, his life force extinguished. The two then stormed into Lin Tianan's villa, silently eliminating all the guards they encountered. They only halted at the entrance of Lin Tianan's room when faced with two guards. These guards were bio-warriors, not evolved beings. Although bio-warriors could not enhance their strength in the later stages, these two were exceptions, possessing formidable power that could rival that of royal-level evolved beings. Is the young master inside? The two evolved beings inquired. The bio-warriors ignored them, and the two directly knocked on the door. A voice came from within. Who is it? If you have no valid reason to disturb me, prepare to face death. Lin Tianan's voice roared from inside. Young master, it's us. We have important matters to report. The two evolved beings said, Get in. If I find it unimportant, you will be doomed. Lin Tianan's voice echoed through the door. With a click, the door swung open. Roaring, the two evolved beings attacked simultaneously, unleashing their most powerful strikes toward Lin Tianan. His face turned pale, and the fear of death consumed his mind in an instant. At the same time, the two bio-warriors sprang into action. Despite their strength, they could not withstand a premeditated ambush. only managing to block half the attack. The remaining force struck Lin Tiannan. Blood spewed from his mouth as a fist-sized hole was torn through his right chest. The two evolved beings were instantly killed by the bio-warriors. And Lin Tiannan stared blankly at the ceiling above the corridor, feeling his life force ebbing away. The two bio-warriors swiftly carried Lin Tiannan and rushed toward the underground laboratory in the villa area, reporting the incident to Lin Jintian. Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian was furious and issued a death order to the scientists in the laboratory, demanding they save his son at all costs. Meanwhile, Lu Dong experienced an exaggerated dream in which Lin Tiannan was betrayed by his subordinates, suffering a devastating blow to the chest, drawing perilously close to death. Just as the dream reached this point, Lu Dong awoke with a start. Damn it, could it be that I wished for his death so fervently? That makes no sense. Lu Dong rubbed his head. With a thud, a sound of something falling to the ground echoed. Lu Dong turned around to find the little girl sprawled on the floor, and she appeared to be trembling slightly. Lu Dong furrowed his brow as he lifted her and placed her on the bed. The little girl's body was still quite cold, prompting Lu Dong to tuck her in with a blanket. It felt rather strange. The recent dream seemed incredibly vivid, reminiscent of the sensation when his mental prowess swept across the entire fortress. Could it possibly be real? If it were true, then who guided my mental energy to witness the entire event? Lu Dong sensed that it should indeed be genuine, yet he was perplexed as to who possessed the ability to direct his mental strength there, especially considering the betrayal of those two evolved beings, which was utterly baffling. The entire episode was rife with uncertainties, yet a fitting explanation eluded him. A faint voice, reminiscent of his brother, echoed in Lu Dong's mind. Who could it be? Stop playing tricks and show yourself. Lu Dong gripped his tang knife tightly, scanning his surroundings with his mental energy, but he could not discern the source of the voice. Brother, it's me, little Nan Nan. The voice reappeared in Lu Dong's mind. Where are you? Come out and stop playing tricks. Lu Dong glanced around, his gaze icy. Brother, I am the little girl beside you. My name is Nan Nan. The girl's voice grew increasingly frail. Lu Dong, astonished, stared at the girl lying on the bed, who now opened her eyes and gazed back at him. Were you the one speaking just now? Lu Dong inquired, fixated on the girl. I cannot speak. That was a mental exchange. The girl's voice resonated in Lu Dong's mind. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in approaching me? Lu Dong questioned her. I am simply little Nan Nan. The girl's eyes sparkled as she replied. Why did you appear deep within the dense forest? Don't tell me you got lost. I won't believe that. Lu Dong continued to interrogate. I was already there. There were many people playing with me, but they couldn't speak. They only howled, yet they were all afraid of me. The girl's voice echoed in Lu Dong's mind once more. Who are they? Could there be other survivors in the dense forest? No, survivors wouldn't fear this little girl. Lu Dong pondered with a furrowed brow. You have seen them, haven't you? They are the ones from the place where we met. The girl's voice continued to resonate in Lu Dong's mind. How do you know what I am thinking? I haven't even spoken it aloud. Lu Dong instinctively distanced himself from the girl. I can feel it. The girl's voice replied. A freak. The people I've encountered. In the depths of the forest, apart from those evolved beings, there are only zombies. You can't possibly be one of them, can you? Lu Dong's complexion shifted dramatically. Zombies? What are zombies? I don't know. The girl's voice once again emerged. The ones we were fighting in the depths of the forest are called zombies. Are those the ones you mean? Lu Dong queried. So they are called zombies. But they have always treated me well. Besides, they seem very afraid of me. The girl's innocent voice echoed in Lu Dong's mind once more. You can't possibly be the zombie queen, can you? No, the zombie queen wouldn't be afraid of the zombie king. Could it be? Lu Dong's face turned pale. Could it be what? Brother, the little girl questioned. Damn it. She is the zombie empress, and no wonder those zombie kings headed deeper into the forest. Could it be that she controlled the zombie kings to initiate the zombie tide? The more Lu Dong thought about it, the paler he became. Heaven, how could I randomly pick up a little girl only to find she is a zombie empress? Lu Dong thought, speechless. Brother, I'm so tired. I want to sleep, little Nanan said. What's wrong with you? You look so weak, Lu Dong asked, alarmed. Someone came knocking with malicious intent, so I controlled them and sent them back to kill. That's why I'm so exhausted. Little Nanan continued, knocking with malicious intent? 2 people? And they were sent back to kill? Damn. Could it be those 2 under Lin Tianan? This is bad. I need to think of a way. Lu Dong was in a frenzy, unable to devise a good plan. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. After all, there is no evidence linking us to this. This little one is quite capable. She managed to control them like that, Lu Dong murmured to himself. The girl's voice fell silent, and Lu Dong glanced at her, noticing she had already fallen asleep. The zombie empress. How outrageous. If others found out, they might think I initiated the zombie tide. Sigh, considering you helped me with some trouble. I suppose I'll assist you in return. It must be the mental energy depletion. Is there a quick way to recover my mental strength? Right, don't I still have a fruit? That should help me recover my mental energy quickly. But that fruit is incredibly precious. I only have one left. Should I give it or not? Lu Dong was truly torn. If I give it to her, I might not have such good fortune to find another. But if I don't, it goes against my principles. Perhaps I should just let her use it, little one. I just hope you remember my kindness. Lu Dong reluctantly retrieved the red fruit from his hidden compartment. Slowly prying open the little girl's mouth, he broke the fruit in half and placed it inside. As soon as the fruit touched her saliva, it instantly transformed into energy, surging into her body. The little girl opened her eyes, grabbed the half-fruit from Lu Dong's hand, and stuffed it into her mouth, her expression one of lingering delight. Lu Dong watched her nervously, fearing she might turn against him. Yet, the little girl did not retaliate. She merely gazed at him with joy. Brother, that fruit was so delicious. Do you have any more? The little girl exclaimed. You can speak now? Lu Dong stared in astonishment at the girl. Oh, I can really talk now? Hee hee, the little girl laughed joyfully. Lu Dong, Chapter 20. Forced departure. Brother, I can finally talk? Hee hee, the little girl exclaimed cheerfully. Yes, you can talk now, Lu Dong replied absent-mindedly, his mind racing as he pondered whether that fruit had granted the zombie empress the ability to speak. That would be utterly astonishing. Such a fruit might be priceless. Lu Dong thought, feeling a pang in his heart. Brother, what are you thinking about? The little girl asked innocently. Aren't you able to know what I'm thinking? Lu Dong replied, I can't sense it anymore. The little girl pouted. I was wondering why you call me brother. Lu Dong asked curiously. Because you told me to. So I call you brother, the little girl replied. In an instant, Lu Dong recalled his earlier encounter with Lin Tianan outside. That had been a temporary measure, and he had not anticipated being pinned down by this little one now. Why do I feel like I've gotten myself into a huge mess? Lu Dong thought bitterly. In the Lin family villa, the hall was crowded with people. The head of the Lin family, Lin Zhentian, sat at the head of the table, his expression grim as he listened to his subordinate's report. Are you saying the young master has made enemies outside the fortress with 3 individuals, and then sent those 2 to deal with them? Lin Zhentian inquired. Yes, head of the family. Those 2 were sent by the young master to deal with that boy. However, I do not understand why they returned to attack the young master, one man expressed perplexed. They went to find that person, and upon returning, they attacked Tianan. Could they have been controlled by someone using a drug? Lin Zhentian pondered. After testing, there were no traces of any drug components in their bodies, the man continued. Then what the hell is going on? Speak up, Lin Zhentian roared. It cannot be ruled out that they were under the control of a mental ability. The man replied cautiously, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Mental ability? You mean like the mental energy that swept through the entire fortress that day? Lin Zhentian exclaimed in shock. It is possible. Such powerful mental energy would make it exceedingly simple to control 2 individuals, the man elaborated. And have you yet to locate that powerful individual I instructed you to investigate last time? Lin Zhentian asked. Not yet. That powerful individual is too cautious and has not shown themselves. Moreover, that mental energy only swept through the entire fortress for an instant before vanishing, making it difficult for us to pinpoint. The man continued. Make sure to find that powerful individual as soon as possible, and do not let your guard down regarding those 3 individuals. Arrange for people to monitor them, since they were controlled while seeking trouble. It is highly likely they know that powerful individual, Lin Zhentian ordered. Yes, I will arrange it immediately, the man said before leaving. What on earth is happening lately? Why are there so many individuals with powerful mental abilities appearing? One swept through the fortress, two appeared during the encounter with the 8 great zombie kings, and now one is controlling evolved beings. Could they all be the same person? Impossible. Otherwise, there would have been 2 during the encounter with the zombie kings. They must not be the same person. Sigh. Forget it. What will come will come. Lin Zhantian thought, feeling a headache coming on. At Lu Dong's residence, the little girl stared at Lu Dong, who was also staring back at her. Their eyes locked in silence. Ahem, let us not stare at each other any longer. Prepare the supplies. We are getting ready to leave the fortress, Lu Dong said to the little girl. Brother, where are we going? The little girl asked, confused. You've nearly incapacitated Lin Tianan. Are we not leaving? Are we just waiting to be captured? Lu Dong rolled his eyes. But we didn't lay a hand on them. The little girl replied. But they will trace this back to us. Believe it or not, the moment we step outside, someone will be watching me, Lu Dong said helplessly to the little girl. Why is this so troublesome? The little girl complained. Isn't it because of you? You made such a big mess and didn't inform me. Lu Dong spoke with a hint of exasperation. How about I go and take care of them? The little girl, eager yet tentative, chimed in. Why not? Lu Dong felt a headache coming on. If you dare to seek them out, you're certain not to return, he continued. What then? Can we leave? The little girl frowned. Pondering, well, let's tidy our things first. They wouldn't dare act within the fortress. Once we exit, it will all hinge on our individual skills. Lu Dong's voice took on a chilling tone as he remarked. At Wang Mian's residence, Wu Ming was anxiously awaiting Wu Xian in the hall. Brother, what brings you here? Wu Xian appeared at the entrance of the hall. Xiner, we have provoked that formidable entity from the Lin family. We're worried about their retaliation, so we're preparing to leave the fortress. Will you come with us? Wu Ming spoke rapidly. The Lin family? How did you manage to cross paths with them? Wu Xian asked. Bewildered, Wu Ming recounted the entire ordeal, and Wu Xian's frown deepened with each detail. When she learned that Lu Dong and Wu Ming had deepened their conflict with them to save the little girl, she erupted in anger. That Lin Tianan is truly despicable. He wouldn't even spare a little girl, Wu Xian exclaimed, disregarding her image. Lin Tianan truly deserves his fate, but alas, he cannot die just yet. Wang Mian interjected as he entered the hall. Master, weren't you off treating someone else's injuries? You're back so soon? Wu Xian asked, slightly bashful. Ha ha ha, I just want to rescue Lin Tianan. His elder, Lin Zhantian, is the second most powerful figure in the fortress. I couldn't afford to ignore it, Wang Mian replied. Lin Tianan was injured? That's quite gratifying, Wu Xian stated joyfully. Today, he was ambushed by his own subordinates and nearly met his demise. Those very subordinates were dispatched to deal with Lu Dong and your brother. How do you think Lin Zhantian will respond? Wang Mian said seriously. He can't possibly suspect my brother and Lu Dong. Can he? Wu Xian asked in astonishment. Indeed. He suspects that you are acquainted with a powerful psychic who manipulated Lin Tianan's subordinates to orchestrate the ambush, Wang Mian replied gravely. What do we do now? He will surely retaliate against my brother and Lu Dong, Wu Xian exclaimed anxiously. I hope your brother can leave the fortress. That would be the best course of action, Wang Mian stated earnestly. Can't you protect my brother and Lu Dong? Wu Xian looked at Wang Mian with hopeful eyes. No, I cannot bear that burden. The Lin family is far too powerful, Wang Mian said helplessly. Then what are we to do? You can't just disregard this, Wu Xian pleaded, shaking Wang Mian's hand in a show of affection. There is but one way. They must leave. Once they have departed, I can ensure your safety, but I cannot protect your brother. Wang Mian expressed with resignation. Where can my brother go? Outside the fortress is perilous, Wu Xian protested. There is no other choice. Do not fret, dear sister. With Master Wang Mian safeguarding you, your brother will rest easy. He will return to visit you, Wu Ming said, feeling helpless. No, brother, if you leave, I will go with you. I would rather die alongside you, Wu Xian declared stubbornly. Why not stay at the master's residence? They wouldn't trouble you there. Wu Ming insisted. I refuse to stay behind. I will accompany you, Wu Xian remained resolute. Very well, then you shall go with your brother. Though not burden Master Wang Mian, Wu Ming conceded. I apologize, Master. I cannot bear to watch my brother wander aimlessly in the wasteland. I am sorry, But I cannot continue my training with you, Wu Xian said sorrowfully. It's all right if you stayed with me. I would have misjudged you. You, like your brother, value your bonds deeply. However, allow me to impart one final lesson. Always stay true to your heart and never undertake actions that betray it. Do you understand? Wang Mian said earnestly. Yes, I understand. Master, I will never forget you. I promise to return to visit you. Wu Xian replied tearfully. Now, hurry and leave with your brother. The farther you go, the better, Master Wang Mian said. Wiping his own tears. Goodbye, Master. I will surely return to see you when time allows, Wu Xian said sadly. Wu Ming and Wu Xian hurriedly returned home to gather their belongings before heading to Lu Dong's residence. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Lu Dong to rise quickly and call out, Who is it? It's me. Are you ready? We need to set off, Wu Ming replied from beyond the door. Understood. I am prepared. We can depart, Lu Dong said as he opened the door. Moments later, Lu Dong emerged, laden with supplies, closely followed by the little girl. Let us go. They exchanged glances and stepped forward together. As Lu Dong stepped outside, he suddenly sensed several pairs of eyes fixated upon them, each step echoing ominously. The four of them hastened toward the fortress's exit, Lu Dong purchasing supplies, food, water, and weapons along the way. After several hours, they were nearing the fortress gates. Silence enveloped them, save for the rumble of the pickup truck. You all go ahead. I will check if there are any tasks available, Lu Dong instructed, eyeing the Lin family's underground chamber. Lin Zhentian frowned as he observed Lin Tian submerged in nutrient liquid. Have you located that powerful individual? What of those three? Lin Zhentian queried his subordinate. Not yet. That powerful being seems to have vanished without a trace. For days, there has been no news whatsoever, the subordinate replied. Continue monitoring the three of them. If you fail to find that powerful individual by tomorrow, you may as well consider yourselves dead, Lin Zhentian roared. Understood. I will take care of it immediately, the subordinate said as he promptly exited. At that moment, Lu Dong and his companions had already left the fortress, venturing into the wasteland. The four laughed and chatted as if on a leisurely trip, particularly Wu Xian, who was fondly cradling the little girl. Meanwhile, Lin Zhentian remained oblivious to the fact that after Lin Tiannan's incident, Lu Dong and the others had slowly progressed into the wasteland. Much like a casual outing, Chapter 21. Exposure. The four wandered aimlessly across the desolate landscape, where silence reigned, save for the occasional harmless mutated beast or a few low-level zombies roaming about. What do we do now? We can't just continue wandering like this, Wu Ming said to Lu Dong. Indeed. It's far too perilous to linger in the wasteland, Wu Xian added. Brother, how about we search for Datu and the others? The little girl suggested. Datu? Who is that? Lu Dong asked, puzzled. Datu is the one you scared off last time, the little girl explained. But they are zombies. We cannot associate with them, Lu Dong replied helplessly. Wu Xian, Wu Ming. Let us check out the nearby settlement. Ultimately, we can head to the Longshan fortress and establish ourselves there, Lu Dong proposed. All right, do you think our supplies will last until then? Wu Ming said, feeling disheartened. We can gather supplies along the way, Wu Xian chimed in. That makes sense. I didn't realize my sister was so clever, Wu Ming said, scratching his head. You were never as clever as me to begin with? Lu Dong teased Wu Ming. Tsh, you didn't think of it either. So what are you bragging about? Wu Ming retorted with disdain. The three continued their banter, oblivious to the weak, mutated beasts and zombies that dared not approach them, radiating an aura of formidable strength. After half a day, they arrived at the river previously crossed by the Longshan team. Just as they were about to cross, the little girl suddenly halted the others, her expression grave as she gazed at the river's surface. What's wrong? Lu Dong asked, puzzled. There's something in the river, and it's powerful. It intends to ambush us, the little girl asserted. You mean something in the water intends to ambush us? Wu Ming asked, bewildered. Exactly. I can sense it too. There's a significant life force emanating from the river, Wu Xian concurred. Is there a way to lure it out? If we can defeat it, we should. But if not, we'll retreat, Lu Dong stated solemnly. I'm not sure. Let me try, the little girl replied. With a surge of immense psychic energy, she swept over the wasteland, causing the distant low-level zombies to tremble. The psychic force swiftly took control of them, commanding them to move toward the riverside. About 7 or 8 low-level zombies staggered to the riverbank, yet the creature lurking beneath the water seemed disinterested. Is this creature too clever? It's not falling for the trap? Wu Xian exclaimed in shock. Unbeknownst to them, the creature they encountered was the giant python that had previously confronted the Longshan team. Having been lured ashore once before, it was no fool to fall for the same trick again. As human evolvers advanced, so too did the intelligence and cunning of the creatures. Regardless of how the zombies attempted to entice it, the creature remained unmoved, simply lingering quietly beneath the water's surface. It appears that the zombies do not pique its interest, and it is unlikely that the smaller mutated beasts would provoke it either. What should we do? Lu Dong said helplessly. Is there any other way to lure it up? Wu Ming furrowed his brow and replied, unless someone among us goes to draw it out, I fear these methods will be futile. Lu Dong responded to Wu Ming, we lack the strength to retreat unscathed. I believe it would be wiser for us to take a detour. Wu Xian, filled with concern, chimed in, let's just take the long way around. We can walk upstream for 10 kilometers and then cross the river. Lu Dong sighed, and the three of them, along with the corpse, slowly began to move upstream along the riverbank. After a while, they had already distanced themselves over 10 kilometers from the crossing point. Let us cross the river here, Wu Ming suggested. Haven't you noticed that the creature has been following us all along? Lu Dong replied with resignation. Are you saying it's lurking in this river? Wu Ming said incredulously. If you don't believe me, try crossing the river. Lu Dong retorted. Is that true? Does it really need to follow us? Can it even keep up? Wu Ming questioned. There's no other choice. It seems it has set its sights on us, Lu Dong said helplessly. We can't continue like this. We must remain on guard against it, while it poses no threat to us in the water. If this continues, we will inevitably collapse, Wu Xian remarked. What if I go into the water to deal with it? Nan Nan suggested. No. Both Lu Dong and Wu Xian exclaimed in unison. If it's not an option, then why act so fiercely? Nan Nan said, feeling wronged. Goodness, when did the corpse emperor also become a victim of grievances? Lu Dong thought, his mind in a muddle. Perhaps I should go down and lure it up? You all should be ready to assist me at any moment, using your strongest abilities, or we will all be in peril. Lu Dong declared solemnly. It's too dangerous, brother. I should go instead, Nan Nan protested. Wu Ming and Wu Xian shared the same concerned gaze towards Lu Dong. Slowly, Lu Dong drew his tang knife and addressed them. I have made my decision. Be prepared to support me. With the tang knife in hand, Lu Dong cautiously approached the river point. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He drew nearer to the monstrous creature lurking beneath the surface. The creature remained still, its 2 eyes fixed intently upon Lu Dong, its tongue flickering in anticipation as he approached. Suddenly, with a terrifying swiftness, a monstrous snake head burst through the water's surface, lunging at Lu Dong. His gaze sharpening, Lu Dong swung the tang knife from behind to the front. A series of sparks erupted as the blade met the snake's head, causing it to momentarily recoil before lunging forward again. At that moment, Lu Dong found himself caught between the remnants of old strength and the emergence of new, helplessly watching as the gaping maw of the giant python drew ever closer. A foul stench assaulting his senses, making the world spin around him. Just as Lu Dong was on the brink of meeting his demise within the serpent's jaws, Wu Ming sprang into action. His dual pistols roaring like aircraft cannons, each shot striking the snake's head but seemingly having little effect. Meanwhile, Wu Xian commanded a vine from the riverbank, which swiftly ensnared Lu Dong and began to pull him back to shore. Yet, they were still not out of danger from the python's voracious MW. At that moment, a terrifying roar erupted from Nan Nan. Lu Dong and the giant python bore the brunt of it. Lu Dong's face paling, while the python hesitated. Wu Xian quickly pulled Lu Dong to safety, but in the process, Lu Dong was sent flying into the thicket behind Wu Xian due to the force. The python, recovering instantly, charged toward the shore in a fury. Wu Ming's guns had not ceased firing since the onset, yet all his attacks seemed akin to mere tickles for the furious beast. The snake's head swiftly swam toward the shore, locking onto Wu Xian as its target, its bloodthirsty jaws poised to strike. Wu Xian's complexion drained of color, her mind blank. Seeing this, Wu Ming's teeth clenched, and with a flash of his hawk-eyed ability, He locked onto the python's eye. With a thunderous bang, a round from his gun struck true, piercing the giant snake's eye and causing it to explode in a gruesome display. The python, grievously wounded, succumbed to a frenzy. Its tail thrashed Wu Xian, filled with trepidation, inquired, "She is the Corpse Empress." Lu Dong replied helplessly, "Corpse Empress?" Wu Ming and Wu Xian echoed in unison. "I only discovered this at my residence. She accomplished something monumental. Thus, I immediately advised you to vacate the fortress. Had we remained there, we would likely be dead by now," Lu Dong stated. "What monumental deed?" Wu Ming and Wu Xian asked. "She utilized her psychic abilities to control Lin Tianan's subordinates, commanding them to launch a surprise attack on Lin Tianan, who was severely injured in the process," Lu Dong elaborated. "What?" Wu Ming and Wu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, that is the reality. Hence, I urged everyone to leave the fortress promptly," Lu Dong remarked with a smile. "Wait, allow me to gather my thoughts first," Wu Ming said, rubbing his forehead. "First, the Corpse Empress, and now she has incapacitated Lin Tianan. What on earth is happening?" Wu Ming pondered anxiously. "Consider this matter carefully. It genuinely does not concern you. Even if you choose to return, I will not hold it against you. However, I believe returning will bring you trouble. I will take Nan Nan with me. Even if the entire world rejects her," Lu Dong concluded, turning to approach Nan Nan. Little Nan Nan, aware they were discussing her, anxiously glanced towards the trio and hurriedly approached Lu Dong. "Brother, are you going to abandon Nan Nan?" she asked with urgency. "Brother would never abandon you. Do not worry," Lu Dong assured her. "Yes, Nan Nan believes in brother. By the way, brother, this is for you," little Nan Nan exclaimed, handing Lu Dong a black orb. Lu Dong picked up the orb, examining it closely. He had been too hasty before to inspect this peculiar object. Within the orb, he observed a swirling mass of energy, coalescing into a miniature serpent that writhed inside. "This orb is truly strange. The energy inside manifests as a serpent. What purpose could it serve?" Lu Dong mused. "Brother, what are you thinking? Are you wondering about the orb's function?" little Nan Nan inquired. Do you know what this orb is for?" Lu Dong asked her. "Well, we all swallowed it directly," she replied earnestly. "Swallow it?" Lu Dong gulped. "Yes, we just swallow it. Generally, it allows us to absorb the energy within, and if luck is on our side, we might even acquire new skills," little Nan Nan explained. Brother should think it over first." Lu Dong hesitated. "Yes, it's worth considering, but the longer you wait, the harder it becomes to digest the energy inside." "Brother, you must decide quickly," little Nan Nan insisted. "Why is that?" Lu Dong asked, puzzled. "Because the energy has not yet solidified. If too much time passes, it will gradually harden," she explained. I see. However, the allure of gaining psychic abilities is indeed quite tempting. Darn, this is a difficult choice. Should I take a gamble? Lu Dong contemplated. Perhaps not. I can slowly grow stronger over time. There is no need to take such risks. Just as Lu Dong was grappling with whether to swallow the black orb, Wu Ming and Wu Xian approached. "We have decided to accompany you. We trust you will not betray us. Living mundane lives for too long only leads to complacency and weakness. We desire to grow stronger. Strong enough to be beyond threat." Wu Ming declared solemnly to Lu Dong, "If you do not betray me, I will ensure you will not be disappointed. We will grow stronger until we stand atop this world." Lu Dong responded earnestly. At that moment, something seemed to shift within Lu Dong. Though he could not quite pinpoint what, it was evident that his mindset had evolved. He was no longer the aimless individual he once was, but rather someone who bore the responsibility of guiding others to strength. He felt a deeper concern. He was no longer indifferent to death, for he now had a nominal sister and 2 trustworthy friends. "Yes, we believe in you. Let us embark on our journey to greatness," Wu Ming added. The 3 of them, along with the corpse, set forth once more towards the Dragon God Fortress. Approximately an hour later, little Nan Nan alerted them again. "Something is following us, and it seems there are quite a few of them," she said, furrowing her brow. "I sense it too. It seems there are 2 presences, one above us and one behind." Lu Dong said gravely, "Above and behind. Could it be pursuers sent by the Lin family?" Wu Ming asked. "What do we do? Can we fight them?" Wu Xian inquired anxiously that it should not be them, as both auras carry the scent of mutated beasts. We should disperse and hide, Lu Dong commanded, prompting everyone to scatter. About half an hour later, a pack of wolves, each the size of a calf, appeared before them, moving slowly while sniffing the air. They charged towards Lu Dong and the others. Damn it, they seem to be tracking us. Didn't we clean the scent of blood long before crossing the river? Lu Dong exclaimed. Indeed. Logically, they should not have caught up. There must be something we are unaware of. Wu Ming replied. Perhaps they are not pursuing us. They could just be passing by, Wu Xian suggested uncertainly. I believe they are indeed after us, brother, little Nan Nan said. Do you know why they are following us? Lu Dong asked curiously. They are likely trailing the black orb. If they swallow it, they might evolve into a more powerful form, she explained. In a way, that orb doesn't seem to emit any scent, Lu Dong expressed disbelief. They have their ways of detecting the orb's scent, little Nan Nan insisted. What orb are you all talking about? Wu Ming and Wu Xian asked, their curiosity piqued. This black orb, Nan Nan mentioned that swallowing it grants energy and a chance for psychic abilities. Lu Dong said, retrieving the orb from his pack and handing it to Wu Ming. Where did this come from? It cannot be from the body of that giant serpent, can it? Wu Ming exclaimed. Examining the orb and noticing a serpent-like pattern, it hardly qualifies as a dragon orb. It's more like a serpent orb. Lu Dong rolled his eyes. At that moment, a massive eagle swooped down from the sky. While the wolves in the forest began to stir, hastening their charge towards Lu Dong and the others. They are coming for us, brother, little Nan Nan exclaimed, releasing her vast psychic energy. How on earth do we fight off so many? Wu Ming shouted, brandishing his dual pistols. Wu Xian swiftly gestured, causing surrounding vines to entwine around them, forming a colossal plant cocoon. Lu Dong slowly drew his Tang Dao, his gaze fixed intently on the darkening sky, where a small black dot grew larger. A gargantuan eagle materialized in their sight. As the pack of wolves charged towards Lu Dong and the others, they found themselves overwhelmed by little Nan Nan's psychic pressure, causing them to stumble and yelp in confusion. The eagle halted its descent, hovering in the air, hesitating. The wolf pack lacked a royal-level mutated beast, with only one wolf king qualifying as an elite among them. While the eagle in the sky was a royal-level evolved creature, nearing the imperial level. The group rapidly assessed their adversaries. The wolf pack lacked a royal-level mutant, yet their numbers were overwhelming, and they did not seem desperate for the black orb. The eagle, however, posed a significant challenge. It would not simply depart. Be cautious, Nan Nan. Use your psychic power to command the Wolf King to lead the pack away. We will focus on dealing with that creature above, Lu Dong instructed swiftly. With a powerful howl, the Wolf King led the pack away, vanishing from sight, while the enormous eagle circled above. Seems this feathered beast has no intention of letting us go. Lu Dong remarked with a wry smile. Are we to remain here, helpless? Wu Ming asked. What else do you propose? Should we slay it? Or drive it away? Lu Dong replied exasperatedly. If only I had an anti-material sniper rifle. I could take it down, Wu Ming lamented. Let it be. Its hesitance to attack indicates it fears us. For now, we must find a suitable place to shake it off, Lu Dong advised. But it can sense the black orb's presence and will continue to follow us. Little Nan Nan interjected. Is there any way to conceal the orb's scent? Lu Dong asked her. Unless brother swallows it. Then it would be undetectable within you, little Nan Nan suggested, her eyes shining with determination. Even if we offered the orb to that creature above, it would not spare us. There is no choice left but to take a risk. Guard me while I swallow the orb, Lu Dong declared. Swiftly consuming the black orb, the remaining individuals swiftly stood guard, alert to their surroundings. A black orb entered Lu Dong's mouth, sliding smoothly down his throat to his stomach. However, Lu Dong exhibited no discernible reaction. It seems there is no response, he mused, casting a puzzled glance at Shaolin Wan. Perhaps, after some time, the energy has begun to solidify, she replied. Well then, that means it won't pursue us further, right? Lu Dong remarked before lifting his gaze toward the colossal eagle. The gigantic bird circled twice before soaring off into the distance. Chapter 23. Armored Transformation. wings of the demon. Once the giant eagle departed, the 3 living beings and the 1 corpse resumed their journey toward the dragon god fortress. After traversing a dense thicket, they encountered a peculiar stone forest that obstructed their path. Stretching across a 100-mile radius, towering stones stood upright upon the plain, resembling trees. Within this stone forest, enormous trees occasionally pierced the sky, each exhibiting a distinctive feature. No branches below 8 meters, yet lush foliage above that height. The entire stone forest resembled a vast labyrinth. Silence enveloped the stone forest, devoid of any sound. This was the unavoidable route to the Dragon God Fortress. Lu Dong and his companions had never ventured into this stone forest. Aside from formidable beings like the 10 gods, none dared to traverse its depths. This forest lay between 2 fortresses, and many evolvers had attempted to pass through, only to meet their doom, vanishing without a trace as if swallowed by the earth. No one knew what terrifying creatures lurked within. Luo Kuang and Long Tian had also searched here, but returned empty-handed, only discovering the remains of those who had perished. After that, no evolvers dared to enter again. The Mad God Fortress faced a horde of corpses, and had it not been for Long Tian leading the way, none would have been able to pass through the stone forest. Consequently, the inhabitants of both fortresses marked this forest in red on their maps, naming it the Giant Wood Stone Forest. Lu Dong and his companions cautiously ventured into the stone forest. Truth be told, Lu Dong held no absolute confidence in his ability to navigate through it. Yet, there was no choice left. They had to cross the forest to reach the Dragon God Fortress, or else the Lin family would undoubtedly send pursuers after them. Something felt amiss. It was unnaturally quiet. If there were no mutated beasts, it would be one thing, but the absence of insect chirps and bird calls is unnerving. It feels as though we've stepped into another world. Wu Ming trembled as he spoke. Normal individuals, accustomed to the vibrant hustle and bustle of life, would experience anxiety, distress, and fear if suddenly thrust into a world devoid of sound. Even someone as powerful as Wu Ming felt the weight of such emotions. Everyone senses something is off, yet we must discern what exactly is amiss, brother, Lu Dong exclaimed. Rolling his eyes, Wu Ming fell silent, perplexed. Although he could not fathom why the silence was so profound, he sensed no imminent danger. The group slowly delved deeper into the stone forest, unaware that a pair of eyes was intently observing them from a distance of 5 kilometers. Oblivious to their surroundings, they wandered aimlessly, having lost their sense of direction. Indeed, Lu Dong and his companions had become disoriented. Regrettably, they remained unaware, believing they were advancing. After several hours of wandering, they finally recognized that they seemed to be going in circles. Wait, it appears we have been going in circles all along, Lu Dong exclaimed in horror. What, are you saying we've been circling? Wu Ming gasped in fear. Yes, if you don't believe me, leave a mark along the way and you'll see for yourself, Lu Dong replied. Exasperated, Wu Xian exhibited anxiety, while Xiao Wanwan remained unperturbed. All right, I'll leave a mark to test this, she said, moving toward the stone forest to carve a symbol into a pillar. As time passed, Wu Ming also began to leave markers. Look, we returned to our original spot. Lu Dong pointed toward the distant stone pillar. Wu Ming and Wu Xian rushed over and confirmed that it was indeed one of their markings. Damn it, could this stone forest truly be a labyrinth? How is it possible that we wandered so long yet remain in the same place? Wu Ming exclaimed, striking the stone pillar in frustration. Let it be. There's no use in getting angry. The sky is starting to darken. We should make camp here. Let us be cautious tonight. I fear something may transpire, Lu Dong lamented. Everyone concurred with Lu Dong's words. Swiftly setting up the tent they had brought from the Mad God Fortress, they gathered around a fire, consuming the provisions they carried. Tonight, we'll take turns resting and keeping watch. We'll split into 2 shifts. I'll take the first half of the night with Xiao Wanwan, while you 2 guard the latter half. You should rest first. I'll wake you when it's your turn, Lu Dong said, munching on his rations. Very well, we'll rest now, they replied, and Wu Xian followed Lu Dong into the tent. The nights in the apocalypse were particularly cold, growing chillier as time progressed. Xiao Wanwan nestled in Lu Dong's embrace, yawning softly, while Lu Dong occasionally added twigs to the fire, pondering why the black orb from the giant python had shown no effect after ingestion. Silence enveloped them, the only sound being the crackling of the fire. Suddenly, Xiao Nuan sat up, her eyes fixed intently in a particular direction. Instantly, Lu Dong felt a surge of tension, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his Tang Dao. Ready for combat. What is going on? Have you noticed something? Lu Dong inquired of Xiao Nuan. I don't know, brother. I just feel like something over there is watching us, she replied. Are you certain? Lu Dong pressed. Absolutely. I just scanned that area with my psychic energy, but it seems to have failed there, leaving only a blur. She pointed to the direction she was observing. Lu Dong immediately extended his psychic energy toward the area Xiao Nuan indicated, confirming that it was indeed a vague, indistinct presence. Leaning closer to Xiao Nuan, Lu Dong whispered a few words before standing up and heading toward the tent. Wake up, wake up! Lu Dong shook Wu Ming and Wu Xian. What's wrong? Has our shift come so soon? Wu Ming yawned. Wu Xian rubbed her eyes, looking at Lu Dong with a dazed expression. Shoo! Lu Dong placed a finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. Wu Ming and Wu Xian instantly snapped to attention as Lu Dong beckoned them closer, whispering a few words in their ears. They pretended to yawn as they exited the tent. It's our turn now. You should rest, they said to Xiao Nuan, signaling her to go back inside. Xiao Nuan stood up and entered the tent, noticing that Lu Dong was fully armed, his Tang Dao drawn and ready for any disturbance outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Nuan had also transformed, appearing as a small girl with purple eyes and a pale complexion. Her hands bore sharp claws, resembling dragon talons. Outside the tent, Wu Ming gripped his dual pistols tightly, while Wu Xian silently manipulated the surrounding vines and plants. Yet there was no sign of movement. As time passed, Wu Ming and Wu Xian began to doze off when a piercing sound suddenly erupted, followed by a shadow darting out from the direction Xiao Nuan had been watching. With a wingspan of approximately 5 meters, the shadow swiftly approached Wu Ming and Wu Xian. Just as it was about to reach them, a gunshot rang out. The shadow faltered, plummeting from the sky. Wu Ming quickly retreated 3 or 4 meters, finally discerning that it was a gigantic bat. The bat shook its head and opened its mouth, emitting a deafening sound that penetrated Wu Ming and Wu Xian's eardrums, causing them both excruciating pain. A brilliant flash of blade light descended from above, aimed directly at the bat. The giant bat folded its wings, producing a sharp clanging sound as Lu Dong's Tang Dao failed to inflict any harm. In retaliation, one of the bat's wings swept toward Lu Dong. With no time to evade, Lu Dong braced for impact. But just as the bat was about to strike, several vines erupted from behind him, ensnaring him and pulling him back. However, it was a moment too late. The bat's talons left a long gash across Lu Dong's chest. Seeing Lu Dong injured, Xiao Nuan lost control, her purple hair whipping wildly as a terrifying howl erupted from her lips. In an instant, she vanished from sight, reappearing beside the bat, her sharp claws poised to strike downward. Meanwhile, Wu Ming's dual pistols also proved ineffective against the bat, yet he refused to abandon his attempts to distract it. The giant bat resorted to its old tactics, folding its wings just in time to block Xiao Nuan's claws. It then thrust its legs forward, charging toward Lu Dong, the only one severely wounded in the vicinity. It seemed even animals understood the strategy of targeting the vulnerable. Once again, the piercing sound assaulted Lu Dong and Wu Xian, causing their expressions to shift. Wu Xian turned pale, clutching her head as she rolled on the ground in agony. Lu Dong, however, regained his composure, raising his Tang Dao to shield himself as the bat's talons collided with the blade. It lashed out with its legs, aiming for Lu Dong's abdomen. With a crash, Lu Dong spat blood, propelled backward until he crashed against a stone pillar before collapsing to the ground. Xiao Nuan, who had been overlooked, felt a surge of frustration and anguish. Her eyes began to turn red, and her hair shifted to a crimson hue. A formidable aura emanated from the young girl. The giant bat squinted its eyes, fixated intently on her. The instincts of beasts are remarkably acute, capable of sensing threats that may pose danger to them. At this moment, the girl exuded the ferocity of a corpse emperor, swiftly appearing behind the bat and clawing at its back. The bat, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in its rear and immediately flapped its wings, launching itself into the air. The bat soared above, leaving the girl helpless, her gaze fiercely locked onto it. Meanwhile, Wu Xian and her companions swiftly moved closer, with Wu Ming aiming his twin guns at the creature, while Wu Xian summoned vines to protect everyone. Unbeknownst to them, after sustaining a powerful blow to his abdomen, a black orb within Lu Dong shattered, releasing a surge of potent energy that coursed through his body, rapidly healing the wound on his chest. His body became enveloped in armor composed of black serpentine scales. Resembling the battle attire of an ancient general, a menacing serpent head emerged from his own, its gaping maw leaving only Lu Dong's face exposed. Two fleshy growths appeared at the base of his back, rapidly expanding. With a sudden rustle, a pair of massive flesh wings unfurled behind Lu Dong, reminiscent of the wings of a legendary demon. Both parties facing each other turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Momentarily stunned, their 8 eyes locked in a fierce stare. "Why are you all staring at me like that? I mean, I might be a bit handsome at times, but surely this isn't warranted," Lu Dong remarked. "Why you are Dong Go?" Wu Ming gaped at the splendidly armored figure before him. "Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" Lu Dong rolled his eyes in response. "W on earth is going on?" Wu Ming stammered, pointing at Lu Dong's appearance. "Let us deal with that bat first." Lu Dong gestured towards the giant creature. With a roar, an invisible sound wave surged towards the three of them, causing Wu Ming and Wu Xian to clutch their ears, blood streaming from their orifices, while Lu Dong remained unaffected. Simultaneously, the young girl began to howl at the bat. In an instant, a purple phantom appeared beside the bat. With a swift motion, her claws lunged towards it, but the bat deflected her attack with its wings. In a flash, a dark figure materialized on the opposite side of the bat, a tang knife gleaming as it sliced through the air, producing a chilling sound as it struck flesh. Ultimately, this led to the emergence of a set of armor upon my body, while the wings upon my back are likely the result of a fusion between the genetic fragments of the venom and my own. Lu Dong briefly remarked, "Are you saying that after being afflicted by bat venom, it inadvertently facilitated your current condition?" Wu Ming inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. "And now it has even become your pet?" Wu Xian added, "Well, that's roughly the idea," Lu Dong said, discreetly wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Wu Ming and Wu Xian looked at Lu Dong with disdain before turning away in exasperation. "Brother, aren't you thrilled to have acquired the abilities of 2 mutated beasts?" Xiaonuan said to Lu Dong. Lu Dong could only respond with silence. "So you can't revert to your original form?" Wu Ming continued, "I should be able to. I haven't tried yet." "Let me give it a shot," Lu Dong replied, concentrating on retracting the armor and wings in his mind. In an instant, the armor faded and disappeared, and the wings swiftly retracted as well. Lu Dong found himself feeling completely bare. A pair of startled screams pierced the air, causing Lu Dong to leap up, brandishing his tang knife and looking around in panic. A certain young lad, caught in the wind, realized he was nearly naked, with only tattered strips of cloth clinging to him upon seeing Wu Xian and Xiaonuan turn away, covering their eyes. Lu Dong, feeling awkward, quickly covered himself and dashed into the woods, grabbing his backpack on the way. Observing Lu Dong's flustered retreat, Wu Ming burst into hearty laughter, thinking to himself how fortunate Lu Dong had been, flaunting his abilities only to find himself in such an embarrassing predicament. Wu Xian and Xiaonuan, meanwhile, were blushing fiercely, and the great bat wore a perplexed expression. After a moment, Lu Dong reappeared, fidgeting and wearing an embarrassed expression. Wu Ming stood nearby chuckling, his amusement evident in his eyes. Lu Dong shot him a fierce glare, cursing inwardly at this wretched fellow. Had he not asked if Lu Dong could revert to his original form, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Wu Ming, sensing the tension, averted his gaze. The group chose not to revisit the earlier incident, each lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 25. Encountering a pseudo-emperor-level powerhouse after tidying up. Lu Dong and his companions continued on their journey. Under the guidance of the Great Bat, they successfully navigated through the stone forest. During their passage, they finally understood why they had been led astray. The stone forest was a natural formation that created illusions, making one believe they were moving forward while in reality, they were merely walking in circles. The great bat, however, was different. It utilized echolocation and hardly relied on its eyes, easily finding its way through the stone forest. Furthermore, it had dwelled in this area for an extensive period. "Where is the cave of the ancient Qi refining master you mentioned?" Lu Dong suddenly inquired in his mind. "It is located halfway up the cliff of that mountain ahead," the great bat responded, gazing at the distant peak. "Shall we explore that cave?" Lu Dong turned to his companions. "Isn't that where the scroll was discovered?" Wu Ming and the others pressed. "Indeed. There might be treasures within. It would be a pity to miss out," Lu Dong remarked with a smile. "What are we waiting for? Perhaps it holds superlative techniques left by the ancient Qi refining master. We could become extraordinary experts with just a bit of cultivation," Wu Ming said eagerly, drooling at the thought. "What if there's nothing inside?" Lu Dong retorted. "Let's just go for a look. We have nowhere else to head right now." "It's worth a shot," he added. Wu Ming shrugged. "All right, let's see. There might indeed be some combat techniques hidden within." With that, Lu Dong took the lead towards the towering mountain, followed closely by the others. While the great bat wore a sullen expression, as they approached the mountain's base, Xiaonuan turned to Lu Dong and said, "Brother, I'm so tired. Can we take a break?" Lu Dong glanced at the weary faces around him and nodded. "Let us rest for a moment before ascending. We can go up in one go afterward." Wu Ming surveyed the imposing mountain before them, noting its steepness and height. "You think we can make it up in one breath?" he asked. After considering the mountain, Lu Dong suggested, "How about I have the great bat carry me up to take a look while you two wait here?" Wu Ming hesitated, then replied, "Let us go together. At least we can look out for one another." Wu Xen nodded in agreement. Lu Dong sighed. "Fine, I'll go first to scout ahead. You two can take your time coming up." He then called for the great bat to fly him up. But the great bat, unlike a bird, lacked a place to sit. Reluctantly, Lu Dong clung to the great bat's leg as they ascended. The great bat soared slowly towards the mountain. Reaching halfway up, it began to glide sideways. Lu Dong, intrigued by the scenery, engaged in conversation with the great bat. "How many treasures do you possess? Should I carry you along? If there are too many, I won't be able to manage," he asked. "Don't even think about laying a hand on my treasures," the great bat retorted, sounding rather stingy. All right. I have no interest in your treasures," Lu Dong replied with annoyance. Suddenly, Lu Dong's eyes caught sight of a figure swiftly bounding along the mountainside, with the ability to momentarily hover in the air. Typically, advanced evolutionists can jump around 3 to 4 meters, while king-level evolutionists can reach 5 to 6 meters. Only those above emperor level can float freely. It was clear that this rapidly moving figure was an emperor-level powerhouse, though it seemed somewhat different, as emperor-level beings do not need to leap. They can simply float. Realizing this, Lu Dong unleashed his mental energy, enveloping the moving figure. The figure halted abruptly, its cold gaze locking onto Lu Dong suspended in the air. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Dong's forehead. Trouble was brewing. "Quickly, let's leave," he shouted in his mind to the great bat. The great bat flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to flee. However, a powerful pressure suddenly descended upon them. The great bat, carrying Lu Dong, plummeted from the sky. Just as they approached the ground, Lu Dong gritted his teeth and unleashed his mental force, which countered most of the oppressive force, averting a disastrous fall. This is definitely not a king-level evolutionist. It possesses at least pseudo-emperor-level strength. Damn, how do I escape? Lu Dong frantically contemplated his escape route as the great bat gently landed on the ground. The formidable figure rapidly approached. "What business do you have? Are you from the fortress?" the man inquired, his tone indifferent. Lu Dong observed the middle-aged man before him, clad in a black combat uniform and military boots. Devoid of any visible weaponry, "I am a survivor from a nearby small settlement, hoping to hunt mutated beasts on the mountain." Lu Dong feigned caution. "Which settlement? What is its name?" the middle-aged man pressed further. Lu Dong was at a loss, struggling to think of a suitable response. "Humph, dare you deceive me? How many lives do you think I can take?" The man's voice turned icy, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Lu Dong remained silent, locked in a staring contest with him. Suddenly, the middle-aged man exclaimed, "Aha! You came from the Mad God Fortress? didn't you? He scrutinized Lu Dong with piercing eyes. Senior, you guessed correctly. I did come from the Mad God Fortress. I offended a significant figure there and am now seeking refuge at the Dragon God Fortress, Lu Dong confessed. Your name is Lu Dong, isn't it? The man asked with a smile. How did you know? Lu Dong's grip on his tang knife tightened, anxiety creeping in. Ha ha ha, you have no idea, do you? You are already wanted by the Lin family. Because of this, Luo Kuang severed ties with the Lin family and fought a battle, sustaining serious injuries and fleeing. The Mad God Fortress is no longer under Luo Kuang's control, the man chuckled. What? That can't be. The Mad God is so powerful. Who could possibly rival him? Lu Dong exclaimed incredulously. Ha ha ha, Luo Kuang was once the strongest, but that is no longer the case. The Lin family has developed the most potent evolution liquid. They have long possessed Emperor-level powerhouses, while Luo Kuang is merely half an Emperor level. The man explained. Emperor-level evolution liquid? Impossible. Lu Dong still found it hard to believe. Impossible? Do you think my strength is formidable? The man countered. Did you evolve using the Emperor-level evolution liquid? Lu Dong inquired. Indeed, the Lin family has subtly become the sovereign of this world. Now, envoys from various strongholds have dispatched to the Mad God Fortress to liaise with the Lin family. And you, my friend, are the greatest gift to them. A cold sweat began to bead on Lu Dong's brow. I absolutely cannot allow him to capture me and take me back. It would surely be a fate worse than death. He glanced at the cliff several hundred meters behind him, and a resolute decision formed in his mind. You go inform Wu Ming and the others to flee quickly. I have my own means of escape. He commanded the giant bat telepathically. Boy, do you still wish to resist? The middle-aged man sneered. Heh, I cannot simply surrender, can I? Lu Dong chuckled. Humph, an ant should possess the awareness of an ant. Do not think for a moment that I would hesitate to kill you. I could just as easily take your head and present it to them. The middle-aged man scoffed. Then let us see what your abilities truly are. With that, Lu Dong unleashed his mental power, engulfing the middle-aged man in an overwhelming force, causing him to momentarily freeze. Now's my chance. Hurry! Lu Dong shouted to the giant bat in his mind. The giant bat opened its massive jaws, unleashing a silent sound wave that enveloped the middle-aged man. The man felt a sharp pain in his head and clutched his ears. With a swift motion, the giant bat soared into the sky, descending towards the valley below with incredible speed, while Lu Dong dashed towards the cliff's edge. The middle-aged man shook off his dizziness and observed as Lu Dong and the giant bat moved in separate directions. So naive, thinking I cannot pursue you now. I will capture you first and then hunt down that bat. The middle-aged man quickly chased after Lu Dong. As Lu Dong ran at full speed, he frequently scanned his surroundings with his mental power. The figure swiftly entered his range of perception, drawing closer. Lu Dong watched helplessly as the figure approached, knowing that he had exerted all his strength, and realizing that his own power only amounted to that of a high-level evolver. He understood he could not escape. He could only gamble on the cliff, hoping that this individual did not meet the requirements of a royal-level powerhouse and would not dare to pursue him. As the cliff loomed nearer, Lu Dong gritted his teeth and ran even faster, thinking to himself, if I survive this, I will ensure you live to regret it. Finally, Lu Dong reached the edge of the cliff and halted. While the middle-aged man also spotted the perilous precipice ahead, he approached Lu Dong slowly, confident that escape was no longer an option for him. Ha ha ha, running? Why have you stopped? The middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Do you truly wish to capture me? Lu Dong replied with resignation. Indeed, the entire world is currying favor with the Lin family. If I capture you, one can only imagine the joy of the Lin family head. Heh, boy, you might as well surrender, the middle-aged man said with delight. Very well. You have won. I truly have nowhere to run. Lu Dong feigned helplessness. Put down your weapon, raise your hands, and walk towards me slowly. The middle-aged man instructed. Raise your impi. I will make you regret this day before long. Lu Dong retorted before leaping off the cliff. Damn it, this bastard dares to toy with me when I catch you. I will flay your skin and strip your bones, the middle-aged man thought, watching helplessly as Lu Dong plunged over the edge, for his inability to hover set him apart from traditional royal-level powerhouses. Chapter 26. Despair at the cliff's base. Lu Dong felt the rush of wind in his ears as he plummeted, his figure descending rapidly towards the cliff's base. Just as he neared the ground, he swiftly activated his powers, donning the serpent-scaled armor, and unfurled his massive wings. A series of sharp cracks echoed, and Lu Dong's expression changed as excruciating pain coursed through him. His wings had broken. Plummeting would mean certain death, a shattering of bones. Frantically, Lu Dong contemplated his next move, but alas, he was close to the base of the cliff. Enduring the agony in his back, he crashed into the thicket at the cliff's foot. With a cacophony of snapping branches, Lu Dong struck the ground with a thud, spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. Had it not been for the thick layer of fallen leaves cushioning his fall, compounded by the damp earth, he would have surely perished. Half a day later, as twilight descended, Lu Dong's body began to tremble, unsure if it was from pain or the dropping temperature. Coughing, he slowly opened his eyes, the intense pain tearing at his nerves, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. The blood from his wounds had dried. Lu Dong attempted to prop himself up, but his body betrayed him. Most of his bones were broken, rendering him as immobile as a paraplegic. The night forest lay in eerie silence, the cliff's base even quieter. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, while Lu Dong lay motionless on the ground. His mind remained clear, yet he was powerless to mend his injuries, and his connection with the giant bat seemed severed. Am I truly to perish here? Lu Dong thought bitterly. Regrettably, he had been too arrogant. Had he been more cautious, he might still have survived. Now, it seemed that even death was a luxury he could not afford. Unbeknownst to him, while he lay unconscious, the mysterious crystal within his mind emanated a formidable pressure that rapidly expanded within a 10-mile radius, driving away all threats from snakes, insects, and mutated beasts. Gradually, it began to release energy, slowly healing Lu Dong's body. However, as the mysterious crystal had not absorbed any healing abilities, the restorative effect was minimal. Lu Dong was oblivious to the fact that the mutated crystal within his skull was repairing his body. He only felt an overwhelming urge to survive. He needed to find the instigator of the virus and empower Wu Ming and Wu Xian. He absolutely could not die. This intense desire for survival caused the mysterious crystal within him to vibrate, releasing more enigmatic energy to hasten the repair of his body. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Dong's eyes as he distinctly felt the crystal mending his injuries, but soon his expression darkened again. The pace of recovery was painfully slow. When will I be able to move freely? The mysterious energy gradually began to mend his fractured bones. If one were to observe through a microscope, they would witness strands of mysterious energy weaving through the gaps in his broken bones. As the fractures slowly healed, Lu Dong attempted to command the mysterious energy within him to move as he wished. But each effort ended in failure. Ultimately, he resigned himself to letting it repair him at its own pace. Time passed, and Lu Dong sensed that his hands were nearly ready. With a gradual exertion of effort, he aimed to raise his body, only to be startled by a jarring crack. He quickly ceased his efforts and returned to his previous position. Days turned into weeks, and Lu Dong remained immobilized. 3 days later, he managed to sit up slowly. Now, Lu Dong felt helpless. While his external wounds had healed, his internal injuries lingered, and his bones were nearly restored. His appearance resembled that of a beggar who had languished by the roadside for years. Lu Dong gradually stood, grasping his tang knife, feeling utterly weak after 3 days without sustenance. Leaning against a large tree for support, he realized that his rations had been lost when he fell into the thicket. Aside from his tang knife, he possessed nothing else. After resting for a while, Lu Dong slowly used his knife to take a few steps, surveying his surroundings. The area was strewn with jagged rocks and towering trees, their canopies obscuring the sunlight, lending an ominous atmosphere to the place. The surrounding mountains were steep, with exits far off, revealing that he was trapped in a canyon-like valley. A rumble echoed from his stomach, reminding Lu Dong that he had gone several days without food. Yet in this desolate wilderness, what could he possibly eat? I never anticipated that my arrogance would lead to this outcome. Truly, I am down on my luck. Lu Dong lamented. Will my wings ever return? With this thought, he urged his power crystal, but alas, after a lengthy wait, His wings did not materialize, prompting a sigh of resignation. It seems my wings are gone. Oh, let me check if my armor remains. He mentally summoned his armored abilities. But again, there was no response. Feeling despondent, Lu Dong thought, it appears fate seeks to doom me. No, I cannot simply wait for death. I must seek out a chance to survive. Resolutely, he began to make his way out of the canyon. After approximately 200 meters, he found himself panting, having taken nearly 20 minutes to traverse the distance. Lu Dong could not help but feel disheartened. Even an ordinary person could have outpaced him, and yet he was a high-level evolver. Thank goodness no one I know is here to witness this. It would be quite embarrassing. After resting for about half an hour, Lu Dong resumed his slow trek outward. Just then, a terrifying roar echoed from a distance. From the sound alone, Lu Dong discerned that the mutated beast was at least of royal caliber. His complexion paled. He had no means of defending himself. Should he encounter such a fearsome creature, death would be inevitable. Lu Dong hesitated, contemplating whether to take a different route. At that moment, he felt a connection to the giant bat re-established in his mind. Could it be nearby? His intuition proved correct, for Wu Ming and Wu Xian, guided by the giant bat, were searching for Lu Dong from the other side of the canyon. For 3 consecutive days, I searched in vain for Lu Dong. Just moments ago, the roar we heard was emitted by the great bat and Wu Ming upon encountering a king-level mutated black bear, a warning to intruders to vacate its territory. Yet, the great bat and Wu Ming chose not to retreat, but instead prepared to confront this formidable behemoth. Where are you? I am gravely injured, and ahead lies another powerful mutated beast. Lu Dong's voice resonated in the mind of the great bat. The anthropomorphized eyes of the great bat glimmered with joy as it let out a roar towards the mutated black bear, then scanned the surroundings. Wu Ming exchanged glances with Wu Xian, both recognizing the glimmer of hope in the great bat's eyes and surmising that Lu Dong had news of his whereabouts. Where are you? The great bat inquired. Master, we have been searching for you for several days. It replied that I am in a canyon with exits on both sides, but they are quite distant. I am not far from where I fell that day. Lu Dong excitedly explained. We are here as well. But we cannot see you. Is there any prominent landmark nearby? The great bat continued to ask. A prominent landmark? Lu Dong glanced around but found nothing of note. A prominent landmark? He murmured. Just now, a terrifying roar echoed. There should be a king-level mutated beast nearby. I am not certain what kind, but it is likely a bear-type mutated creature. Lu Dong exclaimed with excitement. A bear type? Could it be referring to this giant? The great bat roared defiantly at the mutated black bear. The black bear, not to be outdone, responded with a roar of its own. Is there a roar now? The great bat inquired. Yes, indeed. It just roared again. Lu Dong replied. Very well. We must not be far apart. Wait for us. We shall come to find you shortly, the great bat declared. All right, Lu Dong responded, sinking to the ground. 100-meter journey was indeed a significant challenge for him at that moment. The great bat let out a roar towards Wu Ming and Wu Xian before turning to fly in Lu Dong's direction, with Wu Ming and Wu Xian quickly following, completely disregarding the king-level mutated black bear. The black bear, somewhat perplexed, scratched its head and, seeing its adversaries departing, let out a roar towards their retreating figures before lying down to rest. Following the great bat, Wu Ming and Wu Xian searched for approximately a kilometer before finally discovering the gravely injured Lu Dong. Wu Xian, unable to bear the sight, noted that Lu Dong's clothing was tattered, leaving him clad in mere rags. Wu Ming, with a serious expression, examined Lu Dong's injuries, while the great bat stood guard nearby. You have finally arrived. I nearly met my end. Thankfully, some branches slowed my fall, Lu Dong wearily stated. What on earth happened? How did you end up in such a state? Wu Ming asked. Indeed, brother Lu Dong. How could you sustain such severe injuries? I will assist you immediately, Wu Xian cried, gently placing her hands on Lu Dong as green energy began to flow through his body. After half an hour, Lu Dong regained his ability to move. He stood up, stretched his body, and requested a set of clothing. Once dressed, he appeared merely fatigued. The great bat affectionately nudged Lu Dong with its large head, to which Lu Dong smiled and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you so much. Afterward, he reached out to gently pat the great bat's head. Now, tell me, what transpired? Wu Ming inquired. It was nothing extraordinary, merely an encounter with a pseudo-royal level powerhouse. A lackey of the Lin family, Lu Dong explained in detail. Are you suggesting the royal level evolution liquid? The mass production of royal level powerhouses? Wu Ming asked incredulously. It is a pseudo-royal level, not royal level. Lu Dong corrected. Fine, but a pseudo-royal level is still quite formidable, Wu Ming replied, feeling disheartened. The three fell silent, the weight of this revelation difficult to bear. Lu Dong was the first to break the silence. Addressing the others, you have not encountered that pseudo-royal level powerhouse. He is indeed formidable. If the Lin family is capable of mass-producing such strength, our future paths will be fraught with difficulty. Indeed. I sense that the balance is about to be disrupted. The 10 gods of Ur are no longer a match for the pseudo-royal level powerhouses. Chaos is on the horizon. Wu Ming sighed. It is possible that the 10 gods have not yet produced a true royal level powerhouse. The disparity between true royal level powerhouses and these pseudo-royal level powerhouses remains unknown, Lu Dong remarked. Let us not dwell on hypotheticals. We must face what comes. I suspect the world is searching for us as we speak. Wu Ming conceded. Yes, indeed. Let us not concern ourselves with matters beyond our control. Survival is our immediate priority, Lu Dong added. How is your injury? Where shall we go next? Wu Ming asked. My injuries are manageable. However, my wings seem to be gone. It appears I have lost them, Lu Dong said with a bitter smile. Your wings are gone? What about your other abilities? Wu Ming inquired anxiously. Other abilities? Lu Dong's expression darkened. He had just tested his wind and psychic powers, both of which had vanished. The mysterious crystal within him appeared dim and lifeless. What is the matter? Wu Ming and Wu Xian gazed at Lu Dong with concern. I seem to have lost all my abilities. The wind and psychic powers are no longer usable, Lu Dong stated despondently. What? Surely you jest. Are you certain? Wu Ming pressed. I am certain, Lu Dong affirmed to his companions. Very well, let us rest here for now. Perhaps I will regain my powers by tomorrow, Wu Xian suggested. Huh? Let us leave it to fate, Lu Dong replied bitterly. The two remained silent, fully aware that words were futile at this juncture. Lu Dong must find his own way out of this predicament. Yet everyone understood how deeply unsettling it was for a high-level evolver to suddenly lose their abilities. Where do we go from here? Wu Ming asked. I am now a burden. Where do you wish to go? Lu Dong replied. Wherever you go, I shall follow, the little girl declared wholeheartedly. Shall we still head to the Dragon God Fortress? Surely, it will be a veritable trap awaiting us there, Wu Ming lamented. We cannot go to the Dragon God Fortress. I must wander aimlessly instead. You too should go. It is a place where you can continue to grow stronger. I shall not accompany you, for my presence would only hinder your progress, but do not lose hope. I will also grow stronger in the wilderness, perhaps even surpassing you, Lu Dong said cheerfully, if you do not go. Then we shall not go either. Honing our skills here is also worthwhile, Wu Ming insisted, his eyes glistening with determination. Yes, we will follow brother Lu Dong, Wu Xian echoed. Lu Dong was at a loss for words. Fully aware that further arguments would yield no results, he could only muster a forced smile and say, Very well. Let us embark on this adventure together in the wilderness. With that, he rallied everyone to begin setting up tents, which were completed in half an hour. Lu Dong entered his tent to rest while Wu Ming and Wu Xian kept watch by the fire. The little girl, meanwhile, amused herself by teasing the great bat. As night fell, Wu Ming and Wu Xian also retired to their tent, while the little girl darted into Lu Dong's tent. The watch duty was entrusted to the great bat, as the night grew colder. The little girl nestled closer to Lu Dong. He smiled wryly at her, gently patting her head. When she opened her eyes to look at him, he placed a finger to his lips and whispered, Shoo! The little girl blinked, eyes fixed on Lu Dong, who leaned in closer to her ear and softly said, We must leave under the cover of night. We cannot alert them. Our presence here would only be a burden. Are we leaving now? But Wu Xian and the others will be upset if they find out, the little girl whispered. It is better for them to feel upset than for us to hold them back. After we depart, they will return to the fortress, where they can continue to grow stronger, Lu Dong reasoned earnestly. All right, then let us go, the little girl agreed. Good, but let us be quiet so they do not notice. Lu Dong instructed. Yes, but what about Dehe? The little girl asked. Dehe is under my arrangement. Do not worry, Lu Dong assured her. Swiftly, each gathered their belongings, and half an hour later, they exited the tent and ventured into the wilderness. When dawn broke, Wu Ming, yawning, emerged from his tent, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Where is Lu Dong's tent? It is gone, he exclaimed. Xian heir, wake up quickly, Lu Dong's tent has vanished, Wu Ming called urgently to Wu Xian, who stirred awake and stepped outside, staring blankly at the spot where Lu Dong's tent had been. Wu Ming sighed. He must not have wanted to burden us. But why leave without a word? I do not know. With his powers lost, he may be in danger, Wu Xian replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Let us not dwell on it any longer. We must move forward to the fortress. We need to grow stronger. Only the powerful have a voice, Wu Ming declared, clenching his fists tightly, sharp nails piercing his palms without him noticing. Wu Xian wiped her tears and resolutely nodded. We must grow stronger. Only then can we stand fearless and above all. After a moment of melancholy, they swiftly packed their belongings and set off towards the Dragon God Fortress, eyeing the nearby thicket. 3 pairs of eyes silently observed their departure. Lu Dong remained utterly oblivious that his helpless decision had paved the way for 2 extraordinary individuals. Transcending the limits of humanity and defying all odds, later revered as the god of guns and the goddess of the earth. Yet, that is a tale for another time. Once Wu Ming and the others had left, Lu Dong turned back, gazing up at the sky, striving to prevent his tears from falling. The strong have their pursuits and their abstentions, present. He was merely a burden. His presence would hinder their progress. Only by distancing themselves from him could they grow even more formidable. Lu Dong quietly walked ahead. The little girl followed closely beside him, while the great bat soared ahead, scouting the path. Suddenly, a terrifying roar pierced the air, startling Lu Dong from his reverie. The little girl, alert, scanned her surroundings. Dehe, what is happening? Lu Dong inquired telepathically. It's nothing, master. Just that foolish giant from last time. We wandered into its territory again. And it's asserting its dominance, the great bat responded in his mind. Phew, as long as it's nothing serious, negotiate with it. We are merely passing through and will not provoke it, Lu Dong conveyed mentally. All right, I shall communicate with it, the great bat replied with a roar. The mutated black bear let out another bellow, and Lu Dong along with the little girl came into the bear's line of sight. The black bear roared at Lu Dong, roar. At the same time, the little girl and the great bat roared back at the mutated black bear. The black bear appeared completely bewildered, unsure of how to respond, especially since this tiny creature was inexplicably supported by 2 formidable allies. Observing the black bear's lack of action, Lu Dong and his companions gradually traversed the black bear's territory, moving slowly toward the canyon's exit. The black bear let out a somewhat aggrieved roar, but Lu Dong and the others paid it no heed. Brother, where are we going? The little girl asked Lu Dong. I do not know. Let me think. Lu Dong replied. Hey, where is that cave you mentioned last time? Let us head there now, he queried the great bat mentally. It's atop the cliff. Isn't it? Shall we go there now? The great bat responded. Yes, let us proceed, Lu Dong affirmed. Nuan, would you like to visit Dehe's lair? Lu Dong asked the little girl. Sure, wherever brother goes, I shall follow, she replied eagerly. All right, I will ask Dehe to take us up. Lu Dong said, before turning to the great bat. Dehe, you take Nuan up first, then come back for me. The great bat gently lifted the little girl into the air, while Lu Dong sat quietly on the ground, waiting. After about half an hour, Dehe returned. Lu Dong grasped the great bat's foot, and they ascended toward the cliff. Another half an hour later, Lu Dong found himself on solid ground, as the little girl hurried over. Linking her arm with his. Lu Dong meticulously surveyed the cave, situated midway up the cliff. It featured a small platform, approximately 30 meters in diameter. Upon entering, he found a cave rising about 2 meters high. After venturing about 100 meters inside, they encountered a large platform adorned with ancient bronze lamps, all of which had long since run dry. In the center rested a mat, upon which sat a skeleton, resembling jade. The skeletal remains were clad in tattered garments, yet the armor remained intact, as though the figure were still alive. Adjacent to the cave were two smaller openings. Upon investigation, Lu Dong discovered one contained a bed carved from a massive stone, while the other housed two dusty chests. Lu Dong opened one chest, revealing an array of weapons, swords and spears, though most were in a state of disrepair, rusted and battered. After a brief examination, he found nothing intact. With no other option, he opened the second chest, revealing numerous hexagonal crystals, akin to divine crystals but varying in hue, predominantly a grayish, translucent color. When he picked one up, a sensation of yearning surged in his mind. Could these crystals truly be divine? Had ancient calamities mirrored those of the present? Lu Dong pondered, it cannot be. Why do they differ from the divine crystals of today? Or perhaps these are not divine crystals at all. Yet, why does my ability crystal evoke such a longing? Turning to glance at the little girl, he was surprised to find her drooling, entranced by the crystal in his hand. Nuan, do you desire this? Lu Dong asked her. Brother, can I have one of these? She yearned. Dio, you know what this is? Lu Dong inquired further. No, but I do know it can make me stronger, she replied. Very well, let us count how many there are. We will share them, Lu Dong proposed. After counting, he found a total of 34 gray crystals, perfectly divisible for the two of them. Chapter 28. The mysterious crystals. After dividing the enigmatic crystals with the little girl, Lu Dong asked, Nuan, do you know how to use these? Of course. You just eat them, she replied innocently. Lu Dong scratched his head in disbelief. Unlike zombies, who could consume anything to resolve their needs, humans had different limitations. Never mind. Asking is futile. It's better to figure it out myself. With that thought, Lu Dong examined a mysterious crystal closely. The hexagonal crystal bore an identical shape to divine crystals, save for its color. What could its method of use be? Surely, I cannot simply swallow it like Nuan, can I? But if not by swallowing, then how? Lu Dong racked his brain for a solution, but found none, resorting instead to wandering around the cave. In the adjacent chamber, Nuan was eagerly stuffing the crystals into her mouth. Lu Dong watched in astonishment as she swallowed 2 or 3 crystals in quick succession before pausing to smack her lips. Upon noticing Lu Dong at the entrance, she rushed over, affectionately clutching his arm. Brother, why aren't you eating this stuff? She asked. Is there no alternative method to use these besides swallowing? Lu Dong replied with a wry smile. I don't know. I just know I need to swallow it, she stated. Will I choke if I swallow too much? Lu Dong thought helplessly. All right, take your time, I'll go explore a bit, he told her. Okay, I need to rest a bit. I haven't digested what I just swallowed, Nuan said. As Lu Dong encouraged Nuan to digest her mysterious crystals, he began to roam the cave. First approaching the jade-like skeleton seated on the ground, he closely examined it, noting that its garments were clearly from the pre-Qin era, with a suspected Taoist whisk remaining in the left hand. Albeit now reduced to just the handle, upon further inspection, he noticed a glimmer of green light emanating from the wide sleeves. Curiously, he lifted the sleeve, causing a jade stone to tumble out, clattering onto the ground. Lu Dong picked up the stone, scrutinizing its peculiar shape that resembled neither a jade pendant nor an ornament, but rather appeared oddly rectangular. How strange, Lu Dong mused. He continued to scrutinize it closely, seeking any clues upon its surface. As he leaned in closer, almost pressing it against his eye, a sudden surge of powerful mental energy invaded his mind. With a resounding crash, Lu Dong felt his brain go blank, a resounding buzz filling his head. Rolling his eyes back, he collapsed to the ground, his fainting spell unnoticed by the little girl, who remained absorbed in digesting her crystals. After some time, Lu Dong groggily regained consciousness, his head throbbing painfully as he took a moment to gather himself. What just happened? Why did I faint when I got close to the crystal? No, there was an assault of mental energy. But why am I unscathed? Could it be due to the loss of my abilities? No, that's not it. I should check on my ability crystal. With that thought, Lu Dong focused his mind inward to examine his abilities. He saw the colorful ability crystal rotating slowly, though its colors appeared less vivid. Resembling something malnourished, as he mentally probed it, a torrent of fragmented memories surged forth, overwhelming him with the sheer volume of information. Liu Dong, unable to withstand the influx, promptly fainted again. The following morning, Liu Dong awoke once more. It was then that he finally comprehended the nature of the square jade stone. This was a memory jade disc, also known as a heritage jade disc. Ancient Qi refiners utilized such discs to preserve memory images or their legacies. Liu Dong had fainted due to the overwhelming amount of information that his mind struggled to process. By sorting through the information contained within the jade disc, Liu Dong discovered that its former owner was named Luo Jiang, a Qi refiner from the pre-Qin period and a foundational-level practitioner. The strength of such a practitioner was beyond Liu Dong's comprehension. As his lifespan drew to a close, he was unable to break through to the golden core stage. Thus he chose to sit in meditation here for eternity. This cave contained all of Luo Jiang's treasures, including weapons, equipment, and cultivation materials. The enigmatic crystal is, in fact, an ancient spirit stone, albeit of the inferior grade. These spirit stones were not excavated from one's mind, but rather extracted from the depths of spirit stone mines. Moreover, there exists a method for utilizing these stones. In antiquity, Qi refiners absorbed spiritual energy from spirit stones through their cultivation techniques. However, Liu Dong found himself at a loss, for he lacked any such cultivation method, leaving him in a state of agitation. Surely, there must be a way to harness their power. I wonder how the cultivation system of the Qi refiners differs from our current one. What precisely are these cultivation techniques? How can one extract spiritual energy from spirit stones? Spiritual energy. Indeed, do our supernatural abilities count as spiritual energy? Alas, I currently possess no such abilities. I cannot even activate the crystal. What should I do? Liu Dong lamented as he tugged at his hair in frustration. Brother, what are you doing? Xiaonuan appeared at the doorway of Liu Dong's room, addressing him. Nuan, have you finished digesting? Liu Dong inquired of her. Not yet, brother. This crystal feels just like a stone. It hasn't reacted at all within my body, and I don't know how to digest it, Xiaonuan replied, her face filled with distress. Can't digest it? Liu Dong said, somewhat astonished. Yes, I can sense its energy, but I cannot digest it, Xiaonuan lamented with a tone of complaint. Well, Nuan, have you tried using your supernatural ability on it? Liu Dong asked with anticipation. Is that necessary? Do I really need to use my supernatural ability to digest it? Xiaonuan replied, puzzled. You could use your supernatural power to draw out the energy from the stone. Liu Dong clarified. All right, I'll give it a try, Xiaonuan said, and without waiting for Liu Dong, she hurried back to experiment. Liu Dong quickly followed her and saw Xiaonuan seated on a stone bed. Her eyes tightly shut, as waves of energy surged around her. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from her, and Liu Dong, sensing the powerful energy, felt an overwhelming joy and sat down, urging the crystal within him to gradually absorb the energy that was swirling around Xiaonuan, ready to dissipate. Days passed, and Liu Dong and Xiaonuan remained in this state for a week. Liu Dong finally stirred awake, his heart brimming with delight. He had finally regained some supernatural energy. My crystal can be activated. With that realization, Liu Dong no longer felt rushed. He slowly rose and exited Xiaonuan's cave. He found a spot on the platform at the entrance of the cave and sat down. Another week drifted by, yet Xiaonuan showed no signs of waking. Anxiety began to gnaw at Liu Dong. If this crystal is beneficial to humans, then surely it would be useful for the corpse emperor as well. Could something have gone awry? Liu Dong paced the cave restlessly, glancing at Xiaonuan from time to time. 3 more days passed when suddenly a wave of oppressive energy burst forth from Xiaonuan, catching Liu Dong off guard and pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, the large bat trembled in fear, its fur standing on end, as it gazed fearfully into the cave. In an instant, the oppressive force dissipated, and Xiaonuan bounced out, calling out to her brother, Brother, I absorbed the crystal. Look how much stronger I've become. She then glanced curiously at Liu Dong, who lay on the ground, awkwardly getting to his feet and brushing off the dust. Brother understands. Just now, an unknown powerful presence appeared, and its pressure knocked me down. I wonder if that presence has left, Liu Dong said with a smile, looking at Xiaonuan, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was well aware of Liu Dong's teasing. Brother, you are so naughty. That was just me accidentally during my breakthrough, she retorted. though she quickly added, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Did you reach the corpse god level? Not yet, at most. I'm at the demigod level. The energy required for the corpse god level is immense, Xiaonuan replied earnestly. Oh, have you exhausted the crystal? Lu Dong asked. Yes, it's all used up, but I still need a lot more to advance. Xiaonuan said, looking somewhat aggrieved. All right, would these 10 stones suffice? Lu Dong said, pulling 10 spirit stones from his pocket. Not enough, you should use them instead, Xiaonuan said shyly. Are you sure you don't want them? If you don't, I'll just keep them, Lu Dong replied with a smile. I don't know how to respond, Xiaonuan said, fidgeting. Hee, little rascal, take them. Brother has enough left over, Lu Dong said as he handed her the 10 spirit stones. Thank you, brother. How did you know that this crystal requires supernatural energy to be utilized? Xiaonuan asked curiously. It's a secret, for brother possesses foresight. Lu Dong replied mysteriously. Humph, if you want to tell me. Then forget it, bad brother. With that, she dashed back into her cave. Lu Dong shook his head in exasperation and headed towards his own cave. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took a spirit stone in hand, and gradually activated the supernatural crystal within him. A surge of supernatural energy manifested in his grasp. The energy from the spirit stone was slowly drawn out, while the supernatural crystal spun rapidly. Absorbing the energy transformed for his own use, Lu Dong exchanged stone after stone, and the supernatural crystal within him grew increasingly vibrant. Gradually, his supernatural energy was restored, and the spirit stones were swiftly consumed. In an instant, the stone in his hand shattered into dust. Lu Dong felt the supernatural crystal within him, which now shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, slowly rotating as if it had regained the energy of his peak period, filling him with elation. Meanwhile, Xiaonuan struggled to extract energy from her spirit stone, using all her strength in vain, her small face streaked with tears. Chapter 29. The revival of supernatural abilities. Lu Dong rapidly absorbed the energy from the spirit stone, the mysterious crystal within him behaving like a parched sponge. After half a day, Lu Dong slowly opened his eyes, attuning his mind to the supernatural crystal within his body, discovering not only had it returned to its peak state, but it had also surpassed it. The mysterious 7-colored crystal radiated a brilliant light, yet its lower half grew increasingly dark, shimmering with a captivating allure. Let me test if my supernatural powers have been restored, Lu Dong thought, immediately activating the mysterious crystal within him. With a whoosh, a pair of wings, larger than before, unfurled from his back. These wings were not only larger but also more robust, adorned with faint, ominous patterns. A menacing black armor enveloped Lu Dong in an instant, with strange designs appearing on it as well. Lu Dong excitedly caressed his wings, murmuring, "This time, I won't let you break so easily. Last time, I was too arrogant and lacked flying experience." After testing his wings, Lu Dong proceeded to experiment with his wind attribute's supernatural power. With a mere thought, he instantaneously appeared outside the cave. Elation surged within him. His speed was now at least double what it had been before. The sensation was exhilarating. If he were to encounter that pseudo-emperor again, he would not find himself struggling to escape. Lu Dong clenched his fists tightly, vowing never to forget the insult he had suffered at the hands of that pseudo-emperor. Oh, I haven't tested my mental abilities yet. Lu Dong activated the mysterious crystal within him, unleashing a formidable wave of mental pressure that swept through the entire cave. The large bat, sleeping at the cave's ceiling, was startled and fell to the ground, while Lu Dong quickly withdrew his supernatural energy. With a thud, the bat, bewildered, looked around in terror, and upon realizing it was Lu Dong's mental pressure, it protested in indignation within Lu Dong's mind. "Master, you are abusing small animals." The bat shook its head, still slightly dazed from the fall, and stood up, gazing at Lu Dong with pitiful eyes. At that moment, Xiaonuan cautiously emerged. Seeing the bat's forlorn expression, Xiaonuan found it odd and asked, "Brother, what just happened?" "I felt a powerful mental force sweep through here. It's nothing. I just restored my supernatural abilities and was testing them. I didn't expect to scare Big Black down from the ceiling," Lu Dong said, pointing to the bat and then to the top of the cave, feeling embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, Big Black, you're so unlucky. Xiao Nuan laughed heartily. The bat turned its resentful gaze toward Xiao Nuan. Thinking that these two were indeed the same, devoid of any sympathy, the little one was particularly mischievous. It had nearly driven it mad not long ago. With that thought, Big Black's expression grew even more mournful as it looked at Xiao Nuan. What's wrong, Big Black? Can't I even laugh? Xiao Nuan said with a smile. Seeing her gaze, the bat shuddered and scurried behind Lu Dong for cover, its small eyes occasionally peeking at Xiao Nuan. Just as Xiao Nuan was about to bypass Lu Dong to tease Big Black, he swiftly blocked her path. All right, don't bully Big Black for no reason. Just look at its pitiful state. How can it fight in the future? Lu Dong chuckled at Xiao Nuan. Fine, for brother's sake. I won't bully you this time, Xiao Nuan said with a smile. Brother, have you regained your supernatural abilities? Does that mean we can go out and explore? Xiao Nuan exclaimed excitedly. Yes, my supernatural abilities are fully restored. And I've even grown stronger, Lu Dong replied as he spread his magnificent wings. Donning a suit of black armor that sprouted sharp spikes at the joints, Lu Dong appeared as if he were a relentless killing machine. Clad in black scaled armor, his wings mirroring the darkness of the night, he exuded an aura of a sovereign ruler of the shadows, his face obscured by a mask that allowed only his two crimson eyes to be seen. The demonic wings unfurled slowly at his sides, reminiscent of legendary fiends, the sole distinction being that Lu Dong was human, adorned with magnificent armor. Wow, this armor looks even more splendid, and those wings, exclaimed Xiao Yang. Her small mouth agape in astonishment. Hee, if they can't recognize me, that's even better. It will spare them unnecessary troubles, Lu Dong replied nonchalantly. Indeed, they should be feeling less sorrowful now, right? Xiao Yang remarked, a hint of sadness in her voice. I don't know. I hope they can let go of their burdens, Lu Dong said with a wry smile. So, brother, shall we seek out Sister Wu Xine now? Xiao Yang inquired. No, we cannot approach them just yet. We have not yet attained our utmost strength, at the very least. We lack the ability to contend with the formidable beings crafted by the Lin family, Lu Dong responded. Then where shall we go to enhance our power? I seem unable to absorb those crystals anymore, Xiao Yang lamented. Fear not, we shall hunt in the wilderness, breaking through our limits amidst the chaos of battle, Lu Dong declared, clenching his fists tightly. All right, let us strive together to grow stronger. When the time comes, we shall return to exact our vengeance. Xiao Yang's eyes glinted with a cold light, though not dwell on revenge. Enhancing our strength is paramount. Without power, how can one seek retribution? Lu Dong chuckled, ruffling Xiao Yang's hair. But strengthening ourselves is so slow. When shall we return to take our vengeance? Xiao Yang lamented. Soon, once you break through to the divine level. We shall return to exact our revenge, Lu Dong assured her with a smile. Yes, I will hasten my journey to the divine level. The Lin family shall pay dearly, Xiao Yang declared, clenching her small fist. Indeed, the Lin family will face consequences, Lu Dong affirmed. As days turned into weeks, Lu Dong and Xiao Yang engaged in relentless battles against powerful mutated beasts within the jungle, emerging each day with numerous injuries. The bloodshed during this period forced the mutated beasts to retreat deeper into the forest, only appearing at the periphery. The sudden influx of mutated beasts on the plains puzzled the prominent figures of the two fortresses. The report from the Mad God Fortress indicates a significant emergence of mutated beast hordes in the northern region. The cause remains unknown, but they seem intent on establishing a residence outside the jungle. A scout team leader reported to Lin Jintian, the head of the Lin family. Mutated beast hordes? Has there been any indication of a beast tide? Lin Jintian inquired, furrowing his brow. Currently, no signs of a beast tide have been detected, but it appears they have been driven out by something. The riverbank is teeming with these beasts, the scout replied, worry evident in his tone. Are you suggesting they were forced out of the jungle by something and have settled across the river? Lin Jintian pressed further. Yes, the scout confirmed. Dispatch 3 scout teams to investigate, but do not disturb the beast horde. Circumvent them and gather intelligence on the situation within, Lin Jintian instructed. Understood. I shall make arrangements immediately. The scout replied respectfully before exiting the room. Meanwhile, at the Dragon God Fortress, A report was made to Lord Long Tian regarding a substantial presence of mutated beasts in the southern region. Mutated beast hordes? What is their estimated size and level? Long Tian queried the intelligence officer. The number remains unclear, but there are no signs of aggression towards the fortress, the officer replied. Send 2 scout teams to investigate, but do not approach too closely. Report any anomalies immediately, Long Tian commanded, waving his hand. Yes, I will promptly dispatch personnel for further investigation, the officer said before leaving the room. As the situation grew increasingly unstable. Long Tian mused to himself, the Lin family is digging their own grave. Gene serums may be potent, but their side effects are substantial. Why do they ignore my warnings? He pondered the mysterious circumstances surrounding the young man named Lu Dong. Even if Lin Tiannan was incapacitated by him, it hardly justifies the Lin family's extreme measures. There must be some underlying truth that I am unaware of. It appears I must delve deeper into this matter. In a modest courtyard of the Dragon God Fortress, Wu Ming practiced his eagle-eye ability, while Wu Xian rushed in from outside. Brother, there have been unusual occurrences in the jungle, Wu Xian exclaimed. What jungle? What abnormalities? Wu Ming inquired without turning. The jungle where we once lingered. Numerous mutated beasts are fleeing from it, Wu Xian continued. You mean the jungle from which Donggu has distanced himself? Wu Ming asked excitedly. Grasping Wu Xian's wrist. Yes, do you think it could be the work of brother Lu Dong? Wu Xian replied joyfully. A massive exodus of mutated beasts? It seems unlikely that they could have caused this. Their strength is insufficient to drive the beasts from their nests, Wu Ming mused, frowning. But could it be possible that they have grown significantly stronger, thus instigating this? Wu Xian asked hopefully. That cannot be entirely ruled out. Though the likelihood is slim, Wu Ming responded. All right, I anticipated this outcome, Wu Xian said, her spirits dampened. Do not worry. They may not be exceptionally strong, yet they are not weaklings either. They will be fine. Our task now is to enhance our strength. Only with sufficient power can we disregard all obstacles, Wu Ming asserted earnestly. Okay, brother. I will go practice now, Wu Xian said, heading towards her room. Is that really you? I sense your presence, yet I cannot fathom how you accomplish this. Wu Ming murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lu Dong, and Xiaonyang remained oblivious to the fact that their relentless endeavors over the past 2 months had forced the mutated beast hordes to abandon their nests and retreat to the jungle's edges. Brother, why have the mutated beasts become increasingly scarce lately? It seems they have vanished without a trace, and we haven't slain them, Xiaonyang asked Lu Dong. I am unsure, Lu Dong admitted with a wry smile. Could it be they have fled? After all, we have been quite merciless towards them, Xiaonyang suggested. Lu Dong's expression turned awkward, unsure of what to say. Yet, the absence of the mutated beasts was undeniable. Where could they have gone? Chapter 30. Uninvited guests. As Lu Dong and Xiaonyang pondered the mysterious disappearance of the mutated beasts in the northern river region of the Mad God Fortress. 5 small teams of evolvers were surveying the opposite bank. Captain, shall we cross the river directly? A king-level evolver asked the leading pseudo-emperor-level evolver. In a rush. Let us first assess the situation. Everyone, remain at your posts. The pseudo-emperor-level evolver replied calmly. Everyone, stay put and await orders, the king-level evolver instructed the group, who then settled down and engaged in quiet conversation. I heard a super-mutated beast emerged across the river, driving out the lower-level mutated beasts. I wonder if that's true. One individual whispered, a super-mutated beast? Impossible. If one existed, our numbers would be futile. Another replied quietly. Then why do you think they brought an emperor-level powerhouse to lead us? Something significant must have transpired, the first individual continued. Who cares? We can't contend with it anyway. Stronger warriors will handle it. Another chimed in. Exactly. Regardless, we won't reap the rewards either. We just need to follow along. A third added. Sure, keep it down. If the Lin family's people catch wind of this, we will be in serious trouble, another urged, quickly covering his companion's mouth. Anxiety etched on his face. Such discussions were common, yet no one dared to defy the prevailing strength of the Lin family. With the advent of emperor-level evolution liquids, the Lin family rapidly expanded its influence. The 10 major fortresses were subtly aligning under the banner of the Mad God Fortress. Except for a few that had produced Emperor-level powerhouses, I heard Long Tian of the Dragon God Fortress has broken through to the Emperor level. I wonder how true that is, one individual postulated. Impossible! Long Tian has resolutely refused to use Emperor-level evolution liquids, hasn't he? Another countered. Does one necessarily need evolution liquids to break through to the Emperor level? I assure you, Long Tian achieved it through cultivation. Impressive, right? The first boasted. How do you know Long Tian broke through cultivation? You're not even from the Dragon God Fortress. The second retorted, I have a friend working in the Dragon God Fortress. He told me so and advised against using evolution liquids for breakthroughs, the first individual replied. You? If you don't use evolution liquids, you'll never reach the Emperor level, the second scoffed. Quiet. I did not order you to gossip. If I hear more nonsense, I'll make you regret it, the pseudo-Emperor level evolver shouted, causing immediate silence among the group, leaving only the intermittent roars of beasts from across the river. Time passed swiftly and soon, the mutated beast horde across the river fell silent. Prepare yourselves. We will cross the river and charge directly into the jungle. Deal with any obstructing mutated beasts swiftly. Understood? The pseudo-Emperor level powerhouse commanded, prompting the crowd to swiftly prepare for the river crossing. With a single decree from the pseudo-Emperor level figure, everyone hastened towards the opposite shore. Just as they were traversing the stream, the mutated beasts on the far bank erupted into chaos. The cacophony of blood-curdling screams and beastly roars intertwined. Yet, as most of the creatures were of lower rank, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the human forces at the fortress. An increasing number of low-level mutated beasts fell to their blades, instilling fear within the horde. The terror of death triumphed over the dread of the two demon kings lurking within the jungle. Many of the beasts turned tail and fled deeper into the woods. A growing tide of them. Ultimately, all the mutated beasts retreated into the recesses of the jungle, leaving behind a scene strewn with corpses and blood. As they tallied their losses and cleared the battlefield, the pseudo-Emperor level powerhouse addressed the assembly, urging them to advance into the depths of the jungle without delay, lest unforeseen events transpire. A group of individuals quickly counted the casualties while expeditiously clearing away the carcasses of the slain mutated beasts. What could it be? It seemed not to be the reason that dissuaded the beast horde from returning to the depths of the jungle. The pseudo-Emperor level powerhouse contemplated silently as he gazed into the forest. Report to the captain. We have suffered 12 fatalities and 8 severe injuries, with the remainder sustaining minor wounds. A total of 135 mutated beasts were slain, predominantly lower tier, among which 28 were of a higher rank. And one was of the king level. An individual promptly reported to the pseudo-Emperor level powerhouse. Leave 10 to guard the spoils and 10 to the wounded. The rest shall follow. The pseudo-Emperor level figure commanded. The group swiftly departed, making their way directly into the jungle. The dusk-lit forest was eerily silent. Aside from the occasional chirping of insects and calls of birds, only the soft rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze could be heard. In a cave, Lu Dong and Xiao Wan were lost in thought as they gazed out over the sea of trees from the platform at the cave's entrance. Suddenly, a rumbling sound approached, accompanied by a cloud of dust in the distance, as if a myriad of troops were galloping forth. What is happening? Lu Dong rose to peer into the distance. I don't know, but it seems a multitude of people or animals is approaching. Xiao Wan pointed towards the dust cloud. Hey, go and investigate the situation, Lu Dong instructed the great bat within his mind. With a roar, Dehei soared towards the distance. As Lu Dong watched Dehei vanish into the jungle, the bat's voice echoed in his mind shortly thereafter. Master, it is the mutated beast horde you drove away. They are fleeing back because they are being pursued by people from outside. You mean those mutated beasts that Xiao Wan and I have been tormenting daily are being hunted? Lu Dong asked, his expression peculiar. Yes, they are currently being chased by individuals from across the river, Dehei continued. Ask them how many of those people there are, Lu Dong urged. Okay, Dehei replied. They said about several dozen individuals have arrived. But one of them possesses a very powerful aura, Dehei added. Several dozen? And there is a strong leader among them? What is the Lin family planning? Lu Dong furrowed his brows. Brother, have you figured it out? Xiao Wan inquired anxiously. Yes, Dehei says they are a group of mutated beasts we drove away. now under pursuit by the powerful forces of the crazy god fortress, hence their desperate flight. Lu Dong replied awkwardly. Why would the forces of the crazy god fortress pursue the mutated beast horde? Xiaonuan questioned in confusion. I have no idea, but we shall observe the developments, Lu Dong told Xiaonuan. All right then, Xiaonuan agreed to hey, return. Direct that group of mutated beasts to flee towards the dragon god fortress, Lu Dong instructed within his mind. Understood, master. I will inform them immediately, He responded. The Lin family is likely up to no good. Lu Dong remarked to Xiaonuan. What is there to fear? It is not an easy task for the Lin family to find us, if it weren't for the many innocents within the crazy god fortress. I would have unleashed a tide of corpses long ago, Xiaonuan expressed with dissatisfaction. Given our current strength, even if we are outmatched, escaping should not be an issue, Lu Dong lamented. Shall we sneak over to see what the Lin family is truly up to? Xiaonuan suggested with a touch of eagerness. Could the Lin family be engaged in anything good? If I had the strength of a royal, I would have long since joined the fray. Alas, I have yet to break through, Lu Dong said with a hint of disappointment. I believe you can achieve the royal level. Xiaonuan said earnestly. Thank you. Once you break through to the royal level, shall we create a grand disturbance? Lu Dong replied with a smile towards Xiaonuan. Yes, at that time. I shall summon a magnificent tide of corpses to engulf the Lin family strongholds, Xiaonuan exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the fervor in Xiaonuan's expression, Lu Dong felt a wave of helplessness. How could such an adorable little girl harbor such violent and bloody thoughts? The man continued, stating that after his words, the group directly moved towards the other side of the jungle. Such occurrences were happening everywhere, yet no one reported the situation they had witnessed to the fortress. The horde of corpses grew larger, and the zombies within several hundred miles were moving towards a singular direction as if on a pilgrimage. Numerous evolved beings actively roaming the wasteland had detected this anomaly. Lord Dragon God. Urgent report, one individual hastily relayed. What is the matter that requires such urgency? Long Tian inquired with a puzzled expression. A massive gathering of zombies is occurring, directed towards the jungle where numerous mutated beasts have emerged. However, they have yet to enter the jungle. It seems they are waiting for something, the individual quickly responded. Oh, are there any signs of an attack on the fortress? Long Tian proceeded to ask. Currently, there are no indications of an assault on the fortress. It appears as though they intend to attack the jungle. However, a peculiar phenomenon is that the mutated beasts and the zombies seem to be refraining from attacking one another, as if they have formed an alliance. The individual wiped the sweat from his brow. Interesting, it seems that something unknown is occurring deep within the jungle, Long Tian remarked with a smile. Shall we dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate? The individual further inquired. No, do not provoke those zombies and beast hordes. I will personally go and take a look. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. Although there are no signs of an assault at present, it does not mean there won't be in the future, Long Tian stated calmly. Understood. I will inform them immediately, the individual replied before exiting Long Tian's quarters. It is time to stretch my legs. Since advancing to the royal level, I have yet to unleash my full power. I hope to encounter an intriguing opponent this time. Long Tian silently contemplated. Deep within the jungle, the evolved beings from the Mad God Fortress were persistently searching for the cause of the mutated beasts leaving their lairs. Damn it! What is the reason for this? A pseudo-royal level powerhouse cursed, furrowing his brow. The group of evolved beings trailing behind him wore expressions of exhaustion, yet none dared to voice their complaints. As time passed slowly, they remained empty-handed. The leading pseudo-royal level powerhouse began to feel anxious, sensing that something ominous was unfolding. However, there was nothing around that posed a threat. The zombies quietly gathered, the horde growing increasingly immense. Soon, their numbers exceeded 10 million and continued to rise. As the count approached 20 million, the horde began to move deeper into the jungle, encircling it entirely. With the movement of the tide of corpses, the encirclement gradually constricted towards the jungle's interior. What did you say? In the hall of the Lin family within the Mad God Fortress, Lin Zhentian seized a pseudo-royal level evolved being by the collar and demanded. Just now, the reconnaissance team reported that a vast number of zombies are forming an encirclement at the jungle's periphery, and it is slowly tightening, the pseudo-royal level powerhouse replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Damn it, what has the intelligence department been doing? Why report such a significant event only now? Someone, gather all the royal level powerhouses of the fortress. We must investigate what lies within, Lin Zhentian commanded his subordinates. Yes, I will gather them immediately, the pseudo-royal level powerhouse responded before hastily exiting. The encirclement of the horde continued to shrink. On the platform, Lu Dong could see the distant, slowly emerging tide of corpses. A smile creeping across his lips. This time, let's see how you escape. This is merely the first act of revenge. I will make the Lin family kneel at my feet, allowing them to experience a taste they have never known. Lu Dong clenched his fists, his gaze chilling with determination. Soon, the pseudo-royal level powerhouse noticed something amiss. It was far too quiet. Even the smaller mutated beasts had vanished. Stand guard, quickly. This is highly irregular. Be cautious of the surroundings. The pseudo-royal level powerhouse's expression changed as he rapidly ordered the others to be on alert. Unfortunately, it was already too late, as the beast tide and the zombie tide had long since encircled the entire jungle like an ironclad fortress. Retreat, backtrack, quickly. The pseudo-royal level powerhouse commanded. A group of individuals swiftly retreated along their original path, when suddenly a terrifying roar from a beast erupted. Dust billowed along the path they had traversed, as if 1,000 horses were galloping towards them. Retreat, hurry, break through towards the direction of the Dragon God Fortress. The pseudo-royal level powerhouse decisively commanded. In that instant, an endless tide of low-level zombies appeared from the direction of the Dragon God Fortress. Occasionally interspersed with higher-level zombies, surging forth like a tsunami. It's over. The pseudo-royal level powerhouse could think of nothing else. His mind went blank. Damn it, prepare for battle. We must break through towards the Mad God Fortress. Quickly, he shouted at his companions. Kill. The cacophony of human screams, war cries, and the wails of mutated beasts intertwined into a chaotic battlefield. The tide of corpses was unending, as was the beast tide. Despair filled the hearts of the remaining individuals, their numbers dwindling until only the pseudo-royal level powerhouse and a few royal level powerhouses were left struggling to hold on. Suddenly, both the corpse tide and the beast tide came to an abrupt halt. The surviving, unscathed powerhouses quickly gathered together, backs against one another as they gasped for breath, their gazes fixed intently on the surrounding zombies and mutated beasts. Damn it, why is there a tide of corpses here? When did the mutated beasts and zombies form an alliance? A royal-level powerhouse questioned in confusion. I don't know. It seems we are destined to perish here. With so many zombies and mutated beasts, even a divine-level powerhouse couldn't escape. Another royal-level powerhouse lamented. Don't panic. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. The pseudo-royal level powerhouse urged his companions. At that moment, the tide of corpses parted, revealing a small girl before them. The beast tide similarly made way, presenting a large bat. All eyes were fixed on the pair that emerged, a little girl named Xiaonan and the great bat known as Dehei. Who are you? Why do you command the tide of corpses and beasts to encircle us? A royal-level powerhouse questioned Xiaonan in a low voice. No need to speak. I know them well, especially that large bat. It is Lu Dong's beast companion. They have come for revenge, all because I harmed you. The pseudo-royal level powerhouse admitted weakly. At that moment, a strong wind erupted from the sky, and a young man with enormous fleshy wings appeared above them. Indeed, we have come for vengeance. Do you not remember how you forced me into a corner back then? Lu Dong's eyes glinted red as he spoke. The pseudo-royal level powerhouse glared at Lu Dong with intense murderous intent. Suddenly, a flock of winged mutated beasts flew beside Lu Dong, eyeing the surrounded individuals with predatory precision. Yes, I did drive you to a dead end back then. However, I implore you to spare them. They are innocent, the pseudo-royal level powerhouse pleaded weakly, knowing he could not defeat Lu Dong and that escape was impossible. Very well, if you wish for them to be spared, they must lay down their weapons and distance themselves from here. Lu Dong replied with a sense of resignation, unwilling to kill all those present, as they bore no personal enmity towards him. Agreed. I hope you keep your word, the pseudo-royal level powerhouse responded, then instructed the others to put down their weapons. You may leave now. He must remain, Lu Dong declared, pointing at the pseudo-royal level powerhouse. The tide of corpses and mutated beasts automatically parted, allowing the others to hastily flee towards the Mad God Fortress, leaving the pseudo-royal level powerhouse behind. Once the others had departed, Lu Dong's gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon his enemy. Take your own life. I commend you for being a man, Lu Dong stated flatly. Ha ha ha, Lu Dong, your end is nigh. The pseudo-royal level powerhouse laughed maniacally as he drew his weapon across his neck. Blood gushed forth as the pseudo-royal level powerhouse's eyes reflected madness before he collapsed. What does he mean by that? Lu Dong pondered, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 32. The enemy of humanity with the death of the pseudo-royal level powerhouse and the departure of the evolved beings. The tide of corpses began to gradually dissipate, leaving the jungle littered with zombies. The mutated beasts returned to their lairs. Lu Dong, accompanied by Xiaonuan and Dehei, returned to the ancient cave, restoring tranquility to the jungle. How can this boy control the tides of corpses and beasts? He mused, unable to comprehend it, but it seemed increasingly intriguing. After Lu Dong and the others left, a shadow appeared beside the deceased pseudo-royal level powerhouse, murmuring to itself, still a bit indecisive. Why not eliminate everyone? I fear the Lin family will leverage this situation to their advantage. With that, the figure flickered and vanished, leaving only a trace behind. The following day, the Mad God Fortress was shaken by shocking news. The high-level evolved being Lu Dong had betrayed humanity, colluding with zombies and mutated beasts. The previous crisis of the tide of corpses at the Mad God Fortress had been instigated by Lu Dong, who aimed to dominate the entire world. As this news spread, the 10 major fortresses descended into chaos. The other 8 fortresses dispatched envoys to the Mad God Fortress, demanding the surrender and execution of Lu Dong. The scourge of humanity. Unfortunately, Lu Dong had long since departed, leaving the envoys to return empty-handed. At this moment, Lin Jintian, the head of the Lin family, once again called upon the 10 great fortresses, issuing a death warrant for Lu Dong. A reward of 20 royal-grade evolution liquids would be granted to anyone who killed Lu Dong. Those who eliminated Lu Dong's companion, the Corpse Emperor's little girl, would receive 15 evolution liquids, while the Slayer of the Beast King, the Great Bat, would earn 10. Furthermore, anyone who provided valid information would be rewarded with 5 evolution liquids. The release of this death warrant sent the world into a frenzy once more. Countless bounty hunters emerged, proclaiming their team's absolute capability to eliminate Lu Dong and his associates. Numerous powerful individuals set forth from various fortresses their destination. The jungle where Lu Dong was located, the Ding-style armor shop in the Mad God Fortress. Impossible! This kid cannot be anti-human, Wu Yiding pondered with a furrowed brow. The military. There's no way he would betray humanity and ally with the undead and mutated beasts. He can't be that foolish. Ma Long tightened his brow. It won't happen. Dong Gu would never do such a thing. I refuse to believe it. Wu Hao echoed, equally troubled. I am the residents of Wu Ming and Wu Exine at the Dragon God Fortress. Wu Ming remarked, I didn't expect it to be exposed, though. You think he truly harbors ambitions of world domination? Impossible. If it were Lu Dong, he would never act this way. He didn't even know Xiaonuan was the Corpse Emperor before he met her. He only came to know her after the zombie tide attacked the fortress. Didn't you tell me that? Wu Exine replied anxiously. I never said the zombie tide attack was his doing. I merely asked if he might have ambitions of world domination. Wu Ming chuckled. I believe Lu Dong doesn't possess such grand ambitions. Seems this time he made Xiaonuan and Dehei unleash the beast tide and zombie tide without attacking the fortress at all. It appears to be solely aimed at killing those within, Wu Exine continued. Perhaps. But now we have a headache. The whole world is after that kid. What should we do? Wu Ming lamented, holding his head in distress. Why don't we venture into the jungle? We can inform Lu Dong to escape quickly. Otherwise, it might be too late. Wu Exine suggested urgently. If we just go in like this, won't it raise suspicions? Wu Ming replied helplessly. It should be fine. We can blend in with the crowd and head to the spot where we last found Lu Dong, Wu Exine asserted. How can you be so sure he'll be there? Wu Ming asked curiously. Intuition? I sensed it that day. Don't forget, I'm a wood-type ability enhancer. I can perceive through the trees. I felt they were nearby watching us last time, Wu Ming explained. Tears welled up in Wu Xian's eyes. All right, don't cry. Since that's the case, let's use your abilities to see if we can find him and help him escape quickly, Wu Ming said resignedly. Then let's go now. Wu Xian's expression brightened instantly. The two quickly packed their belongings and quietly departed from the Dragon God Fortress, heading towards the jungle where Lu Dong was located. Along the way, many people were heading in the same direction, all with an unspoken understanding. Inside the cave, Lu Dong and Xiaowan were meditating and cultivating their abilities when suddenly, both opened their eyes simultaneously. Master, Master. Many people have entered the jungle, searching for something, and there are many strange individuals with unusual hair and eye colors. Dehai's voice echoed in Lu Dong's mind. What colors are unusual? Lu Dong asked curiously. Golden hair and blue eyes. There are people everywhere. They're currently battling my kind, Dehai continued. Strange, foreigners. Why have so many suddenly appeared here? Lu Dong mused, glancing towards the cave entrance where Xiaowan stood, hesitating to speak. What's the matter, Xiaowan? Lu Dong inquired. Brother, many people have come from outside the jungle and my kind is being slaughtered, and just now, the Corpse King was calling for me. Should I go out and take a look? Xiaowan said anxiously. Wait, what's happening outside? Why are so many people flooding into the jungle? There must be an issue. First, gather the zombie horde in one place. I'll have Dehai gather the beast horde as well. We need to ascertain the situation first, Lu Dong instructed, furrowing his brow. Okay. Xiaowan rushed outside the cave and let out a terrifying roar that resonated throughout the jungle. Instantly drawing all the zombies towards the nearby canyon, Dehai, inform all the mutated beasts to gather in the southern canyon. We need to assess the situation first, Lu Dong commanded mentally. A chilling beast roar echoed through the jungle as all the mutated beasts swiftly congregated in the southern canyon. Indeed, it's here, brother. Can you find Lu Dong? Wu Xian asked anxiously. I heard the roar coming from the cliff. He might be right in the canyon, Wu Ming replied, activating his eagle eye ability to scan the cliff. As Xiaowan summoned her fellow zombies, she sensed someone watching her and turned to look. Sister Wu Xian. They're here, brother. Sister Wu Xian has come, Xiaowan exclaimed joyfully to Lu Dong. Where? Lu Dong asked. Over there, with brother Wu Ming. Xiaowan pointed towards their location. Dehai, go bring them up, Lu Dong instructed the great bat. With a swift flap of its wings, Dehai soared towards Wu Ming and Wu Xian. Soon, they grasped Dehai's claws and were lifted up. Lu Dong, brother! Wu Xian rushed over, embracing Lu Dong, her eyes nearly brimming with tears, reddened with emotion. Lu Dong, taken aback, coughed awkwardly, causing Wu Xian to blush and quickly release her embrace, standing to the side, flustered. Yo, Xiner, you're blushing. Wu Ming teased with a mischievous smile. You're the worst. I won't talk to you, Wu Xian retorted, quickly moving towards Xiaowan, where the two females began to whisper together. Lu Dong extended his arms and walked towards Wu Ming, who reciprocated with a smile, and they shared a fierce bear hug. What brings you here? By the way, what's the situation with those people outside? Why are there even foreigners? Lu Dong inquired, puzzled. Isn't it all you're doing? Wu Ming replied helplessly. Why doing? I haven't done anything. Lu Dong protested innocently. There's a rumor circulating outside that you colluded with the Corpse Emperor and the Beast King, attempting to overthrow human civilization and rule the world. Wu Ming stated, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Dong. Are you kidding me? I colluded with the Corpse Emperor and Beast King to overthrow human civilization? Lu Dong responded in shock. Exactly. You were behind the zombie tide a few days ago. Weren't you? Wu Ming pressed on. Yeah, but it was Xiaowan who summoned them, Lu Dong clarified. What on earth were you trying to achieve with such a massive zombie tide? Wu Ming queried further. Remember when I was being hunted? The one leading the charge was that guide. We couldn't defeat him, so we unleashed the zombie and beast tides to overwhelm him. Unexpectedly, he was quite honorable and committed suicide. I spared the others, Lu Dong explained. You say you spared the others? Damn it, how could you be so foolish? By letting them go, they spread everything that happened here, and now the entire world is hunting you. Those evolutionists outside are bounty hunters from the major fortresses, and their target is you, Wu Ming elaborated. Are you serious? That can't be. I haven't attacked the fortress, Lu Dong said in exasperation. You haven't attacked yet, but how do others perceive it? Wu Ming pointed out. Damn it, I should have just eliminated them all at that time. Now we're like fish in a barrel, Lu Dong exclaimed anxiously. Yes, I came with Exiner to warn you to leave quickly. Otherwise, once more powerful individuals arrive, you won't be able to escape, Wu Ming warned gravely. If I escape, then I become humanity's enemy, Lu Dong replied helplessly. If you don't escape, then you will be wiped out. Do you know how determined the Lin family is to kill you? Wu Ming pressed on. I don't know, but I know the Lin family orchestrated this entire affair. Lu Dong clenched his fists tightly. Exactly, the Lin family is definitely the mastermind. They offered an exorbitant bounty, 20 royal-grade evolution liquids for killing you. Wu Ming continued. Point 20, damn, the Lin family has gone mad. Even if they can produce such evolution liquids, the materials are still hard to come by. This kind of expenditure shows they are not planning to spare my life. Lu Dong fumed. Exactly, so the decision is yours, Wu Ming said quietly, observing Lu Dong. Chapter 33. Breaking through the siege. Time slowly passed as Lu Dong quickly contemplated his countermeasures. Unfortunately, he could not devise any effective strategies and ultimately sighed in resignation. What do you think I should do? I can't just surrender, can I? Lu Dong asked Wu Ming. I think you should leave immediately and return only when your strength is sufficient to confront the Lin family. Wu Ming advised. But can we still escape now? Lu Dong replied helplessly. Have your wings recovered? Wu Ming inquired. Not only have my wings recovered, but all my abilities have returned as well, Lu Dong responded. However, they still could not withstand the bounty hunters from the various fortresses, Lu Dongqi remarked with a hint of perplexity. The only way out is to fight our way through. I will covertly shield Exiner while you instruct Xiaonuan and Dehe to form a tide of undead beasts to break through. Then, blend in with the chaos and escape. However, you must remain behind to draw everyone's attention. Only then can they leave with the tide of undead beasts. In the early stages, do not reveal your wings or abilities. Once Xiaonuan and the others have departed, you may soar into the sky unimpeded. NO1 will be able to contend with you. Wu Ming continued. This plan is feasible, but are you certain no royal-level powerhouses will join the fray? Lu Dong replied, royal-level powerhouses won't arrive so swiftly. At most, only king-level evolvers will join the fight. Therefore, you still have a glimmer of hope. Wu Ming then inquired, where shall we go after we leave? We can't remain in the wasteland indefinitely, can we? Lu Dong frowned and replied, I don't know. Perhaps you could lead them southward. After shaking off the pursuers, we can move westward, with our sights set on Kunlun Mountain. Wu Ming asked, why must we go to Kunlun Mountain? Lu Dong explained, because the western Kunlun is a perilous area. It is home to superlative life forms that have evolved to their limits. And this is a secret of the fortress. Only king-level evolvers are entitled to know a fraction of it. Moreover, both major fortresses in the country have dispatched numerous king-level and above evolvers to investigate, among whom are many royal-level powerhouses. Wu Ming spoke with reverence. The more dangerous a place, the safer it is. Are you suggesting that there may be secrets of evolution there? Lu Dong nodded gravely. Indeed, much like the peculiar fruits we discovered in the jungle last time. The fortress suspects that the reason for the superlative life forms evolution there is the abundance of these mutated divine fruits. Wu Ming responded, well, that is something to contemplate. What about you all? Are you going? Lu Dong countered, yes, once you free yourselves from danger, we shall regroup. Wu Ming smiled. Should we designate a meeting place? Lu Dong proposed. Yes, let us meet in Qinghai. Whoever arrives first shall wait. Wu Ming agreed, very well, let us set our plans into motion. After Lu Dong finished speaking, he immediately assigned tasks to Xiaonuan and Dehe. Half a day later, the mutated beast horde converged with the tide of corpses and swiftly advanced southward into the jungle. The tide of corpses was boundless, interspersed with various mutated beasts, while the skies were obscured by a multitude of flying mutated avian creatures. All crowded together. Soon, the evolvers in the jungle noticed this unusual occurrence and hastened towards the horde of undead beasts. Suddenly, a long cry resounded, causing most individuals to change direction and move toward the source of the sound. Lu Dong was present there. Quickly, if we take him down, we will have 20 royal-level powerhouses at our disposal, one individual exclaimed. Kill the traitor Lu Dong. a group of evolvers shrieked as they charged toward Lu Dong's location. With a clang, Lu Dong raised his hand to intercept an evolver's ambush, and with a swift motion, he slashed the unfortunate youth's neck, causing the mortally wounded evolver to clutch his throat in fear and collapse. Lu Dong fought while retreating, as more and more individuals joined the fray, and casualties mounted, leaving him battered and bruised. Does this fellow truly have no other means left? A king-level evolver murmured to himself. 500 meters from the battlefield. Or is he merely a victim of treachery? But what of it? The Vulture Hunter organization only desires royal-level evolution liquids. We care not for anything else, a foreigner clad in black combat gear. With brown hair and yellow eyes, chuckled beside him. Assassin, how confident are you in leaving him alive? Another individual inquired with a grin. If he possesses only this level of ability, I could eliminate him in a heartbeat. The one called Assassin arrogantly declared, Do not be careless. Even the Lin family has found him challenging to deal with. Do you believe he is merely a simple character? The initial king-level powerhouse retorted. Humph, priest, have you lost your senses? Does it not seem that he is not yet driven to his limits? Why are we even here? The assassin scoffed. Regardless, I believe he is not so simple, and the intelligence indicates he has a king-level mutated beast companion and a little girl known as the Zombie Queen, neither of whom have appeared. Do you not find that peculiar? The priest calmly analyzed. Even if the Zombie Queen and Beast King were to appear, it would not alter the outcome of death. Are you not aware of how many king-level evolvers have come from the top 10 fortresses? The assassin retorted with growing irritation. Enough, silence yourself. Leave one person to watch over the battlefield, while the others search among the horde of undead beasts for the Zombie Queen and Beast King. A pseudo-royal level powerhouse beside them said, Captain, allow me to handle this task. I assure you I will keep a close watch, and I will report immediately if anything arises. The assassin replied, Good, do not act recklessly. Lu Dong is not a trivial character. Also, do not attempt to use your eagle-eye ability to target him. He can sense it. The captain said indifferently, Understood. I guarantee I will complete the task. The assassin said, putting away his previous smile and adopting a serious demeanor. Yes, priest, let us swiftly locate the Zombie Queen and Beast King. Should we succeed in eliminating them, our journey will not have been in vain. Especially since many of our old adversaries lurk nearby. The captain cast a casual glance around before hastening to catch up with the horde of undead beasts, accompanied by the priest. Humph, that cowardly priest. What else can he do besides heal? Acting so high and mighty towards me, the assassin muttered as he raised his antimatter sniper rifle towards Lu Dong and locked onto him with his eagle eye. In the heart of the battlefield, Lu Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he turned to the source of the lock. The assassin was taken aback. This fellow can truly perceive my presence? It seems the captain was indeed correct, but so what? No target locked by me can escape. The assassin's finger slowly moved to the trigger, and Lu Dong's sense of foreboding intensified in an instant. He seized an evolver to shield himself and rapidly activated his armor fusion. A menacing suit of armor quickly enveloped Lu Dong. With a thunderous bang, a terrifying gunshot rang out, and the evolver shielding Lu Dong was instantly pierced through. The bullet, undiminished in force, struck Lu Dong's chest, sending him flying. The surrounding evolvers were momentarily stunned. Quickly, take cover. Who the hell fired that cold shot from behind? One king-level evolver bellowed. Bang! A bullet struck this king-level evolver. He reacted swiftly to evade a fatal blow, yet the bullet still found its marked eye in an instant. All fell silent, and everyone lay prone, too afraid to move. 300 meters away, Wu Ming swiftly locked onto the position of the ambusher. The assassin and slowly raised his antimatter sniper rifle. What perfect timing! I was just lamenting the lack of an excuse to strike, and now they have walked right into my trap. He. The assassin sensed he was being targeted and lay motionless on the ground. Damn it, assassin! Are you out of your mind? The captain reacted swiftly upon hearing the gunfire and rushed toward the assassin's direction, with the priest trailing closely behind. The entire jungle fell eerily silent. The once chaotic battlefield now shrouded in an unsettling stillness that made everyone uneasy, yet no one dared to make a move. Only Wu Ming remained focused, aiming at the assassin's position. Damn it. This guy also possesses the eagle eye ability, and he locked onto me first. I haven't even seen him yet. What to do? The assassin pondered anxiously, while Lu Dong seized the opportunity to swiftly delve deeper into the jungle amidst the stillness. With a thunderous crack, a horrific gunshot echoed, and a gruesome hole appeared in the captain's leg. A scream echoed from behind the assassin, causing him to shudder. Damn it. How did the captain return? What should I do? The assassin grew increasingly frantic, but there was no solution, as the enemy's gun was aimed directly at him. Priest, take the captain and go. This opponent is on par with me. I cannot protect you. The assassin shouted helplessly at that moment. The priest had already healed the captain's gunshot wound on his leg, but did not respond. Damn it. Who told you to fire? I said not to act recklessly. The vulture captain cursed. Time lingered in a stalemate as the entire jungle quieted down. Wu Ming remained fixated on the assassin's position. Suddenly, the trees surrounding the assassin began to grow wildly, gradually encroaching upon his hiding spot. Vines proliferated rapidly, swiftly forming a shield-like shape. There is another wood-type ability user on the opposite side. It's your turn, Exiner, Wu Ming remarked with a smile. Yes, watch me, Wu Exine declared as the vines surged toward the assassin like moving pythons. In a matter of about 500 meters, the vines reached their target in an instant. Wu Exine's vines maneuvered through the vines cultivated by the priest and lunged at the assassin. Damn it, there is also a wood-type ability user on the opposite side, and their level surpasses mine. Quick, retreat. Don't linger in battle, the priest shouted. The assassin quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the priest. The priest manipulated the vines to engage Wu Exine in battle, a prime opportunity, Wu Ming said with a smile as he pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the assassin narrowly dodged, but unfortunately, he was still struck in the back. Thud. The assassin was sent flying toward the priest and the vulture captain, who swiftly grasped the assassin and made a hasty retreat. The priest, meanwhile, continuously used vines to shield himself and made a rapid exit. What a pity, we failed to eliminate him. Wu Ming expressed his disappointment as he said, Hee, brother, Lu Dong and the others have already escaped from danger. Whether or not that person is dead is now of little significance. Wu Exine joyfully replied, Indeed, let us depart as well. Wu Ming holstered his weapon and swiftly retreated from the jungle with Wu Exine. Chapter 34. A narrow escape after stealthily emerging from the depths of the jungle. Lu Dong quickly made his way towards the western edge of the canyon. The pursuers behind him did not pause, following closely behind at a leisurely pace. Damn, these guys just won't quit, Lu Dong thought to himself. I cannot allow this to drag on any longer. I must devise a plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I could don my armor and blend in with the crowd, moving south while others are distracted. With a flash of inspiration, Lu Dong swiftly donned his dark armor, coming to a halt. Shortly thereafter, a throng of bounty hunters approached. Where did he go? Why can't I see him? One bounty hunter inquired. I don't know. Ask that guy up ahead, a companion gestured. Hey, you there. Did you see a young man with injuries pass by? Yes, he ran off in that direction, Lu Dong replied, pointing southward. Go, quick, chase him. Several bounty hunters hastily dashed past Lu Dong, pursuing the false lead. Hee, a bunch of fools think they can catch me? Lu Dong quickly retraced his steps. After encountering several groups of bounty hunters and inquiring along the way, he began to head westward. After approximately half a day, Lu Dong had completely evaded the bounty hunter's sight. Finally escaped, he sighed in relief. These guys are truly relentless. Just then, a chill ran down Lu Dong's spine. There's danger. He leaped forward just as a bullet struck the spot where he had just stood. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lu Dong glanced towards the shooter's position. Damn, it's that assassin from before. That bastard. I will make you pay for this, Lu Dong cursed under his breath. Captain, that guy is definitely the one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have evaded my bullet, the assassin asserted firmly to Vulture. All right, priest, use your plant manipulation to attack him, Vulture commanded. Okay, I'll give him a chilling surprise, the priest grinned wickedly. Unbeknownst to Lu Dong, the Vulture trio was preparing a grand surprise for him while he contemplated his escape. Suddenly, The sound of vines slicing through the air reached Lu Dong's ears, and his expression changed. Taking cover behind a boulder, he sprinted forward. The vines shot towards Lu Dong, closing the distance rapidly. Growing increasingly anxious, he felt two vines ensnare his feet. With a thud, Lu Dong fell in a most undignified manner. Spitting out the mud from his mouth, he glared at the priest from a distance. The priest felt a shiver from Lu Dong's gaze, but quickly regained his composure. What a strange fellow. Why does his gaze instill such fear? He mused, shaking his head. Even if his gaze is fierce, can it kill? The assassin scoffed. The priest, rendered speechless, could only clench his fists tightly. Shut up. Can you two refrain from bickering for a single day? Can I have a moment of peace? Vulture roared. Let us go check on that brat. Ignoring the two, he marched straight towards Lu Dong. The assassin quickly stowed his weapon and followed suit, while the priest shot a venomous glare at the assassin's back before trailing behind. Where is he, priest? Weren't you the one who bound him? Vulture asked, puzzled. The priest crouched down to inspect the scattered vines. Glancing around the vicinity, that brat broke free from my vines, the priest lamented. You didn't sense him breaking free? Didn't your ability pick anything up? Vulture frowned. I was too busy arguing with the assassin to notice. The priest admitted awkwardly. You two are truly incompetent at accomplishing tasks and only excel at creating trouble. Useless, all of you. Vulture resumed his tirade. The assassin and priest could only endure Vulture's outburst in silence, occasionally wiping the spittle from their faces. Having freed himself from the vines, Lu Dong hastily headed west, climbing over 2 or 3 mountains without spotting any signs of the little girl or Dehei. Growing increasingly anxious, however, within the range of his mental awareness, he sensed no sign of Dehei's psychic presence. He knew he had to continue moving westward. Damn it. How dare he deceive us? Once I find him, I will dismantle him piece by piece, a furious bounty hunter declared. Let us see if you can find him first. Our target has vanished, and even that deceiver is nowhere to be found. How are we supposed to report back? Another remarked. Are you referring to the one clad in black armor? An incongruous voice chimed in. The bounty hunters looked up to see the vulture hunter team approaching. They had heard there were only 3 members, all of whom were formidable indeed. Who would have thought the vulture hunter team also encountered that damned fellow? You were fooled as well? One bounty hunter stepped forward. Ridiculous. We would not be deceived. Let me tell you, that deceiver is Lu Dong. A dismissive assassin retorted. Hearing this, the bounty hunters felt a mix of anger and frustration, knowing they were outmatched. How do you know that person is Lu Dong? Did you capture him? A royal-level bounty hunter inquired. We didn't capture him. He escaped us, the priest replied helplessly. Same difference. I thought the vulture hunter team was impressive. The royal-level bounty hunter scoffed. The assassin raised his weapon, aiming to eliminate the royal-level bounty hunter, but Vulture restrained his weapon with a firm hand. Too many words can lead to your demise. Be cautious, Vulture warned, casting a deep glare at the royal-level bounty hunter before swiftly departing with the assassin and priest. Ha, whether he lives or dies is uncertain, but it seems Vulture has backed down. The royal-level bounty hunter laughed heartily. Exactly. They seriously think they are formidable? They couldn't even capture their target. The surrounding bounty hunters erupted in jeers, reveling in the momentary satisfaction of witnessing the normally aloof vulture hunter team face defeat. Vulture, along with the assassin and priest, walked in silence, with the assassin nearly unable to contain himself several times, only to be met with a fierce glare from Vulture that silenced him. Lu Dong climbed over several more mountains, but still could not find the little girl or Dehei. He paused, pondering where they might have gone. After much contemplation, he could not deduce their whereabouts and could only return in frustration. This won't do. I must find them quickly. If all else fails, I'll take to the skies. Though flying is perilous, perhaps if I ascend a little, it will be safe. At worst, I can spot the enemies and fly even higher, Lu Dong thought to himself. With a rustle, Lu Dong unfurled his demonic wings and flapped them twice. Soaring into the sky as he flew, his eyes scanned the ground. As time passed, Lu Dong spotted numerous bounty hunters searching for him and his companions. Avoiding the relentless pursuit of the hunters, he swiftly veered westward. Ah, here I see zombies, but their numbers are too few. Could the little girl and Dehei be here? Lu Dong extended his psychic awareness, soon sensing Dehei's location, though his psychic state appeared feeble. Lu Dong glided down, landing beside a magnificent waterfall. He gazed at the cascade, for Dehei was situated just behind it. Lu Dong plunged into the pool, swimming slowly towards the back of the waterfall. There, he discovered a natural cave, likely formed by the flash floods of a mountain torrent. Little girl, Dehei, are you in there? Lu Dong tentatively called out. Brother, we're in here, but Dehei is gravely injured. The little girl's voice emerged, tinged with tears. Lu Dong swiftly entered the cave, where he found the space was overrun with a variety of ferns, flourishing exuberantly due to the apocalyptic virus. Nearly covering the entire cave, he quickly approached and saw the little girl guarding the severely injured Dehei. Lu Dong assessed Dehei's wounds. How could this happen? Who did this? Lu Dong's eyes blazed with fury. Brother, please save Dehei. He's dying, the little girl cried. All right, I will save him immediately, Lu Dong replied, retrieving the healing medicine Wu Ming had provided him. He diligently applied it to Dehei's wounds. The sight of the grievous cuts and gashes pained Lu Dong's heart, and it took him quite a while to tend to Dehei's injuries. What exactly transpired? Lu Dong asked the little girl after finishing the treatment. We had successfully navigated past those pursuing us. But just as we were about to separate from the group, a dozen individuals suddenly appeared. They were all pseudo-emperors, and I was no match for them. We fought while fleeing, but we could not shake them off. Dehei sustained injuries throughout the ordeal, and in the end, Dehei unleashed a terrifying sonic wave that caused the strong to bleed from their orifices, rolling on the ground in agony. We managed to escape quickly, but I couldn't treat Dehei's wounds, so I stayed here to guard him. The little girl swiftly recounted the entire process, exclaiming, Damn bounty hunters. One day I shall ensure that you regret crossing paths with us. Lu Dong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glistening with fury. Brother, is Dehei all right? The little girl asked anxiously. He'll be fine. He just needs a few days to recuperate. By the way, do you still have that crystal I gave you last time? Lu Dong inquired. I have a few left, she replied, retrieving several spirit stones from her pocket and handing them to Lu Dong. When Dehei awakens, make sure he consumes these and teach him how to harness the energy within. I'll go out and find us something to eat, Lu Dong said. All right, brother, don't worry. I will teach Dehei how to absorb it, the little girl responded earnestly. Chapter 35. Qinghai 3 days later. The wounds on the large bat had scabbed over, allowing for simple movement. Let us depart. We must head to Qinghai and rendezvous with Wu Ming and the others. We cannot keep them waiting too long. Lu Dong declared. But if we walk out like this, we will surely be pursued. Brother, do you have a good plan? The little girl voiced her concerns that of course, we need to disguise ourselves. Lu Dong smiled. But our features are too distinctive. Even with makeup, we might be recognized, she replied. We can simply darken our faces a bit, making ourselves appear like survivors fleeing from disaster, Lu Dong suggested. What about Dehei? The little girl glanced at the large bat that was meditating. Let Dehei fly ahead. If he spots any search parties, he can return to warn us. That should suffice, Lu Dong concluded. The trio swiftly advanced westward, pausing intermittently, occasionally encountering royal-level powerhouses heading in the same direction. However, these formidable beings paid no heed to Lu Dong and his companions. Brother, it seems we haven't encountered anyone searching for us, the little girl exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, the more perilous the area, the safer it becomes. The Lin family would never suspect that we would return to Zikanlan. This works in our favor, sparing us the need to hide constantly, Lu Dong remarked with a smile. Let us hasten our journey then. At this rate, when shall we arrive at the meeting point with Sister Wu Xine? The little girl queried. There's no need to rush. We shall proceed at our own pace. With our speed, we should arrive in about half a month, Lu Dong assured her. All right then, the little girl acquiesced reluctantly. Thus, the two continued their journey westward, with the little girl occasionally frolicking and playing with a few zombies along the way. Lu Dong quietly observed her playful antics. Half a month later, in Qinghai. Why haven't those two arrived yet? Could they have encountered some danger? Wu Ming sighed. Surely not. Brother Lu Dong and the others are quite formidable unless they cross paths with a royal-level powerhouse. But those royal beings wouldn't he have the time to trouble them, would they? Wu Exine pondered. Let us wait for 3 more days. If they still do not arrive, we shall venture in to investigate. Wu Ming suggested. Very well, we shall wait for 3 more days. Wu Exine nodded in agreement. Qinghai Province, abbreviated as Qing, was historically known as Shihai, Xianchuahai, and Beihiqingai.it has been referred to as Qinghai since the 16 Kingdoms period. In Tibetan, it is called Kwawinbo, and in Mongolian, it is known as Kakunar, both meaning Blue Lake.it was formerly the land of the Western Rong and later the territory of the Western Chong during the Han Dynasty. Established as Qinghai Province in 1928, its capital is Xining, located in the northwest region of China, northeast of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, covering an area of 720,000 square kilometers. It lies between latitudes 3139 and 3919 north, and longitudes 8935 and 10304 east. It borders Xinjiang to the northwest, Gansu to the north and east, Sichuan to the southeast, and Tibet to the south and southwest, spanning approximately 1,200 kilometers from east to west and 800 kilometers from north to south. It ranks 4th in terms of area nationwide. The Yangtze and Yellow Rivers both originate in Qinghai, and it is home to China's largest inland saline lake, thus earning its name. Dong and the little girl stood before the vast expanse of the Qing Tibet Plateau, momentarily lost in thought as a gentle breeze swept through, refreshing their spirits. This grassland is truly immense, but how shall we locate Wu Ming and the others? Lu Dong lamented. We could have Dehe dominate the surrounding mutated beast packs to seek them out. The little girl suggested. Indeed. You could also have the zombies assist us in our search. Lu Dong chuckled. But what if there are no zombies in sight? The little girl queried. Well then, let us have Dehe scout for areas where people might be gathering. Lu Dong stated, directing his thoughts to Dehe. The large bat soared into the sky, venturing far and wide. A terrifying roar erupted from its mouth, echoing across the grasslands. Hours later, a cloud of dust billowed up from the prairie, reminiscent of thousands of galloping horses. Lu Dong's gaze fixated on the approaching herd, and as they drew nearer, he discerned a 2-meter-tall stallion racing ahead, followed by several ordinary horses. The spectacle indeed bore the semblance of a mighty army. With the leading horse likely being the king of the herd, it appeared that trouble was looming. Lu Dong thought, furrowing his brow. Dehe, handle this. It feels like they are not coming with good intentions. So be cautious. Lu Dong instructed the large bat. With a mighty roar, Dehe exuded a pressure akin to that of a half-step royal-level powerhouse, bellowing at the horse herd. The herd halted abruptly within 50 meters, causing the horses behind to crash into those in front, resulting in chaos. How tragic! Lu Dong turned away, covering the little girl's eyes. Meanwhile, Dehe observed the pandemonium with an air of bemusement. After the stallion's whinnying, the herd regained its composure. The stallion glanced at Lu Dong and the little girl before turning its attention to Dehe, letting out a fierce roar. What is it saying? Lu Dong inquired of Dehe. It claims that the vast grassland is its territory, and all beasts here fall under its jurisdiction. You cannot summon beast packs in this area, Dehe translated within Lu Dong's mind. Tell it that we have no desire to contest for the title of Beast King in this territory. We merely wish to inquire if anyone resembling us has passed through recently. Lu Dong relayed to the large bat. Dehe roared in response. The stallion replied, as long as you do not contest for the title of Beast King, I am willing to assist you in locating people. Dehe translated this for Lu Dong. Excellent, then ask if it has seen a man and a woman pass through here. If so, where did they go? Lu Dong instructed. Dehe roared again. The stallion responded, it knows where they have gone and can lead us there. Very well, let us proceed swiftly to find them, Lu Dong commanded Dehe. The stallion turned, leading the herd forward, while Dehe soared above. Lu Dong and the little girl followed closely behind. Half a day later, a city skyline emerged on the horizon. From a distance, it appeared to be a city shrouded in fog. But upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a desolate urban ruin. Before the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, it must have been a bustling metropolis, now reduced to mere remnants of its former glory. The stallion roared at Dehe before turning to lead the herd back into the grasslands. Lu Dong stared at Dehe in bewilderment, his expression filled with confusion. It says that the two individuals are within the ruins of the city ahead. But whether they have left is unknown, Dehay lamented. Very well, let us venture inside, though the city may be perilous. Nuan, summon your companions. They are more familiar with this area than we are. Lu Dong suggested with a smile. All right, brother, I will summon them now, the little girl replied, and with that, she shouted toward the urban ruins. Instantly, the entire wasteland erupted in a cacophony of roars as numerous mutated zombies surged forth from the ruins, racing toward Lu Dong and his companions. With a roar, a powerful royal-level pressure swept through the approaching horde of mutated zombies, causing immediate chaos among them. As panic set in, they collided with one another. Filled with fear yet reluctant to flee at that moment, a pressure akin to that of a royal-level powerhouse surged toward Lu Dong and his companions. With a crash, the two forces collided, leaving the horde of mutated zombies in utter disarray. Unsure of where to flee, only able to thrash about wildly. We're not here to contest territory. Let us have a conversation with it, Lu Dong instructed the little girl. With that, she roared again. The sound of crashing debris echoed as a colossal zombie lumbered into view. Charging forward with relentless force, bulldozing through obstacles as if it were a massive bulldozer, halting just 20 meters away from Lu Dong and the others. Human, what is it that you desire? The giant zombie boomed. Its voice resonating like thunder. You can speak? Lu Dong exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the giant zombie. Indeed, any zombie that reaches the royal level can naturally articulate. But you have yet to answer. What do you seek? The giant zombie replied, I see it. I am here in search of individuals. Recently, a man and a woman passed through, and the king of the prairie informed me that they arrived in the ruins. Have you seen them? Lu Dong asked. Lu Dong faced the colossal zombie and inquired, the two individuals you mentioned, I noticed them long ago, yet I have not engaged with them. Furthermore, I have instructed my subordinates not to seek trouble with them. They are inside that building to the west of the city. The giant zombie replied, Very well, thank you for the information. Until we meet again, Lu Dong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Farewell. The giant zombie then bellowed to the surrounding mutated zombies and turned to stride toward the city center, the sound of thunderous footsteps echoing all around. Let us depart. They must be anxiously awaiting our movements given the commotion, Lu Dong declared as he set off toward the western part of the city. Before reaching the west, he spotted Wu Ming gazing from a distance, with Wu Xian by his side. Why did you take so long? It's been nearly 20 days. If you hadn't arrived, we would have ventured in without you, Wu Ming complained to Lu Dong. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Dehay almost perished, hence our delayed progress, Lu Dong replied nonchalantly. Shall we rest for a day? We can enter tomorrow instead, Wu Ming suggested. Yes, let us take a day to recuperate. There's no rush. What is meant for us will not elude us, Lu Dong responded. While Xiaonan tugged at Wu Xian, and the two engaged in hushed whispers within the room. Chapter 36. The Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains are the main backbone of the western mountain ranges of China. Belonging to the Central Asian mountain system. Also known as Kunlun Su, it is revered as the first divine mountain of China, the mountain of all ancestors, Kunlun Hill, or Yushan. The range stretches from the eastern part of the Pamir Plateau, traversing between Xinjiang and Tibet, extending into Qinghai, with a total length of approximately 2,500 kilometers. The Kunlun Mountains rise from the Pamir Plateau, with an average elevation of 5,500 to 6,000 meters and a width of 130 to 200 kilometers, covering a total area of over 500,000 square kilometers across the provinces of Qinghai, Sichuan, Xinjiang, and Tibet. The highest peak is Kongertaf, located in the Kyzyl Kyrgyz Autonomous Prefecture in Xinjiang. The Kunlun Mountains hold a prominent position in the cultural history of the Chinese nation, often referred to as the ancestral dragon vein. Ancient mythology posits that the Kunlun Mountains are home to the goddess Shiwangmu, depicted as having a human head and a leopard body. Attended by two azure birds, she is a deity of Taoism, sharing dominion over matters of male and female cultivation with Dong Wanggong. Excerpt from Baiki, the Kunlun Mountains are considered a land of immortals in ancient Chinese legends, characterized by pristine landscapes and recognized as one of the most mysterious places in the country. Finally, we've arrived. I'm utterly exhausted, Xiaonan lamented. Indeed, we have finally reached our destination, Lu Dong replied with a calm demeanor. What are your plans? Wu Ming inquired of Lu Dong. What else can we do? Quietly amass wealth. I prefer not to draw attention. You know that well, Lu Dong said with a mischievous grin. Could you refrain from such expressions? It sends chills down my spine. Wu Ming shivered, feigning distance. Lu Dong remarked, scratching his nose. I never expected you to turn rogue, brother Lu Dong. Wu Xian teased with a playful laugh. Exactly. Brother has indeed turned wicked. Xiao Wan chimed in. If I do not become wicked, that would be troublesome. Lu Dong's eyes flashed with a cold glint, quickly concealed. Only Wu Ming noticed the shift in Lu Dong's expression. Never mind. Let us proceed swiftly. Perhaps fortune will favor us, and we shall discover the treasures of evolution. Wu Ming continued. Yes, let us hurry. Lu Dong urged. The group sped into the depths of the forest, occasionally hearing the roars of mutated beasts echoing through the mountains. IVE heard many royal-level powerhouses have come here. Nearly all the renowned strongholds have sent their elite. Wu Ming remarked to Lu Dong. That's quite exaggerated. What exactly has been discovered here? Just super life forms? Lu Dong questioned, puzzled. I'm not certain, but the reports from the outside suggest there are not just one but many super life forms present, Wu Ming stated seriously. How many is many? And what forms do these super life forms take? Lu Dong pressed for details. I don't know. According to the stronghold, these super life forms can freely alter their forms, Wu Ming replied. Freely alter their forms? ISNT that akin to the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong? Lu Dong jested. You're spot on. It's quite similar to the transformations of Sun Wukong, Wu Ming affirmed, fixing his gaze on Lu Dong. Is that true? Did they mention what qualifies as a super life form? Lu Dong asked. The stronghold has imported a set of equipment capable of detecting the energy intensity of life forms. A regular human has a value of 100. A newly evolved individual has 500. A low-level evolved being has 2, 500, and so forth, culminating in royal-level evolved beings with a value of 1, 600, 000. There is no data yet on divine-level evolved beings, but super life forms are comparable to divine beings, possessing energy levels over 5 times that of royal-level evolved beings. Wu Ming elaborated 0.5 times. So, does that mean anything over 800,000 can be considered a super life form or a divine powerhouse? Lu Dong gasped. Correct, they are indeed that formidable. However, there is no need for concern. The intelligence of super life forms is not high, unlike that of human divine powerhouses, Wu Ming added. Goodness, we must avoid encountering them. Otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. Lu Dong cautioned. Here, take this. It will allow you to detect the surroundings at all times. This way, we can avoid any super life forms, Wu Ming said, handing Lu Dong a device resembling a mobile phone. Lu Dong took it and examined it closely, noticing it was not as user-friendly as a phone. How does this work? Lu Dong asked Wu Ming. There's a switch on the side of the device. Just turn it on. If there are any energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius, it will vibrate to alert you and display the target's location and energy values on the screen, Wu Ming explained patiently. All right, I understand how to use it now. Is the display showing us? Lu Dong inquired, glancing at the screen which displayed 4 red dots. Indeed, those are our marked locations. If you point it at a specific target, it will show the energy values, Wu Ming clarified. Lu Dong aimed the device at Wu Ming, and the display showed a value of 983, 524. Is this your value? Lu Dong asked. Correct. Now let us see what yours is. Wu Ming said with a smile. Okay, let us check mine, Lu Dong replied, pointing the device at himself. The screen displayed a value of 335, 428. Goodness, could this device be malfunctioning? Is my value really this low? Lu Dong exclaimed in disbelief. This value only detects bodily energy, not comprehensive energy. Why the fuss? Wu Ming replied with exasperation. I thought it was a comprehensive assessment, Lu Dong admitted sheepishly. This device merely provides an approximate value. It does not account for any other abilities or unknown powers the target may possess, so it is not infallible. We must remain vigilant, Wu Ming cautioned. If that is the case, can't my true strength be concealed? Lu Dong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, you are quite the anomaly. With an energy value of only 335, 428, your actual strength should be capable of challenging a pseudo-royal level powerhouse. Wu Ming remarked helplessly. Let us keep a low profile. We are not ones to flaunt our abilities, Lu Dong said with an air of pretentiousness. TCH, Wu Ming responded by giving Lu Dong a middle finger. By the way, what happened to Luo Kuang? Lu Dong asked with concern. I don't know. He has been missing since the battle between the Mad God Stronghold and Lin Jintian. No one has been able to locate him since then. I wonder how he is faring. Wu Ming's tone grew somber, considering that Luo Kuang had once saved both of them. Well, no news is often the best news. I can only hope he overcomes this crisis. Our capabilities are limited. The Lin family is quite powerful, and we are helpless against them, Lu Dong said wearily. For now, we can only wait silently for an opportunity. Seizing the moment to grow stronger is the key. Wu Ming added. All right, let us move quickly. We're here to become stronger, Lu Dong declared as he surged ahead. Wu Ming and the others swiftly followed, traversing the forest like agile monkeys. Our current objective is to locate those mutated fruits. Everyone, please remain vigilant of your surroundings. Notify me immediately if you discover anything, Lu Dong instructed rapidly. Brother, do those count? Xiaonuan pointed to a tree in the distance laden with vibrant red fruits. Apples? Wu Ming guessed. No, apples are larger. Those appear to be sand fruits, Lu Dong clarified. What are sand fruits? Wu Xian asked, puzzled. Sand fruits belong to the rose family, subfamily Pomaceae, and genus Malus, also known as Linqing, Huahongguo, or Naizi. They are found in the northwest, north, northeast, and provinces south of the Yangtze River. Sand fruits are neutral in nature and sweet-sour in taste, possessing properties that quench thirst, aid digestion, and astringe essence. They can be consumed fresh or processed. Sand fruits are aromatic, uniquely flavored, nutritionally rich, and possess high medicinal value, Lu Dong explained. Excerpt from Baidu. Aren't they just apples then? Wu Ming remarked. Close enough, but it's uncertain if they have any mutated effects. Lu Dong said. Let us find out by trying. I'll go pluck a few, Wu Ming said, but was halted by Lu Dong. Wu Ming looked at Lu Dong, perplexed. There's no need to rush. We can test their effects from a distance, Lu Dong replied calmly. How do we test them? Wu Ming continued. Just watch. After Lu Dong spoke, he casually picked up a few stones from the ground. He stopped about 50 meters from the fruit trees, crouching low. Wu Ming and the others curiously followed him, noticing that Lu Dong remained silent as he collected the stones. With a vigorous throw, Lu Dong sent a stone soaring toward the fruits on the tree, then quickly dropped to the ground. The sound of the stone slicing through the air echoed as it struck the spot on the tree where the fruits were most densely clustered. A loud buzzing ensued, revealing that the entire tree was swarmed with fist-sized bees, flitting about chaotically. Lu Dong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp. It was utterly terrifying. Had he approached to pluck the sand fruits without a test, the consequences would have been chilling to contemplate. The others behind Lu Dong were already dumbfounded, mouths agape in disbelief. Good thing we didn't just go and pick the fruits, Wu Ming said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What kind of bees are those? They seem like honeybees, but aren't their heads too large? Wu Xian asked, puzzled. These are indeed honeybees, but it seems the virus has caused some mutations. Lu Dong asserted confidently. By the way, how did you know there was danger? Wu Ming inquired awkwardly. As the ancients say, where there are treasures, there are guardians, Lu Dong replied. Cut the nonsense. I'm being serious, Wu Ming's expression darkened. All right, honestly, I just had a feeling something was amiss. Why is no one picking the fruits here? After some careful observation, he added, I noticed a nest on the trunk, which is why I called you over. Lu Dong sighed in exasperation. Where is the nest? Wu Ming pointed to the swarm of bees, saying, on the trunk, mostly obscured by the leaves. You wouldn't notice it without a keen eye. Indeed, there is something dark on the trunk. That must be the nest, Wu Xian pointed out. Oh, you've really sharpened your observational skills, Wu Ming remarked. I've always been this strong. You just can't keep up, Lu Dong boasted. Chapter 37. Encounter at the cave. It appears that these sand fruits have also mutated. I wonder what their effects might be? Lu Dong licked his lips. What I'm pondering is not their effects, but what would happen if we were surrounded by that swarm, Wu Ming replied. Lu Dong looked at him, speechless. I imagine it would be quite a shocking experience, considering how many stings that would entail, Wu Ming chuckled. Lu Dong remained silent. Let us move on. Perhaps the next location will yield the evolution fruits we need, Wu Ming suggested. The group continued deeper into the jungle, where the trees grew tall and lush. Be cautious. It seems we have ventured into the depths. The terrain and foliage here are quite complex. Don't stumble into any traps, Lu Dong cautioned. Activate the detection equipment. We must remain vigilant against any sudden appearances of super life forms and avoid any beings with high energy readings. Wu Ming instructed Lu Dong. All right, I'll turn it on now. After Lu Dong activated the detection device, it began to vibrate, the screen indicating a cluster of large red dots 5 kilometers ahead. Oh no, could that be a super life form? Lu Dong asked anxiously. Let me check. Wu Ming took the device from Lu Dong to inspect. This group likely isn't a super life form. They might be a faction of human powerhouses. They're ignoring us. Should we go take a look? Wu Ming continued. Isn't that a bit too dangerous? After all, powerful beings can be quite temperamental. Lu Dong expressed his concerns. It's fine. As long as we don't disturb them, we can observe from a distance. Wu Ming reassured him. You're not thinking this through, are you? It sounds too simple. Lu Dong smirked at Wu Ming. Hee, you understand me well. If there's an opportunity, we mustn't miss it. It would be a sin against fate. Wu Ming replied with a mischievous grin. The two exchanged knowing glances, both grinning slyly while Wu Xian and Xiao Nyang looked on in confusion. Lu Dong and the others swiftly approached the group of powerhouses, but they seemed indifferent to their presence. When they were about a kilometer away, Lu Dong gestured for everyone to stop. They appear to be assembling their team, Wu Ming observed. They must have discovered something valuable that requires more than a few hands to retrieve. They likely seeking collaborators, Lu Dong added. What could it be? I hope we get a chance to find out. Wu Ming gazed excitedly at the group. Even if we have a chance, we might not survive to enjoy it. Before them, we wouldn't even be able to flee, Lu Dong lamented. Indeed. All of them are pseudo-emperor level powerhouses. There's nothing we can do, Wu Ming sighed. What have they discovered? There are so many of them. Wu Xian questioned. I have no idea. It must be something extraordinary. Otherwise, there would be no need to gather so many people. Lu Dong shook his head. Brother, there are so many foreigners. Xiao Nyang pointed at the approaching foreign individuals. That's Smith, the war god from the Americas, and beside him is Garcia, the demon god. Strange. Why are they acting together? Wu Ming questioned. Aren't they supposed to be enemies? Lu Dong asked. Yes, they have conflicts. I've heard they often battle. Wu Ming still couldn't comprehend. There must be something we're unaware of, like a mutual interest or something else, Lu Dong speculated. That doesn't make sense. Even for interests, it wouldn't be resolved that quickly, Wu Ming replied. Look, more people are coming. Wu Xian pointed to a few newly appeared figures. Who are they? That armored figure looks even more imposing than mine. Lu Dong remarked enviously, Brother, that's the person who attacked me last time. I can sense his aura, Xiao Nyang declared with enmity, her little eyes locked onto the armored figure, radiating murderous intent. Lu Dong stared at Xiao Nyang in shock, pondering who could provoke such a reaction from her. You mean the one who injured Dehe? Lu Dong asked in confusion. No, it's the one from the fortress. Xiao Nyang clarified. You're talking about Lin Tiannan? Lu Dong exclaimed in surprise. I think that's his name. Xiao Nyang tilted her head in thought. Look, what is happening? Why are the war god and demon god bowing to the armored man? Wu Xian asked in astonishment. Damn it, it's a member of the Lin family. Another one, Lu Dong thought to himself, but the Lin family shouldn't be able to command respect from the war god and demon god. Right? No, there is something fishy about this. Let us go. That's a member of the Lin family over there. We should leave quickly to avoid being caught, Lu Dong urged the group. They hastily retreated to their original location. Shouldn't we avoid that group? It would be difficult to find anything useful in the jungle otherwise, Lu Dong lamented. Avoid? There's only one canyon. If we avoid it, we'll have to go uphill. Wu Ming hesitated. No need. Look, this canyon is at least 5 kilometers wide, and we're on the lower slope. If we go down the cliff over here, we can avoid them, Lu Dong pointed to the nearby high cliff. All right, but how can you be sure that group was from the Lin family? Wu Ming questioned curiously. Because Xiao Nyang sensed that the armored figure was Lin Tiannan, Lu Dong replied, glancing at Xiao Nyang. Are you sure? Didn't they say Lin Tiannan was severely injured and barely hanging on? How could he become so powerful all of a sudden? Wu Ming exclaimed. I don't know. Perhaps the Lin family has developed something that saved Lin Tiannan's life and made him stronger, Lu Dong speculated vaguely. Damn it, how are we supposed to surpass them like this? Wu Ming expressed his frustration. Don't worry, boosting strength with potions has its limits. If it's not natural evolution, there should be side effects, Lu Dong reassured Wu Ming with a pat on the shoulder. That makes sense. One day, we will surpass them, Wu Ming declared resolutely. The group edged along the cliff, slowly making their way into the canyon while scanning for energy readings. Brother, come quickly. There's a strange cave here. Xiao Nyang's anxious voice called out. Where? Lu Dong and Wu Ming rushed over. Over there. Xiao Nyang pointed to a faintly visible entrance in the cliff. It really is a cave. Should we go take a look? Lu Dong asked the group. Let us check it out, but safety first, Wu Ming suggested. I have no objections, Wu Xian agreed. If my brother goes, I'll go too. Xiao Nyang chimed in eagerly. All right, let us explore this cave. Perhaps it holds unexpected surprises, Lu Dong said excitedly. As long as it's not an unexpected scare, Wu Ming smiled. Can you say something more pleasant? Lu Dong replied helplessly. I am just being cautious. You wouldn't understand, Wu Ming retorted disdainfully. Lu Dong shrugged and walked ahead in silence. Hey, don't walk off. How do we get up there? Wu Ming called after him. Lu Dong stared contemplatively at the cave entrance, pondering how to ascend. Here's the plan. I'll fly up first and lower a rope for you to climb, Lu Dong proposed. That's a good idea. I really envy your wings, Wu Ming replied. If only I could have that too, Wu Ming said sulkily. Hand me the rope. I shall ascend now, he added. Lu Dong replied to Wu Ming. Here, but be cautious. If anything seems amiss, descend immediately. As Wu Ming spoke, he passed the rope to Lu Dong. With a whoosh, Lu Dong grasped the rope, unfurled his demonic wings, clapped twice, and soared straight upward. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Lu Dong halted in midair, flapping his wings gently while gazing intently at the cave's mouth, which bore a resemblance to the cavern near the fortress of the Mad God. The entrance featured a platform, constructed like a grand door, leading into a long passage. The tunnel near the fortress of the Mad God was approximately 100 meters long, while this one seemed to descend into an unfathomable abyss. Lu Dong landed on the platform at the cave's mouth, secured the rope to a protruding boulder, and let it drop. Wu Ming, seeing the rope cascade down, reached out to catch it and signaled for Xiao Nyang and Wu Xian to climb up first. As Wu Ming and the others began their ascent, Lu Dong continued to observe the cave entrance, noting that the ground was thickly coated with dust, flanked by ancient murals. Whose abode could this possibly be? It appeared to belong to a civilization long forgotten, and the murals depicted scenes from a bygone era. How peculiar, Lu Dong mused silently. Before long, Wu Ming and the others finally ascended, each panting heavily, save for Xiao Nyang, who exhibited no signs of fatigue. Wu Ming regarded Xiao Nyang as an oddity, akin to Lu Dong, two peculiar beings. Ignoring Wu Ming's ramblings, Lu Dong's gaze remained fixed on the cave entrance. Noticing Lu Dong's unwavering attention, Wu Ming curiously nudged his arm. Lu Dong, somewhat exasperated, looked at Wu Ming, unable to contain a wry smile. What are you daydreaming about? Aren't you going to explore inside? Wu Ming inquired. Perplexed, I am pondering the identity of the owner of this cave, Lu Dong replied. Cave? You mean this is a cave? Wu Ming exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. Can't you see that? Lu Dong sighed in exasperation. Good grief. Let's hurry in and see if there are any cultivation techniques or perhaps some elixirs. Wu Ming drooled at the thought. Be cautious. Who knows if there are any traps or mechanisms? Lu Dong stated seriously. Yes, that's reasonable. Ancient people often employ traps and hidden devices. Better to tread carefully, Wu Ming agreed. Stepping back a couple of paces, Do we have any searchlights? Lu Dong asked Wu Ming. Yes. Strong flashlights, specially prepared, Wu Ming replied, rummaging through his backpack to produce 2 flashlights. Handing one to Lu Dong, Lu Dong switched on the flashlight and cautiously advanced into the cave, with Wu Ming and the others following closely behind. What are these murals all about? They seem rather confusing, Wu Ming queried Lu Dong. I cannot say. Everything here appears shrouded in mystery. The murals depict events from ancient times. Yet I have never encountered such depictions in any texts, Lu Dong responded. Chapter 38. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. As the group ventured deeper, the murals on the stone walls became increasingly intricate and elaborate, seemingly narrating myths from ancient times. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the stories were more than mere myths. What was the significance of these illustrations? Were they tales of deities or accounts of beastly transformations? One moment depicted divine beings, while the next portrayed monstrous creatures. And what of the figure with bird-like wings? Did it resemble an angel? Most perplexing was the flying craft in the sky, reminiscent of a battleship from the movies. Wu Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "I have no idea. It is utterly incomprehensible. It appears to describe myths, yet it is not entirely so. What connection do Western deities have to this place?" Lu Dong mused, furrowing his brow. "And this figure depicted in the mural? He seems to bear a striking resemblance to my wings," Lu Dong added, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed. And look at this. Could it be a dragon from Western legends? Yet it looks rather grotesque," Wu Xian remarked. "Brother, what is this?" Xiaonyang Nyang's voice suddenly piped up. This mural appears to depict a war between zombies and humans. Could it be that mutations occurred in ancient times?" Lu Dong stood transfixed before the mural, lost in thought. "Quickly, let us investigate whether humanity experienced mutations in ancient times," Wu Ming urged anxiously. The group hastily examined the murals within the cave, completely absorbed in their exploration, oblivious to the pair of lantern-sized eyes lurking in the depths, watching the entrance intently. With a sudden motion, Xiaonyang Nyang assumed a defensive stance, while Lu Dong and the others quickly formed a protective circle around her. "What have you discovered?" Lu Dong inquired, puzzled. "I cannot be certain, but there is an overwhelming force emanating from within, a living entity, something alive," Xiaonyang Nyang replied, maintaining her vigilant demeanor. Lu Dong and the others unsheathed their weapons, cautiously observing the cave's depths. "Could it be the dragon from the mural? Quickly, retrieve the testing device," Wu Ming urged. "All right," Lu Dong responded, swiftly producing the detection device, its readings fluctuating wildly. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the device emitted a muffled explosion, releasing a cloud of smoke. "Good grief, the device has exploded," Lu Dong exclaimed, tossing it aside. "Damn it, that is undoubtedly a super life form. We must flee," Wu Ming shouted, his face pale, just as they prepared to retreat swiftly from the cave. A voice echoed from the shadows, "Humans, you cannot escape. Return to me." A powerful force surged from the cave entrance, propelling the group deeper into the cavern. Wu Xian screamed as the sound of heavy objects striking the ground echoed ominously. "Good heavens, that hurts," Wu Ming cried out in agony, while Lu Dong and the others scrambled to their feet, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Before them lay a brilliantly illuminated cavern, featuring a vast platform. It appeared as though the entire mountain had been hollowed out to create this space. In addition to the enormous platform, there were numerous chamber-like openings throughout the cave. As they surveyed the grand platform, they noticed an opulent throne adorned with jewels, exuding an air of extravagance. Perched atop the throne was a resplendent white fox, strikingly unusual for possessing not one, but 5 tails. The group regarded the 5-tailed white fox with curiosity, and it scrutinized them in turn. "Little ones, have you finished gaping?" The 5-tailed fox remarked nonchalantly. Esteemed one, we merely stumbled upon this place by accident. We shall take our leave," Wu Ming stammered nervously. Now that you have arrived, do you think you can simply depart?" The 5-tailed fox fixed its gaze on Wu Ming. "What is it you intend to do with us? Could you provide a reason?" Lu Dong asked coolly. The little one possesses quite the spirit. I sense the essence of destruction. I require this essence. Is that a valid reason?" The 5-tailed fox inquired. "We possess no such essence, but if we did, we would certainly offer it to you." Lu Dong replied. No, you do possess it. In fact, it resides within you." The 5-tailed fox narrowed its eyes. "Within me?" Lu Dong exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, it is within you," the 5-tailed fox affirmed. "Where within me?" Lu Dong questioned, perplexed. "Within your being, your energy is the energy of destruction. Would you be willing to contribute your strength?" The five-tailed fox challenged. Allow me to guess your identity. You must belong to the ancient clan of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Correct? Lu Dong smiled knowingly. Hee, indeed. The little one demonstrates some knowledge. I am of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Though regrettably, my bloodline is incomplete, the five-tailed fox lamented. Can the energy within me restore your bloodline? Lu Dong asked. I cannot say for certain, but I know I need your energy to advance, the five-tailed fox replied. And if I refuse? Lu Dong inquired solemnly. Apart from this path, you have no other choices. The five-tailed fox stated matter-of-factly. Wu Ming and the others stared in astonishment at Lu Dong's conversation with the five-tailed fox. How can I contribute? If I do so, what benefit do I receive? Lu Dong asked. All you need to do is release your energy, and I shall absorb it. As for benefits, there are numerous cultivation techniques within this place. Each of you may select one for yourselves. The five-tailed fox promised. Cultivation techniques? Wu Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, techniques that allow for advancement through cultivation. The five-tailed fox's voice dripped with temptation. Is it truly that simple? Lu Dong asked. Yes, it is indeed that simple. The five-tailed fox affirmed. Will I die after contributing my strength? Or will I become powerless? Lu Dong queried. I cannot guarantee that, as I require a substantial amount of this energy. I cannot ascertain whether you can endure it. If you can, greater rewards await you, the five-tailed fox explained. So, it is possible that I may die or lose all my power. Lu Dong pressed. Indeed, but do you believe you possess the luxury of choice? The five-tailed fox threatened. If I perish, you will not acquire my energy. Lu Dong replied coolly. If I do not obtain your power, all of you shall meet your demise, the five-tailed fox retorted ominously. In any case, it is death. I might as well embrace it directly. I stand to lose nothing. It concluded. Lu Dong then remarked, You, the five-tailed fox, are in a state of desperation, yet utterly helpless. Besides selecting a technique, there is but one condition. Assist me once when I require your help. He extended a finger and continued. The five-tailed fox pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Lu Dong, who displayed no hint of fear upon his face. Very well, only this once, and it shall not be repeated, the five-tailed fox reluctantly agreed. Deal. First, allow my companions to select their techniques, and then we shall depart from here, Lu Dong replied. Certainly, the second room on the left is where the techniques are stored. Once the three of you have made your selections, you may leave. The five-tailed fox urged. Hurry and choose the techniques that correspond to your attributes, and once you've finished, leave swiftly. Lu Dong turned to Wu Ming and the others, stating, Brother, I shall not depart. Wherever you go, I shall follow. The little girl resolutely declared, Yes, if you do not leave, we shall not leave either. Wu Ming added, Indeed, though we are not blood relatives, we are closer than family. Even in death, we shall face it together. Wu Xian, her eyes glistening with tears, implored, Go, all of you. Once you leave, do not return. Lu Dong, with reddened eyes and labored breath, shouted, In truth, whether you leave or stay matters little. Our Tianhu clan does not relish in slaughter as long as it does not affect me. You are free to choose. The five-tailed fox narrowed her eyes, stating, I do not trust you, for in this world, trust has ceased to exist, replaced only by endless bloodshed. Lu Dong, with a tinge of amusement, remarked, You truly do not comprehend the state of this world, do you? The five-tailed fox countered, Are you suggesting you understand why this world has come to be as it is? Lu Dong calmly replied, Indeed, I have survived since the previous epoch. No one understands what has transpired better than I. Each epoch repeats itself. The five-tailed fox recalled, What do you mean by that? Lu Dong curiously inquired. What do I mean? It bears no significant meaning. For humanity or the creatures of Earth, it is both a blessing and a tragedy. That is what I mean. Beyond this, you lack the qualification to know. The five-tailed fox then asked, What would grant me the qualification to know? Wu Ming, intrigued, posed the question, When you become the strongest on Earth, only then will you have the right to know. The five-tailed fox replied nonchalantly, The strongest? What level does that entail? Lu Dong explained, The strongest must at least reach the divine level you have defined, excluding those enhanced by potions. The five-tailed fox remarked, You are aware of genetic potions? Lu Dong, surprised, responded, indeed. Throughout various epochs, there have been foolish individuals who believed they could become strong through potions, oblivious to the fact that true strength emerges from the crucible of life and death. The five-tailed fox continued, so you mean genetic potions cannot elevate one beyond the divine level, yet they can reach the royal level? She added, it is possible that even more potent potions may arise. Lu Dong, anxious, interjected, the royal level you speak of is merely a pseudo-royal level, correct? In prior epochs, astute potion masters have already studied this. The side effects of potions are substantial and absolutely incapable of elevating one beyond the divine level. The five-tailed fox inquired, I wish to know, if I contribute my power to you, what are the chances of survival? Lu Dong shifted the topic, stating, 50-50, for I have scarcely any spiritual stones left. Were I to possess sufficient spiritual stones, I could guarantee your safety. The five-tailed fox pressed, spiritual stones? How many do you require? Lu Dong, growing anxious, asked, Do you possess spiritual stones? The five-tailed fox eagerly replied, yes, I have AFEW. Lu Dong continued, how much spiritual energy do you have? The five-tailed fox's eyes sparkled as she responded, I do not know, but here, just these FEW'd. As Lu Dong produced 3 spiritual stones that Dehe had not utilized previously, he remarked, I must say, your luck is quite fortunate. With these stones, you will have 100% chance of survival, and the harm will be nearly non-existent. The five-tailed fox exclaimed with joy, really? The others chimed in unison. Chapter 39. Bloodline Reversion. Let us begin. We wish to leave this place as soon as possible. Lu Dong addressed the five-tailed fox. There is no rush. I am not yet prepared. You may first cultivate the techniques here. After finishing her words, the five-tailed fox shot forth 4 book-like objects from her throne. Lu Dong and the others swiftly caught them, cautiously watching the five-tailed fox. Oh, not be alarmed. In light of your loyalty, I personally selected the finest techniques suited to your attributes. Cultivate diligently. Your future path will be fraught with challenges. The more strength you possess, the greater your chances of survival, the five-tailed fox said. Her expression filled with concern. Wu Ming gazed at the technique in his hands, feeling somewhat bewildered, unsure how this technique related to his attributes. Wu Xian, however, was overjoyed, for this technique was perfectly suited to her unique powers. The little girl became completely absorbed in her technique, which was authored by a powerful figure from the ancient era of the undead, focusing on how to absorb various energies and manifest corpse flames to attack foes. Lu Dong, equally perplexed by the technique he held, pondered, Devouring God. What is the meaning of this? He exchanged a glance with Wu Ming, both filled with confusion. Why does our technique lack corresponding attributes? Lu Dong inquired of the five-tailed fox. Who said your techniques lack corresponding attributes? The five-tailed fox replied nonchalantly. His powers are emitted from his eyes. It should correspond to the ocular arts. How does this technique relate to that? Moreover, my powers are of the wind attribute. How does that connect to the devouring god? Lu Dong continued questioning that the devouring god is indeed aligned with the ocular arts. This technique is specifically for cultivating ocular abilities, creating illusions to ensnare opponents. What is amiss with that? As for yours, are you certain it is wind-based? The five-tailed fox clarified. Wu Ming quickly opened the shadowless technique and found it was indeed related to ocular arts. Though the name was somewhat absurd, Lu Dong opened the devouring god and discovered its contents detailed how to plunder and convert the energy of enemies into one's own attributes, essentially, to devour and assimilate various powers. The absorbed powers could either be relinquished or retained. However, there were limitations. One could not exceed 10 types of energy, and these 10 energies could transform into one another. For instance, when encountering a fire attribute user, one could convert it into water, provided one had already absorbed water-based powers. This technique was undeniably powerful and perfectly aligned with Lu Dong's crystallized attributes. His heart swelled with joy, and his gaze towards the five-tailed fox softened considerably. Now you see that I did not deceive you, the five-tailed fox remarked. No, we are all quite satisfied. Thank you, esteemed elder. Wu Ming replied. Then you should each find a room to cultivate. You stay. I have something to discuss with you, the five-tailed fox said, fixing her gaze on Lu Dong. The others exchanged farewells and sought suitable rooms for themselves. leaving Lu Dong gazing at the five-tailed fox with curiosity, and she, in turn, stared back at him. "You will become the strongest, without a doubt," the five-tailed fox stated earnestly. "Why? I do not understand." Lu Dong scratched his head in confusion. "Because you are different from others. They shall never become the strongest," the five-tailed fox explained. "Is it because of my powers?" Lu Dong tentatively asked. "Yes, it is due to your unique ability. Your power crystal is no longer merely a power crystal, but rather a miniature version of a divine essence," the five-tailed fox elaborated. "Divine essence? What is that?" Lu Dong inquired with curiosity. "Divine essence is the crystallization of all energy that humans achieve upon reaching their limits. It is also the source of power. Your power crystal possesses the ability to devour, capable of accommodating at least 10 or more powers, whereas others must continuously cultivate additional powers after reaching the divine level to achieve balance before forming their own divine essence. Thus, you have the potential to become the strongest among the divine," the five-tailed fox concluded. "So, you mean that once others reach their limits, they must continue cultivating other powers to achieve balance before they can form divine essence?" Lu Dong asked, puzzled. "Precisely, that is the general principle," the five-tailed fox affirmed. "Is there no way to eliminate this disadvantage for my companions?" Lu Dong pressed. "Unfortunately, before reaching the divine level, there is no way to cultivate a second power unless one is inherently a multi-attribute user. Otherwise, it is impossible," the five-tailed fox clarified. "Is there truly no other way?" Lu Dong said, disheartened. "However, you need not worry excessively, for others are still unaware that they must cultivate additional powers to attain divine essence. In this regard, you are still ahead of them," the five-tailed fox reassured Lu Dong, noting his despondence. "What powers are required to form divine essence?" Lu Dong inquired further. "Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elemental attributes must be combined to achieve divine essence," the five-tailed fox explained. "But that means it will be quite troublesome for them to cultivate additional powers," Lu Dong questioned. "Not at all. You merely need to possess power crystals of the 5 elemental attributes in your possession," the five-tailed fox responded. "Power crystals of the 5 elemental attributes? Are there any other requirements?" Lu Dong asked. "They must be at least royal-level power crystals of the 5 elements. Otherwise, the process will be too slow," the five-tailed fox concluded. "Royal level?" Lu Dong exclaimed in shock. "Indeed. If you can acquire something of divine quality, that would be even better," the five-tailed fox replied with a smile. Lu Dong looked at the five-tailed fox in silence, who disregarded him entirely and leapt onto the grand throne, lazily reclining upon it. With a sense of resignation, Lu Dong found a room to sit down in, gradually sinking his consciousness into his own body. Assessing his physical condition, the crystal of his supernatural ability rotated slowly in his mind, showing no signs of abnormality. 2 days later, Lu Dong was awakened by the five-tailed fox. The others had already roused, gathering in front of the large platform. "Are we about to begin?" Lu Dong inquired of the five-tailed fox. "Indeed, prepare yourselves. Once the moon rises, we shall commence. You few must guard the entrance to the cave and alert me of any developments," the five-tailed fox instructed. "What do I need to do?" Lu Dong asked. "You merely need to channel your energy. And do not forget to hold the spirit stone in your hand. Otherwise, if anything goes awry, I will be unable to assist you," the five-tailed fox reminded him. "All right, I understand," Lu Dong replied. The group waited in silence as time passed slowly. Night soon fell, and the moon ascended gradually into the sky. "Let us begin," the five-tailed fox declared. "Machem," Lu Dong responded, slowly channeling his energy into his hands, then pressing one palm firmly against the five-tailed fox's white fur. Waves of black energy flowed gently into the five-tailed fox's body, while the moon above began to radiate its light. Surrounding Lu Dong and the five-tailed fox were rings of blue and black energy. Wu Ming and the others observed from a distance. But in an instant, their figures were obscured by the energy. As time wore on, the five-tailed fox continuously absorbed Lu Dong's energy alongside the moonlight cascading down. As dawn approached, Lu Dong's internal energy was nearly depleted. The crystal of his supernatural ability dimmed, its rotation slowing even further. Lu Dong hastily absorbed the energy from the spirit stone, watching as it surged rapidly into his body, just matching the rate at which the five-tailed fox absorbed energy. Lu Dong could feel his strength waning, yet the five-tailed fox showed no signs of halting as the spirit stone neared exhaustion. Lu Dong grew increasingly anxious. Just as he was about to falter, a powerful force radiated from the five-tailed fox. Lu Dong bore the brunt of it, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the five-tailed fox. He was flung backward, his vision darkening as he fainted. Wu Ming and the others rushed in, lifting Lu Dong and pouring healing medicine into his mouth. Meanwhile, the five-tailed fox's power surged, growing even stronger after being doused in Lu Dong's blood. Moments later, a terrifying roar erupted from the five-tailed fox's mouth. Far in the central mountains, a gigantic ape fixated its gaze upon the direction of the five-tailed fox, murmuring, "This is the rhythm of ascension to divinity. It resembles that old fox. Has the little fox evolved?" There will be quite a spectacle in Kunlun. A massive eagle perched atop the highest peak of the mountains mused as it observed the five-tailed fox. The entire Kunlun mountain range stirred to life, with powerful superlives scurrying about, causing the pseudo-emperors to hide in fear. Meanwhile, smaller mutated beasts worshipped the five-tailed fox, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling in reverence. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Why do these superlives seem to be mobilizing en masse? Lin Tianan exclaimed in frustration. I don't know. It seems to be due to that terrifying roar, War God Smith replied. Should we investigate the source of the roar? Demon God Garcia suggested. No. Our purpose here is not to deal with these superlives, but to obtain the fruit of evolution, Lin Tianan said with a grim expression. What do we do now? Should we continue searching? War God Smith asked. Yes, we must search. We cannot return empty-handed. Otherwise, how will we explain ourselves? Lin Tianan said, filled with resentment. While Lin Tianan's group deliberated, Lu Dong slowly regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he glanced dazedly at the five-tailed fox. Thank you, little one. I didn't expect your blood to enable my return to my ancestral form, the five-tailed fox said with a grin. What do you mean my blood allowed you to return to your ancestral form? Did you truly revert? Lu Dong asked in astonishment. Indeed, after you sprayed me with your blood, I found my ancestral form restored, the five-tailed fox continued. Chapter 40. I am not the savior, how come you reap all the benefits? Lu Dong rolled his eyes. With a swift motion, the five-tailed fox swatted Lu Dong away with a claw, of course using just enough force to avoid causing him harm. Hey, can we talk reasonably? I am an injured party here. Is it really fair to treat me this way, especially after I just assisted you? This is akin to killing the donkey after the work is done. Lu Dong protested indignantly. Hemph! In this world, strength reigns supreme. If you lack power, it's best to remain silent. The five-tailed fox replied coolly. Lu Dong, feeling powerless, lowered his hand that pointed at the five-tailed fox. Sighing as he sat down, throwing a tantrum, are we? The five-tailed fox teased, jumping in front of Lu Dong and narrowing its eyes. Lu Dong was infuriated, wishing he could crush this little fox 100 times over. But alas, he was outmatched and could only endure in silence. Wu Ming and the others stood at a distance, for they did not possess Lu Dong's audacity. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You mentioned that I gained benefits. What did you receive in return? The five-tailed fox continued. What benefits do I have? All my power has been given to you, and my spirit stones are gone. In exchange, I have acquired a technique that I am uncertain I can even cultivate. Lu Dong replied with a pout. Did you not check your physical condition? The five-tailed fox asked, leaping back to the throne. Physical condition? Lu Dong's expression changed as he quickly began to examine his body. What is this blue energy? Why have I never encountered it before? Could it be the benefit it spoke of? But my power hasn't increased at all? Lu Dong pondered with a furrowed brow. Have you realized? You have now learned how to absorb the energy projected by the moon, which we refer to as moonlight. Additionally, due to the incorporation of moonlight, your supernatural crystal has mutated. From now on, your cultivation will be significantly more efficient. Is that not a benefit? The five-tailed fox explained. So this energy is the moonlight projected by the moon? How intriguing, Lu Dong said, a slight smile forming on his lips, relieved that he ultimately did not suffer a loss. All right, you have received your benefits. You may leave now. the five-tailed fox issued a dismissal to Lu Dong and his companions. Hey, you still owe me a favor. Lu Dong reminded the five-tailed fox. Fine. Given that you have allowed me to gain so much, I can agree to one reasonable request, the five-tailed fox said, feeling helpless against Lu Dong's stubbornness. Hee. I would like you to deal with the pseudo-emperors outside. Preferably driving them all out of the Kunlun mountain range, Lu Dong said with a sly smile. Why? Do you have enemies among them? The five-tailed fox asked with a grin. Yes, and not just one. Lu Dong admitted awkwardly. Shall I assist you in eliminating those enemies? The five-tailed fox's voice was filled with temptation. That would be splendid, Lu Dong replied shamelessly. The five-tailed fox sighed with exasperation. All right, wait here. I will contact other superlives. How many superlives are still here? Lu Dong asked with eager anticipation. I don't know. But there should be no more than 100. However, only a few are particularly powerful. The five-tailed fox replied. Are the powerful ones comparable to you? Lu Dong pressed. Your implication is that they are similar to your so-called emperor-level beings? The five-tailed fox chuckled. Is that not the case? Lu Dong retorted. Indeed, your so-called emperor-level beings are viewed as mere ants among superlives, at best considered slightly stronger ants. The five-tailed fox elaborated. Is that true? Lu Dong asked, feeling awkward. Of course. The energy valuation of superlives is at least in the millions. How much do your emperor-level beings possess? The five-tailed fox squinted. Millions? Isn't an energy valuation of 800,000 sufficient to classify as a superlife? Lu Dong gasped in surprise. 800,000 is merely the beginning of the path to becoming a superlife. It barely qualifies as a half-step superlife, the five-tailed fox clarified. What is your energy valuation then? Lu Dong inquired. What do you wish to know? The five-tailed fox asked warily. I am merely estimating how long it might take me to reach your level of energy. Lu Dong replied nonchalantly. My energy valuation is approximately 30 million, the five-tailed fox stated. What about the other stronger superlives? Lu Dong continued. To the west, there is a monkey known as the King of the West with an energy valuation of around 50 million. But aside from its strength, it lacks intelligence. To the south, there is a giant eagle lord, known as the Lord of the Sky, whose energy valuation is also around 50 million, but I have a relatively good relationship with it. The five-tailed fox explained. Just those two? Lu Dong asked in confusion. Of course not. Those two leaders have a multitude of superlives under them, but there has been no conflict, the five-tailed fox replied. The five-tailed fox remarked. And what about you? What do you claim to be? And what of your subordinates? Lu Dong inquired further. I make no claims, nor do I require any. Furthermore, I have no need for subordinates. Should I require assistance? I would simply enlist theirs. The five-tailed fox's cunning and mischievous smile illuminated her fox-like visage. The nine-tailed celestial fox, with the innate skill of enchantment, truly impressive, Lu Dong expressed with admiration. Ha, little fox. I hear you have advanced. Suddenly, a resounding tremor echoed in the ears of all present. The five-tailed fox's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried towards the cave entrance, with Lu Dong and the others swiftly following suit. You pesky monkey, what mischief do you intend this time? The five-tailed fox cast a sidelong glance at the distant giant ape. Hee, I heard you leveled up. I thought I'd come over for a few pointers. The giant ape chuckled. Oh, did you not bring your gaggle of minions today? Have they been frightened off by my last encounter? The five-tailed fox teased. You know, had you not enchanted my subordinates, I would never have been defeated. The giant ape retorted bitterly. Regardless, I emerged victorious. The five-tailed fox continued with a chuckle. Oh, so you've allied with humans now? Is it that you cannot find subordinates and thus resort to recruiting humans? The giant ape remarked ominously. Indeed, with no minions to assist me, I have no choice but to collaborate with humans. The five-tailed fox replied with narrowed eyes. A sudden gust of wind swept down from the heavens. As a colossal eagle descended upon a distant cliff, am I late? Or have I missed something? The giant eagle inquired, tilting its head. You troublesome bird, why is it that you always appear? The giant ape growled. Oh, little monkey, feeling a bit restless lately, are we? The giant eagle fixated its gaze on the giant ape. The giant ape, feeling the pressure of the giant eagle's stare, was interrupted by an ill-timed voice. Now is the perfect moment. All three of the great lords of the Kunlun Mountains are present. You may discuss matters with them, Lu Dong said to the five-tailed fox. Discuss what? The piercing gazes of the giant eagle and giant ape bore down on Lu Dong, who felt an immense weight pressing upon him. The power of annihilation. Young one, you are not being forthright, the giant eagle observed with a knowing glare at the five-tailed fox. The power of annihilation? Is that not the force we are obligated to assist in nurturing? The giant ape scratched his head in confusion. Before the five-tailed fox or giant eagle could intervene, the giant ape had already spoken. What does this mean? Lu Dong queried, fixing his gaze upon the five-tailed fox. The five-tailed fox, feeling a headache coming on, turned her head away from Lu Dong, who then shifted his attention to the giant eagle. Let it be. Eventually, the truth will come to light. Let the little monkey explain it to you, the giant eagle said resignedly. The giant ape, realizing his slip of the tongue, could only steal glances at Lu Dong. Lu Dong silently observed the giant ape, choosing not to speak. The atmosphere grew tense as time passed slowly. Ultimately, it was the giant ape who could no longer contain himself. Fine, I will speak. It was before the advent of the Doomsday virus that we existed. However, we were all in hibernation. We are survivors from the previous epoch, the giant ape divulged, and then, Lu Dong prompted. Then, when the Doomsday virus erupted and the Earth's climate changed, we awoke in succession. During our awakening, a memory was imprinted in our minds. Upon discovering a human with the power of annihilation, we must unconditionally assist in their growth and protect them, accompanying them into future battles, the giant ape elaborated. And the reason for this? Lu Dong pressed further. Because the bearer of the power of annihilation is the hope of this world. Otherwise, the future will continue to repeat itself, akin to the cycle of rebirth after the destruction of epochs. It is a never-ending cycle, unless the bearer of the power of annihilation can break this rule. The giant ape continued. So I am the savior? Lu Dong laughed maniacally. That is one way to interpret it. The three great lords replied in unison. Forgive me, but I cannot comprehend this, Lu Dong said, turning to leave. Wu Ming and the others quickly followed suit, while the three great lords stared at Lu Dong, dumbfounded. You cannot leave, the giant eagle proclaimed, spreading its massive wings to block Lu Dong's path. And why may I not depart? Lu Dong asked indifferently. Because you must remain here to train. Otherwise, with your current strength, you may not survive outside, the giant eagle stated solemnly. Indeed. Here, we can protect you as you gradually grow stronger, the giant ape added. What if I refuse? Lu Dong responded, wary. You have no choice. This is your mission. The giant eagle asserted, I care not for this ridiculous mission. My only concern is my survival and the safety of my companions, Lu Dong replied with irritation. They can train alongside you here. The giant ape insisted. I refuse to be controlled by the predecessors. Why should they not resolve issues themselves while I am left to face them? If they are so powerful, how could they not handle it? With my limited strength, I certainly cannot, Lu Dong declared. Regardless, you cannot leave the Kunlun Mountains. Go ahead and try. The five-tailed fox interjected coolly. Attention, cultivators of the Kunlun Mountains. You are ordered to leave the mountain range within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in merciless consequences. A terrifying roar reverberated throughout the Kunlun Mountains, the echo lingering ominously within the peaks. Chapter 41. Strike first. What level of powerhouse could issue such a decree? Lin Tianin furrowed his brow. I am uncertain. It must be a super life form within the Kunlun Mountains, War God Smith speculated. Dio, we need to heed their words? Lin Tianin asked. Tuft, with so many sovereign-level powerhouses in the Kunlun Mountains. It is hard to say who will be unfortunate, Demon God Garcia scoffed. I believe we should withdraw from the Kunlun Mountains, as we are unaware of the true strength of the one who just spoke. War God Smith advised. I still don't believe they could wipe out everyone in the Kunlun Mountains, Demon God Garcia dismissed. It is indeed a bit exaggerated to claim such a thing. The threat of death to those who enter is quite a bold statement. Lin Tianin remarked. Exactly. I suspect that individual is merely posturing. Let us see how they extricate themselves in 3 days, Demon God Garcia added. Then let us continue our search for mutated fruits, this time. I am determined to find something of value, Lin Tianin stated. The Kunlun Mountains are vast. There must be something we need. Let us move, Demon God Garcia urged. After some discussion, the group set off once more, completely disregarding the ominous warning from the mysterious powerhouse. Are you planning to confine me here? Lu Dong sighed in resignation. Unless you are willing to cooperate with us, the five-tailed fox replied, narrowing her eyes. Or else what? Lu Dong challenged her gaze. Nothing much. You simply cannot leave the Kunlun, the five-tailed fox remarked before striding back into the cave. With a fearsome roar, the giant ape unleashed a terrifying sound that reverberated throughout the Kunlun Mountains, causing a cacophony of hidden super life forms to emerge from their concealment. The echoes of beastly roars resonated from every corner of the jungle, each responding in kind, while the sovereign-level powerhouses within the mountains fled in terror. Damn it, it's the king of super life forms. I wondered who had the audacity to order everyone to leave. Now I feel like a fool. Lin Tianan's expression darkened. The king of super life forms? Are you suggesting it's one of the three great lords here? Demon God Garcia asked, his face paling. It must be. Otherwise, who would dare to be so bold? Only the king of super life forms could act so tyrannically, War God Smith said with a serious demeanor. Let us collect our things and prepare to withdraw. Quickly, Lin Tianan shouted at the still-dazed individuals. Good grief, that roar was definitely from a super life form. What immense power! A sovereign-level powerhouse licked his lips. No kidding, just from the sound, it was evident they were formidable. Let us hurry and retreat. Otherwise, we may be too late. Another urged anxiously. Roar! A gigantic jungle wolf howled at the group of sovereign-level powerhouses. Damn it, hurry up! The words had barely left his lips when he had already darted away. Heavens, a super life form! We must retreat. A distant powerhouse hurriedly led their subordinates out of the jungle. Such scenes unfolded throughout the Kunlun Mountains, with super life forms acting like soldiers, driving the intruders toward the mountain's edge. However, many self-proclaimed powerful individuals did not flee but instead engaged in a standoff with the super life forms. Roar! Finally, casualties emerged as a pseudo-sovereign level powerhouse from Tianzhou Fortress. Shentianzhong II was torn in half by a bear-like super life form. The scent of blood deeply stimulated the olfactory senses of the surrounding super life forms, causing their eyes to turn crimson with rage. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted, and the surrounding super life forms joined in the chorus. Humans, you dare to harm our offspring. Roar! We shall not forgive. It is death or nothing. A chilling voice declared. Damn it, which fool provoked the offspring of the super life forms? Retreat! A powerhouse bellowed. The Fusang powerhouse Shentianzhong II is dead. We must leave. They have injured the offspring of the super life forms. Another shouted. As news of this incident spread, the entire Kunlun Mountains erupted into chaos. One by one, the formidable warriors fled in a state of disarray. As they ran, they cursed the wretched Kanda Nakamura, lamenting why he would provoke the descendants of the super beings after injuring one. It was akin to poking a hornet's nest. The super beings relentlessly pursued the human warriors, their casualties mounting by the moment. A pack of wolf-like super beings encircled the Lin family members. The Lin family had assembled most of their pseudo-emperor-level warriors, forming a vigilant circle. Humans, we kindly allowed you to depart, yet you repay our goodwill by grievously wounding our kin. You deserve to perish. A colossal ape stepped forward and addressed the Lin family. Esteemed warriors, I fear there has been a misunderstanding. Those who harmed your kin are not closely associated with us. We are as bewildered as you are by their actions. Our sole desire is to leave this place, Lin Tianan implored loudly, though not attempt to wriggle out of this. You entered the Kunlun Mountains together. Can you now claim there is no connection? If we do not impart an unforgettable lesson upon you, we will find it difficult to justify ourselves to all the super beings, he retorted. The giant ape continued, hand over the bastards from Fusang Fortress. They have nothing to do with us. The demon god Garcia, trembling with fear, exclaimed, Yes, yes, that cursed Kanda Nakamura. Why provoke the descendants of others? Hand them over. Another warrior echoed, Indeed. In an instant, the crowd erupted in heated discussions. While Lin Tianan's expression darkened, He cast a glance at the people from Fusang Fortress, his gaze filled with bitterness. The individuals from Fusang Fortress, visibly terrified, quickly distanced themselves, making it evident who they were. Lin Xiao, save us. We are allies. The Emperor-level warriors in our fortress are all your family's vassals. Please do not abandon us. A group of Fusang Fortress members pleaded in terror. Curse it, these fools. They wish to drag you down with them. Quickly disassociate from them. Otherwise, you will easily attract the attention of the super beings. The war god Smith whispered to Lin Tianan. Esteemed warriors, it was indeed those individuals who harmed your descendants. We are willing to hand them over. But we beseech you, can you allow us to leave? Lin Tianan declared. Please, Lin Xiao. We are all in this together. You must save us. One individual cried out in panic. Cursed Lin family, every time fortune smiles upon us. It is never our turn. We bear the brunt of your misfortunes. You will meet a dreadful end. Another shouted, emotionally unraveling. If we perish, do not expect to survive either. We will drag you down to hell with us. Another enraged warrior bellowed. Chaos erupted as venomous curses filled the air, and Lin Tianan's expression shifted from one of concern to another. Feeling utterly helpless as he too was in peril, let them go. If you wish for me to agree to your terms, a voice suddenly emerged. If I let them go, will you agree? The giant ape inquired, his eyes brightening with hope. Indeed, if you wish me to face the consequences, I must have some of my own people. The individuals here represent the majority of the combat strength from the 10 fortresses. If they perish, future generations will lack the necessary strength, the mysterious voice replied. I need to confer with them, the giant ape stated before swiftly disappearing from sight, while the surrounding super beings remained fixated on the crowd. Why does this voice seem so familiar? Lin Tianan pondered. Bewildered. Could it be a powerful warrior you know? Truly remarkable, daring to negotiate with the king of super beings, Smith remarked. A super powerful being. I cannot recall such a person, Lin Tianan replied, still perplexed. Why not inquire? The demon god Garcia suggested. Respected elder lurking in the shadows, thank you for saving the brothers from the 10 fortresses. I am Lin Tianan of the Quangshan Fortress. May I request a meeting? He called out. Lin Tianan? What a misfortunate lad, Lu Dong muttered to himself, an odd expression on his face. There is no need for a meeting. Saving the individuals from the 10 fortresses is not a favor owed to you. The influence of your Lin family is not so grand. I merely wish for humanity to retain more powerful warriors to face future crises. Lu Dong's indifferent voice rang out, leaving Lin Tianan's expression grim. Moreover, your Lin family's gene serum is of little value. I advise all present not to utilize it any further. Otherwise, you may find yourselves forever incapable of achieving divinity. Whether you heed my warning is entirely up to you. Lu Dong's voice echoed once more. Lin Tianan's complexion turned pale as he clenched his fists tightly, struggling to control his emotions. The surrounding warriors instinctively took a step back, creating distance from Lin Tianan. Why do you hold my Lin family's gene serum in such disdain, esteemed elder? Lin Tianan queried, his eyes reddening. Humanity is inherently the most suitable vessel for evolution. Your reckless modifications to the genetic sequences result in irreparable damage to the human body. It is a delusion to believe that such alterations can yield divine-level combat prowess, Lu Dong stated once more. Then, esteemed elder, do you advocate for natural evolution? However, does that not take an excessively long time? We fear we may be extinguished before reaching that day. Lin Tianan raised his voice. Seeking to probe my intentions? I shall retaliate with a show of force, Lu Dong mused with a smile in his eyes. The human body can cultivate, and predecessors have already devised numerous cultivation techniques. By employing these techniques, natural evolution can be expedited, thereby stabilizing the life form and progressing to higher levels of existence. Lu Dong proclaimed once again, cultivation techniques? Do such things exist? Lin Tianan inquired of those around him. Yes, but the pace of cultivation is quite slow, Smith replied. Indeed, cultivation techniques do not facilitate rapid evolution. However, they provide stability. Unlike the gene serum which enhances with such ease, Garcia added, do not doubt. When the time is ripe, various fortresses will naturally unveil a plethora of cultivation techniques. Lu Dong's voice persisted. Cultivation techniques? Are they not akin to the legendary immortals of ancient tales? One envious warrior remarked, Indeed, indeed. If such techniques were available, who would resort to enhancing themselves with gene serums? Another chimed in. The crowd erupted in discussion, while Lin Tianan's expression grew increasingly grim. Should cultivation techniques become abundant, the Lin family's grip over other fortresses would inevitably weaken. Meanwhile, Lu Dong wore a delighted expression, humming a tune as he strolled towards the den of the five-tailed fox. Chapter 42. Special training commences as Lu Dong departed. The entire forest fell silent, save for the super beings encircling the individuals within. No one dared to make a sound, lest they provoke the vigilant super beings nearby. Time passed slowly, approximately half an hour later. A resounding roar echoed from the depths of the forest, prompting the surrounding super beings to part, creating a passageway to the outside world. The group cautiously made their way out, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Once they had all exited the encirclement of the super beings, a collective sigh of relief was heard. However, after traveling a few kilometers, they realized the super beings had not retreated but continued to follow closely behind, neither attacking nor departing, causing anxiety to surge once more. Surely they do not intend to slay us outside the forest? One warrior exclaimed in trepidation. Surely not. They seem to lack any intent to attack us. Another replied. Who knows? They neither depart nor engage. It makes it difficult to discern their intentions, a third mused. Perhaps we should break away from the main group and make a swift escape, several whispered among themselves. Lin Xiao, what should we do now? Smith inquired, glancing back nervously. Do not act impulsively. Let those few individuals test the waters first, Lin Tianan advised, casting a glance at the earlier discussants. Indeed, let those fools probe ahead. We have enough numbers here. Even if a conflict arises, we can easily extricate ourselves, Garcia concurred. Very well, we shall remain still for now, Smith agreed, occasionally casting pitying glances at the few individuals. As they neared the forest's edge, the impatient individuals could no longer contain themselves, hastening their pace to surge ahead and escape the forest. The group focused their attention on the surrounding super beings, but to their surprise, the super beings exhibited no reaction. Lin Tianan and the others stared in bewilderment. Why do they not respond? Could it be they are merely overseeing our exit from the forest? Lin Tianan remarked, his expression darkening. Perhaps so? Otherwise, they would have acted by now. Smith replied with a wry smile. Damn it. Had I known this would be the case, I would have left long ago. I never anticipated these damned super beings would truly let us go. Garcia lamented. When the group finally reached the forest's edge, all the super beings came to a halt, watching from a distance as the humans departed. Only after the humans were out of sight did the super beings turn back into the depths of the forest. At that moment, Lu Dong was engaged in a heated discussion with the three major leaders, their voices rising in fervor. What? You intend to disseminate all these techniques? The five-tailed fox roared at Lu Dong. Indeed. Since the gene serum cannot help individuals reach their limits, disseminating these techniques would be beneficial. After all, future battles cannot rely solely on you super beings. Lu Dong rubbed his numbed ears and said, No, absolutely not. If these techniques were to spread, there would be too many powerful humans, and even we, the super beings, would be unable to withstand them. The five-tailed fox then remarked, This matter can be negotiated. After all, these techniques were created by humans and are unsuitable for you super beings. They would be of no use to you, Lu Dong retorted. In any case, it is out of the question. No matter what you say, it cannot happen. The five-tailed fox shook her head vigorously, refusing to relent. What do you all think? Lu Dong, feeling helpless, turned his gaze towards the other two lords. I don't know. But I believe we should think this through carefully. The giant ape scratched his head and replied, It is possible. But how can you guarantee that humans won't target our beast race in the future? The giant eagle said sternly. This issue is indeed quite troublesome, but we could distribute the lower-level cultivation techniques while keeping the advanced ones for ourselves, Lu Dong suggested. Have you considered a particular issue? The giant eagle fixed his gaze on Lu Dong. What issue? Lu Dong asked in surprise. You must dominate all the powerful beings in this world, for aside from unstable factors, you will need a substantial army. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to cope with future circumstances, the giant eagle continued. Quite troublesome. Lu Dong turned to the five-tailed fox and inquired. Indeed, you must possess a formidable army, and this army must be loyal solely to you. Otherwise, you might not even know how you met your end, the five-tailed fox scoffed. How powerful does it need to be? Lu Dong awkwardly asked, scratching his nose, as he did not genuinely wish to form his own army. Each soldier must at least reach the demigod level. Otherwise, you might not withstand even a single blow in future battles, the five-tailed fox continued. How powerful would that be? What if I don't have enough resources? Lu Dong lamented, if you lack resources, then take them by force. First, you must strengthen yourself. It is only later that you will need the army to assist you. There is still time. Training will commence tomorrow. And you must grow as quickly as possible, the giant eagle declared. All right. You all take care of the arrangements, Lu Dong shrugged. The next morning, Lu Dong was awakened early by the three lords for training. A super being, much smaller than the giant ape, stood before Lu Dong. Roaring fiercely, Lu Dong quietly observed the colossal creature, nervously clenching his fists. Today's objective is to evade attacks. You possess the ability to devour, so you can utilize all elemental abilities. Just do your best to dodge Adai's attacks. Rest assured, Adai has excellent control over his energy and won't harm you. With that, the giant ape concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant ape named Adai charged forward. Lu Dong felt a blur before his eyes, and suddenly, the giant was right in front of him, a massive hand sweeping from right to left. The overwhelming sense of danger propelled Lu Dong to retreat swiftly, but alas, he was still a moment too late. Bang! Lu Dong was sent flying by Adai's slap, landing some distance away as he coughed up blood. His sister Xiaonuan rushed over, transforming mid-charge. Her blood-red eyes, devoid of any emotion, fixed on Adai. Adai glanced at Xiaonuan and then at the giant ape lord, momentarily bewildered. Nuan, stop, brother is fine, Lu Dong called out, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Brother, are you really all right? Xiaonuan quickly appeared by Lu Dong's side, helping him up. That I'm fine, don't worry. He's just training me. You can watch from a distance, Lu Dong reassured her. However, Xiaonuan seemed eager to say something else. No buts. Xiao Bai, take her to train. Keep an eye on her, the giant eagle commanded from above. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's just a transformation. We haven't even attacked yet. Nuan, come here. Sister will take you to train. The five-tailed fox appeared at the cave entrance. All right, but brother, be careful, and you, be gentle with my brother. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily, Xiaonuan warned Adai, baring her teeth. Adai remained perplexed, scratching his head and glancing at the giant ape. This little one is quite something. She is just a bit too impatient. In the future, she must have a place by your side. The giant ape chuckled at Lu Dong. She too is a child of misfortune, caught up in this damned apocalypse, Lu Dong sighed. That's not the point. The point is she's a corpse, and you're a human. However, she cultivates the techniques of the undead, which aren't much different from humans, the giant ape continued. Can she transform into a human? Lu Dong looked at Xiaonuan as she walked away. Not unless she breaks through to a divine level or reaches a state we cannot comprehend, the giant ape replied. She will, Lu Dong declared resolutely. Training continues. Want to surpass the divine level? First, reach the divine level. The giant ape nodded at Adai. Adai instantly appeared before Lu Dong again, employing the same move. However, this time Lu Dong was mentally prepared. As soon as Adai moved, Lu Dong retreated. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late and was once again sent flying by Adai. Bang! After landing, Lu Dong quickly half-squatted on the ground, vigilantly watching Adai. Seeing that Lu Dong had not fallen, Adai charged at him again. This time, Lu Dong avoided Adai's move from a distance. However, avoiding once was not enough. When Adai missed with one hand, another hand swept in from the opposite direction. Lu Dong was once more sent flying. Bang! This time, Lu Dong did not get up. The giant ape hurried over to check on Lu Dong and found him unconscious, suffering from internal bleeding and fractured bones. The giant ape frowned at Adai, then helplessly took out a red fruit and stuffed it into Lu Dong's mouth. The red fruit melted instantly, and a powerful yet gentle energy surged into Lu Dong's body. repeatedly cleansing him. Take him back to the cave. We'll continue tomorrow. The giant ape instructed Adai. Adai responded with a roar, dutifully carrying Lu Dong on his shoulder as he made his way back to the cave. This scene caused Wu Ming, watching from a distance, to feel a pang of discomfort, while Wu Xian appeared anxious. Brother Lu Dong won't be in danger, will he? He was just so, as Wu Ming calmly stated. All right, but when will Brother Lu Dong wake up? Wu Xian replied, her voice tinged with frustration. Wu Ming immediately felt a sense of helplessness. Come with me for a moment, he said solemnly. What is it? Wu Xian asked, puzzled. Just come out. I need to discuss something with you, Wu Ming replied, stepping out of the cave. Wu Xian, after casting a reluctant glance at Lu Dong, followed him outside. Brother, what is this about? Wu Xian inquired, walking behind Wu Ming. Have you fallen in love with him? Wu Ming turned to ask her. I don't really know. Well, maybe it seems that way, Wu Xian said, her face flushing crimson. Are you certain? If you choose this path, it will be difficult. Can you endure it? Wu Ming continued. Yes, I am certain. Even if he ultimately becomes humanity's enemy, I will stand by his side, Wu Xian declared resolutely. Then why don't you just tell him? Wu Ming pressed on. I am not ready yet. I don't even know if he likes me, Wu Xian replied, lowering her head and fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Sigh, never mind, and I'm still by his side anyway. Wu Ming said with a self-deprecating laugh. Brother, have you heard about the future situation? Wu Xian asked. No, I haven't. These past few days, the Lord of the Giant Eagles has made it quite miserable for me. He took me up into the sky to identify the markers he placed in the jungle. I haven't had time to pay attention, Wu Ming said, rubbing his sore eyes. I'm in the same boat. Forced to practice by the Lord of the Foxes every day. At least I have Shan Wan for company, Wu Xian added. Did you hear what the five-tailed fox said? What did it say about the future? Wu Ming asked curiously. Yes, it mentioned that many disasters beyond our ability to withstand will arise in the future. Thus, we must train ourselves to ensure our survival, Wu Xian replied. What kind of disasters? Wu Ming continued. I don't know. It didn't specify, but I could see fear in its eyes, Wu Xian said seriously. Fear? At its level, it still feels fear? Wu Ming asked, increasingly intrigued. Yes. I don't know, it just gives off that feeling. Wu Xian replied. Forget it. Lacking strength means knowing won't do us any good. We'll deal with it later, Wu Ming concluded. Well, I must take my leave. Otherwise, the Lord of the Foxes will come looking for me again. Wu Xian said helplessly. Yes, I should return as well. I dread what the Lord of the Giant Eagles will throw at me next. It truly gives me a headache, Wu Ming said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The two quickly parted ways, returning to their respective training locations. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the jungle, making it appear as if it were bathed in gold. At that moment, Lu Dong slowly awakened, dazedly surveying his surroundings. Where am I? Wasn't I training with Adai? Lu Dong murmured, rubbing his slightly dizzy head as he got off the stone bed. A terrifying roar suddenly erupted behind him, startling Lu Dong into jumping up. He quickly turned to face the source of the sound and saw a shadow deep within the cave, its eyes glowing with a green luminescence. Lu Dong warily focused on the distant figure. And soon a giant ape came into view. Damn it, Adai, why are you roaring? You scared me half to death, Lu Dong shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Adai. Adai looked on, somewhat confused, as Lu Dong ranted. Damn, I seem to have forgotten it can't speak, Lu Dong thought, smacking his forehead. It was just notifying me that you have awakened. A voice came from behind Lu Dong. He turned to see the giant ape, and his anger dissipated. All right, should I continue training now? Lu Dong asked the giant ape. Not for now. You need to change your training method. I'll discuss it with you tomorrow, the giant ape replied before departing. Leaving Lu Dong and Adai exchanging glances, a warning roar echoed at the edge of the Kunlun Mountains. The three great lords hurriedly rushed towards the source of the roar. A gust of wind swept through, revealing a giant eagle beside a super life form, which was accompanied by a white fox. The super life form gestured towards the jungle's outskirts. Those humans? What are they doing? Monitoring us in Kunlun? The giant eagle inquired. Puzzled. Presumably, yes. From the looks of what they're installing, It resembles the outdated equipment from the last era, the five-tailed fox replied. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground as a giant ape came barreling in. Why do you always do this? Can you be quieter next time? That noise could scare someone to death. The five-tailed fox rolled its eyes. Hee, this way feels more imposing, the giant ape said with pride. What is the situation? The giant ape asked the giant eagle and five-tailed fox. It seems to be that group from last time, installing monitoring devices outside, likely intending to spy on us, the giant eagle stated seriously. Those damned fools. I should have annihilated them last time. The giant ape fumed. If you destroy them, that kid probably won't cooperate with us, the five-tailed fox said helplessly. True, but that kid is indeed somewhat interesting. The giant ape mused, so what now? Should we go out and eliminate them? The giant ape questioned. No, leave them for that kid. We shouldn't take on all the troubles ourselves, the five-tailed fox said slyly. Alert the perimeter and raise our vigilance. If they don't come in, fine. But if they dare to enter, let them come and go without return, the giant eagle commanded the nearby super life form. The super life form let out a roar before swiftly departing. The three lords quietly observed the individuals installing the equipment from a distance. Making no moves, quietly, don't let the super life forms inside discover us, a pseudo-royal level powerhouse urged. What are you so smug about? Just because you've latched onto the Lin family? You'll regret it soon enough, a royal level evolver muttered under his breath. Sure, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear us. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. His companion hastily covered his mouth. If it weren't for our families still in the Mad God Fortress, we wouldn't be forced into this. Other fortresses already have people discovering training methods, the royal level evolver lamented. Sigh. While the Lin family has weakened in other fortresses, they're still dominant in the Mad God Fortress. Another chimed in. Indeed. The Lin family is forcibly incorporating all evolvers in the fortress into their ranks. Fearing someone might surpass them with their training methods in the future, another added. What are you all whispering about? Get back to work. Otherwise, watch your lives, a Lin family powerhouse threatened. The group quickly dispersed, returning to their posts to resume their tasks. What can this batch of equipment do? Lin Tianan asked the person beside him. This equipment can detect powerful life fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius. In other words, we can remotely notify anyone entering the jungle of the positions of super life forms and their distances. The person replied excitedly. Is that all it can do? Lin Tianan asked, dissatisfied. What functionality does young Master Lin desire? The person asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Is there any equipment that can eliminate super life forms? Lin Tianan inquired, his eyes burning with intensity. First, young Master Lin, you need to clarify the definition of a super life form. What constitutes a super life form? The person said, his heart racing. A super life form is incredibly difficult to kill. Even when severely injured, they can recover quickly. They are essentially immortal, the person explained. Is there no way to deal with them? Lin Tianan asked, unwilling to accept defeat. There are ways, but we are currently unaware of them, the person continued. What ways? Lin Tianan asked eagerly, by finding the weaknesses of these life forms and dismantling them violently. However, the force used must exceed that of the life form. Otherwise, it will be ineffective, the person said, enduring the pain. Chapter 44. Prelude to the expedition. Time gradually passed, and Lu Dong and the others experienced a rather challenging 3 months under the super life forms of the Kunlun Mountains. During these 3 months, 2 significant events occurred on Earth. The first was the emergence of rumors about the ability to cultivate techniques in Kunlun Mountains, leading to a split among the 10 major fortresses. The evolvers from each fortress engaged in relentless battles, resulting in countless casualties. The second event was the appearance of relics. Relics are remnants from ancient times, resembling small spaces containing ancient beasts and powerful ancient weapons. If a royal-level individual could obtain a divine weapon, they could confront a divine-level powerhouse head-on. The occurrence of these 2 major events instilled fear and anxiety among ordinary people, while the evolvers were filled with fervor. 3 months later, Lu Dong and the 3 great lords gathered together. Your first phase of training has concluded, and you now possess royal-level strength, as long as you don't confront a divine-level powerhouse. Ordinary royals are no match for you, the giant eagle addressed Lu Dong. Indeed, and the other 3 are nearly at the same level, the five-tailed fox added. I can sense it, Lu Dong remarked. Then let your journey begin. From this moment on, you will launch expeditions from the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains, targeting the 10 major fortresses, the five-tailed fox declared. In such a hurry? Lu Dong furrowed his brows and stated. We must act swiftly. The ruins have already emerged, and you need to establish your own faction. Otherwise, the ruins will have no connection to you. The giant eagle replied solemnly. Ruins? What ruins? Wu Ming asked with a glint in his eyes. Ruins are remnants from the last era, independent spaces that harbor vast treasures of heaven and earth, divine weapons, and various cultivation methods. The five-tailed fox added. Which ruins have appeared? Lu Dong continued. 3 ruins have manifested. One near the Dragon God Fortress, another in the Americas, and a third in Europe. The five-tailed fox then inquired, have any treasures been obtained from there? Lu Dong responded to the five-tailed fox, there should be some. However, the ruins that have surfaced are all of a lower grade, containing little of value. The five-tailed fox remarked, then what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once, Wu Ming exclaimed anxiously. No need to rush. Currently, the Dragon God Fortress and the Mad God Fortress are vying for the ownership of the ruins. However, both sides will likely share control. The giant ape interjected. I wish to know how you are aware of this. You have not left this place. Lu Dong fixed his gaze on the 3 lords. We have our ways. We are aware of your every move in this world, the giant eagle replied. Can you truly not disclose anything? Lu Dong continued to scrutinize the 3 lords. It is not a great secret. We are, in fact, the most powerful super beings in the world. We can communicate through consciousness with all the mutated beasts, obtaining information we seek from them, the five-tailed fox said, narrowing her eyes. Is it akin to the ancient legends of transcending the heavens? Lu Dong queried. Quite similar, the five-tailed fox replied. I require your intelligence network, Lu Dong stated to the 3 lords. Is that the condition? The five-tailed fox asked. Consider it so. If I were to establish an intelligence faction from scratch, it would take too long, and I am out of time. A fact you are more aware of than I. Lu Dong continued. Very well. We shall provide you with the intelligence you need, the giant eagle responded. Moreover, I wish to know what challenges we will face in the future, Lu Dong added. Slaughter, endless slaughter, and a massacre that leaves corpses strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowing, and darkness overshadowing the sky and sun. The giant eagle said, his eyes reddening. What kind of slaughter? Surely, it cannot involve humans or mutated beasts, Lu Dong queried, perplexed. There are some, but not many die in the future. You will first confront the underworld dwellers, the so-called demon race. The five-tailed fox elaborated. Underworld dwellers? Are you saying there are humans in the underworld? Lu Dong asked. Indeed, there are species that resemble humans in the underworld, but they are not human. They are demons. Their eyes are purple. You will encounter them soon, the five-tailed fox explained. Demons? Does this world truly have demons? Wu Exine added. Yes, and many of them. Even the legendary angels will make an appearance. Why then? You shall not be surprised. Earth being referred to as the ancestral star is not an empty title, the giant eagle stated solemnly. That is true. If humans can cultivate to become gods, then nothing is impossible, Lu Dong nodded. Indeed, the legends of ancient times are not mere fabrications. Events that existed give rise to legends, the five-tailed fox remarked. Such as your own existence? Lu Dong teased. One could say so. The nine-tailed fox clan indeed existed in ancient times. The five-tailed fox, rather than becoming angry, responded earnestly. Then the deities from Eastern and Western legends also exist? Lu Dong inquired. Indeed, those deities have survived since the last era. However, most have perished, leaving only a small number still in slumber and lost to time. The giant eagle continued. This is quite a lot of information. I need to process it, the giant eagle said, rubbing his temples. I can assure you that all legends from ancient times until now exist. Though most of those that should have perished have already done so, Lu Dong stated. After the five-tailed fox finished speaking, she departed with the other 2 lords, leaving Lu Dong and his companions in quiet contemplation. What do you plan to do? Are we truly about to commence our campaign? Wu Ming asked Lu Dong. Given the current circumstances, do you believe we can afford to delay? Lu Dong replied, rolling his eyes. Then let us proceed. At least we have felt the thrill of battle before, Wu Ming said, excitement lighting his face. I believe we should avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Let us minimize it where possible, Wu Exine said. Her expression filled with concern. I do not know what the future holds. At least we should stay true to ourselves, Lu Dong said helplessly. When shall we leave? Wu Ming inquired. Let us depart tomorrow. Time is running short, and we are unaware of what awaits us outside, Lu Dong replied. Very well, we shall return now to gather our belongings, Wu Ming said, leading Wu Exine back to prepare their gear. Ancestral star, deities, legends, how do they all intertwine? Lu Dong thought, rubbing his temples in frustration. Brother, are you unwell? Xiaonan asked. I feel a bit dizzy and confused. But do not worry. I will manage everything. Lu Dong smiled reassuringly at Xiaonan. The following morning, on the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains, the giant eagle asked, Are you ready? Ahead lies your first destination. Conquer it, and you shall commence your journey of conquest. I am prepared, but how could there be a faction there? Lu Dong asked curiously. The individuals you allowed to escape last time did not all leave. Within 3 days, a faction returned and has been monitoring us from outside, the giant ape explained. Why do you not eliminate them? Surely, you could dispatch them with a mere wave of your hand. Lu Dong continued that we could, but out of consideration for you, we refrained from intervening. If we must handle such trivial matters, we shall be overwhelmed. The five-tailed fox remarked. Well, Lu Dong said, looking at the three lords in disbelief. Go. This is your first stop. Additionally, these weapons are for you, the five-tailed fox said, producing a selection of weapons, including a tang sword, a green staff, a pair of purple claws, and a firearm whose name was unknown. These weapons are relics preserved from the last era, each of exceptional quality, sufficient to handle your current situation, the giant eagle stated. Lu Dong picked up the tang sword, noticing a black gem embedded in the hilt and strange runes etched along the blade. The sword emanated a chilling aura and a faint red glow. What is the name of this sword? Lu Dong asked the three lords. It has no name. You may name it as you wish, the five-tailed fox replied, given its chilling aura and red glow. How about calling it Blood Butcher? Lu Dong suggested excitedly. Blood Butcher? Slaughter is for conquest, indeed a massacre. The name suits it well, the five-tailed fox concurred. The sword buzzed in response, seemingly pleased with its new name. Lu Dong nearly dropped the sword in shock. What the? It has a mind of its own. How frightening. Haha, congratulations. This weapon has gained a spirit from this day forth. The giant ape laughed heartily. A spirit? A weapon spirit? Lu Dong exclaimed with joy. Indeed, a weapon spirit responds to its master, the five-tailed fox said enviously. And what of my firearm? Wu Ming asked eagerly. This weapon is an ultimate firearm crafted by a master weaponsmith from the last era, capable of slaying gods. Thus, those from the last era referred to it as the Godslayer, the five-tailed fox explained. Godslayer? Is it truly that powerful? Wu Ming questioned. What do you think? A god-level being wielding this weapon would indeed be a Godslayer. The giant ape added. But I am merely a royal level, Wu Ming said, looking dejected. A royal level wielding it could barely contend with a god level, the giant eagle remarked. Wow, is that for real? It's so powerful. Wu Ming laughed heartily. And what about my staff? Wu Exine asked eagerly. Your staff is the finest among these four weapons. It is crafted from the branch of the world tree from the last era, enabling the caster to use minimal energy while amplifying the power of spells. It is named Songsheng, the five-tailed fox explained. Songsheng? Wu Exine asked joyfully. Indeed, it is Songsheng. The highlight of this weapon is its ability to save all lives, maximizing your healing abilities and expanding the range, the five-tailed fox added. And what about this claw for Xiaonan? Xiaonan asked curiously. This claw is characterized by its remarkable hardness and sharpness. The giant eagle replied. How sharp is it? Xiaonan inquired. You will find out once you try it, the giant ape chuckled. All right. I shall give it a try, Xiaonan said seriously. Chapter 45. The Sealing of Kunlun. Let us begin. Once you depart, we will seal off the entire Kunlun mountain range. We must also enhance our strength. Otherwise, it will be difficult for my beast tribe to withstand the future, the giant eagle stated solemnly. Seal? Why? Did you not promise to provide me with intelligence? Lu Dong asked the giant eagle. Rest assured, the intelligence will be provided. However, it will come from your companions, the giant eagle assured. The great eagle then spoke. Companion? Who might that be? All my partners are right here, Lu Dong asked curiously. Are you certain your companions have arrived? The five-tailed fox inquired, narrowing its eyes. Are you referring to Dehe? Lu Dong instantly realized. Indeed, that great bat is also a warrior of our beast clan. Since it has forged a contract with you, we are left with no choice. However, it is no longer the same as before. The five-tailed fox replied with a proud smile. What do you mean? Lu Dong questioned, perplexed. You shall comprehend the meaning for yourself. It is on its way, the five-tailed fox said, tilting its head skyward. Suddenly, a massive shadow glided down from the heavens. Resembling a colossal dragon from Western legend, with two enormous leathery wings that spread wide. Its head was distinctly different from that of an ordinary bat. While the wings of a common bat connect to its shoulders, Dehe's body had taken on the form of a dragon. Save for its head, a gust of wind swept through, and a much larger bat appeared before everyone. A terrifying roar erupted from its mouth. With a swift motion, Lu Dong delivered a slap, silencing the great bat's voice. The three great lords and the others erupted into laughter, and the bat's look of grievance caused Lu Dong to chuckle as well. Master, this greeting is quite inappropriate. Is this how one should behave? The bat lamented. Hey, you disappeared after entering the Kunlun Mountains, making me worry needlessly for so long. It would be remiss not to give you a good slap for all my concerns. Lu Dong retorted with mock annoyance. I had no choice. Upon arriving here, I was taken for training in an enclosed space, the bat explained, sounding pitiful. All right, enough of that. It's good to have you back, Lu Dong interrupted. Go ahead. It can now represent our beast clan and provide you with intelligence, the great eagle continued. Can it really handle that? Lu Dong questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Do not underestimate it. It possesses the strength of a half-step divine being. Even ordinary divine-level warriors may not be its match, and it is on the verge of becoming a super life form. The five-tailed fox added, Is it truly that formidable? Lu Dong and the others exclaimed in astonishment. The great bat let out a defiant roar, as if to proclaim, Look, I am impressive too. The crowd was filled with envy. All right, we acknowledge your prowess. If you roar again, I will give you another slap. Lu Dong said with amusement. Upon hearing this, the great bat immediately drooped its ears, resembling a pouting wife, which sent the others into fits of laughter. Prepare to set off. We will soon seal the Kunlun Mountains. When the time comes for us to appear, we will do so automatically, the great eagle instructed the group. Very well, we shall depart immediately. Take care, everyone, Lu Dong declared as he led the group toward the jungle's edge. While the great bat flapped its wings and soared into the sky, the three great lords silently watched as Lu Dong and his companions exited the forest. Once they had left, the three lords raised their voices in a commanding shout. A powerful surge of energy erupted throughout the Kunlun Mountains, bathing the area in blinding light. Gradually, the mountains faded from view, leaving only desolation behind. Lu Dong and the others gazed silently at the vanishing Kunlun Mountains, a sense of melancholy washing over them. Once the mountains had completely disappeared, they turned to approach the Lin family's surveillance team stationed nearby. What is happening? Why did the Kunlun Mountains emit such a brilliant light? Quickly, report to the fortress. One of the Lin family's warriors exclaimed. Damn it, look, the Kunlun Mountains have vanished, another warrior shouted. Who are those people? They emerged from the Kunlun Mountains. Quickly, mobilize everyone and capture them, a Lin family warrior bellowed. In an instant, all the warriors in the outpost rushed toward Lu Dong and his companions. By the looks of it, they intend to capture us. They truly do not know their limits, Wu Ming remarked with anticipation. Hold on, do not act just yet. We are not here to wipe them out, but rather to establish a power, Lu Dong clarified. Understood, the group replied. In mere moments, the assailants surrounded Lu Dong and his companions. What is your intention? Lu Dong asked coolly. Who are you? What happened to the Kunlun Mountains? The leading warrior demanded. Heh, you seem rather impolite, Lu Dong replied, unleashing a formidable pressure upon the leader. Feeling the overwhelming aura, The leader commanded his followers, "Seize them and bring them back to the fortress." The warriors brandished their weapons, aiming them at Lu Dong and his companions. Wu Ming raised his weapon, the god-slaying blade, targeting the leader, who suddenly felt a chilling dread wash over him, as if death loomed near. "Oh, not move. If you do, I will not hold back," Wu Ming said calmly. "Cease all actions," the leader shouted. Drenched in cold sweat, muscles tensed, remaining utterly still. "Surely, you are not an unknown figure? May I inquire about your esteemed name?" The leader continued. "Wu Ming," he replied, his expression peculiar. The leader nearly broke into tears, acutely aware that the weapon before him could obliterate him in an instant. Despite their numbers, they were no match for the formidable opponents before them. Often, quantity pales in comparison to quality. "Have them lower their weapons and kneel," Wu Ming commanded. "Put down your weapons, quickly. Do as this esteemed gentleman says." The leader urged his subordinates. With a clatter, the group hastily discarded their weapons and retreated, crouching down. "Now, let us discuss matters of importance. Which of you belong to the Lin family?" Lu Dong inquired matter-of-factly. "Indeed, the Lin family members should step aside. Do not attempt to deceive us," Wu Ming added. With a swift motion, all except Lu Dong drew their weapons, each radiating formidable energy. "These individuals are the Lin family's warriors. We have all been coerced into this," one of them stated, pointing at the leaders as he stepped aside. Yes, it is indeed them. We were all forced here." Nearly 100 voices echoed, directing their accusations at the leaders. "Very well, you may step aside. Should there be any Lin family members hidden among you, do not blame me for being ruthless," Lu Dong warned, his tone laced with menace. "And there are more of them." Several pointed fingers indicated more individuals. With a sudden whoosh, before the royal-level warriors could react, several heads soared into the air, blood spraying forth. The individuals standing nearby were drenched in blood, staring blankly at the lifeless bodies before them. "Next time, refrain from such brutality. It is far too gruesome," Lu Dong said with a sigh to the little girl next to him. "They did not heed my brother's words. They deserved it," she replied nonchalantly. Clearly, the sound of the piercing air was the result of the little girl's rapid movement, and those who had lost their heads were slain by her hand. It was undeniable that Lu Dong and his companions had become exceedingly powerful. "What astonishing speed!" The onlookers gasped in disbelief. "It seems they are indeed enemies of the Lin family. Truly a delight," a pseudo-royal level warrior exclaimed. "Indeed, we are saved. Our families are safe," another cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement, chattering animatedly, while the Lin family warriors were left in cold sweat. "It appears you harbor considerable resentment towards the Lin family," Lu Dong remarked, taken aback. "Indeed, we would relish the opportunity to eradicate every last member." Ever since the rumors of the Kunlun Mountains training technique spread, the Lin family has forcibly conscripted all evolvers in the fortress, threatening their families if they refused. Thus, most individuals in the fortress harbor deep animosity towards the Lin family. One warrior explained hastily, "Haha, the Lin family truly brings ruin upon themselves." Wu Ming laughed heartily. To maintain their dominion over the fortress, the Lin family has gone to great lengths. Lu Dong shook his head in disbelief. "May I inquire if you gentlemen intend to confront the Lin family?" One brave warrior asked. "I don't know. The Lin family is merely a starting point. Our ambitions extend far beyond," Lu Dong replied coolly. "Will you be heading to the Mad God Fortress?" The warrior pressed further. "Heh, you wish to know if we shall assist you, do you?" Lu Dong smiled knowingly. "Duh." The warrior stammered, unsure how to respond. "We will indeed be heading to the Mad God Fortress. You may return to inform the Lin family," Lu Dong announced. "My lord, please, do not. If you let them return, our families will be doomed." The group pleaded fervently. "I had not considered that." "Very well, then, we shall eliminate them." Lu Dong decided resolutely. "My lord, we beg you to spare us. We are willing to submit to you. Please grant us our lives," the Lin family warriors cried, kneeling in desperation. Lu Dong frowned, momentarily indecisive. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and the leader's head exploded. The sound of piercing air followed, accompanied by the sickening thuds of weapons striking flesh. silencing all voices from the Lin family warriors. With eyes wide open, they gradually fell to the ground. Why eliminate them? Lu Dong addressed Wu Ming and Xiao Nuan. The compassion of a woman will lead you to irreparable ruin and burden you with undeserved infamy. If you spare them, the families of these individuals will face brutal slaughter. Wu Ming pointed at the nearby figures and remarked, I saw Brother Wu Ming take action, so I followed suit. Xiao Nuan chimed in. Lu Dong gazed at the duo, a blend of speechlessness and deep emotion stirring within him. Though he spoke of righteousness, was it not ultimately driven by a desire for revenge against the Lin family? Chapter 46. The God-making organization. The other royal-level powerhouses could only watch in horror at the unfolding scene. The might of these few individuals was truly terrifying. To them, royal-level beings were no more than ants, easily extinguished at will. My lord, do you have any further commands? One royal-level powerhouse inquired respectfully. In no specific orders, you may leave. And please convey a message to the Lin family. They should cleanse their necks and await my return for vengeance. Lu Dong replied with a smile. May I ask how to address you, my lord? The man continued, I am Lu Dong. You may inform Lin Tiannan. Lu Dong added, Lu Dong. You are Lu Dong? No wonder. The man marveled. It seems I am somewhat renowned. Lu Dong chuckled. Indeed, my lord, you are quite well known. The royal-level powerhouse awkwardly interjected. It's due to a bounty, isn't it? Ha ha, there isn't a single decent person in the Federation. They've united to hunt me down for that wretched gene serum. This time, I intend to settle accounts with them, Lu Dong declared, his aura brimming with menace. Currently, the 10 major fortresses are no longer under Federation control. Each fortress now governs itself, and conflicts frequently erupt between different factions of evolved beings, devoid of the cordiality that once existed. The most unfortunate are the ordinary people, the royal-level powerhouse lamented. That is just as well. I can take them down one by one, Lu Dong said with a sly grin. But my lord, you lack an evolved army. How can you fight 4 hands with just 2 fists? The man retorted. I am in the process of assembling a powerful legion of evolved beings. Would you care to join? Lu Dong replied, a smile gracing his face. Are you serious? Several individuals queried simultaneously in this apocalypse. Finding a powerful protector is a formidable challenge, as those with strength often see no need to shelter those who provide them no benefit. It is assuredly true. Otherwise, why would I say it? Lu Dong continued. Then we are willing to serve under you, my lord. Please accept us. Nearly all the royal-level evolved beings knelt on one knee. As long as you genuinely pledge your allegiance to me, I will not disappoint you, and I shall offer you an opportunity, Lu Dong declared. Thank you for your acceptance, my lord. Where is our base? One royal-level powerhouse inquired. At present, we do not have a base. But one will be established soon, Lu Dong responded. How can we follow you without a base? Another royal-level powerhouse asked. If we lack a base, do others possess one? Lu Dong chuckled. What do you mean? My lord? The royal-level powerhouse questioned, perplexed. We will seize a base. To put it simply, we shall plunder, Lu Dong stated. Plunder a base? Rob? The crowd wore expressions of disbelief. Precisely. I plan to take down the Lin family at the Mad God Fortress. Once we deal with the Lin family, we will have a base of our own, Lu Dong countered. But the Lin family has thousands in their evolved army. Our mere 100 or so would barely make a dent. The royal-level powerhouse lamented. That is where you come in. You must return and contact the evolved beings you know, then coordinate with us to break in. Once we eliminate the Lin family and their loyal supporters, the entire fortress will be ours, Lu Dong urged persuasively. That plan seems feasible. How do we proceed? The royal-level powerhouse inquired. After you return, seek out those oppressed evolved beings and encourage them to join us. Then have them recruit their friends and family. How many evolved beings do you think the Lin family would have left then? Lu Dong asked, hands clasped behind his back. That makes sense, the royal-level powerhouse conceded. Left speechless. Brother, why complicate matters? We can just charge in directly. With our 4 strengths, no one in the 10 major fortresses stands a chance, Xiao Nuan said earnestly. True, but such a method would be exhausting. If there is an easier way, why not use it? Lu Dong replied to Xiao Nuan. Oh, I understand. You wish to minimize casualties, correct? Xiao Nuan replied. Yes, Nuan is quite clever, How did you know? Lu Dong exaggerated. Enough teasing her. Let us begin preparations. Clear the battlefield and head towards the Mad God Fortress, Lu Dong commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting everyone to spring into action. Master of the Lin family. Trouble arises. The Kunlun mountain range has vanished, a frantic scientist responsible for communications exclaimed. What do you mean the Kunlun mountain range has vanished? Can you take a breath before speaking? Lin Jintian furrowed his brow. It is the Kunlun mountain range where you instructed us to monitor those super life forms. It suddenly radiated a blinding light and then disappeared. The scientist continued. Why was there no report? What were those individuals doing? Lin Jintian roared. I don't know. They must be close to gathering intelligence. The scientist stammered. Is there any follow-up news? Lin Jintian felt an ominous feeling creeping in. No, none, the scientist replied. Quickly dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate the situation, Lin Jintian urged. Yes, I will send someone immediately, the scientist replied as he moved to exit. Wait, show me the last monitoring footage. Actually, I will check it myself. Continue sending people to investigate, Lin Jintian said as he strode out. Entering the monitoring center of the Mad God Fortress, Lin Jintian moved swiftly. My lord. The latest intelligence reveals 4 individuals emerging from the Kunlun mountain range. They have slain our Lin family's warriors. Surprisingly, those oppressed individuals were spared, a monitoring staff member reported. Quickly, show me, Lin Jintian urged in a state of urgency. The staff member quickly accessed the video feed, revealing Lu Dong radiating brilliance from the Kunlun, followed by the 4 individuals, who were subsequently surrounded by over 100 pseudo-royal level powerhouses. The screen concluded with a scene of carnage. Lin Jintian was drenched in cold sweat, recognizing the leading figure as Lu Dong, whom he had placed a bounty on across the 10 major fortresses. After a long period of disappearance, he had returned, and with such strength. What shall we do? Royal-level powerhouses are far from a match. Each of them possesses remarkable strength. No, I must notify them. If things go awry, we may have to abandon the Mad God Fortress, Lin Jintian pondered silently. Connect me with members of the God-making organization. I have an announcement to make, Lin Jintian instructed his aide. Understood, the aide nodded, operating the equipment. Lin Jintian donned a silver mask over his face. As the video connected, several individuals appeared on screen. In a dimly lit hall, a group of figures congregated around a conference table. Esteemed elder, what urgent matter requires our assembly? One person in a black mask inquired. Could it be that you have successfully developed the divine-level gene serum? Another in a white mask added ominously. Not quite. Divine-level gene serums are not easily researched. I require more data and materials. Lin Jintian replied. Then what is the purpose of this meeting? Surely it is not merely to solicit resources from us. The individual in the black mask continued. Indeed, we do not have that many resources to spare. The one in the white mask chimed in. Rather, a variable has emerged, Lin Jintian stated, suppressing his fury. The variable. What could possibly unsettle our esteemed elder? The black-masked individual laughed. Indeed, as a member of the God-making organization. Is this all the courage you possess? The white-masked individual added. This variable is none other than the individual for whom the organization issued a bounty last time. Lin Jintian inhaled deeply. You speak of Lu Dong? The black-masked individual queried. And that little corpse emperor? The white-masked individual concurred. Correct, but now there is not just one Lu Dong and corpse emperor. 2 more powerful beings have appeared. Lin Jintian continued. Even with a few more powerful beings, it hardly warrants calling them a variable, the black-masked individual countered. Powerful beings, do you understand what that entails? Beings akin to Dragon God Long Tian. Moreover, Lu Dong and the corpse emperor may have reached that level, Lin Jintian stated. Gasp. The entire conference room collectively inhaled sharply, falling into a profound silence. Are you suggesting divine level? The black-masked individual asked uncertainly. Absolutely, for they dispatched my subordinates with the utmost ease, Lin Jintian affirmed. Then it must be so, but how they achieved it remains a mystery. Advancing to divine level is no simple feat, the black-masked individual remarked gravely. Perhaps we should send a team to capture Lu Dong, compelling him to reveal the secrets of advancing to divine level, the white-masked individual suggested ominously. You may send someone to capture them, But what of me? I must first evacuate this place, Lin Zhentian declared. Evacuate? Why must you flee? The man in the black mask continued. If I do not retreat, am I to wait here for death? I have already offended him gravely. Lin Zhentian, with an expression of distress, replied, Indeed. Now, let us discuss where the elder wishes to settle. The man in the white mask awkwardly interjected, I would like to go to the Americas. Which of your fortresses is willing to accept us? Lin Zhentian responded, Then let us proceed. Do you need me to dispatch one of our organization's transport aircraft? The white-masked man replied, It would be best if you could send one. I only have 5 days. So you must act swiftly. I will make arrangements on my end as well. Lin Zhentian let out a sigh of relief, saying, Very well, this meeting is now adjourned. The black-masked man added, Agreed, and Lin Zhentian promptly ended the video call before hastening to make arrangements. In the grand conference room of the highest building within the European Chaos Fortress, a figure adorned with a grim reaper mask queried, What do you estimate our chances of capturing Lu Dong and his associates to be? I am uncertain, but I speculate it to be less than 50. Moreover, the risks are substantial. We may provoke those behind Lu Dong, responded a figure beside him wearing a demon mask. Why did you not voice your opinions earlier? The black-masked man retorted displeased, Aha, what you just stated represents our collective sentiments, the demon-masked man replied. Enough of this. Let us suppress the matter for now and revisit it once the elder arrives in the Americas. The Grim Reaper Mask suggested. Chapter 47. Biohazard Frenzy. 3 days swiftly passed, and on the 4th day, a colossal flying vessel descended upon the Mad God Fortress, resembling a dark cloud looming ominously above. The inhabitants of the fortress were filled with trepidation. Ultimately, the aircraft gradually settled upon the wasteland, taking on the form of a spaceship reminiscent of those in science fiction films. As it descended, the people of the Mad God Fortress stood ready, while only the Lin family hastily approached the vessel, followed by over 100 large cargo trucks laden with various experimental equipment, marching towards the aircraft in an impressive procession. The people of the fortress, oblivious to the unfolding events, merely stood in stunned silence. You have finally arrived. Quickly lower the landing platform, Lin Zhentian shouted at the aircraft. His temper remains as volatile as ever. A white man remarked to his companion, Ha ha, Chaos, you know how he is. He is almost frightened to death by Lu Dong. Smith, the god of war, commented. Ha, the coward. I truly do not understand how he became an elder of the organization. Chaos disdainfully remarked. He joined the organization before the apocalypse. At that time, they needed his financial support, hence granting him an honorary title. However, after the apocalypse, the organization suffered greatly, which is why he gained influence. Smith explained, a small man who has risen to power. One day, I will make him kneel before me. Chaos laughed. Enough. Lower the landing platform. I fear he may truly explode with rage, Smith urged. The landing platform slowly descended from the aircraft, and the cargo trucks began to board. All proceeded smoothly, somewhat easing Lin Zhentian's expression. The organization's aircraft is quite impressive. I wonder if it can reach outer space. Chaos mused. You mustn't attempt that. Remember the last time such a test was conducted? It disintegrated before breaking through the atmosphere due to power issues, Smith replied, his tone filled with trepidation. It seems to be a handsome yet ultimately useless contraption. Chaos laughed heartily. The organization's technology has suffered a significant decline. Too many elite scientists perished before the apocalypse, resulting in numerous lost technologies. Thus, many plans have faced indefinite delays, Smith lamented. What can those useless individuals accomplish? Only the strong can survive. Those bookish weaklings will surely perish. Chaos scoffed. Indeed. Without exceptional physical resilience, surviving the viral outbreak is exceedingly difficult, Smith sighed. Suddenly, the command room door was violently kicked open, and a visibly furious Lin Zhentian stormed in. Elder, are you deliberately damaging the organization's property? Smith said, his face betraying embarrassment. You two worthless scoundrels. I told you I only had 5 days, yet you arrived today, though you wish for my immediate demise. Lin Zhentian glowered. Hee, had we not come, others might not have been willing to. Chaos retorted with a smirk. Lin Zhentian's anger was palpable, yet he felt powerless. Ha ha, do you, Elder, wish to offer guidance on my martial prowess? Chaos provocatively inquired. You will regret it, Lin Zhantian growled, his expression menacing as he pointed a finger at Chaos. Whether I regret it or not remains to be seen. Should you provoke me further, I shall make you taste the bitterness of my fists. Chaos chuckled. Lin Zhantian, with a cold snort, exited the command room. That spineless coward dares to teach me a lesson? Chaos mocked. You may not want to go too far. If he reports you to the organization headquarters, it could lead to complications, Smith warned, furrowing his brow. I cannot concern myself with that. This fellow has grown too arrogant. Must I still play the subordinate? Chaos replied defiantly. Very well. We shall see what unfolds then, Smith conceded helplessly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let us expedite the loading process. Lin Zhantian bellowed at his subordinates. At the entrance of the Mad God Fortress, a crowd was gathered, discussing fervently, while some evolved beings looked on with trepidation. What is the Lin family up to? Where did this aircraft come from? I have never seen anything like it before. One newly arrived evolved being questioned. I have no idea. It suddenly appeared above the fortress. It cast a shadow over the entire stronghold. As if darkness had suddenly descended, another replied, seems the Lin family is loading all their laboratory equipment onto that aircraft. What on earth are they planning? It appears they are relocating, but to where? Does this mean the Lin family intends to abandon the Mad God Fortress? Various questions and theories circulated, yet those involved in the relocation remained unfazed, silently continuing their work. Half a day later, all materials were successfully loaded onto the aircraft. The Lin family then boarded, and the vessel ascended slowly, roaring into the sky and departing swiftly, leaving the bewildered inhabitants of the Mad God Fortress behind. Master, are we truly leaving in such a disheveled manner? One Lin family warrior expressed discontent. Humph, we are not leaving in disgrace. Rest assured. I have left them quite the gift, Lin Zhantian proclaimed with manic delight. A gift? What kind of gift? Lin Tianin inquired, puzzled. I have concealed a vast quantity of explosives within the residence. Should they fail to locate us, they will undoubtedly destroy the estate in their frustration, and that will be their doom. Lin Zhantian explained. Are explosives effective against them? Let us not forget, they are suspected to be god tier. Lin Tianan's expression darkened. Aside from the explosives, did I not leave behind a plethora of bio-experimental subjects? Once the explosives detonate, the creatures confined underground will swarm forth. At that point, even if they are god tier, they shall meet their end. Lin Zhantian's eyes gleamed with intensity. That seems plausible, yet I still believe they may survive. Lin Tianin remarked, Curse the Lin family. How cruel-hearted they are. Smith, within the command room, said, drenched in cold sweat. Should they fail to eradicate them, the Lin family will be doomed. Not even the organization can protect him. Chaos ominously stated. We must hasten. The Lin family may have realized our presence. Let us swiftly make our way to the Mad God Fortress, Lu Dong instructed the newly recruited elite evolved beings. My lord, why not let you proceed first? Our speed is too slow and will only hinder you. When you reach the Mad God Fortress, please assist us in rescuing our families, the leading elite evolved being suggested. Very well, we shall take our leave first. Do hurry and catch up. After some discussion, Lu Dong and his companions addressed the crowd. The Mad God Fortress. Onlookers observed the Lin family's departure, yet none dared to act recklessly. For no one knew if the Lin family had genuinely left or were merely feigning. If it were the latter, the one who acted first would surely be the target point 3 days later. A tremendous explosion erupted at the location of the Lin family, a colossal mushroom cloud billowing into the sky. The entire fortress turned to gaze at the Lin family site. Meanwhile, Lu Dong and his companions were nearing the Mad God Fortress. Catching sight of the mushroom cloud rising from within, realizing the gravity of the situation. Quickly, a disturbance has occurred at the Mad God Fortress, Lu Dong urged. The group sped towards the fortress, their rapid pace leaving several afterimages in the air. A terrifying roar emanated from the ruins of the Lin family's residence. It was as if a powder keg had been ignited, with continuous, eerie howls following. My heavens! What is that? A nearby strongman investigating the Lin family exclaimed. Damn it, those are bio-warriors. Are those scoundrels from the Lin family trying to annihilate us all? Another elite being shouted. Quickly, everyone gather and eliminate these monsters. The elite commanded. There are people battling over there. A sharp-eyed evolved being pointed at the horde of creatures. That figure looks so familiar. The elite evolved being muttered. That is the mad god, Lord Luo Kuang. Quickly, go aid him. Otherwise, our entire fortress will be slaughtered. Upon the utterance of the other sovereign-level powerhouse, he swiftly charged towards the bio-monsters. In an instant, the massacre commenced as the evolved beings at the God of Madness fortress faced an unending tide of bio-monsters. The battlefield was strewn with chaos, with evolved beings falling to their deaths intermittently, while countless bio-warriors lay slain. Yet, a plethora of them continued to emerge from the depths below. Zhao Yang and his companions entered. They were met with the cacophony of battle cries and wails. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Wu Ming exclaimed, his eyes reddening at the sight of the devastated fortress. Let us not concern ourselves with the details. We must first eliminate these pests, Zhao Yang declared, pointing at the relentless surge of bio-warriors emerging from below. After uttering these words, Zhao Yang spread his wings and plunged into the tide of bio-warriors. With a swift motion, his blade flashed, severing the heads of a row of bio-warriors, who then staggered and fell. Little Nanan moved gracefully like a nimble butterfly, weaving through the bio-warriors, leaving them lifeless in her wake. Meanwhile, Wu Xian produced a handful of vine seeds and tossed them into the midst of the bio-warrior horde. The vines ensnared the surrounding bio-warriors like ropes, swiftly incapacitating them. Observing the potency of Wu Xian's vines, Zhao Yang glanced at the collapsed void within the Lin family estate. Xiner, how many vine seeds do you have left? Zhao Yang inquired. Quite a few. Why do you ask? Wu Xian replied. Can you use the vines to block that entrance? Zhao Yang gestured toward the hole from which the bio-warriors emerged. I can, but you must guide me there. Otherwise, the distance is too great for me to control them, Wu Xian said, her eyes sparkling with determination. Very well, I shall lead you there. Prepare yourself, Zhao Yang responded. All right, let's hurry, Wu Xian said as she organized the vine seeds. Zhao Yang lifted Wu Xian into his arms, unfurled his wings, and soared toward the entrance. That scoundrel, taking advantage of Xiner again, Wu Ming muttered in exasperation. All right, brother Zhao Yang, let us pause here, Wu Xian said, her cheeks flushed. Understood, Xiner. You may begin. Zhao Yang hovered in the air, flapping his wings. Wu Xian poured all the vine seeds from her backpack towards the entrance, channeling her extraordinary abilities to stimulate the seeds. As the vines touched the ground, they quickly took root and sprouted, gradually sealing off the entire entrance. As the number of bio-warriors dwindled, all eyes were fixed on Zhao Yang and Wu Xian hovering above. Chapter 48. Starfire City. Zhao Yang sensed an unusual atmosphere and surveyed his surroundings before descending beside Luo Kuang. It is a pleasure to meet you again, Senior God of Madness, Zhao Yang said, gently placing Wu Xian down and retracting his armor and wings. It's you, young lad. I never anticipated your growth to surpass my own. Truly formidable indeed, Luo Kuang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before recognizing Zhao Yang's face. Nonsense. Were it not for your timely intervention back then, we would have long since been corpses, Zhao Yang recalled, acknowledging Luo Kuang's assistance during a perilous moment. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. A simple act on my part, Luo Kuang replied modestly. Tio Yu. It may have been simple, but to us, it was a life-saving grace, Wu Ming interjected as he approached. You are the one who was gravely injured. I didn't expect you all to become this powerful. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the former waves perish on the shore. Luo Kuang remarked, recognizing Wu Ming. What on earth has transpired here? Why are there so many bio-warriors? Zhao Yang queried, puzzled. Allow me to explain. After being gravely injured by Lin Juntian, I went into hiding, having discovered the Lin family's secret. Luo Kuang said, a secret? Does it pertain to this place? Zhao Yang pressed on. Indeed, beneath the Lin family lies a vast laboratory where virus research and human experimentation are conducted, Luo Kuang continued. Human experimentation? The Lin family is truly deranged. Wu Ming clenched his fists in anger. But how could they convince so many to partake in their experiments? Wu Xian questioned, puzzled. Surely, the Lin family must have targeted the fortress, Zhao Yang stated with a grave expression. Precisely. The Lin family has secretly abducted individuals from the fortress for experiments, Luo Kuang said, his eyes reddening with emotion. Could it be that Lin Zhentian confronted you upon your discovery? Zhao Yang inquired further. Indeed, after I uncovered the Lin family's schemes and approached Lin Zhentian, he ambushed me with his subordinates, forcing me to flee in a state of grave injury, Luo Kuang recounted. And what of your subordinates? Wu Ming asked. They perished, all of them. The God of Madness squad was annihilated, sacrificed to cover my escape. Luo Kuang lamented, tears streaming down his face as he sank to the ground. The Lin family deserves condemnation. By the way, where are the Lin family members? Zhao Yang suddenly remembered. They have departed, fleeing in a peculiar flying machine the day before your arrival, Luo Kuang replied, his gaze vacant. Damn it, had I known, I would have come sooner. Wu Ming exclaimed, punching the nearby rubble in frustration. Brother Zhao Yang, what shall we do now? Wu Xian asked. Senior Luo Kuang, what are your plans? Zhao Yang turned to Luo Kuang instead of answering Wu Xian. I suppose I shall seek ways to grow stronger. I will undoubtedly eradicate the Lin family, Luo Kuang stated, rising and walking toward the fortress exit. What if I possess a method to strengthen myself? Zhao Yang called out to Luo Kuang's retreating figure. Luo Kuang paused, slowly turning back to gaze at Zhao Yang, seemingly awaiting his next words. I have a cultivation technique, Zhao Yang stated, locking eyes with Luo Kuang. A cultivation technique? He possesses a cultivation technique. A group of sovereign-level powerhouses nearby fixed their intense gazes upon Zhao Yang. Little Nanan stepped forward, brandishing her weapon, silencing the crowd. After all, her recent display of slaughter was undeniable. No one dared to act recklessly before a powerhouse who could kill with such ease. What do you desire? Luo Kuang inquired, studying Zhao Yang. I seek your assistance in managing the God of Madness fortress and creating a final sanctuary for the survivors. Zhao Yang replied earnestly. Agreed, but I have a condition, Luo Kuang stated. What condition? Zhao Yang asked. If one day you possess sufficient strength, aid me in eliminating the Lin family, Luo Kuang replied. Certainly, if I attain that strength, I shall eradicate the Lin family, Zhao Yang affirmed solemnly. Good. I thank you on behalf of those who have perished. Luo Kuang bowed respectfully to Zhao Yang. There is no need for such formality, Senior Luo, Zhao Yang said, feeling awkward. I hereby declare that the God of Madness fortress shall henceforth be known as Starfire City. I, Zhao Yang, shall be the city lord, while Senior Luo Kuang shall be the deputy lord. We shall ignite a flame that will never be extinguished, akin to the sparks of a wildfire, Zhao Yang proclaimed with great enthusiasm. What say you? Luo Kuang addressed the surrounding powerhouses. Luo Kuang, do not presume you still hold the title of God of Madness. Your era has passed. It is not for you to decide the city lord. A sovereign-level powerhouse retorted arrogantly with a sickening sound. A blade pierced flesh, and the arrogant sovereign-level powerhouse clutched his throat, slowly collapsing, blood spraying onto those nearby. A short distance away, a little girl was wiping the blood from her claws. The crimson droplets intensifying the tension among the surrounding powerhouses, plunging the scene into silence. Those who dare oppose shall perish, Little Nanan stated earnestly. We agree. We support Zhao Yang as city lord. The surrounding powerhouses quickly regained their composure and began to shout in unison. Zhao Yang raised his hands, and the crowd fell silent once more, all eyes fixed upon him. The establishment of Starfire City is not for my personal gain. It is in preparation for the future dissemination of cultivation techniques for all evolved beings. However, I must make it clear. Should the day come when you are called upon and refuse to heed my summons, you will meet the same fate as that individual, Zhao Yang declared, his voice laced with menace. Let us depart. We shall find a place to convene, Zhao Yang said to Luo Kuang. Very well, let us go, Luo Kuang replied. Zhao Yang and his companions slowly exited the crowd, making their way toward Luo Kuang's former residence. The surrounding powerhouses silently parted to create a path, watching as Zhao Yang and his group departed. That little girl is truly terrifying, a sovereign-level powerhouse gasped, panting heavily. Tio kill with a single strike. She must be a god-level powerhouse. Another speculated. She must be, for I have never heard of anyone capable of slaying a sovereign-level powerhouse in one blow. She is undoubtedly above sovereign level. Truly formidable. Someone else stammered in a WE. Oh, you think it could be due to the cultivation technique? Another inquired. I'm uncertain. If it were the cultivation technique, it would indeed be horrifying. A different voice chimed in. Zhao Yang and his companions arrived at Luo Kuang's residence, taking their seats in the hall. What shall we do now? Starfire City seems to require little management, Luo Kuang mused. Lu Dong addressed Luo Kuang with a chuckle. If only it were that simple. Tomorrow, we must re-establish the city's governance and recruit personnel, such as the city guards and administrative staff. Luo Kuang replied with a smile. Huh, it's that complicated. But I'm not adept at this, Lu Dong lamented, his face drawn in despair. Hee, what kind of cultivation technique are you preparing to offer me? Luo Kuang inquired of Lu Dong. Here, take this, Wu Ming said, pulling out a tome resembling a scripture from his backpack and handing it to Luo Kuang. Bloodline Fury? Luo Kuang asked, gazing at Lu Dong in confusion. Indeed, you'll understand once you read it, Lu Dong remarked, as if anticipating Luo Kuang's reaction. Luo Kuang quietly perused the tome while Lu Dong and the others waited in silence. Time slipped by, and Luo Kuang remained engrossed in the text. So, what do you think, Senior Luo? Are you satisfied with this technique? Lu Dong smiled, interrupting Luo Kuang's reading. It's incredible. I never imagined my blood could manifest in such a way. Truly astonishing. This technique is perfectly suited for me, Luo Kuang exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. As long as it suits you, then I entrust the affairs of Xingho City to you, Lu Dong continued. You don't mean to become a mere figurehead, do you? Luo Kuang fixed his gaze intently on Lu Dong. Well, I certainly won't be here for long. I need to train a formidable squad of evolvers. Lu Dong replied. A squad of evolvers? What do you intend to do? Luo Kuang asked, puzzled. There are certain matters I cannot disclose, and even I possess limited knowledge, Lu Dong said with a wry smile. Mysterious as ever. Are you planning to pass this technique onto the evolvers in the fortress? Luo Kuang continued. No. This technique is exclusively suitable for you. I have other plans for them, Lu Dong hastily denied. Oh, so you have other techniques? Luo Kuang asked with interest. Indeed, I have several others, though they are somewhat inferior to this one, Lu Dong admitted. So, does that mean mine is a high-level technique? Luo Kuang queried. Perplexed. Not exactly high-level. It can only be considered mid-level, Lu Dong clarified. Then your cultivation differs from mine? Luo Kuang pressed further. Indeed, each individual possesses unique attributes. Thus their cultivation techniques vary, Lu Dong explained. I'm quite curious about the origins of your techniques. Luo Kuang asked Lu Dong. That's a secret for now. Perhaps I'll tell you in the future if the opportunity arises, Lu Dong smiled. Alright then, I want to pry. What are your plans? Luo Kuang inquired. I intend to promote the technique widely, allowing even the survivors in the slums to cultivate, Lu Dong declared. Didn't you say everyone needs to cultivate a corresponding attribute? How can those who haven't awakened possess attributes? Luo Kuang asked, perplexed. We have a type of non-attribute technique that, when practiced, gradually enhances physical capabilities, making it easier for those survivors to awaken, Wu Ming added. Really? Luo Kuang exclaimed, filled with joy. Indeed, this non-attribute technique can enable everyone to cultivate and even awaken supernatural abilities. Lu Dong affirmed, if such a technique truly exists, we could swiftly eliminate threats across the globe. This is fantastic, Luo Kuang exclaimed in elation. Except for the Beast Clan, Lu Dong stated seriously. Beast Clan? You mean those mutated beasts? Luo Kuang asked in confusion. Precisely that we must establish an unbreakable rule. Those who cultivate the techniques we distribute must unconditionally obey this rule, Lu Dong declared earnestly. And what if someone violates this rule? Luo Kuang inquired. They shall be executed, Lu Dong said with an air of menace. May I ask why? Luo Kuang took a deep breath and asked. Because these techniques were entrusted to me by the elders of the Beast Clan. And I promised them that even if humanity grows stronger, we shall not strike against the Beast Clan, Lu Dong explained. I see. I agree with your plan, Luo Kuang said, relieved. Then let us gather everyone in the fortress tomorrow to convene a meeting. Lu Dong, fatigued, suggested. When will the techniques be distributed? Luo Kuang inquired further. Let us set that for tomorrow as well. we'll post a notice so everyone can come and collect the techniques. The city guards must also be in place quickly, especially since we just returned, Lu Dong added. No problem, tomorrow, I'll summon all the royal level evolvers. With the allure of the techniques, I'm sure they'll be eager to serve Xingho City. Luo Kuang said confidently. From now on, Xingho City will implement a contribution system, allowing all contributors to exchange their contribution points for necessary items. Wu Ming will oversee this, Lu Dong instructed. All right, no problem, Wu Ming nodded in agreement. Wu Xian will be responsible for supplies and food cultivation in the city, Lu Dong directed Wu Xian. Wonderful, that aligns perfectly with my expertise. Wu Xian exclaimed happily. And what about me? What about me? Brother? Xian Wanwan asked anxiously. Your task is to establish an intelligence network, which you will manage along with Dehei, Wu Ming replied, feeling a bit of a headache. All right, I'll go find Dehei. Xian Wanwan said, scampering off. Haha, she is still so young. You really let her handle intelligence? Luo Kuang laughed. Though small, she is clever enough to manage it. I just wonder how long she can handle it. Lu Dong said helplessly. As for the medical aspect, have you considered who should be in charge? Luo Kuang asked. There aren't many suitable candidates. If need be, I suppose Xian Air can take on a dual role. Lu Dong replied. Actually, I have a candidate in mind. I just don't know if Brother Lu Dong has thought of it. Wu Xian said with a smile. Oh, are you referring to your master? Master Wang Mian, Lu Dong said, his eyes lighting up. Exactly. I believe my master would be well suited for this position, and he is a good person, Wu Xian replied. Indeed, Wang Mian is indeed capable. He doesn't engage in political affairs and prefers to save lives and teach his disciples. Luo Kuang added, I'm just concerned he might refuse to assist us, Lu Dong said. He won tea. I'm certain he'll be pleased to help, Wu Xian asserted confidently. All right then, the task of persuading your master will fall to you. Lu Dong assigned to Wu Xian. No problem. I'll ensure it's done, Wu Xian said, excited. Well then, let us leave it at that for now. Everyone should return and rest early. Tomorrow we'll have much to do. Lu Dong waved his hand. The next day, the entire Xingho city was abuzz with excitement. Whether royal level evolvers or ordinary people who had yet to awaken, everyone was overjoyed. This was due to a notice posted in Xingho City, announcing that everyone could come to the office established by the city lord to receive a cultivation technique. Wow, does that mean I can cultivate too? A slender young man exclaimed joyfully, and more. Royal level strong ones can receive higher level techniques from the city guards, and those at the king level can receive techniques of the next tier. That means I could get a mid-level technique. Let us go. I want to enlist, another king-level evolver said, racing toward the square. Quickly, let us go. Royal level can apply to be a squad leader. There 1TB many spots. We need to hurry. Several royal level evolvers rushed toward the square. In an instant, the entire city was aware of the news. The populace swiftly made their way to the office set up by the city lord, which was right at the entrance of Luo Kuang's residence in the Grand Square. The square was teeming with people. A glance revealed a sea of faces. There were noble evolvers as well as common folk from the slums, all eyes fixed on Lu Dong and the others on the high platform. Let us begin. If this continues, chaos will ensue, Lu Dong addressed the crowd. Silence. A terrifying voice imbued with supernatural power resonated from the high platform, instantly silencing the throng below. Everyone turned their gaze toward Luo Kuang, who stood atop the platform. Today marks the inaugural day of Xingho City's establishment. The city lord has specially commanded me to gather you all here, and I trust you've all come in response to the notice. I want to waste more words. Those wishing to join the city guards, step up onto the platform. Luo Kuang called out to the crowd below. In an instant, the platform was filled with evolvers. Primarily composed of king-level evolvers, numbering approximately 50,000, and among them, only 2,000 were royal level. All right, the rest of you may return. Today we are only recruiting for the city guards. Starting tomorrow, each notice point will have personnel responsible for distributing cultivation techniques. You may disperse, Luo Kuang instructed the crowd. Gradually, the throng began to disperse, leaving behind the 50,000 evolvers still standing on the platform. Do you aspire to become members of the city guards? Lu Dong queried the crowd. Yes, city lord, they all replied with fervor. However, many of you do not meet the qualifications, Lu Dong stated flatly. What does the city lord mean by that? A royal-level evolver stepped forward, questioning Lu Dong. I mean to say that among you, there are many who are unworthy and need to be eliminated, Lu Dong declared with a menacing aura. What does this mean? Isn't it said that we can apply to participate? A group of evolvers began to murmur, utterly bewildered by Lu Dong's words. The farce has come to an end. Are you going to emerge on your own, or shall I drag you out? Lu Dong addressed the crowd. City Lord, we do not comprehend what you mean. If you do not permit us to participate, we shall take our leave, one royal-level evolver declared, attempting to leap down from the high platform. Just then, with a swift motion, Xiaonan stood before the royal-level powerhouse, her claws poised threateningly against his throat, a wave of fear enveloping his mind. Wishing to depart? How Navi, Lu Dong remarked with a smile. City Lord, I do not understand your words. The royal-level evolver stammered in terror. Do you not comprehend? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. Lu Dong gestured to Wu Ming. Lin Chong, male, 36 years old, royal-level evolver, ability attribute, fire, faction, Lin family, position, informant, Wu Ming announced loudly. No, I am not Lin Chong. The royal-level powerhouse trembled. Ha, speak. What mission did Lin Jintian assign you? Lu Dong inquired with a grin. Even if you know I am Lin Chong, what of it? It's just death, nothing more, Lin Chong retorted, his sanity fraying. Death? No, I shall ensure you live, Lu Dong replied with a smile. The sound of sharp instruments piercing flesh echoed 4 times as Lin Chong collapsed. Howling in agony, Lu Dong, if you possess the ability, then kill me, you cowardly scum. Soon you shall meet your demise. Lin Chong cursed fiercely, attempting to provoke Lu Dong into granting. Wu Ming said helplessly. Time slowly passed, and the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Yet Lu Dong showed no signs of awakening. Wu Ming and the others continued to stand quietly in the square, waiting. Suddenly, a powerful force began to expand outward. What the hell? Is it coming again? Wu Ming exclaimed as they quickly retreated. However, the overwhelming force continued to grow. Everyone gritted their teeth, struggling to endure it. Just when they were on the verge of collapse, that immense power vanished in an instant. Wu Ming and the others rushed into the hall, only to find Lu Dong had opened his eyes. Thank you, Lu Dong said to Wu Ming. You broke through? Wu Ming asked in bewilderment. Yes, after your lecture, I suddenly realized I had been influenced by my inner demons. I once thought that evolution for those with abilities would not involve inner demons. However, I discovered I was mistaken. The inner demons have always been present. We just failed to notice them, Lu Dong replied indifferently. As long as you're all right. I thought you had lost hope, Wu Ming chuckled. I owe you another favor. I realize I owe you quite a bit, Lu Dong said, speechless. That's just how it is. Ever since I met you, you've owed me. Now it's countless, Wu Ming rolled his eyes. You start puffing up just because I called you fat. I can't be bothered with you, Lu Dong scoffed. Giggling, Luo Kuang and Wu Xian watched the banter between Lu Dong and Wu Ming, and they all burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Dong asked awkwardly. Just laughing. Haven't you seen 2 brothers arguing? Wu Ming also replied awkwardly. Ha. Luo Kuang laughed even harder. Suddenly, Luo Kuang's laughter was cut short as he was flung outside the hall. Ha. Lu Dong and Wu Ming also began to laugh. Cough. You 2 rascals. I merely laughed a little. Is that necessary? Luo Kuang said, feeling frustrated. Is it necessary? It is, Lu Dong and Wu Ming replied in unison. All right, fine. I won't laugh anymore, Luo Kuang said, dejected. Seeing Luo Kuang's gloomy expression, everyone couldn't help but laugh, and Luo Kuang joined in the laughter. The next day, in the square of Xingho City, over 40,000 evolved beings stood quietly, waiting. The entire square was enveloped in silence, with everyone's gaze firmly fixed on Lu Dong on the platform. Let us begin announcing the rules. Those unwilling to comply should be sent back, Lu Dong instructed Wu Ming. Wu Ming stepped onto the platform, addressing the over 40,000 evolved beings, presenting the rules discussed the previous night. There are 4 prohibitions regarding the practice of cultivation. First, evolved beings who have learned the methods must not attack intelligent mutated beasts. Second, one must not use their abilities to oppress ordinary people. Third, one must never defect to another faction for life. Fourth, one must not privately pass on the cultivation methods. Wu Ming proclaimed loudly, I can understand not bullying ordinary people, not sharing cultivation methods, and not defecting to other factions. But why can't we attack intelligent mutated beasts? A royal-level evolved being questioned Wu Ming. Because mutated beasts, also known as the Beast Clan, may fight alongside us in the future. Wu Ming briefly explained. What if someone violates these 4 prohibitions? Another royal-level evolved being asked, if anyone violates these prohibitions, Xingho City will issue a bounty for their capture, and it will be a fight to the death. Lu Dong said menacingly. The royal-level evolved being shrank back, instinctively closing his mouth. Don't think that signing these prohibitions is trivial. If I discover anyone daring to violate any of these rules, I will personally eliminate you. No one can escape, unless you are powerful enough for us to look up to, Lu Dong continued. Xingho City operates on a point system, which can be exchanged for cultivation methods from the City Lord's treasury, mutated fruits, resources for training, and more, Wu Ming added. How can points be obtained? A senior evolved being boldly inquired. There are many ways to earn points. As long as you do something beneficial for Xingho City, you can earn points. For instance, participating in the City Guard will earn you 30 points monthly from your salary. If you discover a mutated fruit that enhances strength and report it to the City Lord's office, you can also earn points. Participating in wall construction will also yield points. Thus, there are numerous ways to earn points, and you can choose freely, Wu Ming elaborated. Chapter 51. The winds of change. While all aspects of Xingho City were bustling, other fortresses received news. Each fortress dispatched intelligence personnel to infiltrate Xingho City covertly. What is this fellow planning? Luo Kuang is actually going crazy with him? Long Tian pondered in confusion. Why, Lord? According to the gathered intelligence, the city lord of Xingho City, Lu Dong, emerged from the Kunlun Mountains, and since then, their strength has reached divine level. I suspect they encountered fortuitous events in the Kunlun Mountains. A royal level evolved being interrupted Long Tian's thoughts. Have you sent people to investigate the Kunlun Mountains? Long Tian asked the royal level evolved being beside him. That of course, we dispatched people at the first opportunity, but unfortunately, the Kunlun Mountains seem to have vanished. Our people found no useful intelligence, the individual replied. Strange, what method are they using? Long Tian frowned, contemplating. What actions are they taking now? Long Tian inquired of the royal level evolved being. According to our scouts, there seem to be no significant actions. Just the daily affairs of a city being re-established. However, there is one peculiar point. Their city guard is undergoing secret training, and it appears to be quite effective, the royal level evolved being reported. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Are there any actions from other fortresses? Long Tian said with a smile. Other fortresses seem to have tacitly accepted the existence of Xingho City, merely sending numerous intelligence personnel to infiltrate Xingho City without any major actions. The royal level evolved being answered. They probably want to obtain the cultivation methods of Xingho City, right? Long Tian said with a beaming smile. That is possible, my lord. Should we send people as well? The royal level evolved being asked. No need. We don't need to be so sneaky, Long Tian replied. Understood. By the way, it seems the ruins are about to open, as many people from surrounding fortresses have appeared frequently these days. The royal level evolved being stated. Oh? How many forces have come? Long Tian asked with a frown. Almost all forces have sent people, except for the newly established Xingho City, the royal level evolved being responded. You send someone to Xingho City to inform them that the ruins are about to open and that I invite them to participate in the exploration? Long Tian instructed the royal level evolved being beside him. Yes, I will send someone immediately, the royal level evolved being said before leaving Long Tian's residence. This is becoming more and more interesting. I wonder what kind of surprise this fellow will bring us? Long Tian mused silently. In the Luo Kuang residence of Xingho City, Lu Dong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the person before him. Did Long Tian send you? Lu Dong asked the individual. Yes, City Lord. Lord Long Shan said the ruins will soon open and asked us to invite Xingho City to participate. The royal level evolved being replied. Ruins? How many people are participating? Lu Dong inquired further. I'm not quite sure. I'm just responsible for inviting the esteemed individuals of Xingho City, The person answered. Liu Dong waved his hand, signaling that he understood. The individual bowed and quickly left. What does Long Tian intend to do? Everyone else keeps their plans close to their chests, yet he openly invites us. Could this be a trap? Lu Dong said to Luo Kuang, it shouldn't be. Long Tian is generally decent. At least he wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Luo Kuang replied confidently. I think so too. However, we don't have many people to participate in the ruins. Lu Dong frowned. Indeed, our Xingho city has just been established, and we are still too weak compared to other fortresses, Luo Kuang continued. This is an opportunity. We can take advantage of it to establish our reputation. Wu Ming added. Oh, please elaborate, Lu Dong said, his eyes brightening. Firstly, we are newly established, and in the eyes of others, we are a weak entity. If we participate in the competition for the ruins, others will at least be unaware of our true strength. Secondly, if we send out high-level combatants to vie for the ruins, others want to know how many high-level forces we possess. They will always be wary. If we achieve fame through battle in this competition, it will reduce many troubles, Wu Ming explained. Exactly, we need to give other fortresses the illusion that we are already powerful, making them hesitant to act rashly, Luo Kuang added. The key is how we arrange those individuals to participate. To create that illusion, Wu Ming continued. I'll go. It's a good opportunity to meet the strong ones from other fortresses, Lu Dong declared. Who do you intend to bring along? Wu Ming asked Lu Dong. Take Xiao Wan with you. You, Wu Xian, and Luo Kuang will guard Xingho City to prevent other fortresses from taking advantage of our situation. Liu Dong continued. All right, take 50 royal-level evolvers with you. Wu Ming then added. Good, it is decided. You all go and make the arrangements, Lu Dong said. At the War God Fortress in the Americas, Lin Jintian was intently scrutinizing the data of the experimental subjects. Does Subject 43 exhibit any adverse reactions? Lin Jintian inquired of the scientist beside him. Subject 43's data appears normal. It is merely the energy stability that is insufficient, the scientist replied. What is the maximum value? Lin Jintian pressed further. The highest value remains approximately twice that of a royal-level evolver. It cannot be further exceeded, the scientist responded. Twice? That is inadequate. We must increase the dosage. We must create a divine-level genetic serum, Lin Jintian declared with a fierce expression. However, increasing the dosage may pose the risk of explosion for Subject 43. The scientist said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That is your concern. I am solely responsible for providing you with sufficient experimental subjects and equipment. The rest is none of my business. Continue to increase the dosage, Lin Jintian commanded. The scientist acknowledged, understood, and proceeded to escalate the dosage. Before their eyes, the individual on the monitor began to swell rapidly. His face contorted in agony as muscles writhed and numerous wriggling entities surged within him. The experimental subject emitted a series of inhuman howls. The arrogant evolver beside him declared. The evolver from the Dragon God Squad, KK, was eager to test his mettle, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. In a flash, a violet figure materialized next to the boastful evolver, its sharp claws poised menacingly against the arrogant one's throat.